Episode 1. A confession gone awry with the aloof senior. Jiang Ciyuan, your incessant pursuit has become rather tiresome, hasn't it? Amidst the torrential downpour on the mountain, Tang Yueran's piercing voice cut through the curtain of rain, reaching Jiang Ciyuan's ears. Tang Yueran wore an expression of palpable irritation. What do you intend to achieve by confessing to me in front of so many people? Are you trying to force me into a response? Just moments earlier, within the wooden cabin on the mountain, amidst a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and cheers, Jiang Ciyuan had presented flowers to her in a heartfelt confession in the eyes of the onlookers. It seemed inevitable that they would eventually be together. They merely needed that one moment of declaration to illuminate the path ahead. However, what he received in return was Tang Yueran flinging the flowers to the ground, her face a mask of cold indifference as she departed, leaving behind the words, "We are not at that stage yet." Jiang Ciyuan was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the girl who had been smiling and drawing near to him just half an hour ago had suddenly turned so distant. He hurriedly pursued her, only to be met with her derision. Other boyfriends shower their partners with designer bags, luxury bracelets, and high-end fragrances. "What have you given me?" It was then that Jiang Ciyuan learned Tang Yueran's affluent friend's boyfriend had gifted her a handbag worth several thousands. Looking at her now seemingly unfamiliar visage, he questioned, "Are you implying that my lack of a designer handbag renders my feelings insignificant?" Tang Yueran's expression faltered. "That's not what I meant, it's just that your actions make me feel embarrassed." Jiang Ciyuan found the situation laughable. "Have I only ever given you flowers? Before we even established a relationship, I have presented you with gifts worth thousands for every occasion. Birthdays and celebrations alike are those not tokens of my affection?" Tang Yueran's complexion shifted. She wished to dispel the notion that she was a materialistic girl, yet her heart simmered with discontent. "Your gifts, though worth thousands, imply that you value me at that price." Jiang Ciyuan, times have changed. We girls are no longer so easily swayed by trifles. You should know that I, Tang Yueran, have no shortage of admirers. Tang Yueran's pride surged, her chin raised defiantly. "If you wish to pursue me, demonstrate your sincerity, otherwise it is all in vain." For 3 years, Jiang Ciyuan had indeed showered her with gifts, though none exceeded the 1,000 mark. Now, with her words hanging in the air, she hoped he would understand her desire for something more substantial, a designer handbag. Perhaps, with her chin held high, she turned to leave. Jiang Ciyuan called out to her one last time. "Tang Yueran, have you always regarded me as merely a backup option?" Tang Yueran's face paled, and she halted. "Jiang Ciyuan, I said that if you wish to pursue me, you must show your sincerity, otherwise our discussions are futile." "I, Tang Yueran, am not lacking in suitors." "Very well, not lacking in suitors." Jiang Ciyuan nodded, his gaze turning frigid. "This is the final time." Tang Yueran was taken aback, turning back. "What?" Seeing his composed demeanor shift away, she felt a surge of urgency. "Where are you going?" Due to the mountain trek, Jiang Ciyuan was clad in a waterproof jacket that accentuated his tall frame. He pulled the waterproof hood over his head. "I'm heading down." Today, he had joined a group from another school for the hike, all prompted by Tang Yueran's remark about the blooming flowers on the mountain. She had suggested that if someone were to confess to her with flowers at the summit, it would undoubtedly be a romantic gesture. He believed this was a subtle hint from Tang Yueran, especially since her ears flushed slightly as she glanced at him with a smile while uttering those words. Tang Yueran also mentioned climbing to the summit, confessing, and then watching the sunrise together the next day is incredibly romantic. Thus, he planned to confess to her tonight, imagining the prospect of watching the sunrise together the following morning. Yet now, that seemed unnecessary. He felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place, feeling utterly disgusted. Jiang Ciyuan plunged into the curtain of rain without a backward glance, his fingers brushing against something cool in his pocket, a necklace. Though it wasn't worth tens of thousands, it was a token he had earned through his own efforts as a university student, intended as a gift for his confession to Tang Yueran. However, he hadn't yet presented the necklace to her, as she had discarded the flowers he brought, deeming them insufficiently sincere due to their lack of a designer handbag worth several thousand. Fuming, Jiang Ciyuan hurled the necklace into the mountains, exclaiming, "To hell with sincerity! What was the point of love? Let those who wish to engage in romance do so." He was done. Under the eaves, Tang Yueran was taken aback, unsure of what he had thrown, only feeling anxious as she called out, "Jiang Ciyuan, Stop right there. When Jiang Ciyuan had pursued her in the past, he had treated her like a princess, accommodating her every whim. Thus, she had naturally assumed her words held power, that Jiang Ciyuan would heed her call to halt. But he did not. Tang Yueran's friend emerged, whispering, "What's wrong with him? Didn't you say he would do whatever you wanted? You told him to go east, and he wouldn't dare go west." Unwilling to lose face in front of her friend, Tang Yueran commanded with a frosty demeanor, "Jiang Ciyuan, I warn you, if you don't stop, don't expect me to acknowledge you in the future. Surely that would frighten him." Jiang Ciyuan's hurried form abruptly paused. Tang Yueran's eyes brightened. She knew it. Jiang Ciyuan was afraid of her ignoring him. He listened to her. "Go ahead and pay attention to whoever you want." Jiang Ciyuan stopped but turned back with a cold laugh. "Whoever can give you a handbag worth several thousand. Go ahead and pay attention to them." He didn't care anymore. Tang Yueran's smile shattered. What was happening? She suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, the mountain path became increasingly treacherous. Jiang Ciyuan resigned himself to misfortune, the long trail devoid of any human presence. Just as he neared the descent, he caught a glimpse of a figure ahead. Is there really a brave soul descending the mountain in this downpour? The silhouette appeared to be that of a girl. Seemingly fatigued, she paused to rest, prompting him to approach. In the moonlight, he scarcely had time to discern the girl's features before a green snake slowly emerged from the steps. The girl remained completely unaware. Jiang Ciyuan called out sharply, "Be careful." Only then did she look up, startled. Under the moonlight, he beheld a pair of icy eyes, as luminous as the full moon. Her skin as pale as delicate winter snow, with exquisitely defined features, now drenched by the rain, regarding him with an expression of mild surprise. Before Jiang Ciyuan could fully appreciate her beauty, the cool girl noticed the snake on the steps, nearly leaping in shock. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, "Do not provoke it." In a swift moment, the startled snake emerged, lunging fiercely towards her. Jiang Ciyuan, with remarkable agility, pushed her aside, only for the frightened serpent to redirect its attack, sinking its fangs into his leg. Jiang Ciyuan thought, "This is disastrous." When misfortune strikes, even a sip of water can feel like a hindrance. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his calf, and within moments, the wound had swollen significantly. Struggling to maintain his balance, Jiang Ciyuan stumbled forward, collapsing into a soft embrace that exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. Hearing the other person exclaim in surprise, "Jiang Ciyuan!" At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan realized who it was. She was Xu Qiuwu, the aloof beauty from their university's Chinese department. Main characters: male lead, Jiang Ciyuan; female lead, Xu Qiuwu. Episode 2. Taken home by the aloof senior. Xu Qiuwu was a third-year student, 1 year his senior, and Jiang Ciyuan had known of her since his arrival at the university. However, her cold demeanor kept her at a distance from others. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness a fleeting expression of panic on her otherwise serene and pale face as she supported him, reassuring, "Do not be afraid, I will take you to the hospital immediately." He was tall and quite heavy. Xu Qiuwu attempted to drape him over her shoulder to assist him, but her efforts left her flushed and breathless. The rain continued to pour, drenching them both. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "It's all right. I still have one good leg I can hop along." Xu Qiuwu's cool visage revealed a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize, I'm not very strong." "Are you all right?" "It's fine," Jiang Ciyuan replied, somewhat disheartened. "Just let me lean on you as a support." With Jiang Ciyuan towering over her, he rested a hand on her shoulder, awkwardly attempting to descend the steps on one leg. Fortunately, they had only a short distance to cover at the foot of the hill. Once they reached the base, Xu Qiuwu helped him to sit down and summon a ride on her phone. "I'm sorry, if it weren't for me." "Not at all," Jiang Ciyuan replied nonchalantly, a smile masking his intense pain. "It should be fine if it were venomous. I'd be in dire straits by now." Xu Qiuwu replied with a stern expression, "You won't die." "Of course not. I was merely jesting." Jiang Ciyuan winced in pain. "Is that our ride approaching?" "Yes." Xu Qiuwu glanced at the license plate. "Let me assist you over in a flurry." She tried to help him up, but her small stature proved insufficient for his weight, leaving her flushed and struggling. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xu Qiuwu's cool demeanor. "You are rather heavy. Could you try to rise a bit? Or I won't be able to assist you. Jiang Ciyuan thought to himself, is this really the aloof beauty of our university? She seemed quite different from his expectations. At times, Jiang Ciyuan behaved mischievously. Noticing a shift in her attitude and wanted to tease her, he furrowed his brow in mock distress. But my leg hurts, I cannot get up. Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment. I will call the driver over. Hey. Jiang Ciyuan gasped. I'm all right now, you just need to help me a little. Xu Qiuwu turned her head, her hand somewhat stiffly wrapping around his waist. She hesitated briefly, but continued to support him as they walked. Jiang Ciyuan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. It was his first time being so close to a girl, particularly one as aloof as his senior. Upon seeing them approach, the driver exclaimed in surprise and hurried to assist. Are you two here for a swim? You're quite drenched. Jiang Ciyuan sighed. It rained on the way down, and I accidentally got bitten by a snake. The driver helped him into the car, saying, braving the downpour at this late hour, commendable courage. Throughout the journey, Xu Qiuwu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on his swollen calf, her delicate brows knitting together. Jiang Ciyuan reassured her, I'm fine. Yet, Xu Qiuwu's cool demeanor remained taut. He forced a smile despite his helplessness. Upon their arrival at the hospital, after examination and receiving an injection, the doctor applied medication and cautioned him that for the next few days, he might experience swelling and should avoid getting the wound wet. The doctor glanced at Xu Qiuwu beside him and advised if you have family, it would be wise to have them nearby for care. Should you notice any swelling or inflammation, or if any adverse reactions occur, come back to the hospital promptly. Jiang Ciyuan, observing Xu Qiuwu's worried expression, sought to alleviate her guilt. It's not that serious, I'll be fine in a few days. The doctor, unimpressed, retorted, Am I the doctor or are you? Jiang Ciyuan conceded, You are indeed. Then you should listen. The doctor chided playfully, adding, You have quite the taste in girlfriends, she's beautiful. Xu Qiuwu appeared momentarily taken aback, her cool visage revealing nothing. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a twinge of discomfort, quickly clarified, Don't say that we are not, he had just experienced a breakup. As Xu Qiuwu assisted Jiang Ciyuan, who was limping out of the hospital, he inquired, Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. How much was the medical fee? I'll reimburse you. I should be thanking you, it wasn't much. No need, Xu Qiuwu replied in her characteristic cool tone. Where is your home? Jiang Ciyuan responded, I'm from out of town. Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment, seemingly making a decision, and nodded. Oh, what did that signify? Just then, a taxi pulled up, and Xu Qiuwu helped him to his feet. The car is here. Jiang Ciyuan asked, Where to? Back, she replied. Jiang Ciyuan, perplexed, asked, Back where? Xu Qiuwu urged, Get in the car. He was bewildered. Wait. You haven't told me where we're going. It was only when the car began heading towards Yin University that Jiang Ciyuan recognized a route back to their school and sighed in relief. Oh, back to school. He had been startled, fearing she intended to take him home. But wait, something felt amiss about returning to school. Jiang Ciyuan watched as the vehicle veered off the main road towards their campus and entered a nearby alleyway lined with residential buildings. It wasn't until Xu Qiuwu helped him up the stairs and paused at a doorway that he finally reacted. Senior, what is this all about? Xu Qiuwu unlocked the door and retrieved a pair of slippers from the entrance cabinet, placing them on the floor. Take off your shoes and come in, she instructed. Jiang Ciyuan hesitated, but this time Xu Qiuwu's delicate features turned cold. Come in. Jiang Ciyuan relented. All right. Why the sudden severity? As he stepped inside, he felt a bit disoriented, glancing around the immaculate space. The room was pristine, adorned with white walls, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It was tidily arranged, and a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Drenched and resembling a drenched chicken, he stood awkwardly at the threshold, hesitant to venture further for fear of soiling the floor. Xu Qiuwu, also damp, removed her wet outerwear and reached out to guide him. Come in, it's just me here. Jiang Ciyuan cautioned her, Senior, I'm soaked all over. If I step in, I might dirty your floor. We can clean it later. Xu Qiuwu replied calmly, ushering him toward the bathroom. You should wash up and change your clothes. Once you're done, I can dry your clothes for you. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, believing her invitation was merely to sit and chat. What on earth is happening? Why would he need to bathe at his senior's residence? Xu Qiuwu's cool demeanor radiated an unyielding determination. Your home is out of town, and with the semester not yet begun, you can't access the student dorms. School doesn't start for another 2 weeks, and you've been injured and need care. You got hurt because of me, so for now, you should stay here. Jiang Ciyuan was bewildered. Huh? What was this unexpected turn of events? Chapter 3. Bathing at the senior's home until Jiang Ciyuan was pushed into the bathroom and the door was closed, he was still somewhat dazed. Bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been rejected by the person he had admired for 3 years. And now he found himself residing in the abode of the aloof senior? Shaking his head, he pondered whether the rain he had endured today, coupled with the snake bite, was the reason for his foggy mind. Lacking the energy to contemplate further, he simply wished for a moment's respite and slumber. He removed his clothing and surveyed the bathroom. Noticing the senior's shower gel and shampoo. There were towels as well, with a few pieces of clothing left hanging nearby, hastily discarded, pink garments and white undergarments. A glance at them made him feel as if he had been scalded. He quickly turned away, silently chanting, "What is improper should not be seen." The senior was so kind. He could not behave like a deviant. Dressed in a waterproof jacket, he was fortunate that his inner garments remained dry, though his outer layer, hair, and trousers were soaked. After undressing, he placed his dry clothes inside, and, recalling that the senior had offered to help dry his wet items, he handed them over without further thought. "Senior, I've placed my wet clothes here," Jiang Ciyuan called out. "All right," Xu Qiuwu's voice echoed from within the room. After a short while, Xu Qiuwu emerged dressed anew and paused upon hearing the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Lowering her gaze, she picked up the wet clothes he had left outside, which included not only trousers but also undergarments. In the bathroom, Jiang Ciyuan, now fully aware of the situation, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. With a swift motion, he flung the door open and snatched his damp undergarment back. "I'm sorry," he exclaimed, slamming the door shut once more. Outside, Xu Qiuwu stood momentarily stunned, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. She took his soaked garments and turned to leave. The size of the clothing was quite large. Jiang Ciyuan, resting his forehead against the bathroom wall, muttered to himself, "Jiang Xin, what have you done? What if she thinks you're a pervert?" He longed to rush out and clarify, "I'm not. I didn't tea." Yet, he ultimately sighed, "Just finish your shower and go out." His mind was fading into a haze. Moments later, Xu Qiuwu returned, placing the dried clothes outside the door. "I've left your clothes here," she announced. "Thank you, Senior," Jiang Ciyuan replied. Listening to her footsteps recede, he cautiously poked his head out to retrieve the garments, only to find them chilling against his skin. "Oh well, I'll manage for the night." But he shook his head in resolve. No, I must wear them. Wet or not. Steeling himself against the fog in his mind, he wrung out the damp undergarment repeatedly before finally putting it on and emerging from the bathroom. Surveying the living room, he found Xu Qiuwu absent. Those sounds emanated from the kitchen. "Senior, I'm done washing up," he called out, surprised to discover her cooking. After all, she carried an air of elegance and aloofness at school, akin to a resplendent moon in the sky. Xu Qiuwu emerged from the kitchen, her hands clean and an apron tied around her waist. "Your phone has rung several times. There may be something urgent." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, witnessing for the first time his senior wearing an apron. There was nothing inherently improper about it, yet he instinctively turned his head, uttering, "Let me take a look." He hopped onto the sofa to check his phone, noticing multiple calls from Tang Yueran, along with a text message. "Tang Yueran, Jiang Ciyuan, how dare you ignore my calls? You'll regret this." Jiang Ciyuan found the situation rather ironic. Was being favored a license for audacity? Alas, those were bygone days. Just as he intended to set his phone aside, another call from Tang Yueran came through. Without a moment's hesitation, he ended the call. Xu Qiuwu observed his calm demeanor, surprised that he had actually hung up. Earlier, she had inadvertently seen that it was Tang Yueran who had called him. After all, the gossip surrounding him and Tang Yueran circulated among many in the school like a popular dish. Moreover, she had witnessed him confessing with a bouquet on the mountain earlier that day. Xu Qiuwu shook her head. "Aren't you going to answer?" "There's nothing to answer," Jiang Ciyuan replied, placing his phone down, nearly forgetting about his swollen foot. As he stepped down, he instinctively gasped in pain. Xu Qiuwu's voice rose in concern. "Be careful. Did you get your foot wet? Honestly, can't you pay attention?" "No," Jiang Ciyuan assured her, noticing her anxious expression. He smiled. "I really didn't tea." Xu Qiuwu frowned slightly. Fearing she might come over to scold him, he quickly shifted the subject. "Do you cook, Senior? It smells wonderful." Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, I just boiled some water. Jiang Ciyuan coughed awkwardly. Oops, I unintentionally became Teacher Chung. He scratched his nose, turning his head away, noticing his discomfort. Xu Qiuwu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she walked towards a room. Your room is here. It was unoccupied before, and I used it for storage. I just tidied it up for you. Jiang Ciyuan glanced around. The room was pristine, adorned with solid-colored sheets and a pink quilt that had yet to be unpacked. Xu Qiuwu, observing his gaze on the pink quilt, explained, the quilt has been cleaned. If you don't like it, I can buy you a new one tomorrow. Really? It's fine, Jiang Ciyuan replied, shaking his head earnestly. Thank you, senior, for sheltering me during this rainy night. What was there to be picky about? Thanks to a call from Tang Yueran, he had returned to Yinqing a fortnight before the semester began, accompanying her small group for a mountain hike right after storing his luggage, which still remained at the storage point. Xu Qiuwu nodded. So your luggage is still there? Yes. At the storage point at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ciyuan confirmed. Xu Qiuwu responded, I'll help you retrieve it tomorrow. Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly declined. No. Xu Qiuwu's tone turned icy. I will. All right. He conceded, fearing that further protest might provoke her ire. After arranging his accommodation, Xu Qiuwu inquired. There's not much in the house today, just some noodles. Would you like to eat? If not, I can order something for you. Thank you, senior. Noodles will suffice. Jiang Ciyuan felt embarrassed to just sit idly while waiting for dinner. Is there anything I can assist with? Regrettably, the senior did not appreciate the gesture. Sit properly on the sofa with both feet on the ground, or step inside, she instructed. Jiang Ciyuan replied. Xu Qiuwu turned to retrieve the hairdryer. Plugging it in beside the sofa, use the hairdryer to dry your hair. All right, Jiang Ciyuan said with a smile, taking it gratefully. It was indeed peculiar, logically speaking. After returning to Yinqing by plane today, he should have gone hiking, faced rejection in his confession, endured mockery, descended the mountain in a rainstorm, and even suffered a snakebite that left his foot swollen. His mood ought to be gloomy and miserable. Yet, at this moment, he felt an exquisite tranquility enveloping him. Sitting on the sofa, he watched the senior walk towards the kitchen, and a smile crept onto his lips. Senior, I don't eat cilantro, she huffed lightly. Having something to eat is good enough. Chapter 4. Autumn mist. The rain continued to pour outside. After Jiang Ciyuan left with a cold expression, Tang Yueran felt uneasy, even taking the initiative to call him several times, only to be met with hang-ups. Fuming, she cursed Jiang Ciyuan on the mountain. Is he sick? What is he pretending for? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Isn't it because of just one phone call that I flew to Yinqing a whole half-month early? Her friend, Yang Qingqing, pondered, perhaps his public confession, followed by your rejection, embarrassed him. He might still be upset. Tang Yueran dismissed this notion. Face? What is his face worth? He cares about his pride. But I don't. Look at what other suitors offer. And then look at him. If he is not ashamed, I feel embarrassed for him. Yang Qingqing observed her friend, clearly furious, yet repeatedly checking her phone, and cautiously inquired, But Yueran, do you really not like him? Today's confession seemed quite suitable. Why? Oh, don't tell me that. Just thinking of him frustrates me. Tang Yueran exclaimed, ruffling her hair in exasperation. He better be aware. I won't be easily appeased this time. She was genuinely upset. Tang Yueran stormed into the room, yet upon glancing at her phone, she found no messages from him. No return calls, no messages on WeChat. Something felt amiss. Furrowing her brows, she muttered, This is strange. Is he really that capable of keeping quiet? Or is he trying to attract my attention this way? The thought that Jiang Ciyuan had flown over because of her call softened her heart momentarily. She sent another message on WeChat. Jiang Ciyuan, where exactly are you? Did you really descend the mountain? At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan had just finished drying his hair. He glanced down at his phone and promptly switched it off. Unplugging the hairdryer, he surveyed the tidy living room, noticing several beautifully framed, cool-toned landscape illustrations adorning the walls. They were truly stunning, and he couldn't help but admire them for a moment longer. Xu Qiuwu emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of noodles, and, upon seeing him standing by the wall, gazing at the artwork, she remarked, The noodles are ready. Jiang Ciyuan turned back. These illustrations are beautiful. Where did you buy them? They weren't bought, Xu Qiuwu replied, placing the noodles on the table. Were they a gift? Jiang Ciyuan praised. They are truly exquisite. Xu Qiuwu let out a soft sound, remaining silent and showing signs of unease. After a while, she inquired, Is the painting truly exquisite? Indeed, the brushstrokes were delicate. and it was evident that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Jiang Ciyuan sincerely replied, "My previous aspiration was to become a cartoonist." Xu Qiuwu's cool gaze seemed to brighten momentarily, revealing a hint of anticipation. And now? Jiang Ciyuan was uncertain of what she was expecting and, with a wry smile, confessed, "I lack the talent for painting and do not excel at it. Thus, I did not pursue that path. Instead, I became an author of online novels." "Oh." Xu Qiuwu responded with a tinge of regret, "I shall fetch a bowl." She returned with bowls and chopsticks, and as they sat at the dining table, Jiang Ciyuan felt an inexplicable awkwardness, struggling to adapt. The once seemingly unattainable senior, who felt distant and out of reach, now sat directly across from him, serving him noodles. No, I can manage it myself." Jiang Ciyuan snapped back to reality, hastily seizing the bowl, not wanting to trouble the senior. She had taken him in, provided him with shelter, and prepared noodles for him. He could hardly let her serve him more. Once they had served themselves, Jiang Ciyuan realized he had yet to introduce himself and took the initiative to say, "Senior, I am Jiang Ciyuan, with Jiang meaning river, meaning to bid farewell, and Yuan meaning distant." Xu Qiuwu replied calmly, "I am Xu Qiuwu, with Xu representing autumn and Qiuwu meaning mist." It was a beautifully resonant name, and Jiang Ciyuan thought of the senior who once intimidated many boys at school. It was indeed surreal that she was now sitting across from him, sharing a meal. Lost in thought, Jiang Ciyuan took a bite of the noodles and suddenly paused. His reaction caused Xu Qiuwu's heart to leap, igniting a sudden self-doubt about her culinary skills. "Is it not to your liking?" "No, I am simply famished," Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, eager to dive headlong into the bowl. "It is exceptionally delicious, so fragrant." "Thank you, senior." "Oh," Xu Qiuwu observed his hearty consumption of the noodles, a smile curving her lips as she lowered her head to eat as well. What a surprise. Xu Qiuwu had a small appetite and was full after just one bowl. In contrast, Jiang Ciyuan devoured 3 bowls, feeling somewhat sheepish afterward. "Ahem, I was simply too hungry." "Not at all," Xu Qiuwu replied softly. Watching her hard work consumed brought her joy, affirming that her labor was not in vain. "It is quite late. After you wash up, please rest. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me." Xu Qiuwu bent down to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Ciyuan quickly interjected, "Allow me." "Senior, you sit." Even if he were to hop on one leg, he could not let her handle everything. He hurriedly tidied the table, hopping directly to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Xu Qiuwu barely had the chance to stop him. Watching the boy clumsily bounce on one foot was amusing, yet she understood that it stemmed from his genuine intentions. He did not wish to burden her unduly or take anything for granted. Jiang Ciyuan was diligent, washing the dishes repeatedly, more thoroughly than he ever had at home. He pondered, this should be clean enough, right? Because he had heard that the senior had a rather serious obsession with cleanliness at school. He did not wish to be perceived as a messy and unkempt individual in her eyes. Jiang Ciyuan hopped out after finishing his shower, announcing, "Senior, I am done." Xu Qiuwu replied softly, Good." It was already quite late, and the rain continued to fall outside. "Thank you for letting me stay, senior." Jiang Ciyuan said with a nervous laugh, "It's late. You should rest early." Xu Qiuwu nodded and turned to her room to fetch some clothes. The apartment she rented had no bathroom in the bedroom, only one in the hall, which she had just let Jiang Ciyuan use. She had yet to take her own shower. As Xu Qiuwu emerged with her clothes, she suddenly felt a tickle in her nose and couldn't help but sneeze, achoo. She felt a bit dizzy. Upon entering the bathroom, she was pleasantly surprised by its cleanliness. There was no water or foam splattered everywhere. It seemed he had taken extra care to tidy up after his shower and had even opened a window for ventilation. Her impression of this junior improved a few notches. However, the next moment, Xu Qiuwu spotted her pink underwear and white panties hanging in the bathroom, and her ears flushed red. She had forgotten to take them down. Chapter 5. The comfort of not being a sycophant. Jiang Ciyuan closed the door to his room, still feeling a bit incredulous. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. The room had a window, and out of curiosity, he hopped over to open it. The rain had ceased, and the moonlight streamed in. The sweet-scented camphor trees in August were alive with the incessant chirping of cicadas, while an elderly lady strolled below, enjoying the late hour. It felt quite cozy. Jiang Ciyuan mused. He noticed a little child outside riding a skateboard, who, in a moment of clumsiness, tumbled into the bushes. The elderly lady rushed over to help him up, saying, "I told you to be careful. Let me see where you hurt." The child pouted, "Wah, it hurts." With nothing to do, Jiang Ciyuan lingered by the window for a while, and it was then he noticed the light on next door. From his window, he could see the senior's balcony. She seemed to have a fondness for succulents, as several pots adorned her balcony, lush and vibrant, recently watered. A notification chimed from his phone, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced down to find his battery nearly depleted, and he had forgotten to bring a charger. He wondered if the senior had a spare. Deciding to borrow a charger, Jiang Ciyuan opened the door and saw the light on in the bathroom. Is she taking a shower? Before he could ponder further, the bathroom door swung open. Xu Qiuwu emerged, her hair tied up with a scrunchie, revealing her fair and delicate face, her eyelashes still glistening with droplets. She was wrapped in a bath towel that barely reached her knees, exposing her long, slender legs. Xu Qiuwu held the towel to her chest, having just changed her clothes, and was on her way back to her room when Jiang Ciyuan unexpectedly opened the door, causing both to freeze in surprise. Xu Qiuwu's fair complexion flushed crimson, and she dashed back into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly turned away, exclaiming, "I am sorry. I just came to borrow a charger." Of all the moments to emerge, he thought to himself. After a while, a somewhat unsteady voice emerged from the bathroom. "All right, I'll get it for you in a moment." "Thank you, senior." Jiang Ciyuan inhaled deeply, hurriedly entered the room, and shut the door behind him, leaning against it as his chest rose and fell erratically. Such white electrical wires. No, such long legs. This is wrong. Stop. Jiang Ciyuan, calm yourself. You must not be so lewd. He slapped his own face, wincing in pain. Now that you know pain, try to think such thoughts again. Yet, it was undeniably very white. Xu Qiuwu, usually reserved and distant at school, donned a conservative style that rarely revealed too much. Her earlier appearance, wrapped in a towel, might not seem significant to others as nothing was exposed. However, for the aloof senior, Jiang Ciyuan felt a chill in his heart and sighed with a bitter smile. Could it be that I will be expelled tomorrow? After a moment in the bathroom, Xu Qiuwu, holding her towel, heard the door close and realized Jiang Ciyuan had entered. Blushing, she slowly emerged, like a gust of wind, swiftly retreating into her bedroom. Once inside, she found it hard to steady herself, her blood still rushing, and dove under the covers. Yet, he had not intended it, and she could not voice her feelings. Still, he had not seen much, yet she felt a pang of shame, covering her flushed ears. She rubbed them until she could sit up, noticing the towel slipping down. She glanced at her figure, her face reddening further. Hurriedly, she wrapped herself tightly, donned her pajamas, and paced her room for a while. Only when the color had faded from her face in the mirror did she adopt a cold demeanor, picking up the charger and remote control to bring to him. When Jiang Ciyuan heard a knock at the door, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly adjusted his expression before opening it. The charger. Xu Qiuwu, her expression neutral, handed him the charger and the air conditioner remote. It was still mid-August, and the heat was palpable. Even knowing she had changed her clothes, Jiang Ciyuan felt a twinge of nervousness and dared not look around. "All right, thank you, senior. This is so awkward." As Xu Qiuwu turned to leave, Jiang Ciyuan called out from behind, "I'm sorry. I will be more careful in the future." Xu Qiuwu understood his implication, her ears slightly reddening, and replied softly, "I know, good night." Jiang Ciyuan secretly exhaled in relief, watching her slender silhouette, smiling as he said, "Good night, senior." Xu Qiuwu merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. It seemed that apart from her initial shock, she did not take it to heart, nor was she truly angry with him. Jiang Ciyuan felt reassured. He closed the door, drew the curtains, turned on the air conditioner, and lazily collapsed onto his bed. This feels wonderful. Reflecting on the tumult of his day, he recalled flying back from the north to Yinqing in the south, barely having time to rest before being dragged by Tang Yueran to climb a mountain, only to receive her cold mockery after an earnest confession. His phone vibrated once more. A message from Tang Yueran appeared. "Jiang Ciyuan, did you not see the message I sent you? Reply. At this juncture, there is no point in returning anything." "Tang Yueran, what do you mean by not replying to me?" He directly blocked her, set his phone aside, and went to sleep. Jiang Ciyuan closed his eyes. Good night, world. No longer acting as a sycophant, he felt utterly at ease. Tang Yueran, unable to find slumber, tossed and turned in bed until she realized, with a jolt, that her messages could not be sent. What? Jiang Ciyuan blocked her? This was inconceivable. Tang Yueran shot up from her bed. Impossible. Has Jiang Ciyuan lost his mind? He had never dared to act this way before. Why was he so furious this time? Yang Qingqing, startled by her sudden movement, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Ran. It's quite late. Why aren't you asleep? I'll sleep in a bit, Tang Yueran replied, her face pale, taking a deep breath as she stiffly lay back down. Could Jiang Ciyuan truly have given up? How could that be? He had pursued her for 3 years, attended the same university, and once stood in line for 2 hours just to buy her dessert from a street vendor. Despite her throwing it aside with a grimace after just one bite, declaring it cold and unappetizing, Jiang Ciyuan had merely responded, "It's fine, we can try again next time." How could he possibly let go simply because she had been a bit irritable tonight? Tang Yueran clenched her phone, growing increasingly anxious. He must just be momentarily upset, caught in a fit of impulsiveness. Yes, that must be it. Tomorrow, when he wakes up, he will regret treating me this way. And then I shall be a bit kinder to him, a touch more gentle. Jiang Ciyuan will come back to me, as he always has. Over these past years, she had expertly navigated her relationship with Jiang Ciyuan, maintaining just the right amount of ambiguity, occasionally offering him a taste of sweetness, keeping him dangling, instilling hope, yet never truly reciprocating his feelings. Chapter 6. The senior's sweet offerings. Jiang Ciyuan lay in bed, turned off the light, and closed his eyes. It was blissful, yet he felt as though he had forgotten something. What was it that he had overlooked? Oh no, he had yet to write today's update. Jiang Ciyuan sprang from his bed, reaching for his phone to check. It was already past 11 at night. Heavens, this is dire. He felt a chill run through him and opened the back end to request a leave of absence. To his dismay, the system indicated, "This month's leave requests have been exhausted." Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, "What? When did I use them all up? Why is the website so stingy? Couldn't they provide a few more?" Thankfully, he had written an additional 2,000 words yesterday that he could utilize. He hurriedly completed the update and posted a message for his readers. "Apologies, everyone. My mind is a bit foggy today, so I'll only be updating once." Not long after sending it, his editor, Xu Qiuwu, messaged him on QQ. "You have a major recommendation next week. If you cannot guarantee updates, the recommendation will be postponed." Jiang Ciyuan responded. Xu Qiuwu continued, "Moreover, the chapters you've been updating recently lack substance and are rather insipid." Jiang Ciyuan clutched his chest, feeling the sting. Xu Qiuwu concluded, "If you continue down this path, with such poor updates, your book may very well be sacrificed to the heavens." This editor has accompanied Jiang Ciyuan for 3 years, witnessing his evolution from a novice to a proficient writer. During that time, he faced numerous rejections, yet the editor recognized his potential and signed him. As a fledgling author, Jiang received invaluable guidance from this editor, who can be regarded as a paternal figure on his journey in the world of online literature. Tonight, there is rain, Lychee Dad. I'm getting up to write now. It's not a big deal. I simply love updating my work. Stop chatting. All right. Lychee Dad, get some rest. 3 years have passed, and Lychee Dad remains as unflinchingly aloof as ever, preferring to speak only when necessary, embodying the essence of a responsible editor. Jiang Ciyuan turned on the light and sat up. His computer was not within reach, and he was not adept at typing on his phone, which proved inconvenient. A headache loomed. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to make do with his phone. Meanwhile, Xu Qiuwu sat at her desk, her gaze lightly fixed on the messages on her screen. Confirming that she had not overlooked any correspondence from authors, she rose to her feet. Xu Qiuwu noticed a light emanating from the adjacent room. Wasn't he asleep? Why was the light suddenly on? Could it be that he was struggling to adapt to the bed? Speaking of which, he had experienced a breakup today and had also been bitten by a snake. His mood must be rather dismal. Was he secretly shedding tears? Xu Qiuwu envisioned the polite, handsome junior, heartbroken and forlorn in his room. Her brow furrowed slightly. Breakups must be quite painful. She suddenly felt compelled to do something, yet she was unsure how to console him, unable to articulate any comforting words. After much contemplation, she ventured to the kitchen, retrieved a watermelon, washed it, sliced it into pieces, and brought it to Jiang Ciyuan's door, knocking gently. Inside, Jiang Ciyuan had written 400 characters on his phone, only to delete 200. Damn. Why is it that I keep writing less? Has someone stolen my words? Upon hearing the knock, he opened the door to find his senior standing there in her pajamas, composed. "Senior, would you like some fruit?" She had expected to see his reddened eyes upon opening the door, but to her surprise, he had not cried. Jiang Ciyuan inadvertently overheard. What crying? Xu Qiuwu hadn't anticipated her words slipping out, presenting him with the pre-cut watermelon. It's nothing, just some fruit for you. Jiang Ciyuan's eyes brightened. Thank you, senior. Seeing the joy in his expression eased Xu Qiuwu's tone. Make sure to sleep early. Otherwise, your wound might become infected. Jiang Ciyuan nodded. I'll sleep soon after I finish my work, very shortly. Xu Qiuwu felt reassured knowing he was not sulking in his room over a breakup and returned to her own space. Jiang Ciyuan watched her retreating figure, touched by her thoughtfulness. Only when she closed the door did he return to savor the watermelon. On this sultry summer night, he sat by the window, indulging in the sweet, fragrant taste of the watermelon she had prepared. After taking a satisfying bite, he smiled contentedly. With the delightful gift of watermelon from his senior invigorating him, Jiang Ciyuan wrote fervently for a while, producing 2,000 words, which he promptly submitted, an update complete. Stretching his limbs, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Uncertain whether his father, the lychee, had succumbed to slumber, he could not resist a moment of mischief. Father, the update is complete. If it weren't for you, I would have succumbed to laziness and drifted off to sleep. I couldn't wait to send you a kiss. He then dispatched several nauseating kiss emojis. Boiled lychee replied with a nonchalant expression. Tonight, rain fell. He chuckled, equally grateful for the watermelon from his senior, which had invigorated him. A few slices of watermelon remained uneaten as Jiang Ciyuan gazed upon it. Its sweetness and familiarity reminded him of his senior. No, that was incorrect. Jiang Ciyuan shook his head and snapped a close-up of the watermelon, posting it to his daily social media. Watermelon, Lacking his senior's contact information, he contemplated whether to inform her. Would he ask her tomorrow? Would that seem too abrupt? Yet, it was quite remarkable that they would be residing under the same roof. Jiang Ciyuan mused, unable to stifle a sense of wonder. As he drifted into slumber, his mind was awash with thoughts, although none pertained to Tang Yueran. In the dead of night, having overindulged in watermelon, Jiang Ciyuan awoke to relieve himself, still unfamiliar with the light switches in his senior's apartment. He yawned and took his phone with him. After walking a few steps, the dim light from his phone illuminated a figure seated on the sofa, a person with long hair, clad in a flowing white dress. Startled, he nearly leapt from his skin. Damn. If it weren't for my strong bladder, I would have had an accident, Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed. The figure turned slightly, and the light revealed her pale, ethereal face. Senior? He inquired, bewildered. What was she doing awake on the sofa at this hour? She seemed to gaze at him, or perhaps not entirely see him, her expression indifferent. Suddenly, she rose and walked further into the room. Jiang Ciyuan was left dumbfounded. Was she merely there to frighten him? It seemed unlikely. As he watched her retreat to her room without uttering a word, he pondered, had he inadvertently caused her distress? He ruminated on whether he had done anything to upset her that evening. Surely not. What about the time she emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel? Hadn't that gone well? She had even brought him watermelon that night, clearly thoughtful. Why had she ignored him just now? Jiang Ciyuan found himself perplexed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Chapter 7. The Aloof Senior's Unexpected Affection. The following morning, while still ensconced in dreams, Tang Yueran was roused by Yang Qingqing's voice. Ran, you must see. Jiang Ciyuan posted on social media. What does it mean? Is there a hidden message? Tang Yueran had spent a restless night anxious over Jiang Ciyuan's decision to block her, constantly analyzing his mindset, barely managing to fall asleep as dawn approached. Now, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a foggy mind, she asked instinctively, what did he send? I don't know. Just look, Yang Qingqing replied, presenting her phone. Whose watermelon is this? Is it sweet? Who did he send it to? Tang Yueran ran her fingers through her hair, staring blankly at the screen. Logically, school did not commence for another 2 weeks. Who had given him watermelon? Did he have other friends in Yinqing? Was he residing with friends? Yang Qingqing also pondered this. Right, where did he stay last night after descending the mountain? A hotel, perhaps? It doesn't seem likely. Tang Yueran felt a twinge of frustration. I don't know. Didn't you ask him? Yang Qingqing replied. Wasn't it you who called him back? You didn't even inquire? Tang Yueran hesitated, her pride preventing her from admitting that Jiang Ciyuan had blocked her. I didn't ask. You should have at least asked. It rained heavily last night. He went down the mountain, and now we have no idea where he stayed. Yang Qingqing still felt uneasy. After all, he was summoned by you. Having flown for several hours, Tang Yueran lost her train of thought. Indeed, he had flown over for her just yesterday. Everything had seemed fine. Yet, he had blocked her. This was unbearable for Tang Yueran, and a sudden surge of anger washed over her. Who cares? He can go wherever he pleases. Do I, Tang Yueran, truly need a boy pursuing me? If it weren't for him constantly orbiting around me, obstructing many suitors, I wouldn't even know how many eligible seniors were vying for my attention. I shouldn't have to feel envy. Tang Yueran promptly fell silent, her face growing somewhat awkward. Yesterday, she had hinted to Jiang Ciyuan about confessing her feelings, not because she wished to accept him, but rather to evoke envy from others, to bask in the vanity of being admired and sought after. However, Yang Qingqing's boyfriend's designer handbag, worth tens of thousands, instantly shattered her vanity. It left her feeling utterly ashamed. Such a disparity was beyond Tang Yueran's acceptance. Yang Qingqing stared blankly. Ranyan, don't say anything more. I need some time alone. Tang Yueran turned away. He hasn't properly apologized to me. This matter will not simply pass. She lay back down, pulling the blanket over her. Yet her mind was consumed with the image of Jiang Ciyuan's social media post. Jiang Ciyuan had blocked her, rendering her unable to view his posts. She could only switch to a secondary account and search for Jiang Ciyuan on WeChat. Fortunately, his previous settings allowed strangers to view 10 of his WeChat moments, which he hadn't changed. He rarely posted on social media. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he was somewhat of a homebody, preferring to stay in and indulge in novels, comics, anime, and video games, as she had heard. Nevertheless, Tang Yueran held no interest in these topics and didn't wish to engage him in such conversations. When Jiang Ciyuan was pursuing her, they had discussed these interests, and she had casually mentioned her liking for them, resulting in him gifting her a beautifully crafted figurine a few days later. Jiang Ciyuan had said with sincere joy, I bought this limited edition in Akihabara for you. Akihabara? What is that? She hadn't genuinely liked it. She had merely responded to him casually. She herself was not fond of those rubber-like dolls and ended up selling it on a second-hand platform. She was unfamiliar with the pricing but noted its exquisite craftsmanship, believing it would fetch a good price. To her surprise, once it was listed, someone inquired, Will you sell it for 5,000? Tang Yueran. Is there a mistake? Is this doll truly worth that much? Tang Yueran suspected the buyer might be out of their mind, spending such a sum on a rubber toy. And fearing that the buyer might change their mind if she hesitated even for a moment, she quickly agreed, processed the payment, packaged it, and shipped it out without delay. Later, she came to realize that Akihabara, for those who self-identify as part of the two-dimensional world, is likely a sanctuary, a veritable paradise nestled within Tokyo. Although she held no particular interest in it, she was indeed intrigued by Tokyo itself. Coinciding with the holiday, she yearned to explore the city. Subsequently, she applied for a multiple-entry visa, hoping to afford herself some temporal leeway. However, a week later, her application was denied due to her prior record of overstaying in another country. Damn it, what a nuisance. Who even cares to go? Tang Yueran clicked on Jiang Ciyuan's solitary WeChat Moments post, which he had set to be visible for only 3 days, leaving her unable to see anything else. She enlarged the image. The watermelon was cut into small pieces, presented on a patterned plate. Jiang Ciyuan had taken the photo facing the window, making it appear as though he were in an apartment complex. But whom could he possibly be staying with in Yanqing? A fleeting thought crossed her mind regarding his 3 roommates. 2 hailed from other regions, leaving only 1 local, Zhao Zhouha. Although she was not well acquainted with Zhao Zhouha, she happened to have him on WeChat, so she inquired, Was Jiang Ciyuan at your place last night? Zhao Zhouha replied, No, he wasn't. Then, after a brief pause, he continued, Wait, Jiang Ciyuan returned to Yanqing? How did I not know? That rascal didn't even tell me. Isn't he supposed to be back in half a month? Tang Yueran felt a chill in her heart. Jiang Ciyuan was not at Zhao Zhouha's home. Who else could it be? She zoomed in on the watermelon and the plate again, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Sometimes, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Woman? Tang Yueran pondered. In fact, she had thought this the moment she first glimpsed that post. Yet, since arriving at Yanda, had he not been orbiting around her? She had never seen him close to another girl. Tang Yueran's face paled as she bit her lower lip, overwhelmed by a sense of impending loss. As if something significant was about to slip away from her grasp. Jiang Ciyuan, having stayed up late, awakened rather tardily. He had forgotten to draw the curtains the previous night, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the brilliant blue sky outside. The weather was splendid. Jiang Ciyuan gazed out the window, then picked up his phone to find several messages from Zhao Zhouha. Zhao Zhouha, what is going on? You've come to Yanqing? Not in the dimension, huh? You're really lacking in consideration. I had to hear it from Tang Yueran. Zhao Zhouha. Flying to Yinqing for love. 666. Zhao Zhouha. So, has there been any progress? Did Tang Yueran cry from being moved? Jiang Ciyuan thought to himself, what a disgrace. Rubbing his face. He replied, don't mention it. It's over, thoroughly over. Let it go. Zhao Zhouha, huh? Jiang Ciyuan set his phone aside, choosing to disregard it as he planned to wash up and see if there was anything to eat, or perhaps order takeout. As he stood, he felt pain in his foot. Looking down, he noticed it had swollen again. Couldn't it just behave for once? Jiang Ciyuan pushed open the bedroom door to find the living room eerily quiet, everything unchanged from the previous night. Was the senior still not awake at this hour? This was unexpected. He took a few steps when, just then, the senior's door creaked open. Jiang Ciyuan gazed over, noticing Xu Qiuwu clad in a flowing white nightgown. Her usually cool demeanor bore a hint of rosy warmth, and she looked at him with a touch of bewilderment. Jiang Ciyuan blinked, greeting her, good morning, senior. He still struggled to acclimate to living under the same roof as the aloof senior, especially waking up to her drowsy yet endearing appearance. However, in the next moment, the senior stumbled slightly, her flushed face leaning directly into him. Jiang Ciyuan. Reacting instinctively, he reached out, enveloping her in a soft embrace. His mind momentarily short-circuiting, breath caught in his throat. Senior? What's happening? Just last night, she had ignored him, and now, upon waking, she had thrown herself into his arms? To clarify, the name Ciyuan is a playful phonetic pun on Jiang Ciyuan's name, not a typographical error. Chapter 8. Why did she suddenly embrace him? Jiang Ciyuan was seriously questioning whether he was still dreaming. She smelled delightful. No, she felt so soft. Yet the crux of the matter was, why had she suddenly embraced him without warning? Taking deep breaths, he dared not move. With his gaze lowered, he found her head nestled against his chest, her unkempt hair grazing his collarbone, sending tingling sensations through him. Jiang Ciyuan swallowed hard. Senior? Xu Qiuwu murmured, a faint blush adorning her features. Her hazy mind left her disoriented, her entire being pressed against him. Jiang Ciyuan inhaled sharply. What's going on? Dizzy. Xu Qiuwu shook her head weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Dizzy. Jiang Ciyuan. Oh, right. She's burning up. His thoughts raced, connecting the dots from the previous night's rainstorm. She must be running a fever. He looked down at her flushed face, breathtakingly beautiful. Senior, are you unwell? Xu Qiuwu frowned slightly. Perhaps. She felt heavy-headed, her limbs languid and devoid of strength, her mind a blank slate. Jiang Ciyuan remained rigid, failing to catch her as she began to slide toward the floor. Hey, senior. He quickly grasped her, but with his injured foot, they both tumbled onto the sofa, Xu Qiuwu letting out a soft groan, appearing even more pained. Sorry. Jiang Ciyuan hastily shifted away from her. Do you have any medicine at home? Should I get you some? Before he could finish, her reddened face fell onto the sofa, drifting into a daze. Jiang Ciyuan, wait. How did she doze off the moment she lay down? In that instant, she lost her usual aloof and frigid demeanor, appearing softer and more fragile. Evoking a sense of pity, he shook his head, reprimanding himself. Glancing at her flushed face, he cautiously extended a hand. Pardon me. Fearing he might overstep, he gently brushed her forehead, feeling the heat radiate from her skin. Just as he intended to withdraw, the drowsy Xu Qiuwu instinctively nuzzled against his palm. Oblivious to everything around her, Jiang Ciyuan's fingertips recoiled slightly. Ah, so adorable. Originally, Xu Qiuwu was the only one with a fever, her entire body radiating heat. Yet at this moment, Jiang Ciyuan felt as though he too was ablaze. His hand, which he intended to retract, remained motionless as he gazed at her trembling eyelashes. They were so long. She was undeniably beautiful. Tang Yueran was also quite lovely, her lively personality making her well-liked. Yet she paled in comparison to Xu Qiuwu, who was perfect from head to toe, embodying the dreams of countless boys at school, a goddess of first love. Xu Qiuwu's beauty resembled a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain, unique and ethereal, like a deity to be admired from afar, never to be desecrated. Jiang Ciyuan shook himself from his reverie and withdrew his hand. Senior, wait a moment. I will order some medicine for you. There should be medication in the house. But he was unsure of its location and felt uncomfortable rummaging through her belongings. He opted to order online instead. The senior seemed to have fallen asleep, unresponsive to him. Noticing a blanket on the sofa, he gently draped it over her while she lay there, drowsily murmuring, Mama. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. And Mama? He observed her flushed, fragile face, and carefully tucked the blanket around her. I'm sorry, I'm not your mother. She must be missing her mother, he thought. He too felt a pang of longing. His own mother had wanted to scold him just yesterday. After freshening up in the bathroom, he recalled that he hadn't brought his toothbrush or toiletries to the senior's place, so he settled for washing his face and rinsing his mouth with water. If he were to stay here until the semester began, he would need to purchase some essentials today. Otherwise, he would have to leave. Reflecting on his initial intentions, he realized his visit to the senior had been entirely unexpected. When Tang Yueran had called him over, he had acted on impulse, hastily packing his belongings and rushing over without a second thought. Had his confession been successful the previous night, they would have been staying atop the mountain, watching the sunrise together, and he would have booked a hotel until the new term commenced. In truth, staying at the senior's place was quite comfortable. A hotel felt foreign. While here, he had company to stave off boredom. When classes resumed, he would return to the school. Although the senior had offered him free accommodation during this period, he wouldn't accept it without a sense of obligation. If he truly stayed, he would eventually pay rent. With this thought, Jiang Ciyuan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Yes, perfect. I shall stay. Living with the senior was far more pleasant than a hotel, infused with a sense of warmth and life that he cherished. At that moment, the delivery arrived, the doorbell ringing. He opened the door to receive the medication. Hello. Your medicine. Jiang Ciyuan accepted it. Thank you for your hard work. The delivery person smiled. Let me take a picture. Sure, Jiang Ciyuan replied. After closing the door, he returned to the sofa with the medicine, fetched some water, and stirred it before gently waking her. Senior, it's time to take your medicine. Awoken, the senior seemed displeased, her brows furrowing as she turned her face away upon seeing the medicine. No. Why not? Jiang Ciyuan inquired. Xu Qiuwu turned her face away, unwilling to look. Bitter. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle. The aloof senior appeared almost childlike, fearful of taking her medicine. It's not bitter. I've added sugar. That's a lie. He doesn't know where the sugar is. Xu Qiuwu, half convinced, scrutinized him. Upon seeing his earnest expression, she finally bowed her head and swallowed the medicine. As soon as she took a sip, her brows knitted together as she muttered, You're deceiving me. Jiang Ciyuan grinned mischievously. I won't deceive you next time. No. Jiang Ciyuan softly corrected. There won't be a next time. The senior will be in good health. This was the truth. The senior seemed to appreciate his words. And after a brief moment of wavering in her hazy eyes, she lowered her head, furrowing her brow as she finished the remaining medicine. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle. So obedient. Xu Qiuwu raised her eyes. Ahem, it's nothing. Jiang Ciyuan quickly turned away. You finished the medicine. Are you still hungry? Speaking of which, aren't you supposed to take medicine after a meal? Never mind. Let's order takeout first. One injured, one unwell. Quite the predicament. Jiang Ciyuan took out his phone. Looking at her, what do you want to eat? Xu Qiuwu, weakly reclining on the sofa, half closed her eyes and rubbed her temples with her long, fair fingers. I don't want to eat. She was currently running a fever, her mind clouded. Naturally, Jiang Ciyuan did not heed her words and extended his hand, asking, What is 1 plus 1? Xu Qiuwu stared at his fingers for a few seconds, frowned, and unhappily swatted his hand away, burying her head back into the sofa. Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I know you're unwell, and it's not pleasant. I didn't mean to tease you. You're just too adorable. I couldn't resist. Chapter 9. Playing ball. Mistaken for a pervert, although the feverish, flushed, and frail senior contrasted sharply with her icy demeanor at school, it was quite endearing. However, he wished for her swift recovery. Jiang Ciyuan had little interaction with Xu Qiuwu at school and was unaware of her preferences, so he opted for a mildly flavored dish of braised chicken rice, hoping not to make a misstep. After placing the order, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Yang Qingqing, Tang Yueran's close friend. What did you two talk about yesterday? Yueran seems off today. Yang Qingqing continued. If you still want to pursue her and maintain a good relationship, you should comfort her. Sometimes her temper flares up quickly but fades just as fast. Resolve any misunderstandings promptly. Jiang Ciyuan's previously pleasant mood was instantly soured. In the past, he would have recognized her goodwill. But now he had firmly resolved to let go. Whoever loves, whoever comforts, it's all in the past. Although I know you mean well. Please refrain from discussing her with me in the future, or I might have to block you. Yang Qingqing was taken aback. What do you mean by might? You actually blocked Yueran? That is impossible. Jiang Ciyuan chose not to explain. He exited the WeChat page, intending to check when the takeout would arrive, only to find Xu Qiuwu staring at him with wide eyes, her curiosity apparent as if she were sizing him up. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ciyuan set down his phone, feeling a playful itch in his hands, wanting to poke her cheek, which he presumed would be quite soft. However, he feared she might bite him directly. He resisted the urge. Soon, it would be time to eat. Jiang Ciyuan brought her some water to rinse her mouth. Freshen up a bit. We'll be eating soon. Before long, Jiang Ciyuan stood up. The takeout has arrived. I'll go get it. Xu Qiuwu remained silent, her face flushed with warmth as she watched him return with takeout. Placing it on the table and opening it up, offering her chopsticks. Eat, he urged. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was indeed hungry. She took the chopsticks and poked at her box of braised chicken. Chicken. Yes, chicken, Jiang Ciyuan replied, not quite understanding her taste. I ordered a non-spicy one. Mine is spicy. Xu Qiuwu furrowed her brow and prodded the chicken again. I don't like it. Jiang Ciyuan slid his box towards her. Then you can have mine. The spicy braised chicken. He discreetly glanced at his senior, noticing her head bowed, her eyes downcast, appearing quite obedient and tranquil. You don't like it? Jiang Ciyuan inquired. What would you prefer? Anything, Xu Qiuwu replied. Anything means chicken, Jiang Ciyuan asserted. After pondering for a moment, Xu Qiuwu seemed to find some logic in his words, nodding and exclaiming softly before picking up some chicken to eat. Wait, you actually listen? Jiang Ciyuan remarked. After consuming a few pieces of chicken and a few bites of rice, Xu Qiuwu murmured, the chicken from my hometown is delicious. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled and asked, what kind of chicken is it from your hometown? Big plate chicken, spicy chicken, very tasty. Big plate chicken, spicy chicken? Jiang Ciyuan echoed. Senior, are you from Xinjiang? Xu Qiuwu merely nodded without lifting her head. Which city in Xinjiang? He pressed. Xu Qiuwu raised her eyelids, a subtle flush gracing her usually cool complexion as she looked at him. I want to tell you. All right, Jiang Ciyuan conceded, refraining from further inquiries. They were not yet familiar enough for such questions. She had no obligation to answer. Their understanding of each other was limited. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ciyuan took the initiative to say, Senior, I am from Jincheng. You could visit sometime. We have cross-talk performances. Well, she mused, considering the vastness of Xinjiang. I doubt I would want to go. Xu Qiuwu simply replied with an "oh," without further comment. Jiang Ciyuan had initially wanted to say he had never been to Xinjiang and asked if she would act as a tour guide next time, but he held back. After all, it was clear her mind was not entirely clear at the moment. Even if she did hear him, their relationship was still in its infancy. To speak of such distant matters might appear as if he was overly eager to forge a connection with her, which felt rather shameless. As he ate, Jiang Xin watched her. Despite her discomfort from being unwell, her manner of eating remained pleasing to the eye, deliberate and graceful, yet not excessive. If you don't want to eat, I can order something else for you. I mainly don't know what you would like, he offered. Xu Qiuwu shook her head. I can eat. However, after consuming less than half of the meal, she declared, I'm full. She appeared slightly choked, struggling to swallow, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to quickly pass her a glass of water. Are you still feeling dizzy? The dazed senior cradled the cup with both hands, sipping a few times before exhaling softly, her voice barely audible. Dizzy. Jiang Ciyuan, not particularly adept at caring for others, asked her, would you prefer to rest in your room or on the sofa? Xu Qiuwu swayed slightly as she stood up. In my room. Jiang Ciyuan felt a surge of concern that she might fall, but fortunately, although her steps were unsteady, she did not stumble and even went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth before returning to her room. Jiang Ciyuan finished his rice, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as the portion provided by the establishment was rather meager. His gaze drifted towards the unfinished rice and the braised chicken of his senior sister. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated, wondering if it would be acceptable to drag over the half box of rice she had left behind. Surely, it must be edible? She wouldn't eat it, and he was still hungry. Ordering again would entail a lengthy wait. Jiang Ciyuan pondered briefly, thinking that his senior sister likely wouldn't mind. After all, it would just end up being discarded. Resolutely, he decided to proceed. He began to eat. He seized the chopsticks and dove into the meal. Yet his actions were tinged with a sense of guilt, prompting him to consume the food hastily, as if in fear of being caught by his senior sister. As fate would have it, his apprehensions materialized. The senior sister, holding a cup of water, opened the door and their eyes met, locking onto the sight of him furtively devouring her leftover meal. Her expression remained stoic. Pervert. With a sharp clap, she closed the door. Jiang Ciyuan protested. No. It's not what you think. I'm simply hungry. Strangely, he felt a peculiar thrill at being chastised, even finding it somewhat exhilarating. Stop it. He raked his fingers through his hair. Senior sister, let me explain. Inside her room, Xu Qiuwu leaned against the door, feeling a slight dizziness as she blinked. Reaching to touch her face. Oddly enough, it felt even warmer and redder than before. Confused, she pondered why she felt this way, especially since she had taken her medication. After a brief moment, Jiang Ciyuan, steeling himself, approached her door and knocked, seeking to clarify. Senior sister, I was genuinely hungry. The unscrupulous vendor provided such a small portion. And seeing your leftovers, I thought I might as well share. He raised his voice earnestly. I promise I'm not a pervert, nor do I have any peculiar inclinations. Xu Qiuwu, listening to his slightly aggrieved yet clear voice from outside, found her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Perhaps it was best not to hold a grudge against him. Chapter 10. Jiang Ciyuan would certainly miss her. The two conversed through the door as Jiang Ciyuan attempted to reassure her. You were going to fetch water earlier, right? I've poured it for you. If she opened the door, it would imply she bore no ill will and didn't truly consider him a pervert. If she didn't, it would be a different matter altogether. After calming her emotions, Xu Qiuwu opened the door. Jiang Ciyuan, who had contemplated knocking again, straightened up instantly upon seeing her, akin to a student encountering an instructor during military training. Senior sister, Xu Qiuwu remarked, how silly. After a moment of shared silence, she reached out to take the water, turning her head away in an awkward manner. Jiang Ciyuan's heart soared. He smiled brightly and said obediently, take care and rest well. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. Xu Qiuwu nodded, her ears slightly flushed. Watching her close the door, Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief, then turned to tidy up the takeout refuse on the table. After washing his hands, he found Zhao Zhouhe bombarding him with messages on WeChat. The messages mostly revolved around gossip concerning him and Tang Yueran. Jiang Ciyuan, uninterested in revisiting the topic, selected a few of Zhao Zhouhe's messages to respond to. Zhao Zhouhe. So, are you currently in Yincheng? Staying in a hotel? Jiang Ciyuan, I suppose you could say that. Zhao Zhouhe, suppose? What do you mean by suppose? Jiang Ciyuan, it's difficult to articulate. Upon hearing the term reluctantly, you should cease your inquiries. Do you understand? Zhao Zhouhe, to hell with you. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Coming to Yin City and not seeking out this local expert for some fun? Come on. Your Zhao is here to take you out on the streets. Jiang Ciyuan, are you planning to wander around internet cafes or dash through the spicy hot pot alley? Zhao Zhouhe, get lost. Is that all you think about? Yin City is a splendid gem of Jiangnan, brimming with places to explore. Zhao Zhouhe, enough chit-chat. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. I'll take you out for a ride on my newly purchased motorcycle. As an enthusiast of motorcycles, Jiang Ciyuan's interest was piqued. Is that for real? Zhao Zhouhe, who recently acquired a new bike, must be keeping it under wraps until school starts, right? Zhao Zhouhe, of course it's true. Your Zhao never speaks falsely. Jiang Ciyuan, send me some pictures. Zhao Zhouhe, here you go. 3 images were sent. Jiang Ciyuan opened the first, a seductive female live streamer in black stockings, her shoulder strap slipping down. The second featured a sweet girl in white socks blowing a kiss at the camera. The third displayed a pair of delicate feet towards the lens, accompanied by the words, sister, step on me. Jiang Ciyuan, Zhao Zhouhe, my hands trembled. Here's the last one. Another image followed. He inquired, what do you think, cool right? Finally, a photo of the motorcycle arrived, a sleek black machine with an impressive design. Jiang Ciyuan, cool. Zhao Zhouhe, your voice is too soft. Have you not eaten? Speak up. Jiang Ciyuan, cool. Zhao Zhouhe insisted on taking him out, but Jiang Ciyuan glanced at his injured foot and declined. Let me rest for a few days. My foot hurts, and it hasn't healed from the snake bite. Moreover, staying at his senior's place wasn't particularly convenient. He worried about being seen and potentially impacting her reputation. After reclining on the sofa for a while, Jiang Ciyuan recalled, speaking of which, I still have not retrieved my belongings. He needed to use his computer to write, and he required a shower and clean clothes. He feared that if he delayed, he might develop an odor that would displease his senior. Even though she had offered to help him retrieve his things yesterday, she had been feverish today and was utterly out of sorts. Never mind, I'll go myself. Jiang Ciyuan stood up, unsure if his senior was still asleep. He contemplated notifying her, but feared he might disturb her slumber. After some thought, He opted to leave a note on her door. As he exited, he felt pain in his foot. Attempting to put weight on it made him gasp. It hurt. He limped into the elevator and encountered a resident from the upper floors. An elderly lady with a child. The innocent child's eyes lit up upon seeing him. Wow, a brother walking on one foot. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled helplessly. Brother is injured. That's why. Be careful when you play on your skateboard. It's easy to fall. The child, who had just fallen while skateboarding the previous night, nodded obediently. I will. The elderly lady smiled benevolently and asked, Young man, have you recently moved here? You seem quite unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen you before. Jiang Ciyuan nodded. Yes, I just arrived. The old woman, having reached an age where she cherished conversation, could chat with anyone she encountered. You look young. You must be attending university nearby, right? Indeed, Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile. I'm at Yanda. The elderly lady exclaimed, Oh, how wonderful. A clever young man. It's not easy to gain admission there. That is true, Jiang Ciyuan acknowledged, recognizing his own commendable academic performance. The elderly woman beamed. I have a granddaughter at Yanda as well. Perhaps you have crossed paths. Jiang Ciyuan responded, Is that so? What a coincidence. The lady continued, You are quite charming. I'll have to introduce you too when the opportunity arises. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled lightly, engaging in a few casual exchanges. Fully aware that her intentions were merely polite small talk, he hailed a taxi, intending to retrieve his luggage on his own. Meanwhile, Tang Yueran and her companions, after watching the sunrise, indulged in a brief nap before descending the mountain, filled with laughter and cheer. Yet, Tang Yueran felt out of place amid their merriment. She lacked the enthusiasm to even appreciate the sunrise today, feeling quite irritable. Yang Qingqing noticed her despondency and walked alongside her, inquiring, Ran, what troubles you? Are you feeling down? Curiosity gnawed at her, wondering if Jiang Ciyuan had indeed blocked Tang Yueran. She contemplated asking, but hesitated, sensing Tang Yueran's demeanor. Was she upset because of Jiang Ciyuan? With downcast eyes, Tang Yueran felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. It's nothing, don't mind me. I'm just a bit tired. Others also perceived her distress, and someone quietly asked Yang Qingqing, could it be because of Jiang Ciyuan? Yang Qingqing shot them a warning glance. Sure. However, even in hushed tones, Tang Yueran overheard their whispers, igniting her embarrassment and anger. No, certainly not. The others awkwardly fell silent, their laughter fading. Tang Yueran, with a stern expression, hastened down the mountain, her eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and unacknowledged hurt. How infuriating. Who would care for Jiang Ciyuan? Yang Qingqing turned back to her friends with exasperation. Let us not bring it up. She's not in a good mood. What is going on with her? Wang Shi, a close friend, pondered, confused. Isn't she supposed to dislike Jiang Ciyuan? I don't know, Yang Qingqing frowned. Observing Tang Yueran's retreating figure, I'm not quite sure what she's thinking. Yet, she had a nagging feeling that Tang Yueran harbored feelings for him. If this continued, she risked losing him. Wang Shi blinked her lively eyes and mischievously smiled. I actually quite like him. Does that mean I can pursue him? Yang Qingqing gasped, Wang Shi. Wang Shi waved her hand dismissively, just joking. But Yang Qingqing sensed that it wasn't he entirely a jest. Jiang Ciyuan, standing at over 6 feet tall, was handsome and possessed a pleasant disposition. Many girls secretly admired him at school. Yet, he seemed only to have eyes for Tang Yueran. Not far ahead, Tang Yueran had overheard their conversation, her face pale as she bit her lower lip. In her heart, she declared, Of course not. A group of individuals arrived at the foot of the mountain when Wang Shi suddenly spotted a tall, familiar figure alighting from a taxi ahead. Ah, look. Isn't that Jiang Ciyuan? Yang Qingqing glanced over and confirmed, indeed it is. Tang Yueran, previously dejected, felt a surge of joy as she quickly lifted her head to see Jiang Ciyuan stepping out of the taxi. He was still clad in yesterday's attire, his hair slightly disheveled, and he appeared to be sharing a light-hearted exchange with the driver before shutting the door. In that moment, all of Tang Yueran's pent-up frustration and unease from the previous night threatened to spill over in tears. Jiang Ciyuan. She had always known he wouldn't easily let her go. Just a day had passed, and here he was, eagerly returning to find her. Chapter 11. What kind of boy would the senior like? Tang Yueran was filled with exhilaration. A sensation of indescribable delight washing over her. A sense of irreplaceable fulfillment in Jiang Ciyuan's heart. No matter how angry she had pretended to be yesterday, he had come back to seek her out today. Upon noticing their group, Jiang Ciyuan frowned slightly. Tang Yueran, too caught up in her excitement, overlooked the impatience in his eyes as she strode toward him with purpose. Jiang Ciyuan, where did you go last night? Whose face are you putting on? Without even glancing her way, he headed toward his belongings. Tang Yueran assumed he was approaching her. She chuckled, lifting her chin. You don't expect me to apologize and beg for your forgiveness, do you? Please, spare yourself the fantasy. Jiang Ciyuan replied coldly, don't block the way. Tang Yueran's face turned pale. What? He was saying she was in his path? Wasn't he here to find her? He must be pretending. Before she could process her thoughts, Jiang Ciyuan brushed past her, his gaze never lingering on her for a moment. A sudden ache pierced her heart. Jiang Ciyuan. She watched his retreating figure. It's been a day. Haven't you pretended long enough? I admit I had a bit to drink last night. Perhaps my words were a tad excessive. But did you not err as well? As a man, must you hold a grudge against me to this extent? Jiang Ciyuan remained oblivious to her words. Arriving at the luggage storage area, where he retrieved a tag. Boss, I'm here to collect my luggage. Tang Yueran stood frozen, her face drained of color, fingers nervously twitching. He truly wasn't he here for her? Yang Qingqing, sensing her distress, approached with concern. Ran Tang Yueran's small circle of friends, all from the same school, could hardly believe what they were witnessing. What is happening? Has Jiang Ciyuan truly given up on pursuing her? Wang Shi was incredulous. That can't be. He has liked Tang Yueran for years, and now he is ignoring her? Tang Yueran felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. The boss pushed a black suitcase toward Jiang Ciyuan. Handsome, here is your luggage. Safe travels. Thank you, Jiang Ciyuan replied, taking the suitcase. Most of his belongings having been left in his dormitory. Tang Yueran dug her nails into her flesh, yearning for him to approach her with an apology as he wheeled his suitcase past her once more. Again, she found herself stunned. When had she ever experienced such neglect from Jiang Ciyuan? Nearly brought to tears, she called out, Jiang Ciyuan. Yueran, how did you end up climbing the mountain with Tang Yueran? Li Hao observed the scene with pained frustration, turning his head away. Jiang Ciyuan, stop right there. What do you mean? Did you not see that Yueran is speaking to you? Stop acting mute. Li Hao is aware of Li Haoran's affection for Tang Yueran and has often provoked him in the past, viewing him as a rival, striving to excel in front of Tang Yueran. However, such endeavors have become unnecessary now. It doesn't mean anything. It's all in the past, Jiang Ciyuan replied calmly. Li Hao, I am no longer your imagined adversary. Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean? Has Jiang Ciyuan truly lost his feelings for Tang Yueran? That cannot be. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled lightly, patting Li Hao on the shoulder while observing his bewildered expression. Good luck to you. He had likely been in a similar position in Tang Yueran's eyes, ensnared by her charms, manipulated at her whim. Wang Shi glanced at the pale-faced Tang Yueran and then at Jiang Ciyuan. Jiang Ciyuan, school hasn't even started yet. Where are you staying? Jiang Ciyuan did not look back. As long as I have a place to stay, that's sufficient. With that, he dragged his suitcase away. He truly left. Tang Yueran bit her lip, tasting the tang of blood. It seemed to be the first time she witnessed Jiang Ciyuan so unsettled and flustered that it nearly compelled her to chase after him. However, Li Hao's voice halted her. Yueran, do you think Jiang Ciyuan has lost his mind? How can he act this way? Tang Yueran paused in her intended steps. Indeed, she was Tang Yueran. What was Jiang Ciyuan to her? Had he not always revolved around her? In front of so many people, she could not allow them to witness her humiliation. Instantly, she raised her head and laughed coldly. Jiang Ciyuan, you will regret this. Jiang Ciyuan scoffed. Don't worry about it. How long will this person continue to be so self-absorbed, believing the world revolves around her? The driver arrived, and Jiang Ciyuan got into the car and departed. Yang Qingqing murmured, he seems genuinely different. Is he just pretending? Li Hao dismissed the thought, believing he was merely attempting to attract Yueran's attention in this manner. What a cunning individual. Li Hao felt a surge of joy and turned to his goddess. Yueran, you should ignore him from now on. Come, let me help you with your clothes. He attempted to assist her with her coat, but Tang Yueran, infuriated, pushed him away. Get away. Yang Qingqing's boyfriend looked perplexed. What is going on with her? Wang Shi jested. Perhaps she's having second thoughts. Yang Qingqing smacked her arm. Keep your voice down. Li Hao shamelessly chimed in. Yueran you. Tang Yueran's eyes reddened. Everyone be quiet. Upon reaching the city, Jiang Ciyuan purchased some everyday necessities. Passing by a fruit stall, he noticed large watermelons. The senior had shared watermelon with him the previous night. Today, she was unwell. Should he buy something for her to eat? Jiang Ciyuan pondered. But what does she like to eat? His understanding of her preferences was limited. He decided to buy some fruit and cake, assuming that girls generally enjoyed such treats. He also purchased 2 cups of milk tea, still feeling that something was amiss. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly recalled. The senior hailed from Jiang province and might prefer the flavors of her hometown. She had called her mother today, despite not being able to have her by her side. Perhaps buying some local specialties would bring her joy. Jiang Ciyuan searched for a nearby store on his map, finding one not far away. Upon arrival, he gazed at the array of food items. What is this? The proprietor smiled and glanced down, saying, "Here are our delicious yogurt rice dumplings. Have you tried one?" "Sure, I'll have one," Jiang Ciyuan replied, observing that it appeared quite appetizing. "Is this naan? Please give me one as well." "Of course," the proprietor responded. "Would you like some yogurt curds?" Jiang Ciyuan agreed. "Yes, let us have a bit of everything." The proprietor continued to introduce other local specialties, chuckling. "Trying to please your girlfriend, are you? These delicacies are favored by many girls." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled in return. "Don't deceive me." His foot was still injured, causing him considerable discomfort as he walked, each step eliciting a twinge of pain. In the presence of Tang Yueran and her group, he had maintained a stoic expression, though internally he was suffering greatly. The proprietor warmly bid him farewell, saying, "Take care, young man. If your girlfriend enjoys these, do not forget to return." Jiang Ciyuan sighed. "She is not my girlfriend." The proprietor teased, "Oh, who knows? Perhaps she will be in the future." That was uncertain indeed. To him, he was merely a temporary lodger under the roof of his senior. However, what kind of boy would someone like her find appealing? Chapter 12. The junior needs her care. Xu Qiuwu had taken her medicine and lay in her room. After a brief nap, her mind felt foggy. It seemed she had forgotten something. Oh, she recalled. The junior had injured his foot due to her snake bite. His mobility was severely hindered, necessitating her assistance. Yes, he required her care. Feeling still quite dazed, Xu Qiuwu attempted to rise from her bed. Frowning as she shook her flushed face, she could not afford to sleep any longer. She needed to check on Jiang Ciyuan's condition. However, as soon as she propped herself up, her body weakened, and she collapsed back onto the bed, clutching a stuffed animal and burying her face against it. Never mind. Just a little more rest. Jiang Ciyuan took a taxi back to the neighborhood, where he heard a cheerful voice exclaim, "Wow, big brother, you're back." He turned to see the grandmother and the child he had encountered earlier. Jiang Ciyuan smiled. "It's you again." The child mimicked him by kicking his leg, giggling, "Yes. I was in the garden playing ball with my grandma. Your grandma was accompanying you, right?" Jiang Ciyuan reached into his bag and pulled out a peach, saying, "Here, this is for you. Make sure to wash it before eating." The grandmother urged, "Quickly, thank your brother." The child stood attentively, saying, "Thank you, brother." After ruffling the child's hair playfully, Jiang Ciyuan noticed the child's keen eyes fixated on the food in his bag. The child exclaimed, "Big brother, you bought so much food. Can you finish it all?" Jiang Ciyuan teased, "I can't share this with you. It's for my sister." The child's eyes widened with delight. "Wow, you have a beautiful sister at home." Jiang Ciyuan casually replied, "No, it's the beautiful sister who has a brother." "Wait, that sounded odd. Go play with your ball now." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, dragging his suitcase as he entered the corridor with the items he purchased for his senior. This neighborhood is quite pleasant, with lush trees providing ample shade and a reasonable proximity to the school, making it convenient to ride a small electric scooter. Exiting the elevator, he arrived at his senior's door on the 5th floor, only then recalling that he did not possess a key to open it. Jiang Ciyuan knocked on the door, calling out, "Senior?" Beside the door, there was a keypad lock, yet he remained oblivious to its existence. Jiang Ciyuan pressed the doorbell a few times, wondering if she was still asleep. Considering she might be feeling dizzy and unwell, he settled down on the stairs, reassuring himself that there was no rush. He opened WeChat and navigated to their dormitory group, 505 Handsome League, feared by all. Among the 4 members of their dorm, aside from Zhao Zhouha, the lively chatterbox, there was the socially anxious Zhu Zai, a quintessential recluse steeped in the world of anime. In years past, he would have been the type to elicit oh hi yo from junior girls, but thankfully, he had mellowed somewhat since entering university. Another member, Songyu, was a perpetual sleeper, always appearing as though he had just awakened, yet his looks could rival Jiang Ciyuan's. Jiang Ciyuan typed in the group chat, "Where is everyone? Get online, get online." Zhu Zai, who was always glued to his phone at home, responded quickly, "What's up? Let me finish this episode." Zhao Zhouha, a connoisseur of attractive women, was practically drooling, I'm outside. Just spotted a stunning sister. Hee hee, I'm going to see if I can get her WeChat. You boys better make yourselves scarce. Jiang Ciyuan replied, scram. Song Yu chimed in. I'm here, getting online. Jiang Ciyuan remarked, see, in critical moments. It's still us handsome guys who share the same fate. We shall take the lead. Zhao Zhouhe and Zhu Zai both sent him a middle finger emoji in response. Jiang Ciyuan said, too thin, cut it. Zhao Zhouhe retorted, get lost. Jiang Ciyuan and Song Yu opened their microphones, allowing them to hurl insults at each other while gaming. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any incompetent teammates yet. As they played, Song Yu asked, have you returned to school? Jiang Ciyuan cursed under his breath. Did Zhao Zhouhe spill the beans? In truth, there wasn't much to hide. It was just that boys had their pride. The semester hadn't even begun when, due to a phone call from Tang Yueran, he had flown over a month early, only to face ridicule after a failed confession. It felt rather foolish, and he wasn't keen on delving into it with them just yet. Song Yu replied, no? But I saw on WeChat that some classmates who climbed the mountain yesterday seemed to know a bit. The members of their dorm were quite interested in his romantic life. Song Yu, curious, asked, so you really don't like her anymore? Jiang Ciyuan's hand faltered momentarily as he played. I don't like her anymore, let it go. Isn't that how emotions work? They come unexpectedly and leave just the same. Yet, he had genuinely liked Tang Yueran. For the years he pursued her, he had no regrets. His feelings were sincere. It wasn't that he had suddenly stopped liking her. Rather, a series of disappointments had gradually eroded his affections. Song Yu chuckled on the other end. Congratulations, brother. You've escaped the sea of suffering. When school starts, we'll set off firecrackers for you. Jiang Ciyuan retorted, scram. Scram, scram. As if the whole school shouldn't know. Song Yu teased, this is good news. Dimension. Where are you staying? Jiang Ciyuan pondered for a moment. Just at a friend's place. I'm keeping it under wraps. The senior doesn't know. Song Yu elongated his tone. Oh, is she a girl? Jiang Ciyuan countered. What makes you think that? Instantly, Song Yu shifted his tone. That WeChat post about the watermelon. If it's for a guy, then before the semester starts, you shall be expelled from our 505 handsome league. Jiang Ciyuan shot back. Don't make it sound like I'm pining after you lot. Your grandfather. You are the one who came from Tianfu. I came straight here. Song Yu exclaimed. I haven't even mentioned the male clinic in Jincheng. And you've already started breathing heavily. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled and chided. Be quiet. Let us focus on the game. Discussing anything else will only hinder our sword-drawing speed. Although there were many male clinics in Jincheng, he was quite capable. Jiang Ciyuan presumed that his senior would awaken from her slumber shortly, yet the duration exceeded his expectations. The sun outside gradually descended towards the western horizon. Xu Qiuwu rose from her bed, her head still slightly throbbing, though her mind was much clearer. She glanced at the time, astonished to discover it was already afternoon. She had indeed developed a fever. With a soft sigh, Xu Qiuwu remembered her work obligations, and just as she stood up, a thought struck her. Ah, that junior. Now that her fever had subsided, she vaguely recalled some moments where the junior had cared for her and fed her medicine, causing her ears to flush crimson. She ought to have been the one caring for him instead. How had it come to the point where he attended to her? Exiting her room, she found no trace of him in the hall. Just as she was about to knock on his door, she noticed a note affixed to her own. Senior, you have a fever. Please rest well. I will retrieve my belongings and buy some daily necessities. Jiang Ciyuan. This note was likely left around noon, and now it was already afternoon. Why hadn't he returned yet? No. Xu Qiuwu's expression turned cold as she collected her thoughts. She seemed to recall the sound of the doorbell earlier. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Jiang Ciyuan did not possess a key. If he returned, he might not be able to enter. Xu Qiuwu thought. He wouldn't be stuck outside, would he? Anxiously, she hurried to the door and flung it open. Indeed, as she had surmised, Jiang Ciyuan was squatting at her doorstep, surrounded by luggage of various sizes. This tall young man, over 6 feet in height, now resembled a well-behaved, droopy little dog. Upon lifting his gaze and spotting her, his eyes sparkled with delight. Senior. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback, her heart softening instantly. Chapter 13. The satisfaction of being needed. Jiang Ciyuan had been waiting outside for far too long, feeling quite famished. With his senior still asleep, he resorted to nibbling on some of the food he had bought earlier. To his surprise, the door swung open, revealing her standing before him. He felt a tad embarrassed. A half-eaten baked bun in hand, crumbs adorning the corners of his mouth. Senior, you're awake? Oh no. Did he appear too disheveled? However, to Xu Qiuwu, he did not seem that way at all. Rather, his appearance evoked feelings of guilt and tenderness within her. In truth, she had never been adept at interacting with boys. In fact, she had once harbored a strong dislike for them, perceiving them as perilous, unfeeling beings. Initially, when she brought this junior home, she had worried about their compatibility, fretting over potential awkwardness. Yet, he had selflessly rushed to her aid in the rain, sustaining injuries without demanding recognition. And it wasn't merely because she was the campus belle that he had chosen to help her. It felt as if he acted solely out of a genuine desire to assist, devoid of ulterior motives. She simply could not bear to abandon him. Snapping back to reality, Xu Qiuwu inquired, "How long have you been waiting here?" "Not long ago, I just returned," and Jiang Ciyuan felt a surge of joy. He was about to knock on the door when, to his surprise, Senior's sister opened it herself. Jiang Ciyuan stealthily concealed half of a baked bun behind him and smiled at her casually. "What a coincidence. Fool, how could you have just returned?" Xu Qiuwu did not expose him, but gazed at him and added, "Next time you come back and find the door closed, you must knock to wake me, understood?" Jiang Ciyuan obediently nodded. "All right, understood. I'll give you a key later." Xu Qiuwu contemplated for a moment, then looked towards the door. "Come, the password lock will do. I'll tell you first." Jiang Ciyuan stood up with a smile, watching as she input 6 digits on the door. He nodded. "Thank you, senior sister." Xu Qiuwu asked lightly, "Have you noted it down?" "Yes, I have," Jiang Ciyuan replied. Xu Qiuwu, feeling a bit uneasy, insisted, "Write it down on your phone." "All right." Jiang Ciyuan took out his phone, wrote down the door's password, and showed it to her. "Done." "Yes, but this password lock can be unreliable at times. So the key is still quite necessary." Observing his obedient demeanor, Xu Qiuwu felt a hint of amusement that she herself did not notice. "I'll help you with your luggage." Seeing her frail figure, still recovering from illness, Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly declined. No, I can manage myself." Xu Qiuwu was resolute, her tone cool. "I'll do it." Reluctantly, Jiang Ciyuan handed her a bag filled with snacks. "All right, just carry these for me." The senior sister was surprisingly gentle, quite different from his previous imaginings of her as aloof and domineering. She carried the bag while he pushed the suitcase, and together they entered the room. Closing the door behind them, Jiang Ciyuan inquired, "Senior sister, have you fully recovered from your fever?" "Yes, much better," Xu Qiuwu replied, her ears slightly flushed. "Feeling a bit awkward, don't ask." Jiang Ciyuan was perplexed. "Huh? Ask what?" "Nothing." Xu Qiuwu turned her head away from him, but her gaze landed on the sofa. Recalling moments when her junior had taken care of her, she felt a pang of embarrassment. Uncertain of what he had purchased, she helped him place the items on the table and then went to wash up. When she emerged from the bathroom, her face dried with a tissue. She found Jiang Ciyuan intently examining the items he had brought back. Noticing his serious demeanor, she asked, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Jiang Ciyuan scratched the back of his head uncertainly, smiling as he said, "These are specialties from your home province. Would you like to try some?" "I'm not sure if they're authentic, though." After all, he had never been to her home province. Xu Qiuwu approached him and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the delicacies from her hometown laid out on the table. "You." Xu Qiuwu found herself at a loss for words. Though she had been feeling quite unwell, at that moment, a warm current seemed to flow through her heart. "I saw them on the way while picking up your luggage and just bought them," Jiang Ciyuan ventured. "Would you like to try them and see if they are authentic?" Xu Qiuwu recalled that she had perhaps vaguely mentioned her hometown earlier. What were the odds he would happen upon such items? Jiang Ciyuan watched as she sat down. The senior sister, having recovered from her fever, had returned to her cool demeanor. Yet a glimmer of nostalgia and tenderness flashed in her eyes as she looked at the hometown specialties. Indeed, she must be missing her home. Jiang Ciyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he thought to himself that he had made the right purchase. Xu Qiuwu's heart raced, and after a moment, she finally took a seat, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture that she quickly suppressed. The naan was quite large. Xu Qiuwu tore a piece off, took a bite, and after a few chews, her cheeks puffed slightly, filled with the flavors of her homeland. Jiang Ciyuan looked on with anticipation, inquiring, "How is it?" Xu Qiuwu met his bright gaze, her emotions stirred, and replied, "Delicious, you should try some." Jiang Ciyuan picked up another piece of naan that she had torn off, chewed a few bites, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, it's quite fragrant." Xu Qiuwu smiled briefly. "Fresh out of the oven is even better." Her smile flickered quickly. Yet Jiang Ciyuan managed to catch it, gazing into her eyes and asking, "Really?" "Yes." Xu Qiuwu felt a warmth surge in her chest, turning away, thinking that she needn't have bought so much, as it was too much to finish. Jiang Ciyuan sighed. "There are just so many specialties from your region. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I thought I'd buy a bit of everything for you to try. Perhaps you'd discover something you enjoy." Xu Qiuwu thought to herself, "What a fool." Jiang Ciyuan added, "Of course, I'll be partaking as well." He then pushed other treats like yogurt dumplings, yogurt bites, and baked buns toward her, eager for her to assess their authenticity. After all, one could easily make a misstep with local specialties. Fortunately, Jiang Ciyuan was rather lucky, as he observed Xu Qiuwu's serene face. Each time she tasted something, the glimmer of joy in her eyes seemed to brighten, ultimately confirming, this is authentic. Xu Qiuwu found it difficult to articulate her current feelings. The yogurt dumplings were clearly sweet and tangy, yet at that moment, she seemed to only perceive the sweetness. Could it be due to her illness? Lost in thought, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan looking at her, causing her heart to tighten with a hint of panic as she lowered her gaze to mask her emotions. "Your foot isn't fully healed yet. Try to avoid water. And don't forget to take your medicine." Jiang Ciyuan laughed lightly. "Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. Right? You'll need to apply the ointment tonight." Xu Qiuwu glanced around the room, retrieving the remote control. "If you're bored, you can watch television." "Okay, thank you, Senior," Jiang Ciyuan replied, taking it from her. It had been a while since he had watched anything and was uncertain about what was worth viewing. Once he felt satisfied and began to relax on the sofa. Xu Qiuwu smiled to herself, realizing he was just a young man full of vigor. She began to tidy up the table, saying, "There's still plenty left. I'll put it in the fridge. If you need to heat anything, you can do so in the kitchen. Just call me if you need anything." Jiang Ciyuan thought to offer help, but Xu Qiuwu firmly pushed him back onto the sofa. "You stay put. I'll handle this." In truth, she relished this feeling. Perhaps it was due to her accustomed solitude, but the realization that a junior required her care brought her a sense of fulfillment in being needed. Chapter 14. Their relationship is perhaps symbiotic. This sensation was indeed peculiar. Why did she think this way? Yet, she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. After tidying up, Xu Qiuwu checked the kitchen and discovered a lack of ingredients. Having been cared for by her junior while he bought so many local specialties, she felt compelled to do something for him in return. Her culinary skills were quite commendable, and she wished to prepare a sumptuous meal for him. After all, since bringing him back, it seemed she had not offered him a proper feast. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xu Qiuwu reflected that at his age, still in the midst of growth, he ought to eat more, although he was already quite tall. However, she realized she was unaware of what her junior liked to eat. Recalling him watching television, she decided to brew a cup of tea and brought it to him. "You ate too much earlier. A bit of floral tea would do you good." Jiang Ciyuan, surprised as he watched television, took a sip and smiled with delight. "This tea is delightful." Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with joy, a sense of pride swelling within her. "It's from my hometown. My mother sent it to me." Jiang Ciyuan remembered her frail appearance when she had a fever, calling out for her mother, and it was evident she had a close bond with her. Unable to resist teasing her, he remarked, "No wonder the senior called for her mother when she was ill." Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. "Forget it." Jiang Ciyuan smirked. All right, I have forgotten." Did her ears just turn a shade red? "I still have things to attend to. I will cook later." Xu Qiuwu quickly turned and dashed back to her room, her heart racing. Did she say anything else? Struggling to recall, she shook her head, remembering the smile that lingered on Jiang Ciyuan's lips, murmuring, "You mischievous junior." As she needed to attend to her online work, she settled at her computer desk when her uncle called. "Hello, uncle." The voice of her uncle, Zhou Yang, came through. "Why didn't you come to the shop today?" He owned a milk tea shop in Yen City, where she often assisted, practically serving as a co-manager, earning a modest salary. Xu Qiuwu explained, "Uncle, I wasn't feeling well today, but I will come by tomorrow. I forgot to inform you." Zhou Yang's voice rose with concern. "What? Not feeling well? You should have told your uncle. How are you now? Have you been to the hospital?" Xu Qiuwu reassured him softly. "I took some medicine. I'm feeling much better. So there's no need to worry. Don't try to tough it out, understand? You have your uncle here in Yen City. Don't be foolish." Zhou Yang expressed his concern, troubled by her independence and unwillingness to rely on others. "All right," Xu Qiuwu smiled. "I'm not trying to be stubborn. Someone is taking care of me and has given me medicine." Hearing her words, Zhou Yang felt a bit relieved. "Then rest well. If you can't come tomorrow, don't worry. I will come to see you and bring you some treats." Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. Her uncle was still unaware that a young man was staying with her, and if he found out, it would be a different story. After all, in the past, when boys had shown interest in her, her uncle had swiftly intervened, warning her, "Don't associate with those scoundrels. They are not to be trusted." Xu Qiuwu shuddered at the thought of her uncle encountering Jiang Ciyuan, hastily assuring him, "Uncle, I'm fine. A good sleep has done wonders. I will come by tomorrow." After bidding farewell to her uncle, she let out a sigh of relief, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of her mouth, akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Xu Qiuwu opened her laptop, receiving yet another message from an author. As she was still a student, she did not hold a full-time editorial position. However, due to her exceptional skills, she had been an editor on this site for several years, albeit with a limited number of authors under her guidance. Tonight's Rain was the first author she truly invested in upon entering the realm of online literature, and she cared for him as one might for a child. A few years prior, as a novice editor, she faced rejection from numerous websites and endured meager compensation until Tonight's Rain garnered a modicum of popularity, providing her with a commendable reward that helped her navigate through a challenging period. Xu Qiuwu felt a profound gratitude towards him. Their relationship was symbiotic. With her background in Chinese literature, she possessed a keen sensitivity to words, making her somewhat fastidious in her critiques. After completing her work, she opened the latest update from Tonight's Rain and read through it. The plot was commendable and the narrative intriguing, yet Xu Qiuwu remarked, "The prose still leaves much to be desired." Xu Qiuwu, Lizzie, have you checked the comments section? Tonight's Rain. Not yet. What's up, Lizzie? Xu Qiuwu, Lizzie. They say your recent work is quite lackluster. Tonight's Rain. Tears have been flowing like Lanshow noodles. Xu Qiuwu. Xu Qiuwu, Lizzie. Try to update earlier today, tighten the plot, and eliminate unnecessary filler. Tonight's Rain. All right, I've been struggling with my state lately, but I'm working to regain it. Xu Qiuwu, Lizzie. Yes, the quality needs to remain consistent. Tonight's Rain sent her an expression of earnest diligence, and she sighed softly. This child knows how to play the part of the obedient one. Outside the hall, Jiang Ciyuan perused the message from his editor and pondered, is it truly that lackluster? After all these years, has my work really sunk to such depths? Amused by his own musings, he opened the latest update, only to let out a long sigh. Alas, it does seem somewhat lacking. As the sky outside began to darken, Jiang Ciyuan intended to retreat to his room to review his manuscript and contemplate an early update. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? He muttered, approaching the peephole to find someone clad in a delivery uniform. Did his senior order takeout? He opened the door, and the delivery person handed him a bag filled with vegetables and raw meat. Hello, delivery. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Ciyuan replied, closing the door behind him. The bag revealed fresh produce, leafy greens, tomatoes, carrots, along with beef and pork. Just as he brought the bag inside, Xu Qiuwu's door swung open, her demeanor as composed as ever. Has my food arrived? Jiang Ciyuan raised the bag high. Senior, it has arrived. Did you order it online? Xu Qiuwu nodded. Yes. Today is exceptional, and I had no time to go out, so I had to order online. If I had the time, I wouldn't have resorted to that. It's too expensive. Jiang Ciyuan intended to assist her in the kitchen, but Xu Qiuwu had already approached, reclaiming the vegetables. I'll handle it. You just sit on the couch and wait. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his nose. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It was one thing for him to reside in his senior's home, but now he was expected to lounge on the sofa like a lord. Allowing her to prepare dinner for him in the kitchen? Chapter 15. She mused. She wouldn't refuse. What merit did he possess? No one had informed him that returning to school half a month early could be so delightful and comfortable. Xu Qiuwu had already entered the kitchen, gathering her long, loose hair into a tidy bun, revealing her fair and beautiful face, complemented by a pink apron. Her skin was fair and delicate, with long limbs that accentuated her graceful neck as she busied herself in the kitchen. Upon entering, Jiang Ciyuan was struck by the sight, instinctively averting his gaze. Senior, let me help you. Xu Qiuwu turned her head, her pale hands submerged in water as she washed the vegetables. How can you help me when you can barely stand? Jiang Ciyuan offered a helpless smile. I can help chop and wash the vegetables. That's within my capability. Surely. That was better than sitting idly on the sofa, doing nothing, right? Xu Qiuwu observed his expression and contemplated something. She spoke earnestly. You need not feel embarrassed. You sustained your injury because of me. Your foot is swollen and inconvenient. It is my duty to care for you. So you shouldn't carry such burdens. Jiang Ciyuan blinked, but he didn't wish to be a complete burden. He merely wanted to assist her as she toiled away, capable of lending a hand. Xu Qiuwu gently suggested, if you find watching television in the living room too dull, would you like to play some games? I have a few consoles stored beneath the bookshelf in the living room. You can look for them. Although she rarely played games herself, her uncle occasionally gifted her consoles to alleviate her solitude. As she focused on her cooking, she turned to assist him in finding the gaming console. I'll go get it for you. No, Jiang Ciyuan interjected. Senior, let me wash the vegetables. It won't take long. Just allow me to be busy. It was indeed peculiar. In his own home, he had never displayed such diligence. But he had a maid at home. Seeing his determination, Xu Qiuwu relented. Fine, wash the vegetables thoroughly and chop the carrots. All right, he replied cheerfully, rinsing the vegetables and preparing the carrots, then taking out the meat. I'll take care of this. With his greater strength, he found it much easier to slice the meat than his senior, whose arms and legs were slender. Jiang Ciyuan glanced at Xu Qiuwu, who was busy in her short sleeves during the summer, her arms and legs delicate and fair. He suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his gaze and quickly averted it, muttering to himself. Little did he know, she had overheard him. What? Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat and, feeling guilty, hastily chopped the vegetables. It's nothing. Senior, you're quite impressive, managing to do so much. Xu Qiuwu paid no mind to his words and, once he had finished preparing the ingredients, said, You may step outside now. Jiang Ciyuan originally contemplated lingering to see if there was anything he could assist with, but Xu Qiuwu, with an imperious tone that brooked no refusal, declared, This time is for myself. Surprised, he acquiesced, fearing her ire, and cheerfully retreated, saying, All right, I shall leave. Call me if you need anything. Xu Qiuwu replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she turned her back to him. She suddenly found the prospect of cohabiting with another person rather pleasant. After he departed, a gentle curve appeared at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at the ingredients in the kitchen, contemplating, I must showcase my culinary skills. Instead of lingering in the living room to watch television, Jiang Ciyuan returned to his room, opened his suitcase, and retrieved his laptop. His editor had urged him to update his writing early today. He needed to make an effort, as he typically preferred to write late at night or in the early hours when the world was hushed, allowing him to easily immerse himself in his work. Sitting before the screen, he reviewed last night's progress and began to type a few hundred words, but something felt amiss. He deleted his work, and after half an hour of writing and erasing, he checked the word count, 708 words. Everything is fine. I must persist, Jiang Ciyuan reassured himself, mustering his spirits to write for another 10 minutes. The word count dwindled from 708 to 578 words. Is this document devouring my words? Why does it seem to diminish with every attempt? He found himself in a quandary, grappling with writer's block, where dissatisfaction reigned as he continually wrote and deleted without any increase in word count. Indeed, much had been erased. These moments of stagnation were undeniably the most exasperating for an author. Glancing at his phone, Jiang Ciyuan pondered, should I indulge in a game to rejuvenate my spirit? After all, some renowned online writers streamed their writing sessions, only to end up playing games in the chatroom. The phone lay there, seemingly enchanting. Just as he reached for it, his other hand instinctively swatted it away. No, I made a promise to my editor. He resolved to focus on his writing, rallying his energy once more. After laboring diligently, he glanced at the word count again, only to find it had barely reached 1,000. Outside, the sky grew progressively darker, and the cicadas had fallen silent. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the gentle voice of a senior. Dinner is ready. Jiang Ciyuan, momentarily lost in thought, was drawn back to reality by her melodious tone. Okay, I'll be right there, he responded, saving his draft before stepping away from the computer. Xu Qiuwu had already arranged an array of dishes on the table, 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup, all a feast for the senses. As he opened the door, the delightful aroma wafted towards him, nearly making his stomach growl with hunger. It smells divine. Please sit. The utensils are here, Xu Qiuwu said, placing the chopsticks before him and lifting the lid of the rice cooker, revealing enough for 2. She served herself a bowl of rice, then deftly dished out another for him. Thank you, senior. I can manage, Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile, his anticipation palpable as he beheld the spread before him. Xu Qiuwu noted the glimmer in his eyes, eager to dig in, and a smile tugged at her lips. Go ahead, enjoy. She too was curious about the praise he would offer. Then I shall not hold back. Jiang Ciyuan promptly seated himself and, under Xu Qiuwu's gaze, picked up his chopsticks to savor a bite. Soon, Xu Qiuwu discerned the delight in his eyes. Jiang Ciyuan refrained from showering immediate praise and instead took several more bites before lifting his head in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious. Senior, you are incredibly talented. Your culinary skills far surpass my mother's." His mother seldom cooked, and naturally, her skills were limited, rendering her dishes incomparable to those crafted by Xu Qiuwu. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy danced in Xu Qiuwu's eyes, as she felt an indescribable happiness swell within her. I learned from my mother. Her cooking is even more exquisite. Is that so? Jiang Ciyuan inquired, taken aback. If your cooking is this good, then your mother's skills must be extraordinary. Under the earnest and bright gaze of Jiang Ciyuan, Xu Qiuwu felt her ears heat slightly, yet she maintained a cool demeanor. Yes, if ever there is an opportunity, I shall take you to my home to sample my mother's culinary creations. However, her words seemed somewhat peculiar, as if she was eager to invite this junior to her home. Although, if he wished to go, she certainly would not refuse. It struck her as odd to entertain such thoughts. She had always been averse to close contact with boys. Yet here she was, living under the same roof as this junior. Never mind, she resolved not to ponder it further. Once the semester began or her foot healed, he would likely depart, leaving her alone in this house once more. Noticing her distant gaze, Jiang Ciyuan waved his hand in front of her. Senior? Senior? Xu Qiuwu blinked, momentarily startled. Jiang Ciyuan scrutinized her eyes with concern. You seemed lost in thought. Are you feeling too tired? I'm fine. Xu Qiuwu dismissed her emotions, focusing on her meal. The only reason she had taken this junior in was due to his injury and lack of a place to stay. It was merely a temporary arrangement. How could she possibly feel sorrow at his eventual departure? Jiang Ciyuan grinned widely. I can cook too. Although my skills might not compare to yours, once my foot heals, I can prepare a meal for you to taste. Xu Qiuwu paused, slightly taken aback. All right. She found herself unexpectedly looking forward to it, which was indeed peculiar. In a harmonious atmosphere, they finished their dinner, with Jiang Ciyuan feeling thoroughly satisfied. Every dish prepared by the senior was delightful. He couldn't help but praise her repeatedly, until she became a tad embarrassed and urged him to cease. After the meal, they tidied up together, and Jiang Ciyuan insisted, I'll handle the rest. You go on with what you need to do. Xu Qiuwu noticed the table was nearly tidy and entrusted the task to him. All right, I'll go take a shower. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Ciyuan collected the dishes and took them to the kitchen, turning on the faucet and washing them meticulously. When he emerged after finishing the dishes, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Jiang Ciyuan paused, instinctively glancing in the direction of the sound. The bathroom door is made of frosted glass. Perhaps it is due to his guilty conscience, but he feels as though he can discern a vague, yet exquisitely graceful silhouette moving behind the glass. A flush of warmth spreads across Jiang Ciyuan's face, and he hurriedly turns his head away, mentally chastising himself. You fool. Stop staring. Hurry back to your room and write. Jiang Ciyuan dares not glance again and swiftly retreats to his room, opening his computer and staring at the screen for quite some time, yet not producing a single word. Not a word at all. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he finally strikes a key on the keyboard. Word. See, he can write, too. As Jiang Ciyuan sits in his chair, lost in thought, Zhu Zai, his friend, finally finishes his game and begins sending voice messages. Hey, are you gaming? Log in. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Ciyuan scoffs derisively. Leave me be. When I needed you, you were absent. Now it's too late for regrets, you scoundrel. Don't disturb my peace of mind. Zhu Zai, perplexed, wonders aloud. What is his deal? Writer's block? Writer's block? Given their year of cohabitation, he understands that whenever Jiang Ciyuan experiences a block, his mental state becomes quite erratic. Not blocked, just wrote 2 words, Jiang Ciyuan replies. See, everything's fine. What novel are you writing? Every evening, you just clutch that keyboard, and it's turning your brain to mush. After dismissing Zhu Zai, Jiang Ciyuan slaps his face lightly, determined to continue writing, and types, bathroom. No, that's not right. He bangs his fist on the keyboard. Come on, focus. After a prolonged moment, his word count increases by 200 when a voice from outside the door calls. I'm done. Your turn. Just be careful not to get your feet wet. Jiang Ciyuan suddenly tenses. Okay, senior. He is unsure why he feels this sudden tension, but cannot shake it off. After a moment, he gathers his clothes and heads to the bathroom. Upon entering, he is greeted by a delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Just moments ago, his senior was in here. Stop. Stop. Jiang Ciyuan shakes his head and quickly shuts the door, disrobing to shower. However, lost in thought, he neglects the wound on his foot. And when the water soaks through the bandage, he gasps, "What a disaster." See, this is the consequence of your wandering thoughts, Jiang Ciyuan. Enduring the pain. He finishes his shower, dresses, and prepares to wash his clothes briefly. Just as he steps out, Xu Qiuwu, another housemate, asks while opening the door, recalling something she forgot to tell him. "Oh, by the way, there's a washing machine. Your clothes." But before she can finish, she notices his foot hidden behind him and frowns. "What happened to your foot?" Unable to hide it, Jiang Ciyuan gives a sheepish grin. Feeling somewhat guilty, "I accidentally got it wet." Xu Qiuwu's expression suddenly turns cold. "I just told you to be careful not to get it wet. Did you forget the moment you turned around?" Her demeanor shifts, resembling the aloof senior from school, and Jiang Xin mumbles apologetically, "I'm sorry." The chill in Xu Qiuwu's face dissipates almost instantly. "What are you apologizing to me for? It's you who's in pain." Jiang Ciyuan adopts a sheepish, contrite expression, looking at her with a subdued demeanor. Xu Qiuwu's cold, shimmering eyes flickered as she observed his demeanor, unable to utter another word of reproach. She approached him, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Please sit on the sofa. I shall show you something." Jiang Ciyuan glanced at the clothes in his hands. "The clothes." Before he could finish, Xu Qiuwu interjected, "Set the clothes aside. There's a washing machine. I will help you wash them shortly." "All right." Jiang Ciyuan obediently placed the garments beside him. As he settled down, Xu Qiuwu knelt before him, reaching out to assist in unwrapping the bandages. Startled, Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly protested. "Senior, there's no need. I can manage." "Be quiet." Xu Qiuwu frowned, pressing his foot down to maintain her position. Jiang Ciyuan thought to himself how fierce she appeared, as if he had inadvertently displeased her. He resigned himself to silence, wary of provoking her further. As she deftly unwrapped the bandages, revealing his still swollen foot, she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Indeed, it was painful. However, under her gaze, which carried an air of cool concern mixed with urgency, the discomfort seemed to diminish. He shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." Xu Qiuwu remained skeptical. "Really?" "Yes," Jiang Ciyuan reiterated with a smile. "It doesn't hurt." Yet, as Xu Qiuwu gazed upon his injured foot, still red and swollen, she wondered how he could claim otherwise. Frustrated by his recklessness and stubbornness, she averted her eyes from the injury and pressed down gently. To her surprise, her touch nearly sent Jiang Ciyuan soaring, eliciting a yelp. "Senior, are you attempting to murder me?" Xu Qiuwu, taken aback by his reaction, could not suppress a soft laugh that escaped her lips. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned, forgetting the pain in his foot as he fixated on her radiant smile. "Senior, you laughed?" Her beaming expression was undeniably enchanting. Yet, the moment his words left his mouth, her laughter faded, replaced by an impassive "Faade." "I did not." "How intriguing. You appear rather proud." Jiang Ciyuan pressed on. "You clearly smiled just now, and I heard you laugh." "I did not." Xu Qiuwu averted her gaze, her discomfort palpable as she raised her hand, threatening to press down on his foot again. All right, if you say so." Jiang Ciyuan hastily shielded his foot. "Please, senior. Don't press down, it hurts." Xu Qiuwu refrained from applying pressure, merely teasing him. "Shouldn't you be more careful next time?" Jiang Ciyuan feigned obedience. "Senior, I concede my mistake." Xu Qiuwu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked at his foot, her gaze averted but her ears betraying a hint of crimson. Acknowledging his fault was one thing, but displaying such vulnerability was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 17. Is she changing clothes? Jiang Ciyuan winced in pain on the sofa. Xu Qiuwu retrieved the medication and disinfectant provided by the doctor, kneeling before him as she prepared the cotton swabs. "The disinfection might sting a bit. Please bear with it." "Not a problem. I can endure it," he assured her. Xu Qiuwu nodded, gently dipping the cotton swab into the disinfectant, applying it with utmost care to his wound. Though her touch was soft, Jiang Ciyuan could hardly contain himself, nearly leaping up in response. Ouch. He had anticipated some discomfort, but he never expected it to be this intense. Yet, for the sake of appearances, Jiang Ciyuan restrained himself from rising. Xu Qiuwu noticed this and gently wiped while looking up at him, offering a soothing word. "Just endure for a while. and there will be a reward. Jiang Ciyuan gasped, "What reward?" Xu Qiuwu replied, "Oh right, what reward?" When she was at home, she would coax a young neighbor girl with candies or a gentle pat on the head. But could such gestures be applied to him? Offering him candy seemed absurd. He was no longer a child. A pat on the head? Would that even work on Jiang Ciyuan? However, as she gazed at her junior's thick, dark hair, she found herself momentarily tempted to ruffle it, imagining how delightful it might feel. "What do you want?" Xu Qiuwu pondered, though she was uncertain. She wasn't particularly skilled in such matters, yet seeing him in pain and discomfort, she could not resist soothing him in her own way. Thus, one hand gently applied medicine to his wounds, while the other reached up to softly ruffle his hair. "Just endure a little longer." Jiang Ciyuan suddenly held his breath, staring at her in a daze. After a moment, feeling awkward, he turned to gaze out the window. What was happening? His heart raced unexpectedly. He suddenly disregarded the pain in his foot, remaining silent for a while, his eyes shifting as he discreetly glanced at his senior's face. She was focused, tenderly cleaning his wounds with antiseptic, applying medicine gently, and wrapping it with gauze. Once she completed this series of tasks, Xu Qiuwu lifted her head. "From now on, be cautious. Each time it gets wet, the healing process slows, and the only one who suffers will be you. Do you understand?" Jiang Ciyuan coughed awkwardly, rubbing his nose with a smile. "All right, thank you, senior. I will be careful." Xu Qiuwu softly replied, "Mem, you should rest now." Jiang Ciyuan smiled bashfully and, as he stood up to pass by her, caught a faint, delightful scent emanating from her. He paused for a moment, instinctively looking at her. But Xu Qiuwu's gaze swiftly met his. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's fine." Jiang Ciyuan quickly averted his eyes. Feeling a sense of embarrassment as if caught in a compromising situation, "I'll head to my room first." Xu Qiuwu watched him enter the room and close the door, then walked over to collect the clothes he had changed out of, taking them to the washing machine. To her surprise, she found not only his clothes, but also his pants and underwear. Xu Qiuwu froze for a moment, her fair cheeks instantly flushing with a hint of red. After hesitating, she considered that the underwear, being mixed with the clothes, might seem deliberate if she took only the outer garments, leaving the underwear behind. Wouldn't that be more awkward? Ultimately, she decided it was not her concern to wash them. After a brief internal struggle, Xu Qiuwu took everything, separating the clothes and underwear into their respective machines. A little over 10 minutes later, the washing was complete. Xu Qiuwu retrieved the freshly laundered garments and hung them on the balcony in the hall. When she picked up Jiang Ciyuan's underwear, her fingers trembled slightly, yet she maintained a composed expression as she hung it up. It was merely a pair of underwear. There was no need for excessive fuss. Yet, when she turned her head, her ears were still flushed. Jiang Ciyuan had completely forgotten about the matter at hand. Upon returning to his room, he opened his computer and immersed himself in his work, typing fervently, resolutely determined that nothing could disrupt his focus. Fortunately, after a flurry of keystrokes, he managed to complete a chapter and, upon reviewing it, felt a sense of satisfaction. A minor update, accomplished. Although one more chapter remained unwritten, Jiang Ciyuan intended to seize the momentum and swiftly finish the last chapter, thus fulfilling his update obligations for the day. However, as he continued to write, he found himself momentarily distracted, as if someone were gently caressing his hair, an ethereal hand, pale and delicate. The fingers, imbued with warmth, seemed to carry a faint fragrance, soft and tender. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyuan jolted back to reality. It was merely his senior, offering a gesture of kindness to soothe him. How could he let his thoughts wander so? He chastised himself with a light slap, shook his head, and returned to his writing. Yet this time, the 2,000 words felt particularly arduous, and when he finally completed them, he was nearly moved to tears. What a struggle it had been. With the updates finally done, he contemplated sleep. No, perhaps a brief respite followed by some gaming. Stretching his back and loosening his limbs, he noticed the small balcony attached to his room. He hopped over, opened the door, and stepped outside to relish the breeze, only for his phone to suddenly ring. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother's call. As he answered, her voice resonated through the receiver. "Son." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "I heard you loud and clear. How's everything in Yan City?" His mother, Guanqian, replied with a hint of exasperation. "Look at you. Aren't you a bit foolish? Returning so early, with hardly anyone to keep you company. Isn't it terribly dull?" Leaning lazily against the balcony, he replied with a relaxed chuckle. "I'm doing just fine. No need to worry." Guanqian laughed in return. Your grandmother knows you returned to school early. She's been spending her summer in a small town in Jiangnan and wants you to visit her when you can. She misses you terribly. Jiang Ciyuan glanced down at his feet, knowing he couldn't visit at the moment. Understood. I'll see if I can make the time. Just thought I'd mention it. Guanxian continued, shifting the conversation. Now that you've returned to school so soon, tell me honestly, have you got a girlfriend? Jiang Ciyuan replied. No girlfriend, but things have ended. Such matters were ripe for mockery among peers, but there was no need to share with his mother. Clearing his throat, he added, no. Just a momentary lapse in judgment. Guanxian clicked her tongue. Look at you, in university and still single. Meanwhile, the boy next door brings his girlfriend home for the holidays. You can't let him outshine you. Jiang Ciyuan smiled wryly. I'll do my best. After chatting idly for a while, they ended the call. Leaning against the balcony, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly noticed a shadow flickering on the balcony across from him. There were no tall buildings obstructing their view. The lights in his senior's room glowed warmly. The curtains had been drawn, but the night breeze lifted a corner, allowing the shadow to slip through and dance upon her balcony. At first, Jiang Ciyuan did not grasp the situation until she noticed her reflection, where her hand brushed against her clothing, lifting it slightly. The shadow cast on the balcony, originally loose, delineated a slender waistline, accentuating the curves that emerged from the silhouette. Jiang Ciyuan's breath hitched, and she hastily turned her head. Was her senior changing clothes? Chapter 18. The senior leaned against his shoulder. The summer night breeze suddenly grew fervent, at least as it brushed against Jiang Ciyuan's face, carrying a trace of warmth. He dared not glance in that direction again, although he had not witnessed the interior scene. Merely the suggestive shadow on the balcony. It felt exceedingly impolite. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, the tacky ringtone from the bed he lost abruptly rang out. Rose, Jasmine, ask me what flower I like. Jiang Ciyuan thought, why must it ring now of all times? Startled, she nearly flung her phone away. From within the room came Xu Qiuwu's icy voice. Who is it? Embarrassment flushed Jiang Ciyuan's face as she struggled to steady her voice. As senior, it's me. Xu Qiuwu inside paused abruptly. I almost forgot. Her cheeks turned crimson, arms crossing over her chest, watching the curtains billow in the wind. Despite knowing that nothing could be seen from her room, she inexplicably felt her face grow warm. Jiang Ciyuan did not hear her response and rubbed her nose. I just stepped out to make a call, enjoying the breeze. I'll go rest now. Xu Qiuwu replied calmly. Noticing she had said nothing further, Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly added, Good night, senior. Sleep early. Xu Qiuwu remained silent, and upon hearing the sound of his door closing, covered her flushed face with her hands. She had just felt a bit uncomfortable in her pajamas, which seemed to have become snug. Perhaps she had gained weight recently. Otherwise, why would her clothes fit so tightly? After pulling the curtains closed, Xu Qiuwu stood by the mirror, staring at her reflection with confusion. Have I gained weight? With a slender waist, arms, and legs, where could she possibly be plump? Her gaze drifted down to the areas she perceived as fuller. The more she scrutinized, the redder her face became. It seemed she had developed a bit recently. Indeed, feeling a tad heavier. Shaking her head, Xu Qiuwu regained her composure. It's not something I can control. Typically, she preferred wearing loose, comfortable clothing, making any changes less noticeable. It was only when she undressed that she realized. However, it was just herself who would see. Calmly, Xu Qiuwu returned to her desk, completing her online editing tasks before planning her itinerary for the following day. She needed to rise early to prepare breakfast, eat, and then head to her uncle's milk tea shop for work. If she had time and arrived early, she could assist in the kitchen making some desserts for sale. As she focused on her computer, her thoughts wandered to Jiang Ciyuan, who lived next door. He might be feeling quite bored. With his foot injury rendering him unable to go out while staying at her place, he was likely finding it rather dull. Xu Qiuwu pondered for a moment, deciding to retrieve the gaming console her uncle had gifted her the following day, placing it in the living room for him to enjoy. After assuring herself that nothing had been overlooked, she extinguished the lights, laid down in bed, and succumbed to slumber. In the adjacent room, however, Jiang Ciyuan found himself unable to sleep. After sitting at the edge of his bed for a while, he began to play video games. Following a lengthy session, he concluded amidst Zhu Zai's incessant complaints. Zhu Zai exclaimed, Dimension, I'm not one to criticize, but what on earth were you playing today? You've drained all my health. Jiang Ciyuan glanced at their dismal performance, lamenting, practice more if you're so inept. I'm merely reflecting on my own shortcomings. Zhu Zai retorted, TSK, TSK. At least you're perceptive. Given your attitude, your father won't hold this against you. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled in response. Before drifting off to sleep, he stepped out to use the restroom. Yet, as he passed through the living room, his steps faltered abruptly as he gazed at the balcony where clothes were hung out to dry. On this summer night, a cool breeze swept through, causing the garments to sway, among which hung a particularly conspicuous pair of red, flamboyant underwear, boldly displayed. Jiang Ciyuan muttered in disbelief, "Is the sky falling?" He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, fixated on the fluttering red fabric. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he covered his face and sighed deeply. "No way, senior. Couldn't you just toss his clothes into the washing machine? Surely, this is unnecessary. How can I ask her to do such a thing?" He recalled her delicate, fair hands, pondering why she should be burdened with this task. Jiang Ciyuan rubbed his face, feeling a tumult of emotions. Why does it seem that in her eyes, I might appear more like a pervert? He mused. Would he even be able to stay until school commenced? Or would he have to pack up and leave the moment his foot healed? I should just endure, he advised himself, resolving to be more cautious in the future to avoid any further awkwardness. Even if he were to be unceremoniously ousted by the senior, he ought to maintain some dignity rather than be regarded as a lecherous deviant. Returning to his room, he tossed and turned in bed, still feeling a twinge of shame, remorseful towards her. He wondered how a girl like her managed to adapt to living with a boy like him. If her presence was merely out of a sense of duty, it would hardly bring him joy. Staring at the ceiling, he resolved to inquire about it the next day. In the dead of night, a sudden sound echoed from the living room, rousing Jiang Ciyuan from his slumber. What was that? He murmured sleepily. Has the senior adopted a cat? His own home was filled with cats, known for knocking things over at night. Yet, during his stay at the senioress, he had never encountered any feline presence. Puzzled but too fatigued and needing to relieve himself, he rose to use the restroom. However, as he exited his room, passing through the living room, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Damn! Just like the night before, a slender figure sat on the sofa, her long, dark hair cascading down, exuding a tranquil yet haunting beauty, resembling a serene masterpiece. If only it weren't so late. With the aid of his phone's light, Jiang Ciyuan discerned her exquisite features and hesitated. Senior, you're still awake? The senior remained unresponsive. Jiang Ciyuan scratched the back of his head, somewhat perplexed by her actions. I'm just getting up to use the restroom. Why was she sitting on the couch in the middle of the night, lost in thought? Was she suffering from insomnia? He mused that if it were him, perhaps he would be troubled by something, leading to sleepless nights and aimless sitting on the sofa. Thus, Jiang Ciyuan chose not to disturb her. After a brief visit to the restroom, he returned to find her still quietly seated on the couch, the lights off and silence enveloping the room. Senior, I'm going to bed now, he announced. Yet, she continued to ignore him. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head again, and, as he passed by the couch, he could not resist the urge to sit down. Although it felt somewhat impolite, he couldn't help but inquire, Senior, is there something on your mind? I can. Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Qiuwu suddenly tilted her body, resting her head on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling into the nook of his neck. Jiang Ciyuan's pupils dilated in shock. What's happening? Chapter 19. This is too blissful. Jiang Ciyuan straightened up abruptly, frozen in place. Xu Qiuwu's long, soft hair emanated a subtle fragrance of shampoo, brushing against his neck and tickling his throat. As she leaned closer, her supple form pressed against his arm, accompanied by a delicate scent. Jiang Ciyuan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. His throat tightened, and he dared not look away from her. As senior? Silence lingered. A minute passed, during which he held his breath, and the head nestled on his shoulder finally broke the quiet with a soft, childlike murmur. Mama. Jiang Ciyuan's mind raced. No, he was certainly not her mother. The feeble utterance of mama sounded like a child's whimper. His heart softened as he gazed at her dark, tousled hair and long lashes, casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring her emotions. Yet, this demeanor appeared quite endearing. Senior, I'm not, he began. But before he could finish, she nuzzled against him again, letting out a gentle hum of affection. Stop that, my face is turning red, he exclaimed, flustered. Senior, you. Cautiously, Jiang Ciyuan reached out to touch her forehead. Her temperature felt normal, indicating she wasn't running a fever. Just as he was about to touch her cheek, Xu Qiuwu suddenly released him, standing up and walking back to her room, closing the door behind her. Jiang Ciyuan was left bewildered. What just happened? He scratched his head, pondering as he returned to his own room when a sudden realization struck him. Wait, could she have been sleepwalking? It dawned on him. Recalling a fellow student in their dorm who occasionally talked in his sleep and sleepwalked, Zhuzai, the otaku. Jiang Ciyuan vividly remembered an incident when Zhuzai sleepwalked, climbing out of bed and crawling into the bunk of Zhao Zhouha, exclaiming wife, wife, several times. To put it mildly, Zhao Zhouha was nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself, letting out a groan that almost resulted in him vomiting on Zhuzai's face. Without hesitation, he had slapped Zhuzai, shouting, "Get away, you perverse wretch, I am your grandfather." Jiang Ciyuan, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, alongside Songyu, was abruptly awakened. They turned on the light and beheld the entangled figures below. Zhuzai, having been startled awake by a slap, found himself entangled in Zhao Zhouha's bedclothes and immediately turned his head in disgust. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Zhao Zhouha, irate, kicked Zhuzai onto the floor. Damn it, how can you even dare to vomit first? Goodness, your taste is truly depraved. Zhuzai groaned, rising from the floor. Apologies, my friend, I was sleepwalking. Jiang Ciyuan and Songyu, still in a state of shock, exchanged glances, relieved that they were on the upper bunk. However, compared to Zhuzai's startling escapade, their own experiences paled in comparison. The senior, in contrast, simply appeared much more benign. She would not disturb others or recklessly invade someone else's bed, calling them husband or wife. At most, she would sit on the sofa, lost in thought, leaning on his shoulder, murmuring mama before retreating to her room. Did she have any recollection upon waking? Jiang Ciyuan pondered about Zhuzai's situation. If awakened during a sleepwalking episode, one might recall the experience. At least he would know he had sleepwalked. Yet, if he had not awakened, he would have little memory of the morning. Like the last time when Zhuzai dreamt that his shoes were dirty, he got up to clean them, using his own toothbrush. Upon waking the next day, he exclaimed, "Which nightingale crept in to clean my shoes so thoroughly?" He then blissfully used the same toothbrush for his own teeth, perplexed by an odd smell. To put it in Zhuzai's words, he dreamt of something, and his strong drive compelled him to act, rising to fulfill the task. Was the senior simply yearning for her mother? After all, during her feverish illness, she also called for her mom. Jiang Ciyuan contemplated whether it would be wise to inquire, curious if she could remember. Although an occasional sleepwalking episode isn't grave, it could pose dangers if one were not living alone. The following day dawned bright and clear. As the alarm rang, Xu Qiuwu awoke and sat up in bed without hesitation. She promptly brushed her hair into a bun and proceeded to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Glancing at Jiang Ciyuan's room, which was quiet, she presumed he was still asleep, hoping he could enjoy a restful night. She ventured into the kitchen, preparing century egg and lean meat porridge along with noodles, and simply pan-fried some ham and bacon, crafting 2 sandwiches. Although she could have had a light breakfast, she was uncertain of Jiang Ciyuan's preferences, so she prepared a variety for him to choose from. As the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, Jiang Ciyuan remained lost in his dreams, vaguely hearing someone curse him as a pervert. Jiang Ciyuan, huh? Why was he being insulted out of nowhere? The hazy dreamscape seemed to transform into a vivid figure, beautiful yet aloof, standing on the balcony, gazing at him. Instinctively, Jiang Ciyuan called out, "Senior." Wait, where did that senior come from? Jiang Ciyuan was abruptly awakened from his dreams, sitting up in bed and surveying his surroundings with a sigh of relief. He patted his face, reassuring himself that it was merely a dream. With a sense of resignation, he rose from his bed and glanced at his phone, noticing a notification on WeChat indicating that someone had added him. Who could it be? Puzzled, Jiang Ciyuan clicked to open it, discovering a girl with a cartoon avatar. Her introduction simply stating, "Senior, we attended the same high school. You might not remember me, but I will be attending the same university as you this semester." There was no name, and he did not recognize her. Without further thought, Jiang Ciyuan decisively clicked reject. A delightful aroma wafted in from the hall, causing Jiang Ciyuan to pause and inhale deeply. How fragrant. Is Senior preparing breakfast? He tousled his slightly disheveled hair and ensured there was nothing peculiar on his face before opening the door. As he stepped outside, he beheld a graceful figure in an apron busily attending to the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound, the senior turned her head. "You're awake." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. "Senior." "Yes, Xu Qiuwu has warmed the milk as well. Breakfast is ready. After you freshen up, please come to eat." Jiang Ciyuan admired her neatly tied hair, which framed her fair and lovely face. As she worked in the kitchen, a stray strand fell, and she tucked it back, glancing at him standing in place. What's the matter? Jiang Ciyuan felt a flutter in his heart, momentarily dazed, and couldn't help but smile. Nothing, senior, you've worked hard. Wasn't this a bit too blissful? He mused. It felt as though he were the one in a dream. Chapter 20. The senior's thoughts on love. Xu Qiuwu was unaware of his silly grin upon waking, but upon hearing his words, she turned her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. It's not hard. I'm actually quite happy. If Jiang Ciyuan hadn't come, she would have been cooking alone anyway. His presence merely added another pair of chopsticks. She lightly chided, stop dawdling, hurry and freshen up. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, all right. After washing up, he wiped his face with a tissue and returned to find that the senior had already set the breakfast on the table. Wow, Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight. Senior, is breakfast this lavish? Xu Qiuwu was pleased with his reaction, a smile flickering in her eyes as she calmly replied. Just something I whipped up, enjoy. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, senior, Jiang Ciyuan said cheerfully as he took a seat, and they began their meal. Noticing that he was not picky with his food, Xu Qiuwu felt her mood lift considerably. How is your foot? Jiang Ciyuan stretched his leg, relieved that it hurt less now. Much better. Thank you for helping me change the bandage yesterday. Xu Qiuwu acknowledged him with a soft observing as he nearly choked on his food while scarcely touching the milk beside him. She inquired, don't you like milk? It's all right, he quickly replied, taking a sip, cherishing the senior's thoughtful gesture. Though he did not explicitly state it, Xu Qiuwu discerned his disinclination for milk and promptly stood up. I also have soy milk. Jiang Ciyuan felt too embarrassed to be picky. No need, senior, I'll just drink the milk. Sit still, Xu Qiuwu insisted, pressing him back into his seat. She turned to pour him some freshly ground soy milk, saying, drinking milk is my habit. If you don't like it, there's no need to force yourself. She did not wish for him to feel any burden. Disliking something was simply a matter of preference, and there was no need to endure it. Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly replied, thank you, senior. After they finished breakfast, Jiang Ciyuan assisted in tidying up, and, just before she could wash the dishes, he exclaimed, let me do it. Xu Qiuwu did not contest this. Instead, she watched him diligently scrub the dishes in the kitchen, unable to suppress a smile. She turned to rummage through the game consoles her uncle had bought for her, placing them on the table in the hall, hoping he would enjoy himself. When Jiang Ciyuan emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the brand new game consoles on the table. Senior, these are game consoles my uncle bought. I don't really know how to play them. If you're bored at home, feel free to play. She herself was not very familiar with these games. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ciyuan realized she was about to leave. He blurted out, then where are you going, senior? Is it inconvenient for you to stay here? Seeing the sudden nervousness on his face, Xu Qiuwu's eyes curved slightly as she replied, I'm going to work. Work? Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief, surprised. Are you taking a summer job, senior? No wonder you've been in Yinqing so early. Yes, more or less. It's at my uncle's shop, she explained, noting that her uncle usually did not spend much time there. With her busy schedule, Jiang Ciyuan did not have the chance to inquire about her sleepwalking episode from the previous night, but judging by her demeanor, she likely had no recollection of it. Before long, Xu Qiuwu emerged from her room, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, radiating a youthful yet cool beauty. She announced, I'm off to work. All right. Jiang Ciyuan replied, take care. Just before leaving, she handed him a key, placing it in his palm. This is the key. Sometimes the code lock doesn't work. Jiang Ciyuan accepted it with a smile, saying, okay. After she departed, Jiang Ciyuan found himself rather bored in the room, so he lay on the sofa for a while, playing with his phone. After some time, his gaze fell on the game consoles Xu Qiuwu had brought, and he suddenly sat up, thinking, I should play the game consoles. She had mentioned they were gifts from her uncle, who probably did not know her preferences, hence selecting some popular games that were not too challenging. Jiang Ciyuan fiddled with the consoles, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Glancing outside, he thought, time really flies. He wondered when Xu Qiuwu would finish work. Oh, wait. She likely wouldn't return for lunch. Leaning back on the sofa, he concluded she would probably be back in the afternoon. While reclining, he couldn't help but recall her sleepwalking from the previous night, leaning on his shoulder and acting coy. Slapping his face lightly, Jiang Ciyuan chastised himself, stop thinking about that. If the senior finds out, she'll think I'm a creep. After enough gaming, he picked up his phone again, only to discover that someone had added him on WeChat, an individual with the username A Bunch of Grapes, whom he had declined that morning. A bunch of grapes, senior. Why did you reject my request? We spoke back in high school. You might not remember. Jiang Ciyuan once again declined, this time adding a line. How do you know I don't remember? State your name. On the street, when Tang Yueran's WeChat account received Jiang Ciyuan's refusal, she was nearly infuriated enough to hurl her phone. Tang Yueran's face flushed with anger. What nonsense. Yang Qingqing and Wang Shi, accompanying her on a shopping trip, looked at her in bewilderment. What happened, Yueran? Nothing. Tang Yueran suppressed her frustration, not wishing to reveal her inner turmoil. Her heart was already in disarray. Jiang Ciyuan had indeed not reached out to her. Suddenly, Wang Shi exclaimed, Hey, there's a milk tea shop over there. Let's go sit for a while. My feet are killing me. Sounds good, Yang Qingqing agreed, glancing up at the aesthetically pleasing milk tea shop. The three of them entered the establishment, named a little more sweet. However, just a few steps inside, Yang Qingqing suddenly gasped, It's our senior. Tang Yueran and Wang Shi turned to look and beheld the stunning figure from their school, now clad in the milk tea shop's uniform, exuding a cool and captivating beauty. Gazing in their direction, the trio paused momentarily, and Yang Qingqing couldn't help but tug at their clothes, exclaiming, She is so beautiful. Tang Yueran furrowed her brow. Yet, upon observing the high-cold senior, whose beauty was indeed unparalleled, she recognized that no one else could compare. Xu Qiuwu also noticed them. As her calm gaze swept over Tang Yueran's face, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Is this the girl that the junior likes? Xu Qiuwu recalled the scene on the mountain that day when Tang Yueran had tossed the flowers at Jiang Ciyuan, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Her tone grew noticeably colder. May I ask what you would like to drink? Senior, we are from the same school. Yang Qingqing smiled. I want this, taro ball milk tea, normal sweetness. Xu Qiuwu acknowledged. All right, what else? Wang Shi blinked at her. Senior, I'll have this one, also with normal sweetness. I want the mango pomelo sago. Tang Yueran spoke, discreetly glancing up at the senior, but the senior's indifferent gaze inexplicably sent a chill through her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that this aloof senior harbored some aversion toward her. Why is that? Tang Yueran pondered, somewhat perplexed. After all, she had never offended her. Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, Okay, please wait a moment. Tang Yueran watched her turn to prepare the milk tea, unable to suppress her envy. How wonderful it must be. Such a beauty like her surely has countless admirers, and can have any kind of boyfriend she desires. Yet, for someone like her, her standards would likely be exceedingly high. It was uncertain what kind of boy she would eventually prefer. Senior is truly stunning, Yang Qingqing sighed, resting her chin on her hand, perfect from head to toe. Wang Shi couldn't help but display a love-struck expression. If I were a guy, I would definitely pursue the senior. He. That's easy to say. But you pursuing the senior wouldn't garner her attention, Yang Qingqing retorted. How many people confess to her at school? Doesn't she refuse them every time? Wang Shi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there have been handsome suitors and wealthy second-generation heirs who have confessed their feelings to her. Yet she seems to have declined each time, stating that she is not currently interested in romance. She remains uncertain about what kind of person would truly capture the heart of a senior like her. Yang Qingqing, filled with curiosity, inquired, What kind of person indeed? At that moment, Tang Yueran, lost in thought with her curled hair, suddenly exclaimed, Jiang Ciyuan. Just then, Xu Qiuwu approached with a cup of milk tea. Chapter 21. She and the junior are not in that kind of relationship. Xu Qiuwu realized they were discussing her, their timing impeccable. As she could summarize their conversation to, what kind of person would a senior like to date? Indeed, what kind of person? Jiang Ciyuan. Xu Qiuwu's hand trembled slightly, her heart racing unexpectedly. What were they rambling about? Although she could not deny her favorable impression of Jiang Ciyuan, they were not in that kind of relationship. Yang Qingqing and Wang Shi became engrossed in their conversation, momentarily stunned by Tang Yueran's mention of Jiang Ciyuan. What about Jiang Ciyuan? Tang Yueran's face flushed slightly, realizing her slip of composure. No, I was just scrolling through my social media and happened to see someone mention him. Wang Shi, intrigued, asked, Oh, what did they say? Nothing much, Tang Yueran replied, placing her phone down, increasingly agitated as she had just been perusing the school's confession wall. Initially, she had merely been bored, curious to see if any boys had confessed to Xu Qiuwu. After all, during their time at school, Xu Qiuwu had always maintained a cool demeanor, speaking little and exuding an air of aloofness. Many boys who admired her hesitated to confess openly, fearing the disappointment of rejection. Thus, numerous individuals chose to express their feelings on the confession wall instead. To her dismay, While browsing, she stumbled upon a girl confessing her feelings for Jiang Ciyuan. For reasons unknown, this revelation displeased her, who in the school wasn't aware that Jiang Ciyuan was pursuing her. Although she had not accepted his advances, that certainly did not give others the right to boldly declare their affection for him. At this moment, Yang Qingqing spotted Xu Qiuwu, Sr. Xu Qiuwu replied, regaining her composure as she placed their milk teas on the table. Here is the menu. Feel free to order desserts if you wish. Wang Shi beamed. All right, thank you. Senior. Xu Qiuwu smiled softly, her eyes curving slightly as she turned to leave. Wang Shi noticed the gentle arch of her eyes and clutched her heart, thinking how beautiful she was. Did she just smile at me? My heart feels like it's racing. Look at you. You've been single for too long. Yang Qingqing teased. The senior isn't interested in you like that. Otherwise, wouldn't all the boys in school go mad? Wang Shi couldn't help but joke. Hee. Unrequited love is still love, right? Relationships can be exhausting. Not really, Yang Qingqing chimed in, being the only one among them with a boyfriend, still radiating sweetness. Wang Shi noticed the hint of a tender smile on her face and exclaimed, Shut up. Don't speak of such things in front of us single folks. Tang Yueran sipped her milk tea silently, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. With the new semester beginning, they were now in their second year, and she too desired a sweet romance during her time in university. Yet now, she finds herself engulfed in confusion and unease. At this moment, the CAF is sparsely populated. Xu Qiuwu turns to the staff and says, I entrust this to you. I shall venture into the kitchen to prepare some desserts. Sure, the staff member smiles, go ahead. Xu Qiuwu has always had a fondness for baking, relishing the creation of desserts. However, the process at home proves cumbersome. Thus, the CAF kitchen, well-equipped and accommodating, offers her a convenient alternative, as her uncle allows her free rein. She delights in the creation process, particularly in witnessing the fruits of her labor, which brings her a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, as she gazes at the freshly baked confections, an unsettling thought crosses her mind. I wonder if he enjoys sweets. Additionally, her home harbors an injured junior, waiting for her nurturing touch. Upon seeing Tang Yueran in the CAF, she is reminded of the disheveled state in which Jiang Ciyuan found himself after being playfully teased by Tang Yueran on the mountain, causing her brow to furrow. Concerned that he might grow bored at home and dwell on his heartbreak, she resolves to create an assortment of desserts, intending to summon a delivery person shortly to send them back to him. As Xu Qiuwu carries the completed desserts to the counter for packaging, Tang Yueran catches a whiff of the delightful aroma. Wow, it smells divine. Her eyes gleam with excitement as she approaches to admire the exquisite treats. Senior, how much are these? I want to try them. These are not for sale, Xu Qiuwu replies, casting a fleeting glance her way, her hands still diligently wrapping the desserts. They are private. Oh, I see, Tang Yueran responds, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She finds it peculiar that her senior seems so indifferent. Here are the desserts you can order from our menu. Jia, the staff member, cheerfully interjects, sliding the menu towards Tang Yueran. Nodding, Tang Yueran peruses the menu while also stealing glances at the beautifully crafted desserts, marveling at their meticulousness. At that moment, the delivery person arrives. Hello, delivery. Xu Qiuwu, having completed her packaging, hands over the parcel. Here you go. As the delivery person takes the package and departs, Tang Yueran inadvertently catches a glimpse of the delivery address. Finding it familiar. Li Yuan Community. Oh, I remember now, she muses. My grandmother and Uncle S family live around there, don't they? After ordering a few items from the menu, Tang Yueran turns to leave. Jia, with a mischievous glint in her eye, gazes at Xu Qiuwu. Qiuwu, those exquisite pastries, who are they for? Xu Qiuwu pivots to face her. They are for no one. Nonsense. Jia's curiosity is piqued. It's evident you put so much effort into them. They're not just for your consumption, nor are they from the menu. Come on, spill the beans. Is it for a special someone? What special someone? Xu Qiuwu exclaims, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Stop with the nonsense. I must get back to work. As Jia observes Xu Qiuwu hastily retreating, she mutters indignantly, You better not be lying. If I find out which fellow is trying to woo my girl, I shall break his legs. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyuan lounges on the sofa, suddenly unleashing a loud sneeze, rubbing his nose in annoyance. Am I coming down with a cold, or is someone yearning for me? He promptly opens their dormitory group chat, sending a voice message. Boys, is it that you miss your dear father? In the group, 3 voices echoed in unison. Get lost. Not long after, while Jiang Ciyuan was typing in his room, the sound of a doorbell rang out. Is the senior back? He hurried to open the door. To his surprise, upon opening it, he found a delivery person holding an exquisite bag, greeting him with, "Hello, your delivery." Jiang Ciyuan paused for a moment. "I didn't order anything." "That's the right address, my friend," the delivery person replied, showing him the order details. "A stunning beauty requested it to be delivered here, from the shop A Little Sweeter." Jiang Ciyuan felt a bit dazed, but upon hearing stunning beauty, he immediately thought of his senior. He accepted the delivery with gratitude. "Thanks." It must have been his senior who ordered it for him, right? As the delivery person completed the order and was about to leave, he cast a few glances at Jiang Ciyuan, a hint of envy in his eyes. "Wow, you lucky guy." Jiang Ciyuan responded, "Huh?" The delivery person looked at him again, his tone dripping with envy. "Ah, you really got lucky." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "What else with the jealousy, man?" Chapter 22. A gift for the junior. Returning to his desk with the bag, Jiang Ciyuan opened it to reveal the delicate desserts inside, along with 2 cups of milk tea. How thoughtful. He was taken aback for a few seconds. The milk tea was icy, yet his heart felt warm, even a bit heated. Jiang Ciyuan took out his phone intending to thank his senior, but suddenly realized he had no contact information. What a pity. Feeling restless, he snapped a few photos and sent them to the dormitory group chat. "Look, check out this delightful treat. Am I worthy?" Soon, his dorm mates, lured by the aroma, arrived. "Songyu, not worthy, send it my way." "Zhao Zhouha, not worthy. You're still in Tianfu, don't rush." "Hey, you should be ordering me some delivery right now." "Zhu Zai, not worthy. But seriously, isn't this too girly? Who ordered this for you? You didn't order it yourself, did you?" "Jiang Ciyuan, so disgusting." "Zhao Zhouha, I can't believe I overlooked this. What's going on? You better confess, Ciyuan." Jiang Ciyuan laughed and scolded, "Get lost. Go envy someone else." Unable to resist, he also posted on his moments, boasting a little. Then he searched for a Little Sweeter, the dessert shop. Is this where his senior works? Clicking on the link, he found a plethora of dessert types, and the shop was beautifully decorated, the kind that girls would adore. He opened the comments section, where many praised the establishment, with several mentioning a cold, beautiful female staff member, alongside some peculiar remarks. Negative review. I asked the beautiful sister for her WeChat, but she was too aloof and rejected me. How could she refuse me? Positive review. So beautiful. I was dizzy when I left the shop. Oh, I meant the milk tea. A visit with my girlfriend ended in a breakup because the moment I stepped into the shop, I found love. Jiang Ciyuan. Everyone. The manager is a Taekwondo practitioner, you get it? Previously, there were some persistent individuals, but after the store manager delivered a decisive blow, they became considerably more subdued. The store manager presumably refers to the senior's uncle. The manager perceives anyone attempting to add the store flower's WeChat as swine, unworthy of his prized cabbage. Allegedly, no male has ever succeeded in adding her WeChat at the milk tea shop. It appears the situation is quite closely monitored, thought Jiang Ciyuan. A chill ran through him. If her uncle were to discover that he resided with her, would he not be subjected to another such strike? In the milk tea shop, Tang Yueran was absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone when she suddenly opened a secondary account to view Jiang Ciyuan's WeChat. To her astonishment, he had posted on Moments. Upon delving deeper, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? What was the meaning of Jiang Ciyuan's post? These desserts bore an uncanny resemblance to those just crafted by the senior. What is the matter? Why the sudden shock? Wang Shi inquired, startled by her reaction. What did you see? Tang Yueran hastily covered her phone. It's nothing, nothing at all. She glanced over at the strikingly beautiful senior at the front desk, noticing that many patrons, regardless of gender, were discreetly observing her. Tang Yueran pondered. Was it merely a coincidence? How could the desserts Jiang Ciyuan posted possibly be made by the senior? They had no discernible connection at school. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, a sense of unease enveloped her. With that thought in mind, she abruptly stood up and approached the counter, attempting to inquire, "Senior, may I add you on WeChat?" Xu Qiuwu raised her head, taken aback, uncertain of the junior's intentions. Her tone was nonchalant, yet Tang Yueran perceived a hint of coldness. Feeling guilty, Tang Yueran stammered. "It's just that, in school, there may be things I don't quite understand, and having WeChat could facilitate assistance. Would that be all right?" Having served as the vice president of the student council during her first 2 years, Xu Qiuwu felt it inappropriate to refuse such a request. especially given her curiosity about the junior's motives, particularly since Tang Yueran's gaze was so shifty, betraying her anxiety. With an inscrutable expression, Xu Qiuwu replied, "Very well. Scan here." Tang Yueran beamed, "Thank you, senior." She promptly added Xu Qiuwu on WeChat and hurriedly accessed her moments, eager to discover any connection to Jiang Ciyuan. However, she found her moments exceptionally sparse. Apart from school events, there were hardly any personal updates, revealing nothing of interest. Tang Yueran sighed in relief. She had been overthinking it. There truly was nothing between them. They were, in fact, two individuals devoid of any intersection. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she chided herself for being so easily frightened. Before long, noon arrived. Sister Jia began ordering takeout on her phone. Woo-woo. What would you like to eat? Shall we order together, or go next door? I'm not in a hurry, Xu Qiuwu replied. Has my uncle not come to the shop today? Sister Jia responded, the manager might show up in the afternoon. What is going on with you today? You keep checking the time. She looked at her. Is something bothering you? Nothing, Xu Qiuwu replied impassively, yet her hands, clasped around her phone, tightened slightly. Adjacent to their shop, there are several delightful dining establishments. During workdays, she often enjoys her lunch there, as the food is both clean and delicious. In the evenings, she prefers to purchase groceries and prepare her own meals. However, at present, her junior is still at her home. Xu Qiuwu looked up and said, Sister Jia, I'm heading to the street-side eatery. Sister Jia waved her hand. All right, off you go. Upon arriving at the nearby restaurants, she found options ranging from stir-fried noodles to noodle soup, rice with meat and vegetables, as well as various regional cuisines. The proprietress greeted her with a warm smile. As if they were old acquaintances, Xiaowu, you've come. What would you like today? Xu Qiuwu replied, I'll have a portion of seafood fried noodles to go. All right, coming right up. Would you like it spicy? And no cilantro, right? Yes, please. No cilantro. Got it, just a moment. After placing her order, Xu Qiuwu ventured to the adjacent shop, where she ordered rice and fragrant dishes to take away, then returned to the fried noodle shop. The proprietress emerged with a bag and, noticing the food in Xu Qiuwu's hand, chuckled, so much. This must be for you and Sister Jia to share. Xu Qiuwu maintained her composure, thinking to herself, not quite. This is for my junior. After settling the payment, she realized she still had ample time for her lunch break. At this hour, the shop was relatively quiet, providing her the perfect opportunity to return home. Jiang Ciyuan was seated at his desk, typing away on his computer, when he heard the doorbell ring and muttered in confusion, who could that be this time? He opened the door to find his senior, with a cool and beautiful demeanor. Staring back at him in surprise, Senior? Yes, Xu Qiuwu replied, her lips curving into a slight smile as she handed him the food. Here you go. Jiang Ciyuan blinked in astonishment. What is this? Xu Qiuwu succinctly replied, lunch. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Thank you, Senior. Why does she keep bringing me food? He quickly opened the door wider to let her in, but she said, I have matters to attend to at the shop. I must head back now. Jiang Ciyuan watched her retreating figure, bewildered. Huh? What is going on? She came back just to deliver lunch? Suddenly, his heart raced as he gazed after her, unable to suppress the smile creeping across his face. His senior was truly wonderful. Chapter 23. Joy brought by his presence, Jiang Ciyuan stood at the door, holding the heavy bag of food, smiling for quite some time, feeling that what he carried was not merely rice, but the gentle care of his senior. Just then, a child's voice echoed from the stairwell. Mommy, there's a person over there, smiling like a fool. Jiang Ciyuan choked, hastily suppressing his grin. What could a child possibly know? The child's mother swatted his bottom. That's rude. You shouldn't speak about others like that. Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly retreated into the house, concerned about any implications it might have on his senior. The food was still warm and aromatic. Jiang Ciyuan opened it, inhaled the delightful scent, snapped a few photos, and sent them to their dormitory group chat with a cheeky remark. Ah, what a fragrant meal. Did you all get something like this? Zhao Zhouhe replied, get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Song Yu inquired, who brought it to you? Jiang Ciyuan teased, I want to tell you. Zhu Zai snorted disdainfully. Then just hurry up and leave. Zhao Zhouhe interjected, something feels off, dimensional. Have you been secretly dating us behind our backs? Confess, and you shall be lenient. Dating? With the senior? Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, hastily calming his flustered heart. Don't spout nonsense. We are entirely innocent. After finishing his reply, he indulged in his meal, savoring the delightful taste, exclaiming, This is absolutely delicious. Once Jiang Ciyuan had finished his meal and found himself with nothing to do, lacking the desire to write, he opened the group chat, declaring, log in, log in. Let us have some fun. Song Yu quickly responded, what do you want from us? Go find someone to feed you. Zhu Zai added, exactly. Had I known she was coming, we wouldn't have shown up. Zhao Zhouhe inquired, so who exactly is it? I'm dying to know. Leaning comfortably against the sofa, Jiang Ciyuan replied, adults' matters are not for children to pry into. Go play with your ball. Zhu Zai retorted, if you keep playing, you'll only grow bigger in one area and smaller in another. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, what? I'm talking about a real ball. This little road is enough for driving. Zhao Zhouhe sent over an emoji of a middle finger. After playing games with them for about 2 hours, Jiang Ciyuan felt tired and lay down for a moment. He washed his face and planned to return to his room to write. With his feet hurting and it being inconvenient to go out, it was indeed suitable to nestle in his room and write. However, he sat at the computer for half an hour, unable to produce more than a few hundred words, and could only sigh, ah. Beside his desk lay the desserts and drinks the senior had brought him. He sampled one and took a sip of milk tea, the sweetness enveloping his taste buds, leaving him utterly satisfied. So sweet. Jiang Ciyuan gazed at the cup from the shop, named a bit sweeter. And suddenly an idea struck him. What if I take my laptop to the milk tea shop to write? He genuinely only wished to change his writing environment. Certainly not because he wanted to see the senior at work. Truly. After hesitating for only a few seconds, he resolved, all right, let us do this. I can't write here anyway, so a change of scenery it is. In the past, when he struggled to write at home or lacked motivation, he would change his environment, heading to a bookstore or CAF to sit, snack, and then calm down to write. With that thought, he wasted no time, tidied up, packed his computer and keyboard, and set off. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the shop was nearly empty. Xu Qiuwu sat at the counter, idly browsing her phone when she noticed Tang Yueran had added her that morning. For reasons unknown, she clicked into Tang Yueran's moments and saw numerous selfies, travel check-ins, and food pictures. In every photo, she appeared to be laughing joyfully, surrounded by many friends. Xu Qiuwu momentarily lost herself in thought, feeling a bit melancholic as she mused. Oh, he likes this type of girl, lively, cheerful, and quite animated. We seem to be of entirely different types. Most of the time, she was cold, spoke little, and shunned social interactions. Suddenly, the fruit-washing Jia waved her hand in the air. What is going on? Is something left too long and fermented? The air seems a bit sour all of a sudden. Is there? Xu Qiuwu regained her senses, and a flicker of confusion passed through her beautiful, cool eyes. She lowered her head and searched around, but found nothing. Just then, a figure descended from the front. Xu Qiuwu lifted her gaze, ready to utter a welcome, but was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ciyuan, tall and lanky, stood before her with a sunny smile, clutching a laptop bag. Senior, am I not welcome? Xu Qiuwu replied, you mischievous junior. After a brief pause, her frosty demeanor was tinged with a hint of warmth, yet her tone remained composed. Welcome. Jiang Ciyuan's lips curved into a smile as his gaze fell upon his senior, who was clad in a store uniform, a pale pink shirt paired with a knee-length skirt. The soft color lent an air of ethereal elegance to the typically aloof senior, making her appear distinctly different from her usual self. Noticing his gaze upon her, Xu Qiuwu instantly tensed, but Jiang Ciyuan quickly averted his eyes to the menu. Senior, do you have any recommendations? Xu Qiuwu breathed a sigh of relief internally and replied in a calm tone. The new edition is quite delightful. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a bit anxious, tightened his grip on his slightly trembling hands. All right, I'll order this, and what else? He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have diverted his eyes in time, avoiding any impolite fixation on his senior. Once he had selected his drink, Xu Qiuwu suggested other desserts. This one is delicious. Thank you, senior. Jiang Ciyuan scanned the menu again, furrowing his brow in confusion. Strange. Why aren't the items I had earlier today listed here? They were undeniably from this establishment. Noticing his puzzled expression, Xu Qiuwu softened her tone. Is something wrong? Do you dislike my recommendation? It's all right, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, guessing that perhaps the menu varied daily. I'll just sit over there and wait. Okay. A smile danced in Xu Qiuwu's eyes as she watched him retreat to a table. Jia, narrowing her eyes, leaned closer. Still watching? Xu Qiuwu immediately donned a cold expression. No. What was she looking at? She was merely concerned for his well-being. Jia peered in Jiang Ciyuan's direction, Who was that junior? He is quite handsome. The fact that Jiang Ciyuan was staying at her place was still unknown to others, and Xu Qiuwu wished to keep it that way. Just a student from school. If Jia Jia discovered that the junior was living with her, it wouldn't be long before her taekwondo uncle found out, and he would certainly not take it lightly. You mean to say that's all? Jia Jia questioned, skeptical. Xu Qiuwu nodded. Yes, that is all. Jia Jia studied her, sensing something amiss, but Xu Qiuwu had already turned back to her tasks. In the moment she glanced back, unnoticed, she secretly stole another look at Jiang Ciyuan, a smile gracing her lips while her ears flushed slightly. Xu Qiuwu pondered, how peculiar. Why did his presence here fill her with such joy? Chapter 24. Such an endearing sight. Jiang Ciyuan settled into a seat by the window, where the bustling street outside contrasted with the serene atmosphere within, free from disturbances. The ambience was truly splendid. Jiang Ciyuan opened his laptop, believing that in this comfortable environment, his typing speed would surely improve. He glanced around. At this hour, the CAF was not particularly crowded. However, not far from him sat a pair of mischievous brothers. One was older and the other younger, with the elder occasionally casting glances towards the counter. The younger sibling, with his bright, innocent eyes, cheerfully remarked, "Hee hee, brother. That sister is so beautiful." The older brother shot him a glance, secretly observing Xu Qiuwu's silhouette. "Of course I know that." The younger one slurped his milk tea, unabashedly suggesting, "Can you make her our sister-in-law?" Jiang Ciyuan thought, what is this little brat dreaming about? He felt his face flush and lightly tapped the boy. "What do you understand, kid? Keep your voice down." The younger brother swung his short legs and huffed. "Then why are you too shy to ask her for her WeChat?" "Brother? You're such a coward." The older brother, feeling challenged, tapped the boy's head. "Coward? I'm merely observing, waiting for the right moment. I'll approach her soon, just watch." The younger brother beamed. "Okay, I'll wait." After nodding, the younger one suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look, someone is staring at us." Jiang Ciyuan twitched his lips. The older brother turned back, raising an eyebrow with confidence, and exchanged a knowing glance. "Dude, go ahead and queue up." Jiang Ciyuan had no intention of engaging with the brothers. Yet, he noticed that the senior was quite popular, both in school and outside of it. Numerous patrons in the CF were covertly watching her, contemplating whether to approach for her WeChat, yet hesitating, as no one wished to face rejection in such a public setting. At that moment, a brave young man approached the counter, mustering the courage to say to Xu Qiuwu, "Hello, I'd like to place an order." However, it was Jia Jia who responded, "Hello, what would you like?" The boy glanced at Xu Qiuwu. "Can't she take my order?" Jia Jia smiled sweetly. "She is busy." "Can I take it?" "Oh, yes, I'll have this," the first boy stammered, scratching his head, ultimately feeling defeated. Returning to his table, his friend consoled him. "It's all right. No one has succeeded anyway. It's not embarrassing. Why is it so hard to get a WeChat?" Jiang Ciyuan concurred. After all, he lived under the same roof as the senior and had yet to add her WeChat. Just then, Jiang Ciyuan's drink was ready. Xu Qiuwu, dressed in her uniform, approached him with a cool demeanor, placing it on his table. Jiang Ciyuan smiled. "Thank you, senior." Xu Qiuwu replied softly, "The dessert will take a little longer." "All right." Jiang Ciyuan nodded with a smile, only to lift his gaze and find the boys at other tables glaring at him intensely. What was the issue? They were merely engaging in casual conversation. As Xu Qiuwu turned to leave, the elder brother of the mischievous pair suddenly called out to her. She glanced over, and upon meeting his gaze, the young man's face flushed crimson. "Hello, miss. I really enjoy your CAF's offerings. Both the drinks and desserts are delightful. Could I have your contact information? Whenever I feel like eating, I have lost count of how many times I've heard such phrases," Xu Qiuwu replied, her expression unchanging. "You can order takeout online. Just search for our shop to place an order." The boy paused, taken aback. "But adding you on WeChat might be more convenient." "It's not convenient. I don't have my phone with me," Xu Qiuwu responded, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, the shop's WeChat ID clearly displayed nearby. The boy retorted, "Who wants to chat with the muscular shop owner through the shop's WeChat?" He was acutely aware that this was a rejection, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, I see. Well, I'll add you later." As Xu Qiuwu turned to leave, her younger brother interjected, "But sister, you said WeChat is fine too." Xu Qiuwu replied, "Sorry, I don't have WeChat." The onlookers exchanged glances, silently thinking, who would believe that? Once she departed, the older brother, frustrated, scratched his head again. It truly failed. It was just adding WeChat. Why not agree? It's not like adding it means pursuing her. Jiang Ciyuan, observing the scene, felt an inexplicable sense of joy. If she were to add everyone who asked for her WeChat, she would be bombarded with messages every day. It would be utterly exhausting. The boy shot him a disgruntled glare. Dude, stop being a bystander with snarky comments. If you're so capable, why not try asking her yourself? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, not rising to the provocation. However, he did genuinely wish to add his senior on WeChat. Unlike those with ulterior motives, he simply wanted to connect. Given that they lived under the same roof, adding WeChat seemed entirely reasonable. Indeed, it was quite normal. So, Jiang Ciyuan mused, I'll give it a shot later. His gaze fell on the computer as he typed a few words, overhearing someone remark, she's so aloof. She doesn't even add WeChat, leaving no room for imagination. Does she have a boyfriend? Another countered, what boyfriend? If she had one, the muscular shop owner would have already broken his legs. Before long, Xu Qiuwu approached, carrying exquisite desserts, placing them on Jiang Ciyuan's table. You should eat this while it's warm. It tastes better that way. How exquisite, Jiang Ciyuan marveled, noticing that no one was paying attention to them. Senior, may I add you on WeChat? His voice was soft, his eyes bright, as their gazes locked. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his sudden request. Just then, someone called out, woo woo, from Jia Jia's side. Xu Qiuwu turned her head, coming. Jiang Ciyuan watched her retreating figure, awkwardly covering his face. Ah, rejected. The previously rejected older brother turned around, chuckling. Dude, I thought you had some charm. Perhaps you could succeed, but it turns out you couldn't either. Shut up, Jiang Ciyuan retorted, not wanting to engage with him. He had initially thought that since they lived under the same roof, and she had so kindly fed him, she would likely agree to his WeChat request. Yet, it seemed he was no different from anyone else. Sighing, Jiang Ciyuan pondered whether this indicated that, in Xu Qiuwu's eyes, he was just like the rest. Her invitation for him to stay and care for him was merely out of a sense of responsibility and gratitude. He scooped a generous piece of dessert into his mouth, swallowing it down, and thought, forget it, I'll just focus on writing. The scene was somewhat amusing and lively. Xu Qiuwu quietly observed him from behind the counter, unable to suppress a laugh as she covered the corner of her mouth with her hand. She found him, in this moment, rather endearing. However, he seemed a bit displeased. Earlier, when Jiang Ciyuan had asked to add her on WeChat, she had been caught off guard, as Jia Jia had just called her away for something. Nonetheless, Jiang Ciyuan's request to add her was likely a mere formality, devoid of ulterior motives. Jia Jia, noticing her distracted demeanor, teased, what's wrong? Lost in thought. Your admirer is right here in the shop. Xu Qiuwu felt a slight flush in her ears and retorted, don't say such things. Although she denied it, Jia Jia found her behavior rather peculiar. She was never one to act this way. Jia Jia, with her keen gaze, scanned the shop and landed on Jiang Ciyuan. It must be him. Wu Wu seems to hold a special regard for him. Jiang Ciyuan was typing away at his keyboard, and after managing to add a few hundred words to his document, he suddenly noticed a figure before him. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, captivating his senses, and he instinctively inhaled, exclaiming, it smells so good. Xu Qiuwu's face flashed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. No. Jiang Ciyuan quickly looked up, startled to meet the icy yet stunning visage of his senior. Senior. Xu Qiuwu swiftly suppressed her emotions, adopting an expressionless demeanor as she placed a dessert on the table. Your dessert? Senior, I didn't order this, Jiang Ciyuan replied, perplexed. Xu Qiuwu simply stated, it's a complimentary gift for you. Such good fortune? Jiang Ciyuan smiled as he accepted it. Oh, thank you. Xu Qiuwu couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. He was quite gullible to believe that she had been the one to offer it. Noticing him furiously typing away on his computer, she took out her phone. Scan here. Jiang Ciyuan, bewildered, responded, huh? Isn't this a complimentary gift? Do I need to pay? Xu Qiuwu realized he had misunderstood, and a hint of discomfort passed over her composed features. I didn't have my phone on me earlier. Jiang Ciyuan paused for a moment, but quickly grasped her meaning. He recalled her earlier request to add him on WeChat, and a smile danced in his eyes as he hurriedly retrieved his phone. All right. The other patrons in the shop stared wide-eyed at the unfolding drama. Wait a minute. Dude, you actually added her on WeChat? No way. Is this real? Someone exclaimed indignantly. This must be a lie. Did you not see the dessert on his table? Just pay for it. Jiang Ciyuan was in high spirits, unbothered by their reactions, and lazily nodded. Yes, you're all absolutely right. The others were left grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it. What else with the arrogance? This is infuriating. Some individuals are consumed by envy and resentment, while others approach with familiarity. Come on, brother, let us connect on WeChat. They casually drape an arm over his shoulder. Jiang Ciyuan, being male himself, could easily perceive their intentions. He shrugged off the hand, replying, "Who is your brother?" and gestured for them to leave. The other party protested, "Brother, that's rather ungracious of you. Isn't it? I don't have that many brothers." Jiang Ciyuan replied nonchalantly, "I just completed a payment." "Is that for real? Would I lie?" Jiang Ciyuan maintained a calm demeanor. He wished to prevent any unfounded rumors about the senior sister because of him, which would be rather unfortunate. Others expressed their disappointment. "All right, fine." After dismissing that crowd of unwelcome brothers, Jiang Ciyuan felt his phone vibrate. A notification read, "I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." Upon opening it, he noticed the senior sister's profile picture was of the expansive snowy mountains and grasslands of their home province, likely from the northern region. Her WeChat name was simple, Rain Affairs, a clever disassembly of the character for Mist. Curious, Jiang Ciyuan browsed her moments, revealing a backdrop of blue skies and lush green meadows under the white clouds. He mused that the senior sister must have a deep affection for her hometown. However, Yin City was quite distant from their province. A 5-hour flight was necessary to reach the capital. If she were not in the capital, but in another city, she would need to take high-speed rail or a train to finally arrive home. It must be quite a challenging journey for her to return, Jiang Ciyuan reflected. Her moments seemed devoid of personal daily updates. Instead, they featured numerous school recruitment promotions, campus events, and various charitable activities. After a brief scroll through her posts, Jiang Ciyuan concluded that someone like her would be exceedingly difficult to pursue. Her interests were inscrutable, her desires hidden. She possessed no inclination to share anything with others. It was as if her heart were locked away, difficult for anyone to penetrate, leaving most to linger around her only to depart in disappointment. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyuan recalled his first year at school when the senior sister was assisting other new students as a member of the student council's welcoming committee. As a fresh entrant himself, he had encountered her, Xu Qiuwu, amidst the bustle of newcomers. However, she was not there for him. Her role was to assist every student who had just arrived and was bewildered by their surroundings. He had smiled and casually asked, "Hello, senior sister. I'm a freshman in the computer science program. Could you tell me where dormitory 505 is?" Her expression was cool as she turned to indicate the direction. "Just go straight. It's the second building on the left. There's a tree outside." Jiang Ciyuan followed her gesture, flashing a wide smile. "Thank you, senior sister." Yet, she merely nodded and walked away. At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan thought her demeanor was quite aloof. Now, he sensed that beneath her seemingly distant exterior lay a deeply considerate and sensitive heart. He decided to rename her WeChat contact to reflect his thoughts. Beautiful senior sister with a kind heart. He sent a message to his senior after adding her on WeChat. The first line reading, "Hee hee, senior, peek," accompanied by an adorable cat emoji. When the phone vibrated, Xu Qiuwu glanced at it, and a faint smile gradually appeared on her cool face. She thought to herself, childish, yet quite endearing. Well, it's merely the emoji that is charming. Xu Qiuwu cast a glance at the figure by the window, contemplated for a moment, and then typed a message, "Aren't you busy?" Observing him typing away vigorously on his computer, she wondered if he was studying. Jiang Ciyuan did not expect such a swift response from her. He assumed that his seemingly trivial greeting would go unnoticed by his senior. Holding his phone, he couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter pure and sincere. "Not really. I'm not busy at all. It's you who seems busy, senior." As the sun gradually set, more people began to fill the store. Xu Qiuwu noticed his clear smile, which stirred something within her, leaving her at a loss for words as she held her phone. However, Jiang Ciyuan sent another message. "Senior, are you going grocery shopping today? It seems like there's hardly anything left in the fridge." Xu Qiuwu replied, "Yes, I'll go after work. What do you want to eat?" Jiang Ciyuan felt elated. Was she actually letting him choose? He felt too shy to make any demands. Living at his senior's place, with food and drink provided, he would be delighted even with a simple bun. Jiang Ciyuan replied, "Anything is fine. Thank you, senior. You go ahead with your work. No need to mind me. Well behaved." Xu Qiuwu stared at the message, feeling a peculiar sensation, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. So easy to please. Just then, Jia happened to overhear and leaned in, curious. What is so easy to please? Have you recently gotten a pet? Xu Qiuwu quickly shut her phone, a faint blush creeping onto her ears, maintaining a composed demeanor. It was merely a casual remark, yet Jia Jia's interest was piqued. Really? What kind of pet do you have? Xu Qiuwu felt a moment of embarrassment, wishing she hadn't mentioned it, but quickly regained her composure and randomly said, a cat. I suppose. Jia Jia, who had several cats at home, was instantly intrigued. What breed? How much did it cost? Xu Qiuwu regretted bringing it up and pondered. Found it. No cost involved. Just feed it, and it's well-behaved and not picky. She reasoned that she wasn't really lying. Jia Jia exclaimed in envy. That's wonderful. My cats are such a hassle. They just ruined the sofa the other day. You should bring yours over sometime for us to see. Just then, Jiang Ciyuan, who had been focused on his computer, looked up and met Xu Qiuwu's gaze. Xu Qiuwu froze momentarily, blinking in surprise. The ever-chattering Jia Jia noticed something was off. What's wrong? Xu Qiuwu remained silent. The cat had noticed him. Jiang Ciyuan wondered, was it just his imagination? Or did his senior's gaze suddenly seem a bit strange? Chapter 26. I am not a lowly enthusiast. Xu Qiuwu's working hours at the CAF more suite were not fixed, as it was her uncle's establishment and thus more relaxed. During her free time at the shop, she would handle some editorial tasks. Fortunately, she didn't manage too many authors, which kept her workload manageable. In her leisure hours, she also enjoyed drawing online. With a certain fan base initially cultivated from a fondness for various manga and anime, she began drawing characters she adored. As time passed, her popularity surged, attracting requests for illustrations from the realms of anime, game fan art, character designs, and novel illustrations, resulting in a commendable income. Recently, a gaming company reached out to her privately, extending an invitation to become the lead artist for a newly developed game, responsible for all principal character designs. However, the pressure proved overwhelming, and she is currently deliberating the offer. As the sun began its descent, Jiang Ciyuan sat in the shop, finding his focus sharpened, which significantly increased his typing speed. At last, he gazed at the document brimming with thousands of words, satisfied as he tapped the keyboard to save his work. Done. Approaching 6 o'clock, Xu Qiuwu changed out of her uniform and informed Sister Jia at the counter. Sister Jia, it's over to you. Uncle seems to have disappeared for a drink and may arrive later. Sister Jia smiled and waved her off. Go on, go on. At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan's phone vibrated. The beautiful and kind-hearted senior wrote, off work, leaving now. So soon? Jiang Ciyuan was somewhat surprised and looked up to see the senior glance at him, gesturing for him to step outside. Xu Qiuwu added, the car is parked outside. Avocado color. The store was too crowded for her to converse freely with Jiang Ciyuan, so after sending the message, she grabbed her bag and departed. Jiang Ciyuan watched her retreating figure, and after a moment, swiftly packed up his computer and stepped out, wincing slightly from his sore foot. Once outside, he scanned the area, searching for the senior and her vehicle, an avocado-colored car. Not far away, she stood beside the car, waving at him, over here. Jiang Ciyuan approached with a smile. Senior. Xu Qiuwu opened the car door and invited him in. Get in. Jiang Ciyuan, intrigued, asked, you have a car, senior? Xu Qiuwu replied calmly, just a cheap runabout. She had little sentiment regarding it. As long as it functioned, she was content. After graduation, when she earned substantial money, she would consider upgrading to a nicer vehicle. As Jiang Ciyuan settled into the car, a subtle, refreshing fragrance enveloped him. After fastening his seatbelt, he turned to the senior at the wheel. Curious, senior, where are we going? To the supermarket for groceries. Xu Qiuwu pondered. If you're eager to head home and rest, I can drop you off first. No need. Let us go grocery shopping, Jiang Ciyuan replied. I would also like to browse and see if there's anything I need. Having never ridden in the senior's car before, he felt a hint of apprehension. However, once they hit the road, he realized his worries were unfounded. The senior's driving skills were impeccable. His anxiety dissipated, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Senior, you drive so steadily. Xu Qiuwu's grip on the steering wheel faltered slightly as she discerned the underlying implication. Did you doubt my driving skills? Jiang Ciyuan shook his head vigorously. No. Amused by his demeanor, Xu Qiuwu found him endearingly foolish and felt a sudden urge to tease him. In the next instant, the previously smooth ride jolted unexpectedly, as if the car had taken on a life of its own, dancing whimsically on the road. After being tossed around a few times by her, Jiang Ciyuan's face turned pale, still trembling with fear. Senior, were you doing that on purpose? Xu Qiuwu suppressed the almost imperceptible smile tugging at her lips and replied with a straight face, "No, my driving skills are simply like this." "Who would believe that?" Jiang Ciyuan asserted with conviction, "You did that intentionally." Xu Qiuwu cast a sidelong glance at him. "What?" Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat twice, scratched his head, and chuckled. "It's nothing. You drive quite well." Not wanting him to think otherwise, she immediately jostled the car again. Finally, they arrived at the supermarket, and the senior said, "We're here." They both alighted from the vehicle and entered the store together. Jiang Ciyuan found this experience rather refreshing and secretly glanced at the senior beside him, who was already pushing a shopping cart. They strolled to the vegetables section, and after picking up a few potatoes, the senior turned to him and asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "None at all. I'm not picky, except I don't eat cilantro." "You can choose whatever you like, senior." Xu Qiuwu inquired about cucumbers. "Do you eat cucumbers?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, "Yes." She then continued, "Tomatoes?" Jiang Ciyuan affirmed, "Yes." Xu Qiuwu asked, "Bell peppers?" Jiang Ciyuan hesitated for a moment. "Well, I can eat them." "Oh, so you don't particularly like them." Jiang Ciyuan watched as she put the bell peppers back. "Senior, weren't you going to buy bell peppers?" "Not anymore." Xu Qiuwu turned and selected several cucumbers and tomatoes, placing them on the scale. She then asked, "Green beans?" Jiang Ciyuan gave a thumbs up. "These green beans are fantastic." After finishing in the vegetable section, they made their way toward the meat area. Jiang Ciyuan's feet began to ache, causing him to walk slowly and let out a sigh. Xu Qiuwu, pushing the cart at a similar pace, directed his gaze forward and indicated for him to look. "See that? Over there is a woman pushing a shopping cart with a very small baby seated in it. The infant is giggling." Jiang Ciyuan was somewhat puzzled. "I see." Xu Qiuwu maintained her stoic expression. "Come sit here, I'll push you." Jiang Ciyuan thought to himself, what sort of deadpan joke is she trying to make? However, he couldn't help but chuckle, resignedly sighing, "Senior, please stop joking with me." Xu Qiuwu's eyes curved slightly, and she laughed along. After their laughter subsided, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan staring at her with a look of innocent curiosity, which made her feel suddenly self-conscious, prompting her to turn away. She pushed the shopping cart slowly, and Jiang Ciyuan felt like a tall tale following her, until she unexpectedly said, "Is your profile picture of Zhou Fangzuan?" Jiang Ciyuan's hair stood on end. What does that mean? Was she criticizing him for being childish? His current profile picture was indeed of Zhou Fangzuan, a magnificent artwork created by a prominent artist he followed. Jiang Ciyuan quietly asked, "What about it?" "It's quite good." Xu Qiuwu suppressed her joyful emotions, thinking she would have expected him to use a cute anime character as his profile picture. Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "I'm not into that." However, hearing her say so, he curiously smiled. "Senior, do you watch anime or read manga?" Xu Qiuwu nodded. "Yes, I do watch some." Jiang Ciyuan's eyes brightened with anticipation as he inquired, "So, senior, what type of anime do you enjoy?" Xu Qiuwu suddenly regretted broaching the subject, her ears involuntarily turning crimson. It seemed rather inconvenient to divulge her preferences. Observing her sudden silence, Jiang Ciyuan noticed her lowered gaze upon the meat, yet a hint of bashfulness tinged her cool demeanor. He paused momentarily. "Senior, why is your face flushed? Is your favorite anime rather risque?" "Not at all," Xu Qiuwu replied, turning her head away, her blush deepening. She certainly would not disclose that. Jiang Ciyuan pressed on. "Clearly there is something. Your ears are red. Share with me what you typically watch." Xu Qiuwu, maintaining a frosty countenance, retorted, "Let us discuss dinner. We're having green pepper rice." She even issued a playful threat. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling deflated, conceded, "I was mistaken." Xu Qiuwu's lips curved into a slight smile as she inwardly chuckled. What a childish fool, afraid of green peppers, like a character from Crayon Shinchan. Chapter 27. Did we just buy matching slippers? Seeing him fall silent, Xu Qiuwu couldn't help but laugh. However, before her smile could fully manifest, she quickly turned her head to conceal it. "What kind of meat do you like?" "Huh." Jiang Ciyuan blinked. "Anything is fine, as long as it's not stir-fried with green peppers." He genuinely disliked the taste of green peppers. "How about tomato braised beef?" Xu Qiuwu stole a glance at him, inexplicably finding her eyes glimmering with additional mirth. "Anything is fine," Jiang Ciyuan mused, trailing beside her, pondering what anime the senior could possibly favor that caused her to flush so. As he contemplated, Xu Qiuwu, while selecting raw meat, covertly glanced at him. Unfortunately, their eyes met at that moment. Xu Qiuwu thought to herself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have looked." She feigned nonchalance. Her face slightly flushed as she withdrew her gaze, clutching the meat in hand, and remarked coolly, "It's rather expensive, is it?" Jiang Ciyuan glanced at the price on the scale. "I'm not well versed in these prices. You can find it much cheaper at the market," Xu Qiuwu responded. After all, they were just two individuals and couldn't consume much. Once they had procured the vegetables and meat, Xu Qiuwu pushed the shopping cart forward, selecting a dozen eggs to add to their haul, then ventured into the snack aisle. Jiang Ciyuan found it quite refreshing, chuckling as he followed her. Watching her place various chips, cookies, and prunes into the cart, she certainly had a penchant for these treats. As he mused on this revelation, he witnessed her reach for several large bottles of soda meant for indulgence. Upon acquiring the cola, Xu Qiuwu sensed a burning gaze fixed upon her. Turning around, her ears reddened slightly as she hastily explained, "It's not for me." Jiang Ciyuan stifled a laugh and nodded obediently. "All right, I saw nothing." Xu Qiuwu turned away, choosing to ignore him. With her ears still flushed, she walked a few paces before spotting a desired snack perched on the topmost shelf. It appeared a bit out of reach. She approached, tiptoed, and attempted to grasp it several times, but to no avail. Jiang Ciyuan observed from behind. Unable to contain his laughter, despite her considerable height, the shelf remained too lofty. Jiang Ciyuan walked over and stood behind her, reaching out to retrieve the item from its lofty perch. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, Xu Qiuwu suddenly lifted her head. The proximity of their bodies caused the back of her head to brush against his chest. A faint fragrance enveloped them as their eyes met. Jiang Ciyuan maintained his posture, having helped her obtain the snack, but found his words momentarily stuck in his throat. An elderly man, accompanied by a child, ambled past and chuckled. "Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. Even a trip to the supermarket can turn into a tender moment. TSK, it's quite a sight." The child covered his face and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I can't bear to look." Jiang Ciyuan coughed slightly and hurriedly retreated from behind Xu Qiuwu, feeling a tightness in his throat as he protested, "We're not." The old man, amused, teased, "Oh, look at you blushing." Jiang Ciyuan cast a guilty glance at Xu Qiuwu, aware that elderly folks often indulge in fanciful tales. "You needn't pay them any mind," he reassured her. Xu Qiuwu replied, turning her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with color. Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat and placed the items in the shopping cart. "Is there anything else you need, senior?" "Let us browse a bit more," she replied, pushing the cart forward. They continued to meander through the snack aisle. Jiang Ciyuan watched as she picked and chose, holding up a bag of snacks before turning to him, inquiring, "What do you want to eat?" He instinctively replied, "Anything is fine." Xu Qiuwu, her expression impassive, said, "Green peppers." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, wondering how she could deduce his disdain for them. Observing his momentary silence, a fleeting smirk of triumph crossed Xu Qiuwu's cool gaze. Jiang Ciyuan believed he must have misread her expression. After a few seconds of bewilderment, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior, are you teasing me?" Xu Qiuwu fluttered her eyelashes, turning away, her lips still curved in a faint smile. "Choose whatever you like." With her encouragement, he no longer hesitated and selected an assortment of chocolates and nuts, items they could both enjoy. Their shopping cart became filled to the brim. It had been ages since Jiang Ciyuan had such a full cart, and he found the experience refreshingly vibrant, brimming with the essence of life. Upon leaving the snack section, Xu Qiuwu spotted some towels hanging nearby and asked, "Do you need any towels?" Jiang Ciyuan shook his head, "Not yet." "Then let us buy two," she suggested, picking a black towel and a gray one, glancing up at him. "Is this color acceptable?" Jiang Ciyuan smiled, "Certainly, it's perfect." A curious thought crossed his mind. How oddly reminiscent this felt of an old married couple. Just as that notion surfaced, Xu Qiuwu looked up and caught him staring intently. Startling her, she fidgeted with her fingers. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan quickly turned away. Nothing at all." Silly thoughts. He reprimanded himself for indulging in such musings. As they pushed their cart towards the checkout, Xu Qiuwu suddenly veered off in another direction. Jiang Ciyuan followed suit, asking, "Senior, is there anything else you need?" She hummed, guiding him to the section displaying slippers. Lowering her gaze to his feet, she noted the absence of a visible size. "Pick a pair for yourself. I used to live alone and don't have any suitable slippers for you." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to remember such trivial matters. His heart softened. "Thank you, senior." She was truly considerate and gentle. Just as Jiang Ciyuan was immersed in her warmth, overwhelmed with gratitude, the senior suddenly remarked, "You'll pay for yourself later." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled and patted his chest. I've got it covered. Xu Qiuwu's lips curled into a slight smile. What a fool. She was merely teasing him, softly saying, choose as you like. As long as the flip-flops are comfortable and durable, that will suffice. Jiang Ciyuan quickly selected a suitable pair, then noticed a sign nearby. Senior, buy 2 pairs for half price. Would you like to? Without hesitation, Xu Qiuwu replied, let us buy 2 pairs. Jiang Ciyuan observed her choosing another pair, smaller in size and a different color, yet seemingly similar. All right, let us go. He took the flip-flops and held them in his hand alongside his own pair. Jiang Ciyuan stared at the 2 pairs of flip-flops. These flip-flops, they somewhat resemble a couple's style. No, these are just discounted flip-flops. There is no such thing as couple styles here. The appeal lies solely in the bargain. He discreetly glanced at Xu Qiuwu's cool, fair face. Her expression was tranquil as she gazed ahead, showing no sign of disturbance. Look, the senior remains composed, seemingly unfazed. Until he averted his gaze, Xu Qiuwu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart racing, and she exhaled softly. That was close. He shouldn't have thought too much. Chapter 28. Peonies and roses both harbored their own thoughts as they approached the checkout counter. They placed their overflowing items on the counter for payment. Just as Xu Qiuwu was about to pull out her phone to pay, Jiang Ciyuan immediately intervened. Senior, let me handle it. Xu Qiuwu assumed he had taken her recent jest seriously, finding the junior somewhat foolish yet earnest. She smiled slightly. No need, I'll do it. However, with her phone nestled in her bag and Jiang Ciyuan holding his phone, he swiftly opened the QR code and completed the payment. See, it's all settled. He grinned, flashing a bright smile, proudly waving his phone. You're not as quick as I am. Xu Qiuwu replied, how cunning. So childish. She had no intention of competing with him, yet her tone carried a hint of frosty amusement. You're the fastest. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head, coughing slightly. That sounded a bit odd. They had purchased so many items that they filled 2 large bags. Jiang Ciyuan placed the heavier items in one bag and the lighter snacks in another. He carried the heavy bag himself and cheerfully handed her the lighter one. Senior, you take this. However, Xu Qiuwu defied expectations, glancing at the weighty bag in his hand and softly saying, let me take that. Seeing her reach out, Jiang Ciyuan helplessly lifted the bag. No, really, you don't have to. I can manage. Xu Qiuwu gazed at him. Don't force yourself. I understand. Jiang Ciyuan felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, hoisting the bag higher. See, it's truly no burden. He seriously suspected that his masculinity was being challenged by the senior. He merely had a temporary foot ache, not an actual limp. Perhaps he appeared too foolish. And the senior chuckled softly before turning away, gently saying, let us go. All right. Jiang Ciyuan smiled and followed her. The sky outside had already darkened. As the 2 individuals emerged with their large shopping bags, poised to head toward their vehicle, they were suddenly intercepted by a flower vendor on the street. Hey, handsome. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Why not buy her a flower? Jiang Ciyuan and Xu Qiuwu exchanged glances. The vibrant red roses, exuding a fragrant aroma, were thrust directly into their view, causing Jiang Ciyuan's face to flush with embarrassment. He could hardly bring himself to glance at his senior's expression. It was undoubtedly one of displeasure, coldness, and irritation. After all, she had always maintained an air of aloofness at school, never getting too close to any male students, and had never been embroiled in any rumors. Having spent a year at Yin University, Jiang Ciyuan had little prior interaction with her. Yet he had occasionally encountered her on campus and heard snippets about her from others. She detested discussions about romantic matters. During the orientation ceremony, when the student council took the stage to welcome the newcomers, someone had playfully asked, what type of boy does Senior Xu like? We're all so curious. At that moment, the audience erupted in gasps, and Jiang Ciyuan, sitting in the crowd, watched as the school's reputed ice-cold beauty instantly froze her expression. Her tone devoid of warmth. Can we refrain from discussing this topic? I am not interested. The room fell silent in an instant. Jiang Ciyuan had thought to himself, wow, how indifferent. As he momentarily drifted into thought, the flower vendor eagerly waved the roses in front of him once more. Hey, handsome, buy a flower. Fresh roses. He even began to sing, roses, jasmine. Ask me what flowers I like. Of course, it's the one you deem the most beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling the heat of embarrassment, snapped back to reality and shot a glare at the vendor. Can you stop making presumptions? We are not, really? You two look quite compatible. The vendor continued his sales pitch. Come on, buy a flower. Perhaps after purchasing it, you can present it to this lovely lady. Jiang Ciyuan's lips twitched in awkwardness, unable to glance at his senior. No thanks, those aren't even roses. Just dyed gardenias, he thought, feeling guilty. Senior, let us go. He quickly turned away, but a cool voice followed him. How do you know they aren't roses? Oh, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled nervously. I've bought them before. In his previous pursuit of Tang Yueran, he had indeed studied the significance of roses, as they were essential to such rituals. Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment. Oh, was it just his imagination? Or did the air suddenly feel colder? Perhaps it was the drop in temperature as night fell. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head in confusion, only to hear his senior's icy voice. Where do you think you're going? He halted and turned to see her expressionless as she opened the car and placed a large shopping bag inside. The car is here. Noticing her seemingly frosty demeanor, he swallowed hard. Oh, I was just distracted and didn't pay attention. See, it's all that vendor's fault for speaking so indiscreetly. Now she is genuinely upset. Jiang Ciyuan forced a sheepish smile as he settled into the car, feeling a twinge of guilt. Senior, why don't I drive? I have a license too. No need. Xu Qiuwu replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Hearing his earlier suggestion made her feel a bit constricted inside. Oh, well, Jiang Ciyuan was at a loss for words. Perhaps she truly detested being misunderstood. As he pondered how to clarify the situation, the silence in the car was suddenly broken by his senior, who asked, Do you smell the fragrance of roses? Jiang Ciyuan, bewildered, responded, Huh? Why do you ask that? She was indeed still upset. He immediately straightened up, declaring, It doesn't smell nice, it stinks. Xu Qiuwu observed his nervous yet earnest demeanor and felt her coldness dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable pang in her heart. He had indeed been quite attentive when pursuing that girl, yet hearing it from her own lips was somewhat displeasing. As the car glided through the night, Xu Qiuwu could no longer resist and inquired, Did she accept them? Jiang Ciyuan, momentarily caught off guard, replied, Who? Xu Qiuwu's expression turned frosty, a hint of tension creeping in as she clarified, The person you bought the roses for. Jiang Ciyuan answered candidly, Oh, she did accept them before. Xu Qiuwu responded with a curt, Oh. Silence enveloped them once more. Jiang Ciyuan stole a glance at her, only to be caught in the act. Her icy gaze fell upon him, prompting her to ask, What's wrong? Nothing. He shook his head, then hesitated before saying, I apologize for any misunderstanding. If my presence here has caused you any discomfort, please feel free to tell me. He was sincere, particularly regarding his stay at her place. If his existence was a source of distress for her, he would leave immediately. As they arrived at the community, the car came to a halt. Xu Qiuwu opened the door and remarked, You don't need to worry about it. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. Taken aback, Isn't it you who should be concerned? Before he could process her words, she had already opened the trunk and retrieved a bag of groceries, turning back to look at him. Why are you standing there in a daze? She teased, waving the shopping bag while smiling. I'm heading upstairs to prepare dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Xin broke into a smile, grabbed another shopping bag, and called out, Senior, I'm coming. Chapter 29. Her little junior truly admires her as Xu Qiuwu passed through the corridor with her arms full of groceries. An elderly neighbor spotted her from downstairs and greeted her with a smile. Oh, little Wu, you're back. Bought so much. Yes, Xu Qiuwu acknowledged, glancing over at the neighbor who was playing with her grandson, and warmly replied, Good evening. The child blinked his big eyes and chimed, Good evening, sister. Jiang Ciyuan, overhearing their exchange, smiled and slowed his pace to accompany Xu Qiuwu as they entered the stairwell together. The community was quite lively at night. Many residents enjoyed taking evening strolls and chatting downstairs. Observing the smile in Jiang Ciyuan's eyes lifted Xu Qiuwu's spirits considerably. Once inside their room, they placed the two large shopping bags on the table. How heavy! Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, shaking his hands. Xu Qiuwu began unpacking the groceries, putting some into the refrigerator while others were set aside in the kitchen, as she needed to prepare dinner shortly. She watched as Jiang Xin slipped into his slippers and hung a towel in the bathroom, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gently said, I'll go make dinner. You can take a shower first. There's no rush. You can wash up later. Jiang Ciyuan finished washing his hands and dried them, smiling as he emerged. Senior, allow me to assist you. The two had purchased numerous items today. Jiang Ciyuan helped to organize the daily necessities and the beverages and fruits that needed to be stored in the refrigerator while leaving the snacks in the bag in the living room. Perhaps after dinner, They would indulge in some snacks together while watching a television series or catching up on some anime. It all seemed quite delightful. Senior, let me handle the meat, Jiang Ciyuan said as he noticed her taking it out. He moved closer, insisting, you focus on the other tasks. He regularly engaged in running and fitness, possessing considerable strength. Once he had finished cutting the meat and cleaned up, he seized the moment while his senior was distracted to wash the pot and rinse the vegetables, ensuring everything was prepared. His senior ignited the stove. And now it was her time. All right, you go play your game, and I'll call you when it's done. Jiang Ciyuan obediently replied, sure thing. Xu Qiuwu smiled as she watched him turn and leave the kitchen, appreciating the presence of someone assisting her while cooking. She found it rather pleasant. Returning to the sofa, Jiang Ciyuan opened his laptop and published the chapter he had written today at the milk tea shop. Then, he opened his messaging app and sent a playful message to his editor, jokingly saying, Dear Lychee Dad, such a swift update. Do encourage me with a tip. He sent over several emojis, but it seemed his editor was busy and did not respond, which Jiang Ciyuan had grown accustomed to. Lychee Dad had erratic online hours, but he would always reply when he saw a message and address any issues that arose. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Ciyuan caught sight of the busy figure in the kitchen and sighed happily. I can almost smell something delicious. Suddenly, he recalled their conversation at the supermarket about anime, and he remembered the slight flush and stammering of his senior. What was there to be shy about? Jiang Ciyuan was puzzled yet intrigued. He opened their group chat and inquired, Hey, where is everyone? What type of anime do you think girls prefer? Songyu, likely bored at home, responded quickly, Any type should be fine, but who are you asking? Zhu Zihe chimed in. Tang Yueran doesn't he seem like someone who would enjoy anime? What is going on? Bro, are you thinking of switching your target? Zhao Zhou he sent a voice message. She might prefer the trending ones. After all, popular shows attract lively discussions, providing common ground. While shopping, there are also many related stores to visit. However, something like your profile picture has probably cooled off and won't attract her. Jiang Ciyuan was instantly irked, responding with indignation, Shut your mouth. Our series isn't dead. It's merely not in vogue at the moment, but we have a rich heritage. Zhu Zihe concurred. Exactly. Return my Zhou Fong Zun. Songyu teased, You're such a diehard. Zhu Zihe retorted, Squirrel fish from Tianfu. Be quiet. Their conversation then veered off topic, providing no assistance whatsoever. Jiang Ciyuan sighed, realizing he had been foolish to expect anything from this group of slackers. He put down his phone and saw that his senior was still busy in the kitchen. He picked up some clothes and went to take a shower. As he emerged, his phone chimed, and he glanced at it. Songyu remarked, Perhaps girls are more inclined to indulge in certain interests, though this does not apply universally. It merely reflects differing preferences. Jiang Ciyuan responded, Oh, are you implying they enjoy romantic anime? He, too, found pleasure in watching such shows. After dinner, with nothing particular to do, they could enjoy watching an anime together. However, Songyu replied, Not necessarily. Curious, Jiang Ciyuan inquired, What do you mean? Songyu elaborated. For instance, in Naruto, they might be more invested in the dynamic between Sasuke and Naruto. Do you understand now? Jiang Ciyuan was left perplexed, feeling as if each word had become incomprehensible when spoken by a senior. He denied, That shouldn't be the case. At that moment, Xu Qiuwu announced, All right, it's time to eat. Jiang Ciyuan smiled and lifted his head. Xu Qiuwu, having removed her apron and washed her hands, stood before the table with the beautifully arranged meal. Watching him approach with a smile, It smells delightful. As they sat down, Xu Qiuwu picked up her chopsticks, only to notice him pulling out his phone. Senior. Wait a moment, he said. Confused, she looked at him. What is the matter? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the sumptuous spread before him. Feeling a bit shy as he asked, May I take a picture? Surprised by his request, Xu Qiuwu's ears turned slightly red, feeling a bit flustered. Go ahead. Jiang Ciyuan happily snapped a few photos before putting his phone down and starting to eat, exclaiming, My mother will be envious of me. Why? Xu Qiuwu asked, puzzled, as she knew little about his family background. Jiang Ciyuan smiled broadly, his tone brimming with pride. Seeing such delicious food, who wouldn't be envious? Xu Qiuwu fell silent for a few seconds, her face slightly reddening before she adopted a composed expression and replied, It's just ordinary fare. Sweet talking. I see you're just fishing for compliments, he teased. This is anything but ordinary. It's truly delightful. Jiang Ciyuan beamed with genuine happiness, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Senior. She replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's all right." Xu Qiuwu, elegant and composed, lowered her head to eat, yet the corners of her mouth secretly curled up, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As she savored a piece of meat, the taste seemed to transform, becoming extraordinarily delicious. She felt a flutter of excitement, thinking, perhaps my culinary skills are not so bad after all. At least my junior genuinely enjoys it. After dinner, they tidied up together. Jiang Ciyuan felt increasingly familiar with the routine and said, "Senior, I can handle the rest. You should go take a shower." It wasn't much work, especially since she had generously prepared the meal for him. Xu Qiuwu replied, "All right, be sure to clean up well." Jiang Ciyuan patted his chest in assurance, "Absolutely. You fool." Xu Qiuwu smiled faintly, pointing towards the refrigerator. "Feel free to help yourself to the snacks, fruits, and drinks inside." "Understood," he replied. Jiang Ciyuan nodded slightly, mentioning that he had also placed the chocolates in the refrigerator to prevent them from melting in the heat. "Senior, feel free to indulge if you wish. We can always buy more later," he said. She responded with a simple, "All right." As Xu Qiuwu went to fetch her clothes, she caught a glimpse of the boy in the kitchen, his demeanor somewhat clumsy yet earnest, causing her eyes to curve gently with a tenderness she was unaware of. Watching Jiang Ciyuan's back, she thought to herself, how obedient. He was tall, busying himself with his back turned to her, clad in a short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist. The fabric clung to him as he moved, exuding a sense of strength. The notion that he might possess abs flitted through her mind, and in that instant, Xu Qiuwu felt her cheeks flush crimson. Hastily averting her gaze and dashing into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her with a loud thud. "Is everything all right?" Jiang Ciyuan called out from the kitchen, a hint of concern in his voice. "I'm fine," Xu Qiuwu replied, covering her burning face with her hands, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. How could she entertain such notions? Leaning against the door, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her cheeks still aflame, accompanied by a hint of bashfulness. This is so strange. She removed her clothes and stood beneath the shower, the cool water cascading over her, washing her clean in no time. After having been unable to wash her hair due to a previous fever, she now relished the opportunity, but soon found the floor too slippery. In a moment of distraction, she lost her footing and landed with a thud. "Ah, that hurts." Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" Xu Qiuwu, her face a deep shade of red, felt utterly embarrassed, chiding herself for her wandering thoughts. "It's nothing, just slipped." Jiang Ciyuan let out a sigh of relief. "Be careful." Xu Qiuwu remained silent, her cheeks still flushed. After a moment, she exhaled and slowly got back on her feet, ensuring her hair was thoroughly washed. The bathroom was equipped with a hairdryer, and after drying her hair, she scrutinized her face in the mirror, ensuring she appeared presentable before stepping out. Jiang Ciyuan had tidied up the living room, and, upon seeing her emerge from the bathroom, regarded her with eyes brimming with joy. He suddenly asked, "Senior, would you like to watch a show together?" Xu Qiuwu was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. Sure. After all, they had little else to do, and it seemed enjoyable enough. Jiang Ciyuan, delighted by her agreement, settled onto the sofa, pulling out his tablet to select something to watch. What should we watch? He pondered, uncertain of her preferences. Xu Qiuwu joined him on the sofa and noticed the table was already adorned with an array of fresh fruits, snacks, and even drinks, with cups neatly arranged. "You choose," she said, her gaze drifting over his tablet, lingering momentarily on youth in motion. Though they sat on the same sofa, they occupied opposite ends, with a space ample enough for two people between them. The distance was not close, yet Jiang Ciyuan seemed to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. He glanced up to see her fair, tender neck before hurriedly lowering his eyes back to the tablet. "Oh, I noticed you were looking at Youth in Motion," he inquired. "Have you seen it?" He believed that girls would likely enjoy this type of story. Xu Qiuwu was a bit surprised, guessing that he probably wanted to watch it. Therefore, she refrained from dousing his enthusiasm with cold water and instead donned an expression of mild confusion and curiosity, asking earnestly, "I haven't seen it. Is it good?" In truth, she had already watched it and was up to date with the latest chapters of the manga. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly. "What a coincidence. I haven't seen it either. Shall we watch it together?" The reviews seemed quite positive, with many recommendations and high ratings. This was a falsehood. He had actually finished it long ago. Xu Qiuwu nodded, "All right." Thus, they settled onto the sofa, and the television screen lit up with the show they had mutually chosen. youth in motion, each assuming the other was unfamiliar with it. As the story unfolded, they quickly became engrossed. Jiang Ciyuan sat quietly at the opposite end of the sofa, glancing at the screen, then stealing a sidelong glance at his senior, noticing her earnestness. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds emanating from the animation. Xu Qiuwu softly remarked, "She is lost." Jiang Ciyuan propped himself up on the sofa, gazing at the screen, instinctively responding, "Yes, she'll soon meet the male lead." His senior turned to him, "What? I don't know, I haven't seen it." Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a pang of guilt, scratched his face and turned away. "I guess she'll run into the male protagonist soon." No sooner had he spoken than the male and female leads came face to face. Jiang Ciyuan turned to his senior, a grin threatening to break out. "Wow, senior, they really met. I guessed it right." The living room was bathed in a warm golden light, and Xu Qiuwu, observing his smug demeanor, complimented him, "You're amazing." Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but laugh, feeling somewhat childish, yet surprisingly pleased by the praise. Not wishing to indulge solely in the show without snacks, he opened a bag of potato chips and offered her some. "Senior, have some. These chips are delightful. We bought quite a lot today." Xu Qiuwu reached out to grab a few, then suddenly remembered. "I haven't transferred the money to you yet." During their supermarket outing, he had paid for all their purchases. Jiang Ciyuan quickly interjected, "No need, no need. How could I accept your money? If you say that, I do feel too embarrassed to stay." Xu Qiuwu furrowed her brows momentarily, ultimately deciding to let it go. Jiang Ciyuan beamed, "The cups are here. If you'd like a drink, feel free to pour yourself some." They indulged in a feast of beverages, fruits, chips, and chocolates, munching away while watching the show. Although she had seen it before, watching it again held no detriment. Xu Qiuwu became so engrossed that she momentarily lost track of her snacks, only to glance down in surprise. Jiang Ciyuan turned to her. "What's wrong?" Noticing her holding a newly opened snack with a mix of astonishment and delight, he asked, "Is it good?" Xu Qiuwu nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, try it." Without a second thought, she reached into the bag and instinctively offered him a piece, urging him to open his mouth. It was a purely reflexive action, and only when Jiang Ciyuan froze did she realize what she had done. Xu Qiuwu finally realized that her actions might have been somewhat inappropriate. Her hand froze in midair, and as she awkwardly attempted to retract it, Jiang Ciyuan seemed unfazed, calmly bringing the snack to his lips. He smiled and complimented, "Indeed, it is quite delicious." The earlier awkwardness that enveloped Xu Qiuwu dissipated slightly due to his nonchalant demeanor. "Right," she replied. Jiang Ciyuan propped his chin on his hand, a mouthful of chips still lingering from when the senior had fed him, his gaze fixated on the television screen. Neither spoke further, nor did they make eye contact. In the silence, filled only with the sounds of the animated show, Jiang Ciyuan's other hand scratched at his warm ear. That was close. The senior's previous action seemed somewhat ambiguous. However, he reassured himself that he was likely overthinking it. Perhaps she merely found the snack enjoyable and wanted to share. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, or it could have turned awkward. "This anime is quite engaging," Jiang Ciyuan remarked, attempting to break the silence. Xu Qiuwu lowered her head quietly, sipping her drink to regain her composure before offering the bag. "Would you like some more?" "Sure, thank you, senior," Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile, extending his hand awkwardly to take a handful. "That should suffice." Xu Qiuwu nodded, her gaze shifting from his face back to the screen, though her heart began to race. The sounds of the anime continued to play, the visuals shifting rapidly. Yet Jiang Ciyuan sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere of the living room. He discreetly glanced sideways at the senior, only to be met with a sudden realization. What is that?" A small, animated creature was perched on the sofa, seemingly making its way towards the senior. He leaned in to catch it. A gecko? However, before he could grasp it, he startled Xu Qiuwu, who nearly leaped from the sofa, exclaiming, "Ah!" Jiang Ciyuan barely had time to comfort her before she lunged towards him in fright. They were already quite close, and he found himself falling back onto the sofa as her soft form collided with his chest. For a brief moment, he was enveloped in warmth and fragrance. But Xu Qiuwu quickly recovered and sprang away, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid of these creatures." The gecko had already scurried off. Jiang Ciyuan regained his composure, adopting a carefree demeanor as he sat up with a smile. "It's all right. It probably came in from the balcony. I'll go close it." Xu Qiuwu hastily turned to shut the balcony window, yet her reflection revealed a flushed face. Her trembling hands betrayed the facade of calm she had tried to maintain, as her heart raced in disarray. Calm down, hands. Seizing the moment while she was occupied, Jiang Ciyuan took a few deep breaths and hurriedly drank some cola from the table to steady his nerves. Swallowing hard, he suggested, "Senior, it's getting late. Shall we pause here and continue another day?" Xu Qiuwu did not turn around as she responded, "Okay. All right then," Jiang Ciyuan said, tidying the table. "I'll head back to my room. You should get some rest." Xu Qiuwu nodded, her cheeks still flushed. After turning off the television, the two retreated to their respective rooms. The moment the door closed, Xu Qiuwu covered her flushed face and dove into her blankets, exclaiming in embarrassment. Although her reaction was indeed one of shock, how could she have leaped so directly into the arms of her junior? Even though it was but a fleeting moment, she felt the warmth of his solid chest against her. Yet, he seemed to remain unperturbed. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks grew increasingly crimson, and after rolling around in bed for a while, she picked up her phone and discovered a message from her author, "Tonight It Rains," who was merely seeking a quick update in a red envelope as a token of appreciation. This was nothing out of the ordinary. She opened his book and sent an 88 yuan red envelope, just a small gesture to show her support. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyuan lay on his bed, and when the tip notification popped up, he was instantly elated and hurried to check his messages. "Tonight it rains. Dad, you are truly my new dad." Xu Qiuwu, "Tonight it rains. By the way, Lychee Dad, have you ever been in love?" Shuazhua Lychee, "No." "Tonight it rains. Have you ever had a crush on a girl?" Shuazhua Lychee, "No." "Tonight it rains. Not even a crush?" Shuazhua Lychee, "Why?" "Tonight it rains. It's nothing. It must be that our Lychee Dad is too discerning." How cold-hearted, Jiang Ciyuan thought as he lay on his bed, chuckling at the notion that perhaps the girls were simply not interested in him. After all, girls tend to favor gentle and sweet words. How could someone like him, so icy and aloof, ever be appealing? Lost in thought, Jiang Ciyuan's gaze lingered on his phone, and the moment from earlier flashed back into his mind. When Xu Qiuwu had startled and lunged towards him, he had instinctively reached out to steady her, but missed his mark. The senior had tumbled into his embrace, and his hand had inadvertently brushed against something soft. Although it was merely a brief encounter, the sensation lingered in his mind. He could not shake the feeling that he had indeed touched something, and his palm grew warm at the memory. After shaking his hand a few times, he thumped it down on the bed, muttering to himself in frustration. "Tonight it rains. Lychee Dad, I think I might have acted a bit inappropriately. Shuazhua Lychee. But perhaps not." Jiang Ciyuan shook his head, trying to comfort himself. It could have just been a casual touch on her waist. After all, the senior was soft and fragrant all over, and when he had reached out to steady her, he likely only grazed her waist. Jiang Ciyuan mused to himself, "Yes, that must be it." Having updated his work earlier, he lay in bed idly as his friends from the gaming group called him to play. After a short while, feeling fatigued, he bid them farewell. "Zhao Zhouha, so soon? This isn't like you. Are you going out tomorrow?" Jiang Ciyuan, "Depends on the situation. You all enjoy yourselves." He exited the group chat and once again caught sight of the senior's WeChat profile picture. Unable to resist, he clicked into their chat, where their conversation from earlier that afternoon still lingered, a message she had sent him after finishing work. Jiang Ciyuan contemplated deeply, staring blankly at WeChat, pondering whether he should send her a message. What could he possibly say? In the chat window with his senior, he typed goodnight twice, then hesitated. Would that seem odd? Forget it. He decided to delete it. Meanwhile, Xu Qiuwu lay on her bed, gently swaying her pale feet, her gaze fixed on the chat window with Jiang Ciyuan. The system indicated, "The other party is typing." Xu Qiuwu's eyes flickered with anticipation as she watched the screen until the message indicator disappeared, yet Jiang Ciyuan did not send her anything. The feet she had been swinging came to a halt in midair. A hint of confusion appeared on Xu Qiuwu's cool face, and her tone turned a touch despondent. Did he have something to say just now? Why didn't he say it? She felt perplexed. After waiting for a while without receiving a message, she tapped on her phone a few times, as if striking the head of her junior. This brought her a sense of comfort. With a slight curve of her lips, she entered Jiang Ciyuan's moments. Today had been hectic, and she hadn't had the chance to view his posts, so this moment was opportune. Upon entering, Xu Qiuwu paused, noticing that his posts were set to be visible for only 3 days, with only 2 available for her to see. One was of the desserts she had made for him that day, and the other was the watermelon she had cut for him that night. Xu Qiuwu scrutinized these 2 posts, revisiting them several times, finding them quite amusing, and finally smiled. What a childish thing to post. That said, her eyes sparkled with mirth. Xu Qiuwu considered, should she comment on it? But what could she possibly say? She murmured in slight frustration, I don't know. Yet, she felt that interactions should be reciprocal, since he had shared it on his moments. She couldn't pretend to overlook it. Ultimately, she decided to give Jiang Ciyuan 2 likes. Nodding in satisfaction at the likes she had bestowed, Xu Qiuwu thought that should suffice. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyuan lay on his bed, and when he received a WeChat notification, he clicked to check, momentarily stunned. Huh? His senior liked his moments? He sprang upright, reviewing his 2 posts once more, unable to suppress a smile. When he had posted those, he didn't have his senior's WeChat, so they weren't intended for her eyes. Now, having seen them, and even liked them, his lips curled up, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the content of those posts. Never mind, he dismissed the thought. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ciyuan awoke, yawning and preparing to open the door, but suddenly halted. Wait a moment. If I push the door open, will I see my sleepwalking senior again? Instantly alert, he gently opened the door and peered into the hall, only to find it empty. No one? It seems she doesn't sleepwalk every night. Jiang Ciyuan yawned lazily, glancing at his senior's tightly shut door. After using the restroom, as he passed by her door, he couldn't help but stop and call out, Senior? After calling out to her, he felt quite disturbed, standing before a girl's door late at night. Was this not the very definition of a pervert? Yet, at the same time, a sigh of relief washed over him as he thought to himself, thankfully, she didn't sleepwalk today. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door opened. Chapter 32. In the night, the senior embraced him. Jiang Ciyuan had intended to leave, but was taken by surprise when the door swung open. He turned to see his senior standing at the threshold, clad in loose pajamas, her expression somewhat dazed, her pupils unfocused. Senior? He stammered, momentarily frozen. Had she sleepwalked again? Not receiving a response, he ventured to ask, Do you know who I am? It seemed that a sleepwalker was ensconced in their own world. Even if he stood right before her, she likely remained oblivious, perhaps unable to perceive him at all. Jiang Ciyuan's understanding of sleepwalking was still somewhat nebulous, yet as he observed her pushing the door open, seemingly about to step outside, a mischievous thought struck him. He positioned himself in her path to block her. He was curious to see whether she would attempt to push him aside. Xu Qiuwu edged sideways, but suddenly found herself unable to move, as though an impenetrable wall had appeared before her. She reached out, her hand brushing against this wall. Jiang Ciyuan was startled. Senior? Why are you suddenly so bold? His face nearly flushed crimson, breath held in apprehension, as he watched her delicate, fair hand begin to explore his chest. What a rogue! He observed the brazen exploration of his chest by the senior's hand, which seemed to harbor a sense of curiosity as she pinched him. Jiang Ciyuan felt a warm flush creep over him, hastily retreating a couple of steps. I won't stop you anymore, he exclaimed. If I keep blocking you, who knows what that hand will do next? However, once he stepped aside, the senior appeared displeased. After feeling around, her hands encountered only air, prompting a dissatisfied hum as she advanced once more, this time finding him, and a smile graced her lips. Jiang Ciyuan thought, why is she touching me again? Those 2 fair, delicate hands roamed over his chest through his clothing, like a multitude of ants scuttling across his skin, an indescribable itch overwhelming him. Senior, please calm down, he implored, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body, awkwardly attempting to step back, only for her smooth hand to suddenly grasp his wrist. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Senior? What on earth are you doing? Her touch was soft and warm, a pleasant sensation as she held his wrist, and he couldn't help but think that intertwining their fingers would surely be even more delightful. The moment this thought emerged, he shook his head, chastising himself. After years of being single, he had never been this intimate with a girl. He attempted to retract his hand. Senior, I'm not teasing you anymore. The sofa is over there. If you wish to sit, then do so. Yet, she held on tightly, refusing to let him withdraw his hand. What was happening? Senior? He tried to pull away several times, but to no avail. Observing her detached demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy and softened his tone. Let us not make a fuss, all right? Yet, in her sleepwalking state, unless he roused her, how could she possibly comprehend? In the next moment, Jiang Ciyuan noticed her grip loosen slightly, and he looked at her in surprise. She truly could listen? Perhaps it was an illusion, but at that instant, the scholar's fair and rosy face seemed to soften somewhat. Suddenly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. What on earth? The girl's delicate, slender arms encircled his waist, her soft body nestled against his chest, emanating a faint fragrance, and she held him still. After a brief moment of confusion, he stared at the unexpected embrace from his senior, his face instantly flushed. Senior? What is happening? Just a moment ago, it was merely a gentle push, and now she was clinging to him. Jiang Ciyuan felt a rush of heat coursing through him, scarcely daring to breathe. Senior, please let go. You've got the wrong person. He attempted to push her away, yet found himself at a loss as to where to place his hands. When he tried to nudge her, she frowned slightly and only clung tighter. Xu Qiuwu felt as if she had floated into a warm and reassuring embrace, instinctively drawing closer, burying her face against him and nuzzling. Mommy. Jiang Ciyuan thought, goodness, now I'm a mother figure. He had never been held like this by a girl. Feeling awkward and tense. Senior, I truly am not your mother. She is not here. The expression on her face appeared somewhat sorrowful. Jiang Ciyuan fell silent, gazing at her pitiful look, hesitating for a moment. Then, shall we just hold on for a bit longer before sleeping? The person nestled in his embrace seemed to smile faintly, her lips curving like a child's, as she rubbed against his chest. Jiang Ciyuan thought, good girl. But as two adults, this was undeniably too intimate. Fearing that a lingering glance might lead to unwelcome thoughts, he dared not exhale too loudly, remaining tense as he allowed her to hold him for a while. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Should be enough by now. Jiang Ciyuan still lacked the courage to move, acting as a wooden statue. Senior, can we return to the room and sleep now? The exquisite face buried in his arms suddenly turned melancholic. Jiang Ciyuan's heart softened. Then, let us hold on for a little longer? The sorrowful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a childish smile, as she gleefully snuggled closer. Now the senior resembled a child. Could this be due to childhood trauma? As he pondered the reasons behind her behavior, the scholar in his arms suddenly spoke softly, don't leave me. Jiang Ciyuan froze, noticing two streams of tears cascading from her eyes, looking utterly forlorn. She resembled a helpless child abandoned by everyone. His heart ached, and despite his previously rigid hands, he embraced her gently, whispering, all right, I want to leave you. In truth, he had never held a girl like this, nor had he been held in such a manner, yet witnessing his usually aloof senior in such a state, he could not turn a blind eye. He was uncertain whether his embrace provided any comfort, but it seemed she had ceased crying, remaining quiet and nestled against him with an air of attachment. The clock had struck 4 in the morning. Jiang Ciyuan understood that the sleepwalking senior was likely different from her usual self. Thus, he spoke in a soothing tone, akin to that used when comforting a child. Would you like to return to your room and rest? The senior, seemingly having reached her limit, dazedly released her embrace. This time, instead of sitting lonely on the sofa, she turned and walked back to her room, closing the door behind her. Finally, she had returned to her chamber. Jiang Ciyuan sighed in relief and turned towards his own bedroom, only to be met with a rush of heat to his face. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He muttered an expletive under his breath, beast. Though it was rather impolite and unintentional, he had distinctly felt that the senior was not wearing a bra when she had embraced him. Chapter 33. Did she wish for him to see more? She wasn't wearing a bra, not wearing one. How exceedingly soft. Jiang Ciyuan's entire face flushed like a ripe tomato, and he could only shake his head vehemently. Stay calm, stay calm. It's perfectly normal to sleep without a bra at night. What is so strange about that? He understood the reasoning well. However, she had still clung to him, snuggling against his chest. Enough. Jiang Ciyuan covered his face, inhaled deeply, and sat by the window in a daze, thinking of sleep. After all, the night was deep, and he believed he would soon drift off, only to find himself inexplicably ensnared in strange dreams. In his dream, someone caressed his face, extending their arms to suddenly embrace his waist, something soft pressing against him. Jiang Ciyuan felt as if he were suffocating, and just as he was about to gasp for breath, he awoke with a start. He sat up abruptly, surveying his surroundings and exhaling in relief. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. Yet last night was not merely a dream. His face burned, having been single for so long. Was it natural to overthink after a girl's embrace? Beast. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with a positive mindset, reminding himself that the senior had no recollection of the event and did not genuinely wish to embrace him. She was merely sleepwalking. When Jiang Ciyuan emerged from his room, He found the senior tidying up the space, wearing an apron with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an unexplainable grace and charm. In a moment of clumsiness, she accidentally bumped into a bookshelf. An empty vase perched atop it tumbled down as she moved, startling Jiang Ciyuan. "Be careful." He instinctively lunged forward, reaching over her head to push the vase back onto the shelf, inadvertently enveloping her in his embrace. Xu Qiuwu froze for a moment, nearly colliding with his chest. When she looked up, she brushed against his chin, her face instantly flushed. The two locked eyes for several seconds, and Jiang Ciyuan swallowed hard, realizing the awkwardness of their position, causing his face to redden further. He quickly stepped back, scratching his head in embarrassment as he hurriedly explained, "The vase almost fell on you, so I rushed over to push it back. Thankfully, it didn't tea-drop." Xu Qiuwu, her face still aflame, turned away, her heart racing uncontrollably. As Jiang Ciyuan lunged toward her moments ago, the proximity allowed her to catch a faint whiff of the shower gel that clung to him, stirring memories of how she had tumbled into his embrace at the dining table the previous night. Recalling the incident of her senior's sleepwalking, Jiang Ciyuan hesitated. "By the way, senior, last night you..." Xu Qiuwu, startled, braced herself, fearing he might mention her fall into his arms. She quickly composed herself. "What is it?" Jiang Ciyuan, feeling guilty, replied, "Nothing. Forget it." Their breakfast concluded, Xu Qiuwu stood to tidy up, her delicate attire accentuating her curves. The memory of their embrace made Jiang Ciyuan glance over instinctively, but their eyes met for a fleeting moment, causing him to quickly avert his gaze, his ears turning crimson. Xu Qiuwu also noticed where his gaze had landed, her face flushing as she hastily looked down. Her heart raced, almost leaping to her throat, and she stammered, "If you're not eating this, I'll just take it." Why does the senior seem to be stuttering? Jiang Ciyuan thought, suddenly finding himself faltering as well. "All right, okay," he managed to say, realizing he too was stumbling over his words. Flushed, Xu Qiuwu hurried toward the kitchen, casting a glance at Jiang Ciyuan's retreating figure while checking her clothing. Relieved that nothing was revealed. Yet, she mused, her figure was rather pleasing, wasn't he it? For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Ciyuan's fleeting glance had ignited both her shyness and irritation. Why was she feeling this way? She scrutinized his back, a thought blossoming within her. Did she perhaps wish for him to look longer? Impossible. Her face reddened further as she passed through the living room, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to pause. "Senior, are you feeling unwell?" She turned, her ears flushed, retorting, "No." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose, pondering if the peculiar atmosphere had begun since last night. After she left for work, he found himself alone in the room, with his foot pain easing. He decided to bother Zhao Zhouha, a local acquaintance. "Are you awake? Care to go out today? Ride your motorcycle over. I'd love to see." Zhao Zhouha grumbled in response. "What time is it? Don't you ever sleep? Look at the clock." Jiang Ciyuan replied cheerfully, "I slept like a pig. I'm up now." Zhao Zhouha retorted, "To hell with you. Send me the address." Jiang Ciyuan hesitated to share his location but eventually provided the address of a bus stop outside a neighborhood. Once they arranged a time, he spotted Zhao Zhouha approaching on his motorcycle from a distance, looking quite handsome. However, the moment was fleeting as Zhao Zhouha recognized him. While riding, he waved vigorously, shouting, Son, miss your father?" Jiang Ciyuan felt an urge to kick him. "Shut up." The impressive motorcycle came to a halt before him, and Zhao Zhouha leaped off, exclaiming, "Son, come here. Daddy missed you. Get away." Jiang Ciyuan sidestepped his embrace, feeling disgusted. Zhao Zhouha cursed, "Unfilial son." After his outburst, his demeanor shifted to that of a doting father. "It's been a while. Let me have a good look at you. Oh, my dear son." Jiang Ciyuan, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a kick to Zhao Zhouha, and the two promptly engaged in a brawl beside the motorcycle. After their scuffle, they exchanged a fist bump, and Zhao Zhouha draped his arm around Jiang Ciyuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Come on, let's go drink." To which Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "Get lost. Have you lost your mind? Who wants to drink with you this early in the morning?" He added, "First, let us take a ride around." Zhao Zhouha tossed him a helmet, advising him to wear it, as the traffic police were quite strict. Jiang Ciyuan harbored doubts about his riding skills, especially given his smug demeanor. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Zhao Zhouha, infuriated, shot back, "How dare you question my skills? Enough chatter, get on the bike." As they set off on the sleek motorcycle, Zhao Zhouha sighed, "If only you were a girl, sitting behind me, wrapping your arms around my waist. How delightful that would be." Jiang Ciyuan sighed softly, patting his shoulder in consolation. Don't worry, just wait a bit longer. School will start soon, and at night, he will snuggle into bed with you. Zhao Zhouhe instantly got goosebumps. Get lost. Initially worried that Jiang Ciyuan might be secretly brooding over Tang Yueran's situation and might have lost weight, he was pleasantly surprised to find Jiang Ciyuan in better spirits than he had anticipated. Tentatively, he inquired, "What is the story with Tang Yueran? Is it truly over? Do you really intend to let go and stop pursuing her?" In recent days, Jiang Ciyuan had been reluctant to discuss the matter, yet now he could calmly utter, "It's truly over." Zhao Zhouhe regarded him with a mix of skepticism and amusement, then exclaimed, "Congratulations, brother! You've escaped the sea of misery." Chapter 34. You're not in love, are you? The moment Zhao Zhouhe hopped on the motorcycle, he was eager to flaunt his riding skills to Jiang Ciyuan. However, his skills were rather subpar, causing Jiang Ciyuan to nearly lose his composure in the back. Frustrated, he slapped Zhao Zhouhe, saying, "Get off, let me take over. What kind of pathetic skills are these? You can't even manage this short distance." Zhao Zhouhe protested, "Those were mere accidents." Refusing to concede defeat, Zhao Zhouhe settled back in, proclaiming that it was now time for Jiang Ciyuan to witness his true skill. However, the only spectacle Jiang Ciyuan witnessed was the two of them being pulled over by the traffic police for a violation. A fine was imposed. Jiang Ciyuan observed Zhao Zhouhe nervously laughing like a fool, scratching his head and dutifully following the procedure. Jiang Ciyuan, astonished, remarked, "You seem quite familiar with this process. Is this not your first time?" Zhao Zhouhe, irked, retorted, "At a time like this, you should understand a father's plight." Jiang Ciyuan swiftly kicked him, saying, "Shut up." Once back on the road, their ride was considerably steadier. Yet, while ascending a hill, they jolted again, causing Jiang Ciyuan to lurch forward. Zhao Zhouhe sighed, "Brother, you smell fantastic." Jiang Ciyuan shot back with a kick, "Get away from me." Zhao Zhouhe responded, all right, let me give it a go." Jiang Ciyuan experienced a thrilling ride on a sleek motorcycle, with Zhao Zhouhe at the helm and the Zhao River embracing them from behind. The wind tousled their hair as Zhao Zhouhe brandished his phone, exclaiming, "Look at this, Ciyuan. I'm capturing a video for you to post later on social media to attract some admirers." Jiang Ciyuan scoffed, "Do you think everyone is like you?" The two of them meandered through Yin City, reveling in the exhilarating adventure. Eventually, Zhao Zhouhe led him into a quaint alleyway. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come. Let me take you to experience the local delicacies of Jiangnan." Jiang Ciyuan felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that he had already enjoyed a delightful meal at a senior's house. But he kept that to himself. As they ventured into the alley, flanked by a winding waterway and lush trees, the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Numerous locals gathered, sharing laughter and conversation. "You certainly have an eye for good places," Jiang Ciyuan complimented as they settled into a spot. "Please recommend something." "Of course. It's on your father," Zhao Zhouhe quipped, grabbing the menu. During their meal and casual chatter, Jiang Ciyuan pondered for a moment before broaching a question. "By the way, I have something to ask you." "Go ahead," Zhao Zhouhe replied, his mouth full and eyes fixed on his food. "What are your thoughts on sleepwalking?" Jiang Ciyuan inquired. "Sleepwalking? Why? Are you finally showing concern for your friend Zhu Zai's well-being now that you're older?" Zhao Zhouhe teased. Jiang Ciyuan dismissed the comment. "Who cares about him? He is not my responsibility." Zhao Zhouhe choked slightly. "How rude." Jiang Ciyuan continued. "Actually, I have a friend." Zhao Zhouhe lifted his gaze, intrigued. Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat. "I genuinely mean a friend." Being a local, Zhao Zhouhe's sister was a doctor in the city, and he wondered if she could help with any inquiries. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ciyuan found himself residing with the campus Belle, who was indeed delightful, yet he discovered she exhibited symptoms of sleepwalking, sometimes embracing that friend in the middle of the night. Before he could finish, Zhao Zhouhe interrupted, his expression fierce. "That friend isn't you, is it?" Jiang Ciyuan, with a bold facade, replied, "No." Zhao Zhouhe sighed in relief. "That's a relief. You had me worried there. I thought you moved in with the campus Belle. I had my knife sharpened for you." Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "Well, if you can't even win over Tang Yueran, how could you possibly live with the campus Belle?" Zhao Zhouhe groaned, wiping his forehead, scaring himself with his own thoughts. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling exasperated, kicked him lightly. "Be serious. I want to know if your sister is familiar with such situations. Can you ask her when you return?" Zhao Zhouhe nodded. "Sure. Zhu Zai is also a sleepwalker. It's not a significant issue. Besides, it's the campus Belle we're talking about. Do you know what that entails?" He puffed out his chest proudly. A beauty like Xu Qiuwu from our school. That lad is quite fortunate. Jiang Ciyuan fell silent, well aware of the truth. He had embraced her just the night before, and she was indeed soft and fragrant. As they were halfway through their meal, a voice called out, "Zhao Zhouha." Zhao Zhouha looked over to see Yang Qingqing and her friends. "Oh, isn't that Qingqing? What a coincidence to find you here." Wang Shi's gaze flitted over Jiang Ciyuan before she smiled and asked, "Eating? What a coincidence. Care to join us?" As a local student, he gestured with his hand, inviting them over. "Come on, there's plenty of space here." Tang Yueran was also present. She quickly spotted Jiang Ciyuan and even overheard him discussing something about the campus bell. When she first entered university as a freshman, she had been referred to as the new campus beauty, so were they discussing her? She felt an urge to glance at Jiang Ciyuan. However, she soon realized that his gaze merely skimmed past her, completely ignoring her presence. A pang of hurt welled up inside her, leading her to declare, "I'm not going." "Why not?" Yang Qingqing questioned, bewildered. "Wasn't it you who wanted to?" Tang Yueran sulked, "I'll eat here." Wang Shi was perplexed. "Why are you being so indecisive? At first, you were the one who noticed Jiang Ciyuan and signaled to us." Yang Qingqing shot her a look, urging her to go over. Wang Shi, confused, took a seat next to Jiang Ciyuan and remarked, "You've upset our young lady." Jiang Ciyuan remained unfazed, continuing to eat. "Oh, did you come over just to say that? I wasn't aware, we were supposed to go together." Wang Shi couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not pursuing her anymore?" Jiang Ciyuan had heard this question not long ago and sighed. "Please don't say that every time you see me. I've mentioned it numerous times." All right. Wang Shi ceased her inquiries, conversing with them for a while before taking her bowl and departing. "See you at school." In my opinion, Wang Shi is far superior to Tang Yueran, Zhao Zhouha whispered. "TSK, Tang Yueran is simply too arrogant." Having moved past his feelings for Tang Yueran during his time at his senior sister's place in recent days, Jiang Ciyuan no longer wished to discuss her. "Finish up quickly," Jiang Ciyuan urged, having already had his fill and merely sampling something new. "By the way, I just sent you the video of you riding the motorcycle. Check it out. I guarantee you look cool," Zhao Zhouha exclaimed. "All right, I'll take a look myself." Jiang Ciyuan leaned back, retrieving his phone to see how Zhao Zhouha had flattered him. To his surprise, he looked quite striking in the video. Wearing a black helmet and riding a sleek motorcycle, his eyes shone with charisma. Zhao Zhouha beamed with pride. "Not bad, right?" "Very impressive," Jiang Ciyuan acknowledged, giving him a thumbs up, thoroughly pleased with the clips. He felt a surge of excitement to share it with someone. It was too cool to keep to himself. Before he realized it, he had sent the video of himself showing off on the motorcycle to his senior sister. The beautiful and kind-hearted senior sister responded with a puzzled expression. "What?" Jiang Ciyuan panicked. "What have you done? You sent it on your own." Staring at the chat page, he felt a jolt of embarrassment. His face nearly flushed with regret for his hasty fingers. How could he have sent that to her? It was so shameless. However, there was no turning back now. He could only muster the courage to ask, "Cool, right? My friend filmed this for me innocently." Meanwhile, in the milk tea shop, Sister Jiao watched as Xu Qiuwu, with an unexpectedly bashful smile, stared at her phone in astonishment. Jia was utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Has a steel tree finally bloomed? Who is the big oaf that has seduced their prized cabbage? What is Wu Wu up to, chatting with someone? Jia cautiously leaned in. To her surprise, Xu Qiuwu reacted swiftly, turning her phone away, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of rosy embarrassment. "It's nobody." Alarm bells rang in Jia's mind. This was a serious matter. Amidst the sound of slurping noodles from Zhaozhou River, Jiang Ciyuan's phone vibrated. He took it out to find a reply from his senior sister. The lovely and kind-hearted senior sister. Handsome, Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. But joy instantly lit up his face. Leaning back in his chair, he chuckled, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Zhaozhou River was taken aback by Jiang Ciyuan's sudden display of happiness. "You rascal, could it be that you're in love?" Not just him. Nearby, Tang Yueran, who was secretly glancing over, was also stunned. Seeing Jiang Ciyuan's radiant smile filled her with joy, yet it pierced her heart deeply. Jiang Ciyuan playfully kicked Zhaozhou River. "Don't speak nonsense. Nothing is set in stone yet. I'm just happy because I received a compliment." Their relationship was purely that of a junior and senior. Well, was it? Zhaozhou River was unconvinced. "Didn't I also compliment you? Why aren't you grinning like a fool then?" Jiang Ciyuan chose to ignore him, contentedly focusing on his phone. Replying to his senior, Hee hee, happy. Xu Qiuwu gazed at the message on her screen, a hint of mirth sparkling in her beautiful eyes. What do you want to eat for lunch? Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, I'm out with friends, so I want to be back for lunch. Don't worry about me. Lately, it seemed he had been living off his senior's thoughtful gestures. Upon receiving his message, Xu Qiuwu's smile faded slightly. She had initially intended to bring him some delightful food, eager to see his satisfied and joyous expression. Never mind. There's no rush. Xu Qiuwu thought to herself, there would be plenty of time to nurture this junior. Zhaozhou River quietly ate, observing Jiang Ciyuan, who was engrossed in his phone, wearing that infuriatingly blissful smile. He was utterly convinced. You, my friend, are definitely involved in something. 100%. This statement pierced Tang Yueran's ears like a dagger. Her face paled momentarily, anxiety overwhelming her, and she abruptly stood up. Jiangxin, we need to talk. Chapter 35. By a bouquet of baby's breath. Make a confession. Tang Yueran's sudden rise startled Wang, Shi, and Yang Qingqing, who were eating. Ran? What is going on? Zhaozhou River was also taken aback, turning to look at Jiang Ciyuan, who remained unperturbed and indifferent. He whispered, you two aren't rekindling an old flame, are you? Jiang Ciyuan shot him a glance. What old flame? Tang Yueran merely found herself without a devoted admirer trailing behind her, struggling to accept it. He didn't flatter himself into thinking she was reluctant to let him go. At present, he felt no lingering affection for Tang Yueran, and he stated calmly, let us discuss this right here. Previously, she could brazenly humiliate him in front of so many people, turning him into a mere subject of ridicule. Now, there seemed to be nothing that others couldn't overhear. Tang Yueran's complexion turned pale. She had not anticipated that despite her proactive approach, Jiang Ciyuan would still show her no consideration. A surge of anger welled within her. Jiang Ciyuan, must you truly act this way? Jiang Ciyuan remained seated, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What way am I acting? Tang Yueran suppressed her fury. Ultimately, you believe that my rejection of you on the mountain that day, with so many witnesses, has left you embarrassed, is that it? Must you resort to such veiled sarcasm? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, gazing down at her from his elevated position. Miss, have you mistaken something? Am I destined to accommodate you for a lifetime? To be your sycophant, twirled around by your whims? Is that the role you envision for me? Tang Yueran fell silent. And he scoffed lightly. Then I must have been rather cheap in your eyes. I did not mean it that way, Tang Yueran stammered, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Must you articulate your words in such a harsh manner? Jiang Ciyuan's expression turned cold. Tang Yueran, let us clarify who is truly speaking harshly. In the years I've pursued you, have I ever lost my temper? Have I not always indulged you? Enough, both of you. Take a moment to calm down, Zhao Zhouhe interjected, sensing the tension escalating between them. Why not simply express your thoughts clearly? He was primarily concerned that Jiang Ciyuan might act impulsively, regretting it later, especially after pursuing her for 3 years. Jiang Ciyuan, with a frosty demeanor, stepped aside beneath a solitary tree, observing Tang Yueran, who had followed him, speak. His current aloofness and detachment sent a chill through Tang Yueran's heart, leaving her feeling both wronged and pained. Do you have someone you like? He had never treated her this way before. Jiang Ciyuan frowned. What does that concern you? Recalling his social media posts and the gossip she had overheard about school beauties, Tang Yueran trembled with anger. You do have someone you like. Which is why you have let me go, isn't it? Jiang Ciyuan, you are truly adept at feigning emotions. She felt as though she had suffered an enormous injustice. He had clearly shifted his affections to someone else while maintaining a facade of wounded devotion. Jiang Ciyuan, you are exceedingly hypocritical. Jiang Ciyuan's brow furrowed deeper. Years of pursuit had culminated in such denial, highlighting the failure of their relationship. At this juncture, he had no desire to elaborate further, letting out a cold laugh. Yes, I have developed feelings for someone else. Are you satisfied now? Tang Yueran stood frozen, her heart seemingly sliced open, the pain overwhelming her imagination, her face pale and anguished. Jiang Ciyuan. Jiang Ciyuan replied coolly, Tang Yueran, we are now history. I no longer harbor feelings for you. In the future, when we meet, I do not wish to hear such sentiments. I am no longer interested. With that, he turned and walked away. As he departed, Tang Yueran's eyes reddened, panic and fear overtaking her as she called out, Jiang Ciyuan. Yet, Jiang Ciyuan did not glance back, continuing his departure without a second thought. Just as before, When Jiang Ciyuan presented her with gifts that did not meet her satisfaction, she would adopt a sulky demeanor and depart without acknowledging his calls from behind. Now, however, the tides have turned. This stark contrast was unbearable for Tang Yueran, who, with reddened eyes, stomped her feet in frustration. What a scoundrel Jiang Ciyuan is! How dare he treat me this way? This time, she felt his seriousness with piercing clarity. Jiang Ciyuan no longer wanted her. No, that cannot be right. With tears brimming in her eyes, she kicked the tree several times, insisting, "It is I who do not want him. I never wanted him at all." Yet, why did her heart ache so intensely now? Yang Qingqing and Zhao Zhouhe sat together, and upon seeing Jiang Ciyuan return with an indifferent expression, they hurriedly inquired, "Jiang Ciyuan, have you finished your conversation?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, "We said everything that needed to be said. There is nothing more to discuss." Wang Shi glanced behind him, noticing Tang Yueran turning her back and leaving quietly. Yang Qingqing called out, "Hey Yueran, she's leaving. See you next time." Wang Shi commented before quickly running after her, "Wait for me. You too." Zhao Zhouhe, observing the situation, understood that the two had not reached an agreement. He nudged Jiang Ciyuan, saying, "Impressive, Ciyuan. When you say you're letting go, you truly let go without a trace of hesitation. Let us go out and have some fun." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "Ahem, we can't just play today. We have some matters to attend to." Zhao Zhouhe approached his motorcycle, donned his helmet, and added, "But let us play first. There's no rush. Come on. Let us continue to have a blast." "What matters?" Jiang Ciyuan casually asked. Zhao Zhouhe exclaimed, "It's about my cousin. He is quite handsome and studying at another school. Recently, he has developed feelings for a girl and is currently pursuing her. He is likely about to confess and hopes I can assist him." "You?" Jiang Ciyuan questioned skeptically, sizing up Zhao Zhouhe, the single man. "What could you possibly contribute? Hey, how can you speak like that?" Zhao Zhouhe shot him a glare, puffing out his chest with pride. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm single. I have some understanding of girls, especially since she is from our school. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me a strategist." Jiang Ciyuan couldn't be bothered to listen to his boastful claims. The two rode their motorcycle in circles before heading to the arcade for some amusement. Midway, Zhao Zhouhe received a phone call, exclaiming into the receiver, I know. Stop rushing me. Why the urgency?" Jiang Ciyuan set down his game, asking, "What is going on?" Zhao Zhouhe explained, "It's my cousin. He wants to take that girl out for dinner tonight, and asked me what type of restaurant girls like or what he should do. He is feeling uncertain and is seeking my guidance." As they exited the arcade, Zhao Zhouhe urged him, "Stop playing on your phone and help me come up with a strategy. You've been pursuing Tang Yueran for years. You must have some experience." Jiang Ciyuan felt an urge to kick him, thinking, "What use is my failed experience? Don't you want your cousin to succeed?" "That is true," Zhao Zhouhe replied with a fatherly expression, reaching to pat Jiang Ciyuan's head, only to have his hand swatted away. Taking a breath, he continued, "But if you don't help, his chances of success are minuscule. Soon, I'll have him send flowers to her after work. At the right moment, I'll sneak up behind him to pass the flowers to him, and he can present them to the girl, creating a romantic moment." However, he was ultimately swayed by his cousin, unable to refuse assistance. In the end, he perused strategies online and selected several restaurants that he believed would appeal to the young lady, sending them to his cousin. "It's not certain whether she will agree to meet," Zhao Zhouhe remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Ciyuan beside him. "By the way, strategist, have you decided which flowers we should purchase?" Jiang Ciyuan indeed offered his help. "How about baby's breath?" Zhao Zhouhe responded with dissatisfaction. "Why not roses? They symbolize love." "How romantic." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "It's still early days. If you present roses now, will she even accept them? Why rush?" His reasoning seemed sound, and Zhao Zhouhe was persuaded, acknowledging Jiang's experience after years of pursuit. With a teasing remark, Jiang Ciyuan playfully kicked him. Zhao Zhouhe winced, exclaiming, "Damn it. With only one leg, you can still kick. Imagine if you had all three." As twilight descended, the two set out to buy flowers. Jiang Ciyuan was uncertain how long Zhao Zhouhe's cousin would take in courting, but he assumed it wouldn't be a brief affair, so he messaged his senior. Shortly after, she replied, "All right, I have to work late tonight. There are many customers at the shop." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, "That sounds exhausting." Zhao Zhouhe emerged from the call, clutching a large bouquet of baby's breath, and noticed Jiang Ciyuan grinning at his phone. "What are you up to, you sly one? What is so amusing?" "Get lost," Jiang Ciyuan retorted. "Have you got everything?" "Yes, here," Zhao Zhouhe said, stuffing the bouquet into his arms. Isn't it beautiful? Now we are off to witness a magnificent love story. Zhao Zhouhe drove while Jiang Ciyuan sat in the back, holding the flowers as they traversed the night. Arriving at their destination, the sky had fully darkened by the time Zhao Zhouhe found a place to park the motorcycle. All right, let us get off. The area ahead prohibits motorcycles. We'll walk from here. My cousin said he would arrive soon. Jiang Ciyuan removed his helmet, glancing around with a furrowed brow. This place seems somewhat familiar. That's normal. We've been here before, Zhao Zhouhe dismissed, urging him on. Let us go. Jiang Ciyuan replied, it's not your confession. Why the excitement? Zhao Zhouhe exclaimed, TSK. That's my cousin. If it works out, she'll be my sister-in-law. Even though the likelihood seemed negligible, lending a hand and witnessing the unfolding romance was, in itself, a source of amusement. You really think far ahead, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, still holding the bouquet of baby's breath as they continued. However, as they walked, the path felt increasingly off. Observing a familiar establishment ahead, Jiang Ciyuan halted, gazing skeptically at the grinning Zhao Zhouhe. By the way, who is your cousin interested in? Don't laugh at me for this. Zhao Zhouhe coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat sheepish as he touched his face. He is pursuing our school's aloof beauty, Senior Xu Qiuwu. Chapter 36. He is my boyfriend. As night fell, the shop began to fill with customers. Xu Qiuwu had initially planned to stay busy until her uncle arrived at the shop before returning home. As a result, her uncle, who was naturally fond of revelry, was nowhere to be found this evening, indulging in his own pleasures. While she was at the counter processing orders, a familiar voice rang out. Woo woo, table 103 has ordered a matcha cake. Understood, Xu Qiuwu replied, heading to fetch the pre-prepared dessert. As she carried the cake back, a bright voice chimed in, Sister, I'm back. Turning around, she spotted a charming little girl clad in a Lolita dress, her features delicate and lovely. Yaya, she greeted. This was a frequent visitor to the shop, a young girl of just a few years, her innocent smile lighting up her face. Sister, my brother and I are here again. Behind the little girl stood a somewhat awkward teenager, Zhao Zhouhe, the cousin of Zhao Zhouhe. The moment Zhao Zhouhe laid eyes on her, his face flushed, and he shyly mumbled, We do like the usual set meal. All right. Xu Qiuwu confirmed as she input the order into the computer. Though she was somewhat familiar with Yaya, she had little acquaintance with her brother. Zhao Zhouhe scratched the back of his head, initially intending to say more, but upon noticing her indifferent demeanor, he retreated, saying, I'll go sit down first. Yaya nodded, seemingly unconcerned about him, instead lifting her little head, her adorable pigtails bouncing as she smiled at Xu Qiuwu. Sister, you look so beautiful today. Xu Qiuwu's lips curled into a gentle smile as she playfully pinched Yaya's soft, fair cheek. You're beautiful too. Yaya squealed in delight, her voice sweet and lively. But sister is even more beautiful. He. While Xu Qiuwu busied herself inside, Yaya wandered around outside, chirping, By the way, sister, what time do you finish work today? There are many guests today, so it might take a while, Xu Qiuwu replied. She then thought of Jiang Ciyuan, wondering if he had returned home or had dinner yet. Yaya watched her retreating figure, her tiny hands playing with her braids. I see. Then sister, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Not yet. I'll eat after work, Xu Qiuwu replied. I see. Yaya nodded, then stealthily dashed over to her brother, whispering, Brother, sister is hungry and hasn't eaten yet. After your shift, you could ask her out. Zhao Zhouhe shot her an incredulous glance. Keep your voice down. Yaya giggled, Brother, you can do it. Zhao Zhouhe sighed. It was easier said than done. He frequently visited the shop solely to pursue Xu Qiuwu, yet she remained aloof, only exchanging a few formal words during order placements. Brother, don't be timid, you must stand tall, Yaya encouraged. As if I needed your advice, Zhao Zhouhe retorted. He had already coordinated with Zhao Zhouhe to find a restaurant, and Zhao Zhouhe was currently on his way to buy flowers. Today, he was determined to invite the goddess to dinner. At that moment, Xu Qiuwu approached, placing the desserts and drinks on their table. All right, be careful. Thank you, sister. Yaya beamed. Just as she turned to leave, Zhao Zhouhe called out to her, Xu, classmate. Xu Qiuwu glanced back, Upon meeting her beautiful gaze, Zhao Zhouhe felt his face heat up, his nerves getting the better of him, yet he mustered the courage to ask, What time do you finish work today? Are you free? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, I'm not free. Zhao Zhouhe undoubtedly discerned the rejection, feeling a pang of disappointment in his heart, yet he forced a laugh, saying, It's all right. I'll wait for you after work. Pursuing the goddess of his dreams. One must not waver. As Xu Qiuwu turned to leave, Zhao Zhouyi let out a sigh of relief and whispered to Yaya, I need your assistance later. Yaya nodded eagerly. I will. When Xu Qiuwu finished her shift and was about to step outside with her bag, she was greeted by the sound of hurried footsteps behind her. Sister. Turning around, she saw Yaya bounding towards her, joy radiating from her as she grasped Xu Qiuwu's hand and shook it enthusiastically. Sister, sister. Xu Qiuwu replied softly. What is it? Yaya blinked innocently, gazing up at her. Yaya is hungry. Would you like to join me for a meal? Xu Qiuwu responded, I'm sorry. Sister has to go home. You should go with your brother. At that moment, Zhao Zhouyi emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing her brother, Yaya suddenly exclaimed, Oh no. I left something in the store. I'll go get it. With that, she scampered back inside. Only Zhao Zhouyi and Xu Qiuwu remained outside. As she prepared to turn away, he summoned his courage and called out, Xu classmate. Xu Qiuwu turned back. What is it? Zhao Zhouyi's face flushed crimson as he confessed, I like you. Xu Qiuwu maintained her indifferent demeanor, showing no reaction. His heart sank further, feeling a blend of disappointment and distress. I understand you don't like me now, but that's all right. I want to pursue you. It will start with the first bouquet of flowers. Xu Qiuwu furrowed her brows slightly, accustomed to confessions, her expression remaining apathetic. There is no need to pursue me. I do not like you. Zhao Zhouyi, resolute, replied, I know you don't like me at present, but I will not give up. I like you. I want to chase you. Please grant me this opportunity. I will prove myself worthy. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Knowing Zhao Zhouha was on his way with the flowers, discreetly positioned not far behind him, Zhao Zhouha, upon receiving the signal, nudged the silent Jiang Ciyuan beside him. Go. Quietly deliver the flowers to my brother. Me? Jiang Ciyuan pointed at himself in disbelief. Of course. Upon seeing the school bell's frosty expression, Zhao Zhouha felt a shiver of apprehension and promptly shoved Jiang Ciyuan forward. However, things went awry, and as Jiang Ciyuan grabbed him, they stumbled out together, exposing themselves to the gaze of Zhao Zhouyi and Xu Qiuwu. Xu Qiuwu froze momentarily upon seeing Jiang Ciyuan, her eyes landing on the bouquet he held, leading to a sudden shift in her expression that hinted at intrigue. Haha, Zhao Zhouha chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he pushed Jiang Ciyuan. We're just here to help deliver some flowers. Jiang Ciyuan clutched a large bouquet of baby's breath, feeling an overwhelming urge to reprimand Zhao Zhouha for his blunder. He was well aware that his cousin was pursuing an upperclassman, and he had no intention of wading into this murky situation, especially when the upperclassman's indifferent gaze swept over him, sending chills down his spine. Presenting the flowers now seemed impossible, and taking them back was equally unfeasible. His only recourse was to vent his frustrations on Zhao Zhouha. Jiang Ciyuan's lips twitched as he stammered. I am just... Xu Qiuwu felt a lump in her throat, an indescribable emotion swelling within her heart. How could he assist someone in pursuing her? He had yet to finish his words when Zhao Zhouyi approached and seized the flowers from him, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Brother, thank you. I cannot pursue my goddess without your assistance. As the icy gaze of the senior swept towards him, Jiang Ciyuan frantically shook his head. I did not. He was merely accompanying him on the way. But Zhao Zhouyi had already blocked his line of sight. Brimming with enthusiasm, he presented the flowers to Xu Qiuwu. I like you, please grant me a chance. The wind whistled past his ears, and the atmosphere stilled. Xu Qiuwu gazed at the exquisite baby's breath, her expression inscrutable, yet subtly displeased. I am sorry, but I cannot accept. Zhao Zhouyi was taken aback. Why? Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, because I have a boyfriend. Jiang Ciyuan was stunned. When did the senior acquire a boyfriend? After a moment of shock, Zhao Zhouyi quickly responded, impossible. Even if you wish to reject me, you need not fabricate such a story. In the next instant, Jiang Ciyuan, still in a daze, witnessed his beautiful senior stride towards him, grasping his wrist firmly. He is my boyfriend. Chapter 37. Unless you kiss right here. Jiang Ciyuan was bewildered. Zhao Zhouha, who had been observing from the sidelines, was equally dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the aloof school beauty and Jiang Ciyuan. Huh? When did they become involved? Just moments ago, Zhao Zhouyi's mouth hung open in shock, unable to comprehend as he looked at Xu Qiuwu holding Jiang Ciyuan's hand, his voice cracking. How is this possible? His shattered, wounded voice pierced the previously tranquil atmosphere. Jiang Ciyuan regained his composure. Senior, when did I become your boyfriend? Why had no one informed him? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, Xu Qiuwu maintained her composure, though her ears flushed with embarrassment. Be quiet. She herself was uncertain why she reacted this way, but when she saw Jiang Ciyuan holding the flowers for Zhao Zhouyi, her heart twisted painfully. If those flowers were for her, she would have felt elated. The stark contrast of emotions stirred her anger, and she tightened her grip on Jiang Ciyuan's arm, her tone icy as she declared, "He is my boyfriend. Is there a problem?" Zhao Zhouyi shot her a fierce glare, while Jiang Ciyuan remained utterly confounded. "Senior, but a single glance from her rendered him obediently silent. "All right, I will be quiet." The senior seemed to be upset. Zhao Zhouyi exclaimed in despair, "Su, don't jest with me." Xu Qiuwu replied indifferently, "Who is joking with you? This brother just collaborated with my younger brother to devise strategies, select restaurants, offer advice, and assist me in pursuing you. The flowers were chosen by him. How could he possibly be your boyfriend?" The senior's expression grew even colder. Jiang Ciyuan pleaded, "Brother, please be quiet." He wished to turn his head away, avoiding the senior's frosty demeanor, but she continued, "That was merely him teasing you. It was just a playful jest between us." Jiang Ciyuan was astonished. "Huh, senior, you can spin it that way?" Without waiting for his reaction, the senior's sister grasped his hand, her eyes curving into crescents as she flashed him a smile, saying, "Isn't that right, dear?" The term of endearment sent a jolt through Jiang Ciyuan's mind, his face instantly ablaze, rendering him momentarily oblivious to his purpose. Dazed, he found himself led along by the cunning senior, nodding in agreement. Yes, everything you say is correct." Zhao Zhouyi was utterly stupefied. He had pursued the goddess for so long, never witnessing her exhibit such closeness with any other boy. Nor had he seen her cold demeanor transform into one of charm as she smiled at Jiang. She even called him dear? Dear. Zhao Zhouyi was beside himself with frustration. However, before he could fully lose his composure, Zhao Zhouha had already gone mad. He lunged forward, brandishing a stick, shouting, "Jiang Ciyuan, stop right there. I aim to eliminate you on behalf of our dormitory." He suddenly howled and charged out, causing Xu Qiuwu to freeze momentarily, instinctively pulling Jiang behind her. She stood protectively in front of him, her gaze icy as she confronted the advancing Zhao Zhouha. "What do you intend to do to him?" The frigid glare made Zhao Zhouha wilt instantly, feeling like a fool, awkwardly stammering, I'm here to uphold justice." Jiang Ciyuan stood behind Xu Qiuwu, feeling an inexplicable warmth as he observed her slender silhouette shielding him. His heart softened, a sweet sensation blossoming within, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. "Senior sister, he's quite terrifying." Zhao Zhouha gritted his teeth. "You beast. Damn it, Jiang Ciyuan, you conniving scoundrel, pretending to be so innocent." Zhao Zhouha yearned to rush forward and pummel him, yet the aloof senior sister stood protectively in his way, rendering him motionless. At that moment, Zhao Zhouyi, his eyes aflame, charged forward. "I refuse to believe it. Just holding hands makes you a boyfriend? Do you take me for a fool? It's merely an excuse for rejection." Zhao Zhouha fervently nodded. Yes. How could Jiang Ciyuan possibly be with the campus belle? Impossible, utterly impossible. He cooperatively nodded along with his cousin, only for Zhao Zhouyi to suddenly seize Jiang's wrist, exclaiming, "Then if I hold his hand now and declare him my boyfriend, will you all believe me?" Zhao Zhouha's head snapped up in disbelief. "What? Brother, I'm here to help you. Why are you dragging him down too?" Unexpectedly, Xu Qiuwu calmly replied, "I believe it. Jiang Ciyuan." The scene erupted into chaos, as her words left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, Zhao Zhouha, embarrassed and furious, yanked his hand from his cousin's grasp, shouting, "Get lost. I'm as straight as an arrow, straighter than a telephone pole." Zhao Zhouyi turned to Xu Qiuwu. "I know you're lying to reject me by saying you have a boyfriend, but I want to be deceived. I know you're still single, and I want to give up pursuing you." Xu Qiuwu, slightly exasperated, replied, "What do you want?" Zhao Zhouyi, enviously eyeing her fair hand clasping Jiang's wrist, retorted in frustration, "Unless you kiss right here, right now?" Jiang Ciyuan widened his eyes. "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Ciyuan could no longer remain a mere observer and hurriedly spoke up. Enough. Elder brother, calm down. She does not harbor feelings for you, so please do not." At that moment, Xu Qiuwu, seemingly deep in thought, glanced at his lips and suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. "Is it so difficult to kiss?" Jiang Ciyuan turned in astonishment. "What? Is this really necessary, senior sister? To go to such lengths just to reject him?" Meanwhile, Yi, who was also hiding nearby, looked on in confusion and remarked, "Sister is about to become someone else's sister-in-law." Zhao Zhouhe stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe such words could come from the senior sister's lips. This is impossible, right? Initially, he had merely been persuaded by his cousin to bring Jiang Ciyuan along for a favor. And now he found himself a spectator to the budding romance between him and the senior sister. After a tumult of emotions, Jiang Ciyuan sighed at Zhao Zhouhe. "Brother, I understand it is hard to accept. I can empathize with the feeling of being rejected by someone you admire." Xu Qiuwu froze, gripping his hand more tightly. Her gaze towards him infused with sympathy. Jiang Ciyuan looked at Zhao Zhouhe with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "But do you truly wish to witness the one you cherish sharing a kiss with another? Must you inflict such self-torment?" Deep down, he did not truly believe the senior sister would go through with it. On the other hand, he harbored a desire that she would not simply use him as a shield to reject someone else in a haphazard kiss. After all, he still had his first kiss intact. He believed that such intimate gestures should be reserved for a moment of genuine connection with someone special. "It's quite late, brother. You should return home," Jiang Ciyuan said, patting Zhao Zhouhe on the shoulder before firmly grasping Xu Qiuwu's delicate hand. "Senior sister, let us head back." Chapter 38. Hand in hand, the two lingered in their embrace. Jiang Ciyuan had taken her hand to support Xu Qiuwu, but at that moment, his heart raced as if it had lodged in his throat. Why did it feel a tad tense? Behind them, Zhao Zhouhe watched their entwined hands with a mix of disbelief and frustration, tearing at his hair. "I cannot believe this." Zhao Zhouhe, unable to withstand such emotional turmoil, rolled up his sleeves. "Brother, I am going to charge over there and uphold justice. How could this son abandon his old father?" Turning away to hold the hand of the campus beauty, as Jiang Ciyuan listened to their voices gradually fade, he awkwardly considered relinquishing her hand, but Xu Qiuwu interjected. "Do not let go." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "Huh?" The inky night concealed the faint blush gracing Xu Qiuwu's enchanting face, tinged with a hint of shyness. "They are still watching us." "Oh, understood." Jiang Ciyuan paused, obediently holding onto Xu Qiuwu's hand, which felt remarkably smooth and soft. The displeasure she had felt moments ago when he had helped someone else pursue her dissipated the instant Jiang Ciyuan grasped her hand. Although she had never held hands with a boy, at that moment, she felt an indescribable sense of contentment. Just a little longer. "All right," Jiang Ciyuan nodded, scratching the back of his head, causing his hair to become slightly disheveled, yet he dared not glance in Xu Qiuwu's direction, fearing she might notice the blush on his face. Just a little longer. He truly did not think much of it. He simply did not leisurely stroll hand in hand with the girl, which caused a slight tension. The night was serene, and as they walked amid the trees, their intertwined shadows danced upon the ground like an inseparable couple. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling somewhat bashful, averted his gaze, yet felt compelled to explain. "By the way, senior, I initially had no idea that Zhao Zhouhe's cousin was pursuing you. Zhao Zhouhe is my roommate, a local, and we spent the day together." Xu Qiuwu paused upon hearing his explanation, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. "I see." She was no longer upset, realizing he was not assisting someone else in courting her. With the softness in her tone, Jiang Ciyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, chuckling lightly. "Senior, you are quite popular." "It's nothing," Xu Qiuwu replied nonchalantly, accustomed to attention since elementary school, often finding it bothersome. It seemed those suitors believed that as long as she remained single, they had a chance, however slim it might be. "That's not true. I knew about you when I first entered the university. You were quite the sensation," Jiang Ciyuan recalled, a sudden smile illuminating his face. "In fact, senior, when I enrolled, I encountered you and even asked for directions, though you may not remember me." After all, on orientation day, countless students flooded the campus, and she was preoccupied with the throng, having seen innumerable new faces. Yet, to his surprise, she replied, "I remember." "Really?" Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, astonished. As his delighted gaze fell upon her, Xu Qiuwu felt a rush of warmth and awkwardly turned her head away. Of course, she recalled that sunny, cheerful junior who had flashed her a bright smile while inquiring about the dormitory, almost colliding with a tree as he became lost in thought, an incident she had witnessed. Embarrassed after the near mishap, Jiang Ciyuan glanced around, noticing her amused gaze, and sheepishly grinned, playfully flashing a peace sign. "Yay." Xu Qiuwu thought to herself how foolish he had seemed at that moment. Nevertheless, as she turned away, her lips betrayed her with a subtle smile. whispering to herself, Jiang Ciyuan, such a lovely name. Before long, this name echoed throughout the campus, primarily because of his fervent pursuit of the campus belle, Tang Yueran. Xu Qiuwu had seen him countless times, observing him as he served Tang Yueran meals, offered her water, and sheltered her from the sun with an umbrella, always revolving around her like a devoted satellite. It seemed he was perpetually fixated on Tang Yueran. Noticing a shadow of sadness cross Xu Qiuwu's expression, Jiang Ciyuan inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Xu Qiuwu replied, snapping back to reality, her heartbeat quickening as she met his gaze, which held a blend of concern and sincerity. She mused that perhaps he was indeed looking at her now. Unable to maintain eye contact for long, she turned away, recalling, "You almost collided with that tree earlier." Feeling embarrassed and trying to hide, yet here I was, watching you and smiling, giving you a thumbs up. Jiang Ciyuan. No, how could you remember that segment? Jiang Ciyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Let's forget about that part. Xu Qiuwu, however, curled her lips into a smile. I won't forget. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head helplessly. He had been lost in thought and inadvertently bumped into her at that moment. Xu Qiuwu commented, truly foolish. Jiang Ciyuan smiled wryly, feeling a bit hungry, and turned to ask his senior, "Have you had dinner yet?" Wait. It seemed as though they had been holding hands for quite a while now. Zhao Zhou and the others had long since been left behind and were out of sight. Should they suddenly let go now? He hesitated, even finding that the sensation of holding hands was surprisingly pleasant. Upon hearing his senior reply, "Not yet," Jiang Ciyuan thought it made sense. Shifting the conversation to food, he said, "It's quite late. Cooking at this hour would be a waste of time and energy. How about dining out?" Come to think of it, he had never eaten out with his senior before. Xu Qiuwu had no objections. Sure, that works. Jiang Ciyuan asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat?" Xu Qiuwu pondered for a moment. "You choose." "All right then." Jiang Ciyuan wasn't particularly knowledgeable about dining options, so he quietly took out his phone to check what was nearby. However, in reality, he secretly searched online for the query, what is generally good to eat when dining with a girl? The only things he could think of were hot pot, barbecue, and grilled meat, yet he was uncertain if those would be appropriate choices for his senior. Would they leave a poor impression? Although he was quite cautious. Xu Qiuwu casually glanced at his phone screen, a smile slowly forming at the corners of her mouth as she thought tenderly, "Silly boy, secretly searching." Xu Qiuwu pretended not to notice, yet her heart brimmed with joy, her steps noticeably lighter, her gaze discreetly stealing glances at their intertwined hands, her eyes curving up in delight. His hand was significantly larger than hers, and their clasped hands provided a sense of security. She softly inquired, "Have you found a suitable place?" Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "Ahem, still looking." Not wanting to put him in a difficult position, Xu Qiuwu's eyes held a subtle warmth. "How about we go for hot pot?" Jiang Ciyuan, who had been fixated on his phone searching for recommendations, brightened instantly upon hearing her suggestion. "Sounds great." Chapter 39, How Will We Kiss Later? Her suggestion of hot pot saved Jiang Ciyuan a considerable amount of searching, as choosing a restaurant and being casual about it often posed two significant challenges. Jiang Ciyuan showed her the page on his phone. There's a hot pot restaurant nearby with good reviews. Shall we go there? Yes, sounds good. Xu Qiuwu discreetly checked the distance. It was approximately 800 or 900 meters away, so they could stroll there leisurely. The path ahead was straight, with a side road that curved. Assuming they were meant to continue straight, she took a step forward. Their hands remained linked, and Jiang Ciyuan, observing her back, chuckled as he gently pulled her back, this way. Unaware, Xu Qiuwu was pulled back and in the process, bumped directly into Jiang Ciyuan's chest with a soft gasp. Both were taken aback, staring into each other's eyes. The dim glow of the streetlights added an air of intimacy, their shadows on the ground appearing to embrace each other closely. Jiang Ciyuan's face flushed instantly, realizing the situation. He hastily released his grip, creating distance between them and turning his head away. "I apologize, I momentarily lost my composure." "It's nothing," Xu Qiuwu replied, averting her gaze. A sudden silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Xu Qiuwu discreetly stared at the hand he had just held, as if his warmth still lingered there. Instinctively, she clenched her palm, hoping to retain his warmth. Embarrassment washed over Xu Qiuwu due to her own actions, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed he was still looking elsewhere, though his ears were visibly flushed. A smile crept onto her lips as she awkwardly attempted to break the silence. I thought it was over there, considering there are many shops. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled nervously, scratching his head. No, we need to turn and go this way. We'll arrive shortly. All right. Xu Qiuwu observed their shadows on the ground and suddenly pulled out her phone, intending to sneak a photo. Seizing the moment when Jiang Ciyuan was distracted, she gazed at their shadows and captured the moment. Click. Xu Qiuwu exclaimed, "Ah, my phone. Why is there a sound?" Jiang Ciyuan laughed. "Senior, are you taking pictures?" Yes, just taking a photo," Xu Qiuwu replied, startled. Her face flushed as she turned to casually snap the night scenery. "Is it pretty?" Jiang Ciyuan turned to her. "Let me see." Xu Qiuwu, panicking, switched off her phone. "No." "All right then." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly. Xu Qiuwu gazed at his profile and remarked, "I'll show you later." "Later?" Jiang Ciyuan said, a bit surprised. "Sounds good." Xu Qiuwu looked into his bright, smiling eyes, feeling her cheeks heat up even more, turning her head away in discomfort. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, the server greeted them with a beaming smile. "Wow, hello? Welcome. Just the two of you?" "Yes, just the two of us," Jiang Ciyuan responded. The server handed them a ticket. "All right, it's peak time now, so there may be a bit of a wait." "Okay," Jiang Ciyuan replied with a resigned smile, pulling out a chair for Xu Qiuwu. "Here, senior, please sit." Xu Qiuwu nodded gratefully as she took her seat. "Thank you." Jiang Ciyuan leaned against the side and discreetly opened WeChat. As expected, his account had been inundated with messages from Zhao Zhouha. He didn't bother scrolling back through the numerous notifications, only glancing at the latest message. Zhao Zhouha's loud voice echoed through the chat. "Where are you? If you don't explain yourself properly, our father-son bond will be severed. I'll kick you out of the group, kick you out of the dorm, kick you off the planet." Jiang Ciyuan stole a glance at Xu Qiuwu, who sat quietly on her chair, absorbed in her phone, looking as beautiful as a painting. The mall bustled with people, many of whom covertly admired her as they passed by. A girl whispered to her friend, Look, there's a stunning beauty. Wow, she really is gorgeous, so fair and lovely. Is that her boyfriend?" Some boys murmured, glancing briefly at Jiang Ciyuan. "Ugh, it infuriates me. Why are you upset? Even if you were single, she wouldn't look your way. Get lost." Though the voices were not loud, Jiang Ciyuan heard them, and he was certain Xu Qiuwu had heard them too. Nevertheless, she showed no reaction, and he pretended he hadn't heard anything. He replied to Zhao Zhouha, "Don't go crazy. Our relationship is not of that nature. Can we calm down now? The senior merely rejected your cousin, so don't mention it to him. To spin one lie requires countless others to support it, which is quite troublesome." At that moment, a fruit vendor appeared, cheerfully promoting her wares. "Handsome, beautiful, would you like some? They're very sweet." Jiang Ciyuan showed little interest, glancing briefly before averting his gaze, only to notice the senior lingering a bit longer on the fruits. Did she desire to indulge? With that thought in mind, he extended his hand, one portion of mango. "Please." The vendor beamed in response. "Of course." Jiang Ciyuan accepted a box of clean, neatly cut mangoes and offered them to the senior. "Try it. Is it sweet?" Xu Qiuwu paused momentarily. "There are free fruits inside too." "No worries. If you wish to eat now, we can buy some." Xu Qiuwu's ears flushed crimson, and she feigned nonchalance as she accepted the fruit to eat. Jiang Ciyuan scrutinized her, inquiring, "So, how does it taste?" The senior smiled softly. "Sweet. Very sweet." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "That's splendid." Xu Qiuwu's eyes darted around, and with a forced calmness, she took a piece of mango and offered it to him. "Try it." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head to bite into it, turning slightly away in discomfort. Indeed, quite delightful. Eventually, they entered the dining area. The pair ordered a dual-flavor hot pot and selected numerous dishes via their tablets. After placing the order, Jiang Ciyuan fetched some self-service sweet soups and desserts, placing them cheerfully before the senior. Xu Qiuwu smiled. "Thank you." Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but Jiang Ciyuan felt that the senior had been smiling more frequently of late, and he replied with a grin, "No need for thanks." As they prepared their dipping sauces, Jiang Ciyuan noticed she had taken 2 bowls, one filled with an abundance of sauces and sesame peanut paste, and the other containing various assortments. He chuckled. "Do you really need that much?" The senior confidently smiled, her eyes sparkling, and recommended, "Different flavors. It's all very delicious. You should try it." "Is that so?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, half in disbelief. "I'll give it a go." He attempted to replicate her dipping sauce concoction, and as he dipped a piece of meat, the senior watched intently. How is it? He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, right? Xu Qiuwu beamed, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment watching him enjoy his meal. Until, unexpectedly, some sauce smeared across his face, prompting Xu Qiuwu to instinctively grab a napkin and reach out to assist him. However, as she dabbed the napkin on Jiang Ciyuan's face, he froze, wide-eyed, having just popped a piece of meat into his mouth. Xu Qiuwu's ears reddened instantly, her hand trembling slightly. You had something on your face. I wanted to help. Thank you, but I can manage, Jiang Ciyuan stammered, hastily grabbing the napkin to clean himself. They fell into silence, both fixated on the hot pot, quietly consuming their meal, yet their ears remained flushed. Finally, Jiang Ciyuan could no longer contain himself, resting his forehead in exasperation before bursting into laughter, turning to face her with a grin. The elder at the neighboring table sighed, remarking on the bliss of youth, observing the young couples enjoying hot pot, blushing even while wiping their faces. How will they kiss later? He mused. Jiang Ciyuan and Xu Qiuwu felt a rush of warmth at his simple comment. The elder's companion, a woman, chuckled. Enough already, they're still university students. You're making them feel shy? The elder persisted. Oh, but isn't that the truth? Sometimes, one cannot be too shy, one must take the initiative. He was ultimately silenced by the woman, who playfully stuffed something in his mouth. The two young people pretended not to hear, and Jiang Ciyuan, taking a piece of tripe, shifted the conversation. Is there enough to eat? If you want anything else, just let me know. That's sufficient, Xu Qiuwu replied, but then looked up at him. What do you want? We can order more. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled shyly. Senior, your appetite is quite small. Xu Qiuwu replied softly. This is a normal portion for me. Is that so? If yours is normal, then what does that make mine? Xu Qiuwu's lips turned up slightly. Yours is also a normal portion. Jiang Ciyuan took the tablet. Then I'll place the order. Xu Qiuwu watched him with a gentle gaze as he ordered again. By the way, we have a boiler at home for hot pot too. It can be quite a hassle to clean up afterwards. That's true, but it's not too bad, she mused. My mom loves to have hot pot or barbecue at home. Jiang Ciyuan laughed. Wow, that sounds wonderful. Suddenly, he recalled that Xu Qiuwu had mentioned her insomnia, seemingly related to her mother. He delicately probed, realizing that she spoke only of her mother and never mentioned her father, as though he did not exist in her world. When she spoke of her mother, her eyes sparkled with joy. Mom lives with my grandmother back in our hometown, where they have a garden full of fruit trees. Right now, they're blooming and bearing fruit. It's beautiful. Mom was just bragging about it the other day. Jiang Ciyuan imagined the picturesque scene of flowers and fruit in their northern backyard and sighed. That sounds wonderful. At that moment, a slender figure passed by. Pausing upon seeing Jiang Ciyuan. Ciyuan? He looked up, startled. Aunt Jiang? It was Jiang Su, a friend of his mother, mature and beautiful, with sharp eyes assessing Xu Qiuwu. Wow, who is this? She asked, seemingly teasing. Fearing she might misunderstand, he quickly clarified. This is my senior. We just happened to meet for a meal. Oh. Jiang Su smiled knowingly. Hello there. I'm a friend of his mother's. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xu Qiuwu responded softly. Hello. What a beautiful girl. Jiang Su said with a smile. Glancing between Jiang Ciyuan and Xu Qiuwu, her gaze filled with ambiguous amusement. Enjoy your meal. I want to interrupt you. Jiang Ciyuan felt a headache coming on, knowing she had completely misunderstood the situation. Indeed, as Ms. Jiang turned to leave, she hurriedly took out her phone to make a call. Something is amiss. I saw your son dining with an extraordinarily beautiful woman at a hot pot restaurant last night. Guanxian exclaimed. What? Jiang Su replied. It's the absolute truth. Is he secretly in a relationship behind your back? And with a stunning beauty no less. Guanxian responded with disbelief. That rascal, how fortunate can he be? After this brief interlude, the two finished their hot pot meal. As they stood up, Jiang Ciyuan smiled and called out, Senior, wait a moment. Xu Qiuwu turned around. Jiang Ciyuan handed her a coat, saying, You forgot your jacket. She smiled, accepting it and holding it close. When they went to settle the bill, Xu Qiuwu pulled out her phone to pay, but Jiang Ciyuan swiftly stepped in to cover the cost. She intended to transfer the money to him, but Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. No need, you can treat me next time. Xu Qiuwu's eyes brightened. Sure, that sounds great. How had she not thought of it before? Now that the idea had struck her, a smile crept onto her lips. As they walked side by side, Jiang Ciyuan extended his hand. Senior, would you like some candy? It's a nice treat. He had somehow grabbed a handful of colorful candies at the register, showcasing an array of flavors. Under the moonlight, Xu Qiuwu's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she selected a few candies. I'll have some. She chose a mint candy, its subtle fragrance refreshing her senses. And she quietly chuckled while glancing at Jiang Ciyuan. She wondered what flavor he had chosen. She caught a glimpse of what appeared to be an orange candy on his tongue. Surely, it was citrus-flavored. The thought of his mouth filled with the scent of oranges made her wonder what it would feel like to kiss him. In that fleeting moment, a flush of crimson spread across Xu Qiuwu's fair face, and she bashfully turned away. Jiang Ciyuan noticed her reaction. What's wrong? Nothing, Xu Qiuwu replied, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Ciyuan frowned, suspecting she was unwell, and pressed, how can it be nothing? Your face is so red. Xu Qiuwu, embarrassed and flustered, interrupted, you're mistaken. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. All right, if you say so. Why are you suddenly so fierce? He was perplexed, unable to comprehend why his senior seemed angered when he believed he had done nothing wrong. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Qiuwu, noticing his bewildered expression, reached out and hooked her pinky finger around his. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. Senior? Xu Qiuwu's face turned crimson as she stammered. I have acquaintances. And I told them I have a boyfriend. Jiang Ciyuan blinked in surprise. Oh? Xu Qiuwu's entire face flushed with embarrassment, her eyelashes fluttering as she found it difficult to voice her request. Just hold my hand. She felt a pang of guilt and dared not look at his face. Okay, Jiang Ciyuan replied, dazed, and quickly grasped her hand, their fingers intertwining. Only when he turned his head did Xu Qiuwu breathe a sigh of relief. Her face still flushed as she thought to herself, how unreasonable of me. How could I lie to him? He is such a good junior. Having recently come to her aid, how could she take advantage of his kindness? However, Xu Qiuwu gazed at the intertwined hands of the two, then lifted her head, staring somewhat absently at his face. Jiang Ciyuan, she suddenly felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She was not content with their mere relationship as senior and junior. A yearning to advance their connection surged within her. This thought grew increasingly fervent, and a bittersweet emotion welled up in Xu Qiuwu's heart as she pondered. She had always been focused on Tang Yueran. Could she now perhaps focus solely on him? Jiang Ciyuan was still contemplating why his senior appeared discontented when he suddenly seemed to hear her call his name, turning back to her. Senior, did you call me? For some inexplicable reason, he noticed her face flushed, resembling a shy girl, hastily averting her gaze. Her complexion was rosy as she coolly replied, no. Yet, in her heart, she wished for a chance to drink that evening. That way, she could pretend to be intoxicated, muster the courage, and steal a kiss from him. In Chapter 41, she found herself blushing at this sudden thought, lowering her head to observe their shadows. Jiang Ciyuan had held a girl's hand twice in one day, feeling so nervous that his palms nearly perspired. He lamented internally, stay composed, Jiang, do not falter. If your palms sweat, it would be quite embarrassing. Where is your masculinity? Spotting a vendor selling cotton candy, he endeavored to dissipate the seemingly ambiguous silence between them. Hey, senior, there's cotton candy over there. Would you like some? Xu Qiuwu looked up and nodded. They paused at the stall, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he addressed the vendor. Sir, one cotton candy, please. The vendor responded, sure. What flavor would you like? Jiang Ciyuan turned back. Senior, what flavor do you prefer? The moonlight illuminated her delicate face, adding a rosy hue. Her lips parting slightly, orange flavor. She recalled the citrus taste he had once shared. Just a moment, the vendor cheerfully said, busying himself while stealing glances at Xu Qiuwu. Finally settling his gaze on Jiang Ciyuan. You lads certainly know how to charm a girlfriend. Jiang Ciyuan replied, and the vendor continued, goodness. This girl has beauty rivals that of a movie star. Just look at how lovely she is. It was undeniable that Xu Qiuwu was indeed beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan responded with a smile. Of course, our senior hails from Jiang province, a region renowned for its beauties. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback. Although she had been accustomed to hearing compliments about her beauty throughout her life, she rarely felt anything. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Ciyuan's words, her heart skipped a beat, joy blossoming within her. How sweet his words were. The chatty vendor remarked, no wonder. She would surely captivate the entertainment industry. But her aura, there's a certain coolness paired with a touch of artistry. What are you studying? Xu Qiuwu regained her composure. I'm in the Chinese department. The vendor's eyes brightened. Oh, then you must possess exceptional writing skills. Are you an aspiring author? Xu Qiuwu replied, our department does not cultivate authors. The vendor, incredulous, exclaimed, how could that be? In the Chinese department, what else would you nurture if not writers? Perhaps poetry and prose? Xu Qiuwu, generally, we do not teach poetry writing. The boss was taken aback. Then what do you teach? Jiang Ciyuan felt a bit embarrassed standing nearby. Fortunately, it was the elder who asked. Otherwise, if he had inquired, it would have been quite awkward. After all, he had always assumed that the Chinese department nurtured great writers of poetry and prose. Had he been misunderstanding all along? Xu Qiuwu noticed Jiang Ciyuan's gaze upon her, and, feeling a bit anxious, softened her tone. We do not train writers in the Chinese department, but rather critics. Jiang Ciyuan appeared somewhat bewildered. Critics? The boss shared his confusion. What? The Chinese department does not cultivate writers but critics? The Chinese department is often misunderstood, and Xu Qiuwu had grown accustomed to explaining in simple terms. You can think of it this way. We determine who qualifies as a writer. You may view our department as judges of writers. The reason a book becomes a classic, or why certain literature is considered literary, is evaluated by individuals from the Chinese department based on its merits, relevance to contemporary values, and overall quality. Jiang Ciyuan, I see, that makes sense. Oh, I think I understand a bit. It sounds quite impressive. The boss seemed momentarily stunned. Well, your writing must be exceptional. You will surely become a great author in the future. Xu Qiuwu. All right, it seems I explained in vain. Jiang Ciyuan, observing his senior's somewhat speechless and resigned expression, realized she had likely heard this countless times before and couldn't help but chuckle. The senior has already stated this is not the direction. The senior turned to him. Are you still laughing? There was no trace of reproach in her words. Rather, she inadvertently added a hint of playful teasing. Jiang Ciyuan smiled, his eyes curving. It's not in vain. I believe I grasp the essence of what you're saying. The senior, as if his words had soothed her, curved her lips in a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Well, that's good. The boss observed the young couple with amusement. Oh dear. It seems the boyfriend must coax her. Just a little coaxing, and she is all smiles. Xu Qiuwu blushed. She is not. Besides, he is not my boyfriend. Perhaps feeling a bit flustered, Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat and scanned his phone to make the payment. The money was sent over. He received the cotton candy and cheerfully offered it to her. Senior, here you go. Thank you. Xu Qiuwu accepted it. I will transfer the money to you. No need. It's just a cotton candy. It's not worth much. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, adding, besides, when going out with a girl, it's not right for her to spend money. Speaking of which, previously, Tang Yueran would invite him out shopping, and he would eagerly go, only to discover that she merely wanted him to buy this and that. He would then find himself perplexed as she began to sulk, claiming he was too oblivious to understand girls. While he reminisced about the past, lost in thought, a delicate hand, as pure as jade, brought the cotton candy to his lips. Open up. The soft sweetness of the cotton candy brushed against Jiang Ciyuan's lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. Huh? He seemed to catch a glimpse of the senior's slightly flushed face, and she appeared to chuckle softly. I can't be the only one enjoying it. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, his heart fluttering, perhaps influenced by the senior's radiant smile. He lowered his head and took a bite of the cotton candy, leaving a small indentation. Xu Qiuwu observed his lips, now sticky with the sugary treat, her gaze somewhat smoldering. How does it taste? She inquired. Sweet, he replied, scratching his head awkwardly and chuckling. You should eat it quickly before it melts away in the wind. All right, she responded, redirecting her attention to the fluffy cloud of sweetness in her hand. As if by chance, she took a bite from the same spot he had just nibbled. Jiang Ciyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Was it merely an illusion? Had she intentionally bitten from the exact place he had? Surely it was an accident. Yet he felt an unexpected warmth creeping to his face. He turned his head hastily and remarked, Ahem, there seem to be quite a few people around today. Xu Qiuwu appeared calm as she gazed ahead, but secretly noted his reaction, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Both triumphant and bashful, she had done it on purpose. Her heart swelled with sweetness and satisfaction. He seemed a little light-headed, compelling her to smile wider. So sweet, she declared. Jiang Ciyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I found it quite sweet as well. Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled as she admired the youthful contours of his profile, and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, Your bite doesn't compare to mine in sweetness. After all, her bite had been from the very spot he had touched. Was this not a form of indirect kiss? The conversation drifted towards literary discussions, critiques, and the merits of various works, inspired by the teachings of the esteemed Yang Ning from Douyin. As they strolled back along the road, Xu Qiuwu, savoring the cotton candy Jiang Ciyuan had purchased for her, wished to prolong their leisurely pace. Upon reaching the midway point of her sugary delight, her eyes lit up at the sight of a vendor selling candied hawthorn. "I would like a skewer of candied hawthorn," she exclaimed. Jiang Ciyuan, noticing her enthusiasm for the strawberry skewers, couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior, didn't you feel satisfied after the hot pot?" Xu Qiuwu shook her head. "Not at all, I'm quite full." He remained skeptical, suggesting softly, "If you're not full, there's a cake shop ahead. We could grab something to take home, or you could save it for a late-night snack." "No need," she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips as she swiftly completed the transaction and handed him the exquisitely crafted skewers. "Here you go." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "Why are you giving this to me?" Xu Qiuwu's eyes crinkled in delight. "You bought me cotton candy, so now I'm buying you candied hawthorn. Is that not acceptable? Can it really be this way?" Jiang Ciyuan blinked, a smile slowly forming on his lips. "Thank you." Holding the skewer of candied hawthorn, he found it quite enchanting, observing couples passing by, most of whom were girls enjoying their treats. Just as he was about to take a bite, he paused and turned back to Xu Qiuwu. "Shall I let you have the first bite?" "No need. You eat," she replied, pleasantly surprised that he would ask. "I can have the second." Jiang Ciyuan hesitated. "Well, that is fine too." Was this a touch of ambiguity lingering in the air? Jiang Ciyuan admonished himself not to overthink and cautiously took a bite from the top of the candied hawthorn, daring not to touch the second. "All right, senior, you eat." "Okay." Xu Qiuwu smiled gently, lowering her head, her lustrous black hair cascading onto Jiang Ciyuan's hand, sending a delightful tickle. A breeze wafted by, carrying with it her fragrant essence, a blend of fresh aroma and an alluring hint of her personal scent. Startled, Jiang Ciyuan felt his hand tremble slightly as he held the candied hawthorn. Just then, Xu Qiuwu managed to take a bite, her eyes meeting his as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Ciyuan turned his head away in a slight panic, forcing a laugh. "The wind just caught me off guard, haha." Fortunately, they soon arrived at the senior's car, and he let out a relieved sigh. "Senior, should I drive?" She glanced at his feet, prompting him to quickly clarify, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. My right foot is completely unaffected." "All right, that works." Xu Qiuwu handed him the car keys. Jiang Ciyuan's driving skills were steady, and the car was easy to handle, though it was his first time behind the wheel of her vehicle. As he noticed her relaxing in the passenger seat, leaning back and enjoying the breeze, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Did you used to work this late?" "When there are many customers, it's different. Once school starts, it becomes overwhelming, and I sometimes help out on weekends." "Indeed," Jiang Ciyuan mused. "Otherwise, it would be too exhausting. You've worked all day today. You must be tired. Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll wake you when we arrive." Xu Qiuwu seemed to appreciate his suggestion. "All right." She quickly closed her eyes, and as they drove further, Jiang Ciyuan felt a weight on his shoulder. Xu Qiuwu's head had dropped onto him, her soft hair brushing against his face. He froze momentarily. "Senior?" "Never mind. She must be too fatigued." He decided not to wake her. He remained oblivious to the blush that crept onto her ears and the slight smile that curled upon her lips. The car entered the neighborhood, and with no signs of her awakening, Jiang Ciyuan sat still for a while. After about 10 minutes, with her head still resting against him and enveloped in her delightful fragrance, he quietly inhaled and attempted to stir her. "Senior, we're home?" Seemingly awakened from a deep slumber, Xu Qiuwu blinked, her cheeks flushed. She pulled away slightly, a bit confused. "I'm sorry. I was so tired that I closed my eyes for a moment. I hope I didn't inconvenience you." Jiang Ciyuan regarded her drowsy demeanor and reassured her, "I understand. No worries. Let us head upstairs." Xu Qiuwu touched her nose, trying to suppress the involuntary smile that threatened to surface. "All right, let us go." As they exited the elevator and entered the apartment, they turned on the lights, removed their shoes, and slipped into the matching slippers they had bought together at the supermarket. Jiang Ciyuan's gaze swept over their footwear, noting how fair Xu Qiuwu's feet were, her toes perfectly rounded, appearing both delicate and smooth in the slippers. How inappropriate. Jiang Ciyuan scolded himself internally, quickly averting his gaze. "Senior, would you like to shower first or shall I?" The senior removed her coat and hung it aside. "I have a few matters to attend to. You may go wash up first and call me when you're done." As she bent down to place her shoes in the cabinet, her attire accentuated her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Jiang Ciyuan dared not gaze too long. All right. He believed his glance had been sufficiently discreet, yet Xu Qiuwu noticed everything. And as she observed him hastily retreating to his room, she couldn't help but smile subtly. Xu Qiuwu glanced at her fair, smooth feet and touched her own slender, soft waist, pondering, is this appealing? Does he enjoy looking at such things? She found herself perplexed, lacking understanding of male preferences, with no prior experience. Though she resolved to research it thoroughly later. While Xu Qiuwu busied herself with editing tasks online, Jiang Ciyuan took his clothes and entered the bathroom for a shower. Halfway through her work, curiosity piqued. She couldn't resist opening a web page and typed, "What do boys like to see in girls? How can one attract their attention?" After a brief moment, a user replied directly, "Breasts." Xu Qiuwu felt her entire face flush within seconds, covering her cheeks, murmuring in confusion. But didn't he steal glances at my feet and waist tonight? Confounded, she buried her head on the desk, her pale feet gently swaying beneath it. A rare blush of youthful shyness illuminating her cheeks. I can't comprehend. Before she could unravel the mystery, Jiang Ciyuan's voice called from outside, "Senior, I'm done washing. You can come now." Startled, she felt a twinge of guilt, her face burning as she hurriedly closed her laptop. All right. As she gathered her clothes to step out, Jiang Ciyuan returned to his room. Pushing open the bathroom door, she was enveloped by a rich fragrance. How delightful, Xu Qiuwu thought, closing the door behind her. Standing in the space recently occupied by Jiang Ciyuan, her cheeks gradually warming. In a daze, she mused. He was just here, undressing, showering without a stitch. Chapter 43. Had he forgotten he was unclothed? The fleeting thought ignited a deep crimson on her fair complexion. She covered her face with her hands. No. What am I thinking? How strange. Ah, how embarrassing. Yet, an undeniable itch lingered in her chest, especially as she removed her clothing. Standing in the bathroom, still perfumed with the scent of his shower gel, it felt as if she were cradled in his embrace. What would it be like to hug him? A faint blush crept across her face as she daydreamed. It must be so comforting, so reassuring. After finishing his shower, Jiang Ciyuan remained in his room, initially intending to write, but was incessantly bombarded by Zhao Zhouhe. Though Zhao Zhouhe knew they were no longer in a romantic relationship, he remained irked. Why did that senior hold your hand? I was there too. Why didn't she choose me? I could pretend to be her boyfriend as well. Jiang Ciyuan found this foolishness exasperating. What? Do you wish to brawl with your cousin right here? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating? Zhao Zhouhe pondered for a moment. It seems that you have a point. Jiang Ciyuan, observing that the matter had been sufficiently smoothed over, chuckled. Thus, I have become the prime candidate, haven't I? Now that you mention it, I feel much more at ease and can accept it. Indeed, ha ha ha. I always said, how could you possibly be with the school beauty? It left me in a constant state of anxiety, unable to comprehend it. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ciyuan, Zhao Zhouhe sighed with relief and replied, however, my cousin is still not ready to give up, as he himself cannot fathom that the school beauty would truly have a boyfriend. Jiang Ciyuan furrowed his brow. The school beauty must be rather troubled. Don't just laugh. You ought to persuade your brother a bit. Otherwise, her earnest efforts would be in vain, wouldn't they? Zhao Zhouhe. Indeed, isn't that the nature of feelings? They are not so easily relinquished. We have barely scratched the surface. TSK. Don't act as though you possess great wisdom, you single dog. Instead of rambling on, you should advise your cousin more. True, there's no one who understands better than Master Jiang. Jiang Ciyuan laughed and scolded. Go away, go away. Zhao Zhouhe. I want to go. Come on, get online. Not playing. No time. I need to write. He had spent the entire day outside and hadn't found a moment to write. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't be able to update today. Jiang Ciyuan sat before the computer, tapping away at the keyboard. After a while, he glanced at the word count. Today's writing pace is quite brisk. He smiled, reflecting that although he had not yet finished, he was satisfied with today's progress. He saved his work and realized he was a bit thirsty. He took his water cup outside to fill it. Upon opening the door, he noticed the bathroom light was still on, and the sound of running water continued. The school beauty was still showering. Jiang Ciyuan glanced through the frosted glass, but instinctively turned away, intending to fill his cup and return to his room swiftly. However, the next moment, with a sudden pop, the once bright room was plunged into darkness. Xu Qiuwu, taking a shower, froze, looking around the pitch-black, narrow space where she could see nothing. Fear enveloped her, and she screamed. The floor, freshly washed, was already slippery and in the pitch blackness. She lost her footing and fell with a thud. Jiang Ciyuan was startled. "School beauty, are you all right?" From the bathroom came Xu Qiuwu's trembling voice. "Jiang Ciyuan." Realizing her fear, Jiang Ciyuan hurried to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. It's just a power outage. It must have tripped a circuit or something. I'll check it out." He had gone to fetch water without his phone, and now in the complete darkness, he could only make out the vague outlines of the room by the moonlight. Just as he intended to turn back to his room to find his phone, he heard Xu Qiuwu's quaking voice from the bathroom. "Don't go. I'm scared." Jiang Ciyuan's heart softened. He quickly approached her, speaking gently. "All right. I want to leave. I'll just stand outside. Don't be afraid. Change your clothes and come out, all right?" Okay, just stand outside and don't leave." Xu Qiuwu's voice was still trembling as she pale-faced reached for her clothes, but just as she was about to put them on, a shadow suddenly appeared outside the window. Xu Qiuwu's pupils dilated. A ghost. Before she could calm herself, the shadow that flitted past the window startled her into a jump. School beauty. What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan raised his voice, urging, "Calm down. Do not be afraid." In the next moment, amidst the terrified screams of his senior, the bathroom door swung open with a definitive click. Trembling, she called out, "Jiang Ciyuan." He hurriedly replied, "I'm here." Just then, he barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before his senior lunged at him. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward, and they both fell onto the floor. Her soft form pressed against him as she continued to tremble and scream. There's something inside. Could it be that she feared ghosts? Jiang Ciyuan, pinned to the ground, let out a muffled groan. The scent that belonged to her enveloped him, a fragrant warmth now quivering in his embrace. His face flushed slightly, and he stammered, It's gone. You needn't be afraid. It must be a cat or perhaps some nocturnal bird passing by." She remained silent, her body still quaking in his arms. Unable to resist, he chuckled softly. "There's nothing to fear. Everything is all right." Gradually, she began to calm down, but just then, a gust of wind swept across the balcony, causing the dark room to rattle ominously. Xu Qiuwu gasped in alarm. "It's merely the wind, just the wind." Jiang Ciyuan reassured her, "Let us sit up. I'll grab my phone to check." Xu Qiuwu curled closer to him, her body still somewhat tense, yet she nodded in agreement. "All right. You're so brave," he said gently. "There's no need to be frightened." Jiang Ciyuan smiled, aware of her fear, and he longed to pat her back. However, since she had rushed out in fright, without even donning her clothes, he dared not dwell on that thought. Tensed and stiff, he struggled to sit up while still supporting her. Her soft form remained pressed against him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "I left my phone in the room, and there's no light here now. I'll just go get it," he stated, attempting to create some distance between them, as their current closeness felt inappropriate. However, as he tried to pull away, she, enveloped in her fragrant softness, clung tightly to his arm, exclaiming, "I am coming too. Senior, have you forgotten that you're not wearing any clothes?" Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, startled as her embrace tightened around him. He felt the soft contact and was taken aback, instinctively trying to withdraw his arm. "You don't need to. You should first put on some clothes." His face turned crimson. In the midst of his stammering and awkwardness, Xu Qiuwu also regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not release her grip. On the contrary, her face was flushed and her voice trembled. "You can't just leave. I'm scared. Are you afraid that I might sleepwalk out at 3 or 4 in the morning?" Jiang Ciyuan chuckled helplessly. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just getting my phone for light. Otherwise, we won't be able to see or do anything. And we'll just be waiting in the hall." At that moment, a sudden click echoed in the room, and the once pitch-black space illuminated unexpectedly. Both were taken aback, as the abrupt return of light transformed their dark surroundings into clarity. Jiang Ciyuan froze, blinking in astonishment as he gazed at her. Xu Qiuwu stood there, utterly exposed, her hand still clasped around Jiang Ciyuan's arm. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, she flung his hand away and screamed, "Ah!" Jiang Ciyuan's face flushed crimson as he quickly turned away, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything." Xu Qiuwu, filled with indignation, retorted, "Who would believe that?" Jiang Ciyuan's ears burned with embarrassment, stammering, "It was an accident. I had no idea the power would come back at that moment." Blushing fiercely, Xu Qiuwu hurriedly retreated into the room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Jiang Ciyuan felt the awkwardness settle in, his heart racing and cheeks aflame. He poured himself a glass of water, desperate to escape to his room for some semblance of calm. His voice trembled as he called out, "Senior, I've gone inside. Your clothes are still in the bathroom. You should go get them." However, there was no response from her. It was understandable. Her emotions were likely quite complex given the sudden turn of events. After all, she had been frightened in the dark bathroom when the power returned, leading her to cling to Jiang Ciyuan, and now she was mortified that he had seen everything. Jiang Ciyuan, his face still flushed, closed the door to his room with trembling hands, chastising himself. Beast, beast, make those images leave my mind. Yet, it wasn't just him who was unable to calm down. Inside her room, Xu Qiuwu, feeling completely exposed, dove under the covers, shrieking, "Ah?" Her body was enveloped in a rosy hue, and her voice quivered with shame as she questioned, "Did he see everything?" The sudden return of power had caught her off guard while she was still clinging to Jiang Ciyuan's arm. Although he had turned away upon realizing what was happening, his gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before she had screamed. Xu Qiuwu felt dizzy, pondering, "What should I do?" Unable to collect herself, she rolled around on the bed. Eventually, she stood up and approached the mirror, gazing at her own well-proportioned figure, her face growing ever redder. She whispered to herself, "He must have seen something like this." Her physique was exquisite, flawless from head to toe, though she typically preferred to conceal it. Now, Xu Qiuwu stared at her reflection. Lost in thought, would he like it? If so, why did he turn away so quickly? No. Xu Qiuwu was overwhelmed with embarrassment by her own thoughts. Covering her face with her hands, "What am I thinking?" Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyuan sat at his computer, repeatedly sipping water to calm his nerves, then sipping again, trying to suppress his thoughts. Finally, he became frantic, muttering to himself, calm down, stop overthinking." As a healthy adolescent who had never been so intimately close to a girl, especially one as stunning as the school's admired beauty, this was a significant shock for him. As fleeting images of her beauty began to invade his mind, Jiang Ciyuan raised his hand and slapped himself, declaring, "Focus on writing. Writing brings me joy." He began to type furiously on the keyboard. After a while, in sheer desperation, he opened a messaging app and messaged his friend, "Help me, please. Tonight's rain. I have a friend, boiled lychee." It is likely that this opening line is one he has heard many times before. Jiang Ciyuan sighed and decided to unburden himself. He revised his words. "A fortunate coincidence led my friend to live with the campus Belle. An unexpected incident occurred, and now he has seen her in a compromising situation. What should he do? Boiled lychee? Question mark. This story seems somewhat familiar. Tonight's rain. It was not intentional, but sometimes accidents happen. What now?" The senior is very kind and gentle, and he feels a mix of remorse and confusion. Xu Qiuwu stared at the messages from the author on her computer screen, her brow furrowing slightly. Though she understood he was referring to a different matter, she could not help but think of her own circumstances today. After typing a sincere apology, she deleted it and replaced it with a simple question. What does the senior think? Tonight's rain? I don't know. The senior usually presents a cold demeanor, yet at times, she seems quite endearing. Boiled lychee. Do you wish to kiss her? Jiang Ciyuan's pupils dilated. Father, you truly are my father. Daring to say anything. A simple question left Jiang Ciyuan utterly bewildered. He felt a twinge of guilt as he replied, Lychee Dad, their relationship isn't like that. Xu Qiuwu focused on the messages on the screen, her brow knitting together. She had little interaction with boys and did not know them well. However, upon reading his words, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Ciyuan. Consequently, her demeanor turned icy. Boiled lychee. What a scoundrel. You've seen her completely, but refused to take responsibility? Jiang Ciyuan. No, Lychee Dad. Why do you harbor such inexplicable resentment? Tonight's rain. It's not that. It was merely an accident. Under uncontrollable circumstances, the senior did not mean anything by it. Please do not misunderstand. The campus Belle is quite popular. The line of admirers for the senior could stretch all the way to Paris. After a moment, seeing Lychee Dad's response, she was willing to show herself to you. How can that not indicate her interest? You simply do not wish to take responsibility. So stop making excuses, scoundrel. Jiang Ciyuan. I've already said it's not as you think. However, this Lychee Dad is well informed and has given Jiang Ciyuan much assistance over the years, including emotional support during his setbacks with Tang Yueran. Jiang Ciyuan trusted him greatly and had no choice but to seek his advice again. What do you suggest I do? I will heed your counsel. Xu Qiuwu gazed at the screen, putting herself in his shoes. She touched her rosy lips, and her mind momentarily froze. Now, push open the door, step outside, and kiss her, Jiang Ciyuan. Chapter 45. He kissed her enticing lips. Jiang Ciyuan stared at the screen in utter confusion, seriously doubting whether the other party had been drinking. How could he be this unreliable? Tonight's rain. Lychee Dad, have you had too much to drink? Look at what you're saying. What on earth? He dared not even imagine it. Boiled lychee. When Xu Qiuwu regained her senses, her face felt even hotter, and she covered her face in embarrassment, muttering to herself, "What am I doing? How did I suddenly get so immersed?" Boiled lychee. What if the other party is really looking forward to it? Jiang Ciyuan, there is no such what if, father. Tonight's rain. There is no such what if, don't incite me. Boiled lychee. What's wrong? Are you not brave enough? Tonight's rain. What on earth is this? Just tell me. Have you had too much to drink tonight? Are you drunk? How are you less reliable than me? Xu Qiuwu. Is this really so unreliable? However, she felt that since they were living under the same roof, having seen everything about each other, a kiss, taking a step further, wouldn't it be wonderful? Boiled lychee. Do you wish to take things further with the other party? Jiang Ciyuan. This had already reached a level where merely reading the words made him blush. Boiled lychee. Having seen everything, can you guarantee that you won't fantasize about the other's body once you fall asleep? Jiang Ciyuan was left speechless. Don't speak carelessly. Tonight's rain, enough. Don't say anything more. If there is no other solution, let us not discuss it. Tonight's sudden turn of events meant that as long as he apologized sincerely to his senior during the day, she would likely forgive him. Tonight's rain, lychee father. I'm going to write now. I still haven't finished tonight's update. My mind is a bit muddled. Xu Qiuwu felt inexplicably disappointed. While she was in a daze, another message popped up. She opened it to find a comment on a fan art he had drawn on a certain site. Master, when will you be free? Hurry up and finish the next segment of the comic. I'm so hungry for content. Make it a bit more risky. It's already 18 plus, so please draw freely. Thank you. Are they really about to go that far? Please illustrate the process. I believe Master can depict it in great detail. Xu Qiuwu. This was something she uploaded on an 18-plus website during her boredom, and she had quite a few fans. Due to the sexually charged nature of her art, many of her pieces easily led to imagination, which is why they were categorized as adult comics. To divert her attention, Xu Qiuwu picked up her sketchpad again, starting with a simple draft before gradually detailing the facial features. However, as she drew, she realized something was amiss. Xu Qiuwu held the sketchpad, staring at the pair of C. Even if she truly painted, it was merely for her own eyes. After a moment of chaotic creation, she felt a rush of embarrassment. Her entire body flushed, and she buried herself under the covers, exclaiming, "I can't continue." The night stretched on endlessly. After completing his update, Jiang Ciyuan pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to take out his phone and send a message to his senior to apologize. Jiang Ciyuan, Senior, I sincerely apologize. The incident tonight was unexpected. I had no idea the call would come so suddenly. I only caught a fleeting glance and didn't retain any details. If you feel uncomfortable about anything, please let me know. I am truly sorry. Xu Qiuwu lay on her bed, and upon hearing the notification sound, she glanced at her phone. When she saw Jiang Ciyuan's avatar, she paused for a moment. Jiang Ciyuan, are you angry? She stared at the message he sent for a while, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, before simply replying, "No." Jiang Ciyuan replied almost instantaneously, "Really?" Xu Qiuwu supported her slightly flushed face, fixated on the message from him, a smile creeping onto her lips. Foolish boy. It wasn't he really about anger. She merely felt a touch of shyness. As Jiang Ciyuan waited anxiously for his senior's reply, Zhao Zhouha sent him a message. Zhao Zhouha, my sister says that sleepwalking can manifest in various ways. How long has your friend been experiencing this? Is it frequent, or just occasional? Does she know she has this condition? Before he could respond, Zhao Zhouha sent another message. My sister suggests that your friend should inquire more about the situation to gain understanding. Alternatively, while the other person is sleepwalking, perhaps test her with some actions that are typically out of character to observe her reactions and gauge the depth of her sleepwalking state. Jiang Ciyuan, for example? How should I test? Zhao Zhouha. That's south not my place to say. I don't know her well enough. My sister mentioned that after trying, you should provide feedback to her. This posed a challenge for Jiang Ciyuan. He decided to consult Zhu Zai, who occasionally sleepwalked, to ask what actions could potentially rouse someone from that state. Zhu Zai, that is hard to say. If, for instance, A stunning beauty suddenly appeared and embraced me with a kiss. It would be so astonishing that I might just wake up in shock. Jiang Ciyuan, can you provide something genuinely helpful? At that moment, Zhao Zhouhe chimed in. By the way, didn't your friend mention that the senior embraced him while sleepwalking? My sister said this might stem from an inner unease or childhood trauma. What she needs is a reassuring response. Besides embracing her, you might also try giving her a gentle kiss to see her reaction. Of course, this kiss should be entirely innocent. Jiang Ciyuan, that sounds rather dubious, doesn't it? He set an alarm for the middle of the night to wake up. Still drowsy, he quietly opened the door, only to find that the door beside him opened simultaneously. Jiang Ciyuan, still slightly dazed, looked over to see his senior in her pajamas and couldn't help but laugh. Senior, have you sleepwalked again? Xu Qiuwu, huh? I merely got up to use the restroom. Without waiting for her response, Jiang Ciyuan approached her, speaking to himself as if coaxing a child. Will you hold me tonight as well? Xu Qiuwu's ears suddenly turned crimson. What did that mean? What did as well imply? Observing her dreamy expression, which appeared somewhat adorable, Jiang Ciyuan mischievously provoked her further. I've blocked your path. You can't sit on the sofa anymore. What shall we do? Xu Qiuwu replied. Perhaps the power outage last night frightened you, and thus the dim light remains on in the living room tonight. Jiang Ciyuan could see her dazed face, but failed to notice the blush beneath her disheveled hair. He continued to muse aloud. If I were to kiss you, would you be startled awake? Xu Qiuwu suddenly held her breath. I am already sufficiently startled. Jiang Ciyuan's gaze fell upon her lips, plump and beautiful, appearing exceedingly soft. What would it feel like to kiss them? His eyes darkened suddenly, his throat constricting as he leaned down to kiss her enticing lips. Xu Qiuwu's heart raced. Were it not for the distinct scent emanating from Jiang Ciyuan, she might have believed she was still dreaming. Jiang Ciyuan intended to kiss her? Xu Qiuwu felt as though her soul nearly departed. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and as she watched Jiang Ciyuan's face draw nearer, she dared not breathe. Yet, when their lips were less than 2 centimeters apart, Jiang Ciyuan's pupils dilated, and he abruptly jolted awake. He quickly turned his face away, laughing nervously. Ha. That was close. I almost fell for that. Beast, you were clearly seduced. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ciyuan silently cursed himself, awkwardly scratching his head, feeling somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, I startled you, didn't I? My apologies, I was just playing with you. Xu Qiuwu felt a void in her chest. Her hands, which had tightened in nervousness moments ago, now longed to strike his chest. Just one more hit. Why scare her if he didn't intend to kiss her? However, recalling that he thought she was sleepwalking tonight, she dared not express her feelings and simply stood there in confusion. I hope I didn't frighten you too much, Jiang Ciyuan said, rubbing his nose. Well, you probably don't feel much now. Observing her blank expression, devoid of emotion, he sensed a hint of irritation in her demeanor, possibly due to his earlier guilt. His fingers itched to poke her beautiful face, thinking it shouldn't be too much to ask. With that thought, he blinked and cautiously poked her cheek. Senior, your face is so soft. Xu Qiuwu's ears flared a deep red. White and soft, it felt exquisite. Jiang Ciyuan continued to prod, becoming a bit bolder. Can I pinch it? Tonight, the senior was unusually quiet, and he found himself unable to resist poking her cheek. If you don't object, I'll take that as consent. Xu Qiuwu retorted, rogue. Her ears flushed as she looked at the mischievous junior, lightly pinching his cheek. It really is so soft. Xu Qiuwu dared not speak, striving to maintain her composure as he playfully pinched her face, amused by the novelty of it all. Why was it so quiet tonight? Jiang Ciyuan observed her in a daze and teased, Sister, are you not going to hold me and call me mummy tonight? Xu Qiuwu exclaimed in surprise. What? What else did I do while sleepwalking? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly, releasing his hold and creating some distance. I want to stop you today. Would you like to sit on the sofa? He was curious to see what else she might do while in a sleepwalking state. Though Xu Qiuwu was not sleepwalking that night, upon hearing his words, she pretended to be in a slumbering state and settled onto the sofa. Sighing, Jiang Ciyuan watched her quietly seated there, feeling a twinge of concern. Would she feel lonely like this? Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment. Never mind. You can't hear me anyway. Jiang Ciyuan sat beside her, gazing at her serene and lovely face, murmuring, Sister, I just remembered. Even though you have a dormitory at school, you choose to stay outside. Is it because of your sleepwalking? You don't want anyone to see you or disturb them. Xu Qiuwu's hand, resting beside her leg, tightened slightly. In truth, her sleepwalking episodes had decreased over the past year. She thought she was gradually improving. Even if it happened occasionally, they were in separate rooms at the dead of night. She believed he wouldn't know. Had she caused him any trouble? As she felt uneasy, Jiang Ciyuan teased, "Why so quiet today? Not leaning on my shoulder? Not holding me anymore?" Xu Qiuwu gasped in astonishment. During her sleepwalking episodes, she had done such things to her junior. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, she couldn't help but wonder if it was permissible. Her mind was a whirlwind. And suddenly recalling her current state of sleepwalking, she thought perhaps she could be a bit more audacious. With this thought, her head gradually leaned to the side, resting on Jiang Ciyuan's shoulder as she whispered, "Hug me." At that moment, as she nestled against him, Xu Qiuwu felt her blood surge and her heart race. Yet having come this far, she boldly wrapped her arms around Jiang Ciyuan's waist, burying her face in his embrace, enveloped in a faint fragrance. Jiang Ciyuan's breath hitched, his face flushed. After a moment's hesitation, he gently returned the embrace, murmuring, "Sister, I didn't intentionally avoid discussing your sleepwalking. It's just that when I asked you during the day, you had no recollection. I found it hard to voice. I'm sorry." Xu Qiuwu felt lightheaded, her hands trembling as she immersed herself in his scent. Unable to, Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief and stood up as well. "Senior, has the sleepwalking come to an end? Are you heading back to rest?" Xu Qiuwu replied, "I can't hold on any longer, otherwise I might faint." Pretending to be in a state of somnambulism, she fell silent and turned to head back to her room. However, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled and blocked her path. "Oh dear, I've thwarted your progress. What now, bad junior?" she retorted. He merely sought to tease her, curious to see if she would push him aside. To his surprise, the senior, somewhat dazed, pushed against him a few times. Finding she could not dislodge him, she wrapped her arms around his waist once more, lifting her unfocused gaze, which remained breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan felt his body stiffen. He towered over her, and as they locked eyes, she gently rose on her tiptoes, her soft lips brushing lightly against his face. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily paralyzed. The senior released her hold and turned to close the door to her room. After a brief pause, he touched his cheek, which still bore the warmth of her presence, and instantly felt his face flush. Confused, he stammered, What just happened? Did the sleepwalking senior just kiss me in the middle of the night?" Meanwhile, Xu Qiuwu, upon closing the door, felt her strength evaporate as she slid down against it, covering her mouth with her hand and internally screaming, "Aw, what was I thinking? Did I really take the opportunity to kiss the junior while pretending to be sleepwalking? Oh." She felt certain she must have still been dreaming. Otherwise, how could she have acted so impulsively? Sitting on the floor for a while, her head spinning, she returned to her bed, collapsing onto it. What on earth am I doing? But surely that doesn't count as a kiss, right? I was merely responding to his playful antics, and our lips only brushed lightly. Just the thought of that moment made Xu Qiuwu's face burn with embarrassment as she buried herself under the blanket. What should I do? Tomorrow, I must act as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyuan sat at the window in a daze. After gazing at the cool moonlight for some time, he took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. It's normal, just like the senior's embrace. There's nothing more to it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Perhaps she merely regarded me as her mother and pecked me on the cheek? Unable to find a satisfactory explanation, he decided to dismiss the matter and focus on sleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Ciyuan lamented, "Oh no, I can't sleep." He raked his fingers through his hair, grabbed his phone, and began to send a flurry of messages in their dormitory group chat. "Where's everyone? Are you all asleep? Get up and have some fun. If I can't sleep, neither can you. Everyone wake up." Songyu replied, "What on earth are you doing at this hour?" Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "Wait, there are actually people still awake? What are you up to at this hour?" Songyu responded, "I'm gaming and can't sleep." "What about you?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, "Goodness, I was kissed by the campus Belle, and now I can't sleep." In the group, the two individuals had already succumbed to slumber. Leaving only the two of them, Jiang Ciyuan sought solace in venting to him. "May I pose a question? Have you ever kissed a girl? What was it like?" Songyu responded. "Suddenly, I feel invigorated." Jiang Ciyuan pressed on. "Well, have you or not?" Songyu replied, "No." Jiang Ciyuan raised an eyebrow. "You certainly don't appear to be telling the truth." Songyu retorted, "Have you been up all night, unable to sleep?" Jiang Ciyuan shot back, "Get lost." Among their dormitory, Songyu seemed to exude an aura of someone who had experienced numerous romances, unlike the foolish Xiao Zhouhe and the introverted Zhu Zai. The revelation that he had never even kissed a girl surprised Jiang Ciyuan, prompting him to exclaim, "Buddy, honestly, you look like someone with a multitude of exes." Sonya replied, "Thanks, I guess." After a lengthy conversation, Jiang Ciyuan turned to the internet to research sleepwalking, discovering many accounts that suggested such experiences often stemmed from childhood. He pondered what his senior was like in her younger years. Their past interactions had been limited, rendering it awkward to inquire about such a personal matter. Besides sleepwalking, he also researched appropriate ways to placate a girl if one inadvertently upset her. The internet suggested, "It's simple, sincerely apologize, then take some action to show you care. Perhaps buy a gift or two to soothe her temper." At that moment, a comic website popped up. Curious, Jiang Ciyuan inadvertently clicked on it. Catching a glimpse of a pixelated image, was this an adult site? He found himself exploring the homepage of an artist named Yu, and to his surprise, the artistry was stunning. Wait, this style is remarkable. The artist had just gone online a few hours prior, and their location was listed as Yinqing. Was it possible they lived in the same area? Amused, Jiang Ciyuan indulged in the artwork for a while before finally closing his phone. Feeling fatigued. That's it. If I keep looking, I won't be able to sleep. Unable to find rest, Jiang Ciyuan rose at around 6, freshened up, and decided to go for a morning jog. His senior likely wouldn't awaken so soon. He planned to return with breakfast after his run. It had been some time since he last jogged, and as he descended the stairs, he stretched his limbs, encountering the elderly neighbor. The vibrant old woman was already exercising, and upon spotting him, exclaimed, "Oh my, young man, up so early." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, "Since you're already up, I can't fall behind. Us young folks must stay active." The grandmother replied, "Indeed, you youngsters have such vitality. I see you're off for a morning jog." He nodded, "Just a bit of exercise." He had come to understand that the area was quite suitable for morning runs, though he had abstained due to discomfort in his foot. Many early risers were out jogging, some in pairs, chatting as they ran, alongside older individuals as well. A figure chased another, calling out, "Hey, dear companion, you're running too swiftly. Slow down and wait for me." How delightful it is. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled to himself, pondering what he was engaged in at this age, with graying hair. At that moment, a gentleman passed by him and remarked, "Young man, you don't even have a girlfriend yet. Don't think so far ahead." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "Do I need you to tell me that?" The older gentleman, perhaps feeling a touch lonely as he ran alone, turned back with a smile and suggested, "How about a little competition between us, young lad?" Jiang Ciyuan, aware of his own physical condition, smiled back, "No thanks, my friend. I declare you the unilateral victor." The gentleman responded, "A young man without a bit of spirit won't do." Jiang Ciyuan restrained himself from overexerting, mindful of his limits. After approximately half an hour of running, perspiration had formed on his brow, and he finally entered a breakfast shop. The selection was quite ample. After a brief glance, he called out, "Boss, one bowl of noodle soup with an egg, please." The proprietor replied, "Certainly, handsome, just a moment." After finishing his breakfast, he packed some food for his senior, acquiring noodles, fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk, filling a bag to the brim. He had anticipated that his senior might still be asleep, yet as he opened the door, he was surprised to find her sitting on the sofa, applying a facial mask. Jiang Ciyuan paused. "Good morning, senior." Xu Qiuwu, taken aback by his sudden return, fumbled slightly with her mask and turned to face him. "Morning." Jiang Ciyuan changed his shoes and entered with the breakfast. "Did you not sleep well last night, senior? You have dark circles under your eyes." Xu Qiuwu caught her breath. What? He had already resolved to discuss her sleepwalking with her upon his return. Observing the startled look in her eyes, which seemed even more pronounced due to her dark circles, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior, I've brought you breakfast. Let us eat." After her chaotic night of sleepwalking, Xu Qiuwu felt flustered and unsure how to face Jiang Ciyuan in the morning. She was not prepared for his sudden arrival. Her heart nearly leapt from her throat, and she quickly feigned composure, asking, "Is it really that bad?" "Not at all," Jiang Ciyuan replied, puzzled as to how she could make such a statement with that face, yet he sensed her evident fatigue. "Did you have a restless night? Is it due to insomnia, or perhaps because you inadvertently caught a glimpse of your own body last night?" The memory of the previous night flashed before him, causing him to draw in a sharp breath and hastily avert his gaze. Xu Qiuwu, equally flustered and unable to meet his eyes, adjusted the mask on her face and confessed, "A bit. I was quite exhausted last night." "Ah, don't overexert yourself," Jiang Ciyuan replied awkwardly, School is starting soon. You should rest well, senior. He pushed the breakfast towards her. By the way, I bought you some food. Choose whatever you fancy. All right, she inquired. Did you go for a morning run? Yes, my foot feels fine, so I thought I'd run a bit. It's good for the body, Jiang Ciyuan replied. You enjoy your breakfast. I'll tidy up a bit. After washing up in the bathroom and calming himself, he returned to find Xu Qiuwu already enjoying the noodles. Her dining manner was exquisitely graceful as she lowered her head, savoring each bite, seemingly relishing the meal, a sight most delightful. He couldn't help but gaze for a few extra seconds, only for Xu Qiuwu to notice his gaze, her ears slightly flushed. Shall we eat together? I've already eaten, senior. You should. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled as he walked into the room, yet paused hesitantly after a few steps, until the senior inquired, do you have something else to attend to? Jiang Ciyuan took a deep breath, attempting to ask, Senior, do you occasionally sleepwalk? Coughing, Xu Qiuwu nearly choked on the noodles she had just taken. Her face turning crimson as she hurriedly dabbed her mouth with a napkin, her voice trembling slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback by her reaction. Is it really that surprising? He quickly added, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and might find you sitting on the sofa lost in thought. Of course, if you prefer not to discuss it, that's perfectly fine. I was merely curious. If the rumors online are to be believed, linked to childhood traumas, how many would truly wish to disclose such matters? Xu Qiuwu maintained her aloof demeanor. Did I sleepwalk last night? Huh. Jiang Ciyuan stammered. Why yes, you did. Feeling somewhat awkward. His gaze shifted, only for Xu Qiuwu to press further. What did I do while sleepwalking? Jiang Ciyuan, reluctant to meet her eyes, hesitated before awkwardly replying. It seemed like nothing much, just sitting on the sofa. Then you went back inside. He turned away, thus failing to notice the senior's cool tone. Although her ears were flushed. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled lightly, striving for a casual tone. Please enjoy your meal. I shall return to my room. As he closed the door behind him, he sighed softly. Why didn't I just tell her? Yet, the words eluded him completely. Was he truly to confess that she had embraced him and even kissed him? Such thoughts were utterly unspeakable. Outside the living room, Xu Qiuwu, upon witnessing him turn back towards his room, covered her flushed face with both hands. That was close. But how was she to face this junior thereafter? Organizing her tumultuous emotions, Xu Qiuwu received a phone call on her way to work. It was by Shuyi, the student council president of their school, and a dear friend. By Shuyi, a local from Yinqing, had recently returned from a trip. As soon as the call connected, her voice was all excitement. Hello, dear Miss Wu Wu. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Xu Qiuwu huffed lightly. Not at all. Bai Shuyi teased. Must you be so aloof? You've wounded my heart. Is there a wild man outside you've taken a liking to? Speak. Though aware she was jesting, Xu Qiuwu couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. Don't say such things. Bai Shuyi laughed, her commanding tone softening as she playfully whined. I've returned from my travels, and I expect you to pick me up from the airport today. Xu Qiuwu smiled. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of reuniting with a friend. Understood. Just send me your flight details shortly. Bai Shuyi replied with enthusiasm. Love you, moi. After the senior left for work, Jiang Ciyuan found himself bored at home, deciding to take a stroll downstairs. As he wandered, he discovered a small park within a 2-kilometer radius, blooming with an array of flowers. He snapped a few photos and, before posting them on his social media, chose to send them to his senior. Senior, the flowers have bloomed. She replied almost instantly. They look beautiful. It seems she wasn't busy. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly and replied, Indeed, it's just about 2 kilometers away from my accommodation. If you're free, you can wander around. Xu Qiuwu enlarged the image to take a closer look. She recognized the park but feigned ignorance, replying, I don't know. I've never been there. Jiang Ciyuan responded, Oh, I see. It's not far, and the flowers are quite lovely. Perhaps after dinner one day, I could take you there? Xu Qiuwu smiled slightly. Sure, sounds good. In the afternoon, he came to visit Jiang Ciyuan and mentioned, By the way, my sister returned from her business trip today. You two can chat about your dreams. All right, Jiang Ciyuan said. Today? Yes, conveniently. She has time today. He replied. Tomorrow she'll be busy again. The two went to the airport to pick up He's sister. Compared to the goofy He, his sister turned out to be an intelligent beauty. Upon seeing her sister, He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, waving his hands wildly, Sister, over here. Here. Zhao Xian smiled and called out. I see you. As she stepped out of the airport in high heels, pulling a suitcase, she greeted Jiang Ciyuan. Hi. You must be Xiao He's friend. Jiang Ciyuan politely smiled. Hello, Zhao Jia. Hello. Hello, Zhao Xian replied. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go eat first, and then chat? Aware that she had just returned from a business trip, Jiang Ciyuan nodded. Of course, no rush. Zhao Jia, what do you like to eat? Zhao Zhou he chimed in. My sister loves Sichuan cuisine. The spicier, the better. As evening descended, Xu Qiuwu arrived at the airport. Shortly after, a figure dashed out and joyfully rushed towards her, exclaiming, Hello, Wu Wu darling. Xu Qiuwu helplessly caught her. Be serious. Bai Shui clung to her, laughing. Where's the lack of seriousness? You don't miss me at all. Before Xu Qiuwu could respond, she noticed a few people passing by and casually glanced over. Her gaze landing on a gentle, intellectual girl and then shifting to the boy beside her. Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. Was that her junior? Chapter 49. You two have something going on. Xu Qiuwu realized that since school hadn't started yet, he had come early, and having recently experienced a breakup, he was likely feeling rather bored. Wandering outside seemed reasonable, but who was that girl? The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked past without noticing Xu Qiuwu and Bai Shui. She overheard them discussing going out for a meal, specifically to a Sichuan restaurant. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Bai Shui draped her arm over Xu Qiuwu's shoulder, noticing her distraction and curiously peering in that direction. Huh, Bai Shui exclaimed. Wow, isn't that Jiang Ciyuan and the others? Xu Qiuwu turned to her. You know them? Bai Shui grinned. Of course. I've seen you look at him many times back in school. Xu Qiuwu retorted. I haven't. Bai Shui observed the flash of embarrassment and anger in her eyes and chuckled unexpectedly. Oh, come on. If you say you haven't tea, then why were you just staring over there? Xu Qiuwu pushed her away. Just go back by yourself. She no longer wished to engage. Oh dear. Don't be upset. Just tell me, is it too much to ask? Bai Shui smiled as she leaned in. Do you know him? If it were a matter of unrequited love or emotional attachment, Bai Shui found it hard to believe, considering such things seemed utterly implausible concerning Xu Qiuwu. With a beaming smile, Bai Shui inquired, What are your thoughts about him? Do you still think he is foolish, chasing after Tang Yueran? It's apparent to everyone that Tang Yueran is just toying with him, yet he eagerly bites the bait, utterly one-sided. So, do you find it amusing to watch? Xu Qiuwu suddenly halted. I don't. Bai Shui raised an eyebrow. What do you mean you don't? To genuinely love someone and invest oneself is not a matter for others to mock or gawk at. Xu Qiuwu's expression turned serious, in my view. He is brave and unafraid in matters of the heart. Bai Shui was taken aback. I can't believe I'm actually hearing you speak so earnestly on behalf of a boy. Xu Qiuwu turned her head awkwardly, her ears tinged with crimson. Bai Shui widened her bright eyes. I almost wondered if during my absence, you two had become an item. Xu Qiuwu, flushed, playfully hit her. Speak properly. Oh dear. You're shy again. Our Qiuwu is truly bashful. Bai Shui chuckled, teasingly inching closer, finding it all rather delightful. Xu Qiuwu had grown accustomed to her antics and helped her with her luggage. Let us go. You must be hungry after just landing. Let us grab a bite. Wow. Love you. So thoughtful. Bai Shui exclaimed, pulling out her phone. Let me see what we can eat. Xu Qiuwu felt a twinge of guilt. Sichuan cuisine. She had just overheard Jiang Ciyuan discussing it. Sounds good, Bai Shui replied. Let us go. The two made their way outside the airport, with Bai Shui continuing. Oh. And I brought you some local specialties, delicious treats. Xu Qiuwu responded. Thank you. Bai Shui leaned in with a grin. Then give me a kiss. No way. Xu Qiuwu pushed her away. Bai Shui huffed. You're so unromantic. Xu Qiuwu retorted. Who wants to be romantic with you? Soon. Jiang Ciyuan and his companions arrived at a nearby restaurant named Spicy Girls Sichuan Cuisine. Zhao Zhouhe glanced at the sign and whistled. Wow, what a clever name. He turned to Jiang Ciyuan and whispered, Hey, guess how spicy the girls inside are. However, Zhao Zhouhe's fantasies were quickly dashed. Upon entering, a robust lady greeted them. Welcome, handsome and beautiful. Zhao Zhouhe, taken aback, exclaimed, Auntie, doesn't your sign say Spicy Girls Sichuan Cuisine? What's with your words? The lady shot him a flirtatious glance. Annie can't be a girl? Isn't any spicy? Spicy indeed, Zhao Zhouhe gulped, eyeing her impressive physique. She looks capable of knocking out two of me with a single punch. That's an understatement, Jiang Ciyuan added. At least three at the very least. Get lost. Zhao Zhouhe retorted. Stop joking with Auntie. Let us go in and order. Zhao Xian laughed. Auntie, It's just the three of us. All right, please come in. The three entered to place their orders, just as Xu Qiuwu and Bai Shi wheeled in their luggage. The aunt greeted them with a beaming smile, exuding warmth. Oh, two beauties, welcome, please come in. However, Xu Qiuwu did not rush to move. Instead, upon entering, her gaze scanned the shop, precisely landing on Jiang Ciyuan seated by the window. Bai Shi nudged her. Come on, what are you looking for? Nothing, Xu Qiuwu replied, noticing a spot somewhat close to Jiang Ciyuan's group, yet discreet enough that they wouldn't notice. A subtle smile curved her lips. Let us sit over there. All right. Bai Shi, oblivious to her intentions, dragged her suitcase and settled down, ready to order. Xu Qiuwu pushed the menu towards her. Then, using the greenery nearby as a shield, she discreetly glanced over at Jiang Ciyuan's table. She observed that they had already placed their orders and were engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere quite pleasant. Seeing them laugh and chat, a twinge of unease pricked her heart. What is that girl's relationship with him? As Bai Shi ordered. She noticed Xu Qiuwu's unusual demeanor, her sharp eyes catching sight of Jiang Ciyuan and his companions, particularly the girl sitting across from him. The student council president's curiosity piqued. Ah, Jiang Ciyuan has finally moved on from being a lovesick puppy and has turned his attention to another older sister. Xu Qiuwu frowned. Don't speak ill of him. Huh. Bai Shi, slightly dejected, replied, I was just joking. Xu Qiuwu understood it was a jest. Yet she still found it unpalatable. Such words can hurt. They are no longer jokes. All right, I won't say anymore. Bai Shi blinked her eyes innocently. But who is that older sister? Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, I don't know. Bai Shi remarked, you seem rather disinterested. Xu Qiuwu pressed her lips together. I'm not. Perhaps she was just a tad bit disappointed. Jiang Ciyuan had messaged her earlier, mentioning he had plans with friends and inquired if she desired anything to eat for the evening, promising to bring something when he returned. Yet, she was unaware that there was another girl involved. The more she thought about it, the deeper her frown became. Suddenly, she took out her phone and sent him a message. I want to eat cake tonight. After hitting send, she paused, realizing that perhaps acting on her emotions was somewhat inappropriate. He was busy chatting with friends and likely wouldn't even glance at her message. Lost in thought, her phone buzzed, revealing Jiang Ciyuan's response. Sure, I'll bring it back for you, he. Chapter 50. The senior embraced him from behind. Xu Qiuwu's eyes widened as she looked towards Jiang Ciyuan by the window. He was smiling as he tapped on his phone, and in an instant, she received a picture he had just taken, showcasing the dishes on their table. Jiang Ciyuan messaged, the cake might take a while, but the dishes are coming out now, and they smell divine. Do you feel like eating? Xu Qiuwu stared at the photo he shared, then at his cheerful expression, and her earlier gloom dissipated instantly. How peculiar. She smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling. It looks delicious. Are you dining out with friends? Jiang Ciyuan replied, yes, it's Sichuan cuisine. I just had a bite. It's incredibly spicy. You might cry if you try it, senior. Xu Qiuwu countered, I want tea. I can handle spicy food. Jiang Ciyuan teased, really? Xu Qiuwu affirmed, indeed. Through the verdant foliage, she caught sight of Jiang Ciyuan lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile. Suddenly, she felt a rush of warmth to her ears, and upon raising her gaze, she discovered Bai Shi staring at her with wide eyes. What was going on? Were you chatting with someone? Xu Qiuwu's expression remained frosty. No. You must be concealing something from me. Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Who were you with? You were clearly smiling bashfully just now. I have never seen that before. Xu Qiuwu's ears flushed crimson. Stop saying such things. Bai Shi, did you meet someone outside? Xu Qiuwu, I did not. Not far away, Zhao Zhouhe was gazing at Jiang Ciyuan, equally puzzled. Wait, why did you suddenly smile so frivolously? Did a girl confess her feelings to you? Jiang Ciyuan was speechless. No? Zhao Zhouhe scoffed. If that's not the case, why are you grinning like an idiot? Jiang Ciyuan kicked him lightly. Scram. Zhao Xiyan observed their playful banter and chuckled. Let us discuss your friend's sleepwalking condition. All right. Jiang Ciyuan set down his phone and recounted the incidents he had witnessed concerning his senior's sleepwalking. After listening, Zhao Xiyan remained silent for a moment. Her brow furrowed. When she is sleepwalking, it is crucial not to wake her. He nodded. Yes, I understand. Zhao Xiyan proceeded to inquire about several matters, mostly related to the other person's past, which he had yet to learn about. Zhao Xiyan stated earnestly, similar sleepwalking incidents are likely linked to her childhood experiences, forming a sort of muscle memory, possibly a manifestation of post-traumatic stress disorder. My recommendation is for you to take her to a hospital to consult a psychologist. After conversing for a while, she handed him some prescriptions. These medications have no side effects and can be given to your friend to aid her sleep. Otherwise, prolonged sleepwalking could severely impact her health. Jiang Ciyuan nodded. All right, thank you. Xu Qiuwu was oblivious to the details of their conversation, straining to listen but unable to discern anything, although it seemed somewhat serious. Finally, after they finished their meal, when Zhao Xian prepared to settle the bill, Jiang Ciyuan interjected. No, sister, I'll take care of it. Zhao Xian hesitated at the thought of letting a college student pay. However, Zhao Zhouhe chimed in. It's fine, sister, let him do it. There's no need to fight over it. We have money. Jiang Ciyuan playfully kicked him again. After watching them exit the establishment, Xu Qiuwu suddenly found her appetite waning. She raised her head. Have you finished eating? Bai Shiyi replied innocently, tearing apart a spicy rabbit head with her hands. Not yet, no rush. Xu Qiuwu, why are you eating so slowly? By the time she and Bai Shiyi settled the bill and left, Jiang Ciyuan and the others had long since vanished, leaving Xu Qiuwu with a sense of emptiness. Upon reaching the city center, Jiang Ciyuan parted ways with them. Zhao Zhouhe glanced at the time. It's still early, why not play for a while? There's no curfew, why rush back? Jiang Ciyuan declined. No, I'm busy. He had just reviewed the prescription Zhao Jie had given him. Some of the medicinal ingredients were rather difficult to procure, and he estimated he would need to visit several pharmacies to gather them all. Why not give it a try? What if it proves beneficial? Jiang Ciyuan pondered, believing that if it worked, his senior might finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. As he contemplated this, he could hardly contain his eagerness to leave Zhaozhou River behind and hurried to various apothecaries. After visiting 4 or 5 shops, he finally managed to gather all the ingredients listed on the prescription. Jiang Ciyuan then went to buy a cake for his senior sister, carrying the heavy bag of medicinal herbs back home. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found the room shrouded in darkness. His senior sister had not yet returned. After placing the cake in the refrigerator, he unpacked the herbs, measuring out the appropriate quantities. He then proceeded to the kitchen to wash the pot and boil water, carefully following the steps outlined in the prescription as he added the ingredients one by one. Once he completed these tasks, he conducted a thorough check. Perfect. When Xu Qiuwu returned, the moment she opened the door, she was greeted by the fragrant aroma of the herbs and the sight of a figure busying away in the kitchen. She paused for a moment, asking, "What are you doing?" "Senior sister, you're back." Jiang Ciyuan had been so engrossed in his work that he hadn't heard her enter. Turning to face her, he smiled, his gaze falling on the white cat nestled in her arms. How did this white cat end up here? The cat, having heard his voice, instinctively shrank deeper into Xu Qiuwu's embrace. "I found this pitiful stray outside," she explained, gently stroking the kitten's head. "Are you feeling unwell?" The strong scent of the herbs made Xu Qiuwu frown slightly. "Why didn't you say you were feeling ill?" "Oh no." Jiang Ciyuan shook his head, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "I consulted a doctor friend today about somnambulism. She prescribed some medication that might improve sleep and reduce sleepwalking, allowing for a restful night." Xu Qiuwu froze, cradling the cat, her silence lingering as she gazed at him. Jiang Ciyuan felt a sudden wave of anxiety, chuckling nervously. "Haha. I'm not sure if it will work, but it's worth a try. It's not finished cooking yet. It will take some time." He worried that she might think he was overstepping. He quickly turned his attention back to the pot, stirring the bubbling concoction, as he heard her footsteps approaching. Her silence made him increasingly uneasy, prompting him to explain. "I just thought it might be worth a shot since sleepwalking in the middle of the night must be quite distressing." The boiling pot emitted steam that mingled with the air, enveloping Xu Qiuwu's eyes in a hazy mist. She stared intently at Jiang Ciyuan's tall, slender figure before shifting her gaze to the simmering herbs, suddenly calling out, "Jiang Ciyuan." He tensed up. "Yes, senior sister?" In the next moment, he heard a soft meow from behind him as the cat leaped from her arms to the floor. Jiang Ciyuan's body went rigid, caught off guard as he felt a pair of delicate hands encircle his waist from behind. Chapter 51. Blushing hearts and unbearable loneliness. Jiang Ciyuan held his breath. "Huh? What is happening?" He was taken aback. Those tender, fair hands at his waist belonged to his senior sister? His heart raced, blood surging through his veins. As senior sister? He dared not move. The hands around his waist remained firm, and then he heard her voice quiver slightly. "Don't speak." Jiang Ciyuan, huh? Why is he not allowed to speak, even when he is so frightened? This embrace, so overwhelming, truly leaves Jiang Ciyuan, who has never experienced love, at a loss. What's wrong? If he were to turn around, he would see that at this very moment, the senior's face is flushed, her ears crimson with embarrassment. Her hands tremble as she feels her mind racing, nearly overwhelmed. Why, I'm from Jiang province, which is vast and home to many different ethnic groups, each with their own customs. The sound of boiling medicinal herbs is too loud for Jiang Ciyuan to detect the tremor in her voice, and he mechanically nods. Oh, yes, I understand. So, why did you suddenly embrace me? Perhaps it was just his imagination. But Xu Qiuwu seemed to sense the chaos of his heartbeat before she shyly released her grip. Jiang Ciyuan dared not look back, hearing her say, "This is a custom of ours, meant to express gratitude." Oh, Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Xu Qiuwu behind him felt her face burning with shame for her actions. Please don't misunderstand. Haha, you just startled me. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled nervously, stirring the pot quickly. But weren't you upset just now? Xu Qiuwu paused. Why? If it were evening and she had seen him at the airport, laughing and dining with someone, she would indeed have felt discontented. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, unable to meet her gaze. I thought you found my interference bothersome. Xu Qiuwu froze. Well, I actually wish you would involve yourself in my affairs. But before the words could leave her lips, her face flushed. Jiang Ciyuan turned to her. What? And nothing. Xu Qiuwu stammered, her eyelashes fluttering, instinctively pushing his face back. You should turn it over. However, as her fingertips brushed against his cheek, she hesitated momentarily, captivated by his bright, clear eyes, and she longed to pinch his cheek. Yet, as soon as she made contact, she quickly withdrew her hand. Feeling slightly awkward, she glanced into the pot, her voice unsteady. So, was the doctor friend you mentioned someone you met today? Yes, my roommate's sister, Jiang Ciyuan replied. She's back from a business trip today. Oh, so she is your friend's sister. Xu Qiuwu's heart raced uncontrollably. So he actually met her today because of her? While she was lost in thought, gazing at the busy profile of the boy, the cat that had jumped to the ground earlier meowed again. Jiang Ciyuan looked down at the timid, somewhat dirty cat at his feet. Is it hungry? Xu Qiuwu snapped back to reality, shaking her head. I don't know. I fed it a little something outside. It should be hungry. Jiang Ciyuan smiled. Senior, could you check the fridge for something to feed it? Otherwise, it will keep meowing. Okay. Though Xu Qiuwu had never owned a cat, she had seen it hiding in the grass earlier, looking pitiful. After feeding it a little, it had happily snuggled close to her. She felt a surge of compassion and couldn't resist stroking its head, petting the cat a few times. Consequently, when she was about to leave, it followed her with a cheerful gait. Unable to bear leaving it behind, she scooped it up in her arms. As Xu Qiuwu opened the refrigerator, she discovered two exquisitely crafted little cakes, one strawberry and the other mango. Jiang Ciyuan's voice resonated. Oh, by the way, Senior, I've placed the cakes in the fridge for you. After inquiring with the doctor about her condition, he had gone to fetch some medicinal herbs and had even remembered to buy her cakes. A smile graced Xu Qiuwu's lips, her mood lifting like effervescent lemon soda bubbling forth in the summer heat. She turned her back to Jiang Ciyuan, gazing at the cakes for a moment before searching for other food to feed the cat. Turning back, she inquired, Are there shrimp inside? Can cats eat shrimp? Jiang Ciyuan replied casually, Yes, they can. The shrimp are dried, crisp, and fragrant. Xu Qiuwu fetched a spare plate, placed several large shrimp upon it, and set it down on the floor. Go ahead and eat. The cat immediately wagged its tail in delight. Meow, meow, meow. Jiang Ciyuan turned to observe the senior feeding the cat, a serene warmth radiating from her cool brows and eyes. He found himself captivated for a few extra seconds until she seemed to sense his gaze and looked up at him. Quickly, he averted his eyes and chuckled. By the way, Senior, stray cats haven't been dewormed or vaccinated, so be cautious. Don't let it scratch or bite you. Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment. All right, it's quite well behaved. Noticing Jiang Ciyuan had turned away, she gently pinched the cat's ear and murmured, Do you know what you resemble? The cat, with its big, innocent eyes, stared back at her. Meow. Xu Qiuwu laughed silently, washed her hands in the bathroom, and returned beside Jiang Ciyuan. How long have you been cooking? Not long at all. The time and steps are all marked, so it's foolproof, Jiang Ciyuan replied, cheerfully holding up a piece of paper towel to show her. See, it's all written down. Xu Qiuwu focused on the handwriting on the paper, then glanced at the boy's cheerful expression, her eyes curving into a smile. She softly asked him, Are you hungry? I'm not. I had dinner with friends earlier. Only then did Jiang Ciyuan recall that the senior had likely just returned from work. He hastily turned to her and asked, "Senior, have you had dinner?" "I have. When I was dropping my friend off, her mother even wanted to keep me for dinner. Her family is really nice." Xu Qiuwu's demeanor softened considerably, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Ciyuan remarked, "That sounds wonderful. It must have been lively." However, Xu Qiuwu declined, for sometimes an overly warm and beautiful family atmosphere made her feel out of place. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyuan said, "By the way, senior." His tone took on a serious note, causing Xu Qiuwu's heart to leap. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ciyuan blurted out. "Is that way of expressing gratitude applicable everywhere and to everyone?" Xu Qiuwu's breath caught, her eyelashes fluttering. She quickly regained her composure and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Xin gazed at her earnestly. "If you wish to thank many people, regardless of whether they are male or female, do you embrace them all?" Xu Qiuwu's ears turned crimson. "You fool. Who would do that?" Her face flushed a deep red. "Absolutely not." Faced with Jiang Ciyuan's contemplative expression, she wore a hint of playful pouting. "It depends on the situation, you silly junior." Jiang Ciyuan blinked, captivated by her flushed cheeks. Resembling a rosy apple, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. However, he was soon met with a sharp glare from her, prompting him to hastily turn away. "Oh, I see. I was merely inquiring." His curiosity stemmed from the fact that as a novelist, the moment she embraced him, his thoughts began to wander. Was that truly just a customary expression of gratitude? After all, in novels, when the protagonists interact, if one harbors ulterior motives, they often resort to little white lies. Enough of that train of thought. Jiang Ciyuan repeatedly admonished himself. Fiction is fiction, and life is life. Can you not distinguish between the two? Oh, the dimensions of storytelling. How shameless they are. Embarrassed by his own authorial musings, he dared not glance at her. "You needn't wait here. You can sit on the sofa and watch television, or retreat to your room to rest. I'll call you when it's time." Xu Qiuwu, regaining her composure from her earlier fluster, felt a faint blush on her ears. "No need. I'll wait right here." Jiang Ciyuan sighed. "It will be quite dull." Xu Qiuwu softly replied, "Not dull at all." How could it be? She found it rather amusing. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "Would you like to take a shower first?" Xu Qiuwu fixed her gaze on him. "Later." "All right." Jiang Ciyuan said, "How about some cake?" Xu Qiuwu remained resolute. "Later." "Very well," Jiang Ciyuan conceded, casting a sidelong glance at her, suddenly smiling. "Are you determined to linger here?" Xu Qiuwu's heart raced, her cheeks warming under his smile. "Is there a problem?" "Not at all. Not in the slightest." Jiang Ciyuan dared not say more, pulling a stool closer for her. "Sit down. Don't stand. After a day of work, you must be exhausted." Xu Qiuwu's heart softened, and she took a seat, then unexpectedly took out her phone to capture the moment before her. "Are you taking pictures?" Jiang Ciyuan asked, surprised, glancing at the dark pot. "What's there to photograph? The concoction looks rather unappealing." Xu Qiuwu smiled slightly. "You wouldn't understand." She wished to immortalize the many heart-stirring moments. Jiang Ciyuan pondered for a moment, then jestingly scolded himself. "Ah, you clueless brute." Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback, softly retorting, "Silly. He wasn't a brute at all." To her, this junior was genuine and endearing, a truly wonderful person. At last, the medicine was ready, though its odor was quite potent. Jiang Ciyuan quickly opened the window. "The smell is overwhelming. It must taste bitter. I hope it proves effective." He reminisced about his childhood, when even the slightest bitterness of medicine was unbearable, let alone this dark concoction of various herbs. "Senior, could you please fetch some rock sugar for me?" Xu Qiuwu, not thinking twice, assumed it was an ingredient to be added to the medicine and promptly returned with some. "Here." She watched as he poured the medicinal brew, setting aside some in a bag for later use, filling a bowl, adding the sugar, stirring it briefly before handing it to her. "Senior, I've sweetened it for you." Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the role of rock sugar was to mitigate the bitterness, causing her ears to flush. "Do you often coax children?" she questioned with a laugh, to which he replied, "Not at all." Jiang Ciyuan remarked, "However, if it's too bitter, it's indeed difficult to swallow. My tongue feels somewhat tormented." Xu Qiuwu lowered her gaze, fixating on the medicine in his hand, cautiously accepting it, cradling it in her palms, still warm, as if it had seared her very heart, prompting an unexpected smile. Her laughter was breathtakingly beautiful, momentarily distracting Jiang Xin, who gazed at her and asked, Is it not so bitter now? No, Xu Qiuwu replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. He lifted the remaining medicine bags. This must be portioned. You should finish this bowl tonight, and the rest should be stored in the refrigerator. When you drink it tomorrow, simply heat it up. The senior nodded, all right. Though the medicinal brew retained its herbal bitterness, it flowed into her heart, enveloping her in a warm effervescence. She followed Jiang Ciyuan's silhouette with her gaze as he cleaned the pot used for boiling the medicine and tidied up the trash. Once everything was in order, he turned back to find her gaze fixed upon him. Startled, Xu Qiuwu hastily averted her eyes. Jiang Ciyuan inquired, what do you feel after drinking it? It should not show effects so soon, she replied. He couldn't help but chuckle. As he settled onto the sofa, he stretched lazily, only to nearly step on something. A startled meow, escaping from beneath him. Looking down, he saw a timid cat retreating under the sofa. I'm sorry, I almost stepped on you, he said. It's a bit skittish, Xu Qiuwu remarked. I can see that, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, reaching out to touch it, but it darted away. Are you planning to keep it, senior? Xu Qiuwu pondered for a moment. Yes, since I brought it back, I can't just abandon it. When she emerged from the shower, she found Jiang Ciyuan amusing the cat in the living room. The cat, which had previously been fearful of him, was now playfully frolicking with him, wagging its tail and meowing. Jiang Ciyuan laughed as he playfully tousled its fur, gently massaging its back. Such a good little one. Xu Qiuwu watched him with the cat, his demeanor tender and light-hearted, and a slight frown creased her brow, suddenly feeling a pang of envy towards the feline. She calmly asked, Aren't you afraid it will scratch you? Jiang Ciyuan turned back. Fresh from her bath, Xu Qiuwu was clad in a nightgown that flowed like water, draping over her form and subtly accentuating her perfect figure. He merely glanced at her, yet felt as if he had been burned. Hastily redirecting the conversation. If you plan to keep it, you'll need to take it for deworming, a health check, and vaccinations. Do you have time? If not, I can assist you. Xu Qiuwu noticed the way he had looked at her, warmth flooding her cheeks. I'm free this weekend. Shall we go together? Jiang Ciyuan, stroking the cat, replied, that sounds good. He dared not let his gaze wander, feeling a chill run through him. Was it an illusion? Or did he find her attire rather alluring tonight? Her long, fair legs were still glistening with moisture. Lost in thought, she suddenly approached him, enveloped in an enticing fragrance, and sat beside him, Jiang Ciyuan. Jiang Ciyuan's gaze was about to subtly shift when, rather impolitely, he found himself captivated by his senior's stunningly long legs. After merely a few seconds of observation, he quickly averted his eyes. As his thoughts became a chaotic tangle, it seemed that his senior drew closer, expressing, I wish to once again convey my gratitude to you. Chapter 53. Her first time dressing this way in front of a boy, Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. What does my senior mean? Did he read too much into her words, harboring impure thoughts? Yet, in this particular setting, something felt decidedly amiss. Jiang Ciyuan's nerves tightened. No, you need not be so polite, senior. It was merely a small effort on my part. If it was of help, that is more than sufficient. Please do not take it to heart. Xu Qiuwu sat beside him, her skin glowing faintly pink after a shower. Why not? Ha. Jiang Ciyuan felt as if he were a rigid, emotionless statue, his tension palpable. Hadn't his senior already expressed her gratitude not long ago? Had she forgotten? There was no need for such formality. In his fright, he pressed himself against the opposite side of the sofa, only to find that his senior seemed to lean in closer, asking, would it be all right if I gifted it to you? Jiang Ciyuan's pupils dilated in shock. Gift? What gift? A glimmer of mischief danced in Xu Qiuwu's eyes, mingled with a hint of bashfulness as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Isn't it nice? The wafting fragrance enveloped Jiang Ciyuan, leaving him flustered. Senior, what are you saying? I can hardly comprehend anymore. Seeing him nearly combust with embarrassment, Xu Qiuwu felt a wave of satisfaction. The scene resembled something from the explicit comics she had drawn. Meanwhile, she was on the brink of her own limits, nearly overwhelmed with shame, barely holding herself together. Her cool, lightweight sleep shorts barely reached her knees, accentuating her shapely thighs and delicate calves, all tinged with a hint of pink. This was her first time dressing this way in front of a boy, and naturally, she had a mischievous intent. What kind of gift do you fancy? Oh, a gift. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned, his heart racing in surprise, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Xu Qiuwu's heart raced wildly, Yet she feigned indifference, inquiring coolly, "What did you think it was?" "And no, I didn't think it was anything like that." Jiang Ciyuan laughed awkwardly, feeling utterly guilty. It was entirely her words that were so easily misconstrued. Of course, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, his gaze inadvertently flitting back to her fair, rosy legs. Before he hastily redirected his attention elsewhere, Xu Qiuwu noted his furtive glances toward her legs, feeling a mix of shyness and pride. However, she pretended to be oblivious. Stretching her legs forward, "You still haven't told me what you desire." Jiang Ciyuan dared not let his eyes wander, shaking his head, insisting, "Really, there's no need, senior. You are far too kind. Just bring me a cup of milk tea when you return from work, and that will suffice." After uttering this, he noticed a cat had slipped beneath the bookshelf, hastily concocting an excuse to leap away from his senior's side. "Oh no, a cat. Don't jump over there. It's dangerous." Xu Qiuwu observed his flushed ears and his clearly evasive gaze, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of her lips. Was she being a tad mischievous? Jiang Ciyuan seized the cat and playfully tormented it, alleviating his own tense emotions, leaving only the sounds of meowing in the living room. He swiftly changed the subject, striving to steady his voice. "By the way, senior, the cat doesn't have a name yet, does it?" Xu Qiuwu blushed as she drew her legs back, unsure of what to call it. "Why don't you name it?" "Me?" Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. This cat was rescued by his senior, after all. It would be living with her, so why was he tasked with naming it? "Well," the senior said, "you should name it." She did not deny that this was a selfish ploy to leave a deeper impression on him. "All right, let me think." Jiang Ciyuan gazed at the white cat, pondering names. "Whitey? Little White? Tai-Bai? Li-Bai?" Xu Qiuwu replied, "Those sound rather unappealing, don't they?" Jiang Ciyuan discerned her dissatisfaction from her gaze and quickly clarified, "I was just joking. But what else could it be called?" Xu Qiuwu's eyes radiated gentleness. "No rush." Jiang Ciyuan couldn't come up with anything and chuckled helplessly. "It's a bit dirty. I'll take it for a bath first." "All right, go ahead." As Jiang Ciyuan passed by her with the cat in his arms, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her long, fair legs, and unfortunately, their eyes met. A pang of embarrassment struck him, and he quickly turned his head, stammering, "I was looking at the floor. There's cat fur. Oh dear." This felt no different from being caught in the act of spying. Xu Qiuwu felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, suppressing a smile. "I'll sweep it up later." What a liar. He was clearly staring at her legs. Jiang Ciyuan hastily slipped into the bathroom with the cat. Bath time. I'll wash you right away. Just to calm you down." The innocent cat flicked its tail, meowing in protest. He turned on the shower, promptly soaking the furry creature, which meowed several times in response. Xu Qiuwu, in the living room, washed his back and silently smiled, her ears flushed with warmth. She took a deep breath and rubbed her heated ears, so nerve-wracking. Rising, she found a broom and tidied up the room. As she bent down to sweep, her soft pajamas accentuated her slender waist, perfectly showcasing her figure. Xu Qiuwu caught a glimpse of herself in the glass window, her face slightly warm, and couldn't help but murmur, "What a pity." At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan was preoccupied with washing the cat, oblivious to her thoughts. He scrubbed the cat vigorously, lathering it with shower gel. "You have no idea how fragrant you are now." The cat meowed in response. As he rinsed off the bubbles, he looked up to see the moonlight streaming through the window on this balmy August night, with the wind whistling comfortably through the open space. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Oh, right. Senior, I just thought of a name for it." He turned back with a smile, but was immediately taken aback to find himself nearly colliding with her long, fair legs as he squatted on the ground. Jiang Ciyuan's mind went blank for a moment. "Huh? What's going on?" His pupils constricted as he met Xu Qiuwu's elevated gaze. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were behind me." Xu Qiuwu felt a burning sensation on her face, yet she maintained an expression of calm indifference. "What shall we name it?" Jiang Ciyuan quickly turned around, taking a few deep breaths to regain his scattered composure. "How about August? I found it during the summer, which makes it quite meaningful." Xu Qiuwu paused, and her cool gaze soon transformed into a charming smile. "All right, let us call it August. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she agreed to such a name while he absent-mindedly petted the cat. He had anticipated that she might prefer something cuter. "Why did you agree to this name?" Standing behind him, Xu Qiuwu focused on the boy crouched on the ground, catching a glimpse of his hair whirl. She smiled gently, squatting beside him. "Silly. It's because this August is different from the rest. Henceforth, whenever she thought of the sweltering August, it would no longer evoke memories of the oppressive heat that made one sweat profusely, but rather the refreshing summer when she found a cat amidst sparkling lemon-flavored soda. However, while contemplating the cat, Xu Qiuwu was not fixated on the one in Jiang Ciyuan's hands, but rather on the boy bathing the cat, her eyes shimmering with mirth. A big cat. Jiang Ciyuan pondered as he weighed the small cat in his hands. Is it really that big? It seems quite small to me. Xu Qiuwu remained unfazed. It's indeed large. All right, if you say so, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, not wishing to debate further. You must not have seen bigger ones. My mother loves to raise pets. She has a dog that is even larger, an enormous Alaskan Malamute. It's heavy, has an abundance of fur, and eats a lot. Xu Qiuwu enjoyed listening to him share his stories, including those about his family. She was eager to hear more. Her eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Observing her enthusiasm, Jiang Ciyuan nodded decisively. Of course it's true. I have pictures. I'll show you my big dog later. A smile danced in Xu Qiuwu's eyes. Sounds good. Jiang Ciyuan understood that engaging in conversation required reciprocal sharing. What about you? Do you have any pets at home? He inquired. In your province, do people keep livestock? Cattle? Horses? There are vast grasslands there. Can you ride a horse? What would you look like riding across the prairie? He couldn't help but envision Xu Qiuwu galloping across the expansive fields. It seemed quite heroic, akin to a scene from a film. Xu Qiuwu was oblivious to his thoughts, but noticed his sudden smile and softly replied, There's also a dog, which my grandmother takes care of. When my mother was unwell, she didn't have much time for pets. Oh, I see, Jiang Ciyuan said, coming back to reality. Hearing her mention her mother, he gently asked, Is she doing well now? Xu Qiuwu lowered her gaze. For now, yes. The word for now held a poignant fragility. Jiang Ciyuan felt a tightening in his chest, sensing her sorrow. After a moment of silence, Xu Qiuwu said, I pray for my mother every year. She will surely be healthy and live a long life. Jiang Ciyuan nodded vigorously. Yes, she will live a long life. She will definitely be healthy. Xu Qiuwu smiled and nodded. Indeed. After finishing bathing the cat in the bathroom and shaking off the water, she stood up. I'll go find a cloth to dry it. After a few swipes with the cloth, the senior furrowed her brow. The cat's fur was so abundant that it seemed impossible to clean. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, we should blow its fur dry. Xu Qiuwu watched as he effortlessly fetched the hairdryer, plugged it in, and began to dry the fur of the newly named August. Jiang Ciyuan gently rubbed the cat with one hand, and August curled up comfortably, meowing softly. Xu Qiuwu suddenly felt a pang of envy. How fortunate. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. Who? Xu Qiuwu murmured, the cat. Jiang Ciyuan laughed. That's true. There are so many stray cats outside, and only this one was picked up by the senior. How could it not be happy? It's truly lucky, all due to fate. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed slightly. She was clearly envious of the cat that he was helping to dry. The senior's envious gaze shifted from the cat to Jiang Ciyuan. Noticing his hair was slightly damp from helping the cat bathe. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she fetched a new towel. As Jiang Ciyuan bent down to dry the cat's fur, a soft towel, imbued with a faint fragrance, landed atop his head, and a hand gently brushed through his hair. Jiang Ciyuan momentarily froze, his hand with the hairdryer trembling as he stared at the senior. What's going on? Xu Qiuwu felt a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Her hand growing clammy as she replied, Why, your hair is wet too. Haha, thank you. I can manage it myself. No need to trouble you, senior. Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly wiped his hair with the towel, quickly turning his head away, his ears already flushed crimson. Xu Qiuwu, feeling a twinge of regret, squeezed her hands nervously before suddenly pulling out her phone. Let me take a photo to commemorate this. Jiang Ciyuan, still blushing, muttered, Sure. Xu Qiuwu smiled with a curve of her lips, and while capturing a shot of the cat, she discreetly included the boy helping it dry. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Noticing this, Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat a few times, awkwardly trying to change the subject. How did the photos turn out? Let me see. To his surprise, Xu Qiuwu gasped, No. All right, I won't look. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, perplexed. Why won't you let me see a simple photo of the cat? Xu Qiuwu turned her slightly flushed face away. Just because. Jiang Ciyuan protested. Then I'll take my own. He grabbed his phone and snapped a picture. Glancing at Xu Qiuwu, yet he too withheld the photo from her, suddenly bursting into laughter. How childish. After they tidied up the cat, they settled in the living room to watch anime. Today's episode featured a romantic storyline, just as the male and female leads were about to kiss. The female lead perched on the male lead's lap. The boy's face turned red, only to be playfully pushed down by the girl, her hand resting on his shirt. The boy protested, "No, don't do that." The girl laughed, her cheeks aflame, and leaned in for another kiss. You clearly enjoy this." Jiang Ciyuan wished he could cover his face, exclaiming, what kind of plot is this?" He fidgeted, casting a sidelong glance at Xu Qiuwu, only to find her eyes sparkling with intense focus, as if she relished the scene. Could it be that the senior enjoyed such plots? Sensing his burning gaze upon her, Xu Qiuwu turned around, her eyelashes fluttering, her face flushing with a hint of indignation. Jiang Ciyuan rubbed his nose. Is this really enjoyable? The senior sister suddenly donned an aloof expression, declaring, "It's not appealing." Jiang Ciyuan, resting his hand on the sofa, rubbed his nose, pondering, if it's not appealing, why are you watching so intently? It seemed the production team possessed a rather sadistic sense of humor, compelling the male lead to coyly refuse several times. "No, don't do that." Each utterance made Jiang Ciyuan's heart race and his cheeks flush. He struggled to suppress his laughter, ultimately exclaiming in embarrassment, "What on earth?" However, in the anime, the two did not reach a consummate conclusion. The senior sister furrowed her brows, lamenting, "What a pity." "What do you mean?" Jiang Ciyuan inquired. The senior sister, with an icy demeanor, turned her head away, muttering, "It's nothing," before they retreated to their respective rooms after closing the door. Jiang Ciyuan caught sight of the senior sister's complexion, flushed with a rosy hue, and smiled gently. "Senior sister, I hope the medicine works. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight." Xu Qiuwu paused, responding softly, "Good night." For her, bidding good night to someone of the opposite sex carried a hint of ambiguity. Yet she still felt compelled to say it. Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile, "Yes, good night," just as he intended to turn back to his room. The senior sister unexpectedly lunged forward, enveloping him once more in her embrace, her body pressing against his chest. The softness of her form momentarily bewildered Jiang Ciyuan, and suddenly the male lead's enchanting lines echoed in his mind. His mouth outpaced his thoughts, blurting out, "No, don't do that." Chapter 55. Have you thought about wanting a child after a simple hug? Xu Qiuwu. Jiang Ciyuan. Wait, what did my mouth just say? What on earth? The senior sister was taken aback, her face instantly transforming into a crimson apple. She shoved him away, indignantly kicking him. "Pervert." "No." Jiang Ciyuan, engulfed in shame, felt an overwhelming urge to vanish, wishing he could erase his slip of the tongue. "I just blurted it out. I was merely mimicking something amusing from the anime." The senior sister's face was aflame as she retorted, "That's precisely perverted." Jiang Ciyuan protested loudly, "I did not." He truly had only spoken without thinking. Oh heavens. The senior sister, her face still flushed, huffed dismissively and retreated into her room, shutting the door behind her, leaving Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly scratching his head outside. Just as he was about to leave, the door swung open once more. "Wait." Jiang Ciyuan inhaled sharply, turning awkwardly to face her. The senior sister maintained her icy demeanor, stating, "You didn't acknowledge my gratitude." "Huh." Jiang Ciyuan responded, somewhat bewildered, "I did acknowledge it. It wasn't a big deal. You needn't take it to heart." Xu Qiuwu noticed his dazed expression and a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes before she resumed her frigid facade. "No, according to our customs. If you accept my gratitude, you must raise your hand and return my embrace." Jiang Ciyuan. There exists such a custom? He regarded her with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. "Is that true?" The senior sister's expression hardened. "Do you doubt me?" Jiang Ciyuan shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." Their gazes locked, silence enveloping the air once more. "Haha, so what should I do now?" he asked, uncertainly eyeing her composed visage. "Embrace me," Xu Qiuwu instructed, her heart racing, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness, yet her tone remained frosty. "Ah," Jiang Ciyuan blinked. Oh. Xu Qiuwu felt herself on the verge of fainting from embarrassment, mustering her resolve to maintain her composure. "It's merely a pure hug. Don't overthink it." Jiang Ciyuan felt somewhat disoriented and hurriedly said, "Haha, I understand. I didn't think much of it." Before he could finish his words, the senior once again embraced him. Jiang Ciyuan's speech faltered as his gaze fell upon her lustrous black hair and the gentle swirl at its crown, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her delicate, slender arms wrapped around his waist, and she nestled softly against his chest, causing him to tense up instantly. He swallowed hard, gazing at the beautiful senior in his embrace. Feeling a sense of unreality. Shall I hold you back? He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed as though her ears flushed a deep red as she buried herself against him, murmuring, The senior merely wished to express her gratitude, a customary gesture. Jiang Ciyuan continuously reminded himself of this in his mind, and then, somewhat awkwardly, he raised his hands. Gently, he encircled her waist. His heart raced uncontrollably. Although they had embraced while she was sleepwalking before, the sensation was entirely different now, leaving him with a fleeting shiver of pleasure. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Why did he feel as if the senior might ignite in flames? Jiang Ciyuan steeled himself, not daring to move as he held her, and awkwardly inquired, Senior, are you all right? She remained nestled against his chest, replying softly, I'm fine. She lowered her head, concealing her flushed face from him while simultaneously feeling the intensity of his rapid heartbeat. In the living room, August the cat seemed to peek out. Meow. Jiang Ciyuan responded. Stop meowing and go back to sleep. Adults are embracing. What are you staring at? Seizing the moment while he was distracted by the cat, Xu Qiuwu blushed as she subtly drew him closer, enchanted by the scent of his shower gel, her face turning even redder. She could hardly contain herself, feeling her legs weaken, and whispered shyly, Good night. Jiang Ciyuan snapped back to reality, replying, good night. She smelled delightful. Being in her embrace felt wonderfully soft and comfortable. The two gradually released each other. The senior quickly lowered her head, fixing her gaze on August, who was curiously staring at her with wide, round eyes. Go to sleep. August nudged her foot. Meow. The senior turned and returned to her room, shutting the door behind her. The instant the door closed, Jiang Ciyuan covered his flushed face with his hands, taking a moment to breathe as his heart continued to race. August curiously nudged him. Meow, meow, meow. Jiang Ciyuan exhaled, rubbing his face to regain composure. Stop meowing and go to sleep. He guided the restless little cat back to the cozy nook he and the senior had prepared for it. Your nest is here. Sleep well. August obediently burrowed inside, lazily lying down, and then lifted its fluffy head to nuzzle his hand. Meow, meow. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, pinching its tiny ears. For now, you'll have to make do with this place. This weekend, when the senior and I take you for a checkup and vaccinations, we'll get you a new nest. August seemed to understand. Meow, meow. Jiang Ciyuan smiled as he looked at the beautiful white kitten nestled in the cozy nook he and the senior had constructed. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed his mind. Could it be like their child? However, if the senior were to have a child, it would undoubtedly be stunning. Wait, what am I even thinking? Jiang Ciyuan inwardly chastised himself. Beast. Just a hug. Are you even thinking about having a child? Jiang Ciyuan shook his head. I am not. I did not. He merely gazed at Belle, his thoughts momentarily wandering. In the room separated by a door, the senior sister's face flushed deeply as she shook her head and took a deep breath. What a failure. If only I could hold on a little longer. I could enjoy the embrace a while longer. However, it was all right. Xu Qiuwu mused. There will be many opportunities. She could always find other reasons to express her gratitude to him in the future. With this thought, her anticipation grew, and a smile tugged at her lips. Why does this feel a bit wicked? Yet, she adored the sensation of being in his arms. The moment Jiang Ciyuan lifted his hand to embrace her replayed in her mind, sending delightful shivers through her soul. She wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her hands as if to retain his warmth. Can we hug again tomorrow? What is happening? I seem to be getting greedier. Blushing, she returned to her desk and, once composed, searched for information about cat care online. After all, on the weekend, she and Jiang Ciyuan would take Belle for a checkup, vaccinations, and to buy some daily necessities. It felt almost like a date. Just the thought of it made Xu Qiuwu's face turn crimson as she buried her face in her arms, gazing out at the night scenery like a lovesick girl. Her beautiful face glowed with a rosy hue as she secretly smiled. The weekend suddenly seemed even more anticipated. During the day, Jiang Ciyuan had been busy typing, and now that it was evening, he had more leisure time. After playfully teasing Belle for a while, he gently pinched its face, saying, Sleep well. I'll head back to my room now. He returned to his room to research some pet hospitals in Yinqing, aiming to gather some information and do his homework, so as not to appear clueless when going out with the senior sister over the weekend, which would be rather awkward. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyuan stumbled upon information about a temple blessing event. It was the Lantern Blessing Festival held every 3 years in the neighboring city of Yinqing, featuring masters who pray and offer spiritual solace. The wishes of individuals would be placed within the lanterns and under the blessings of the masters. These beautiful desires would ascend to the heavens, where the divine could hear them. Jiang Ciyuan thought, isn't this quite fitting for the senior sister? When she spoke to him about her mother's health earlier that evening, he wished to comfort her, but found himself at a loss for words. Feeling everything he could say would be too insipid, the temple fair lantern blessing was scheduled for the end of the month before school commenced, so there was still time. He just wondered if the senior sister would attend. Looking at past images, he realized they were quite beautiful, offering not only a heartfelt spiritual blessing, but also a great visual spectacle. He inquired in their dormitory group, have you heard of the lantern blessing in Lingqing? What do you think? Zhao Zhouhe replied, I've heard of it. I was told it's quite mystical. My sister went a few years ago, and the video was stunning. Song Yu chimed in, I know about it. I've been there. Jiang Ciyuan responded. The last event was 3 years ago. And 3 years ago you were 100,000 miles away from Yinqing. Song Yu retorted, can I come early? I really went. I'm not lying. It was magnificent, and particularly romantic for confessions under the lanterns, truly enchanting, like something out of a divine maiden's tale. Jiang Ciyuan thought, where is this conversation heading? Jiang Ciyuan. Oh, have you confessed your feelings? Song Yu, I dare not. Zhu Zai. Come on, don't listen to his nonsense. However, I have heard that the blessings at Lingqing are quite effective. You should go. If you do, don't forget to pray for me and ask for a fortune. They chatted in the group about the blessings at Lingqing Temple, sharing various anecdotes that stirred Jiang Ciyuan's heart, giving him the illusion that a single visit for blessings would lead him to win the lottery upon his return. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. The kind-hearted and beautiful senior. Jiang Ciyuan was somewhat taken aback. What's up, senior? You still haven't sent me a picture of your big dog. Jiang Ciyuan, oh, right. I almost forgot. To his surprise, the senior showed such interest in his Alaskan Malamute. He found a few photos and sent them over. Look, this is our big dog. Isn't it huge? He shared 4 or 5 pictures of a striking black Alaskan Malamute. One featuring him playfully ruffling the dog's fur while smiling at the camera. Xu Qiuwu enlarged the photo of herself with the Alaskan. Gazing at the boy's joyful and beaming expression, her cheeks flushed. A smile blossomed in her eyes as she quietly saved the picture. The kind-hearted and beautiful senior. So cute. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. His name is Luya, named by my mother. He has quite a handful. If we don't take him out for walks, he tends to wreak havoc at home. After chatting for a while, Xu Qiuwu discreetly took out the saved photo to admire, her lips curving into a smile. Good night. Perhaps it was due to the medicine Jiang Ciyuan had prepared for her earlier, but she felt an unparalleled tranquility and joy. She reminded herself, no sleepwalking, understand? I must not let his kind intentions go to waste. As the night deepened, around 3 in the morning, Jiang Ciyuan's alarm rang as usual. He got up to use the bathroom and glanced for the senior. Before opening the door, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but aside from the peacefully sleeping August, the living room bore no trace of her presence. After using the bathroom, he waited in the living room for a moment before laughing. How wonderful. No sleepwalking tonight. The next morning, when the senior arose to prepare breakfast, Jiang Ciyuan stepped out yawning, greeted by her gentle smile. Good morning. She had her hair tied back, cascading softly over her left shoulder, looking gentle in a pink apron, her gaze warm and slightly amused as she held the freshly prepared breakfast before him. Jiang Ciyuan, good morning. The senior seemed to be in good spirits. She softly asked, did I sleepwalk last night? Jiang Ciyuan shook his head vigorously. Not at all. I felt the same. Xu Qiuwu sighed in relief, feeling happier knowing she hadn't squandered his good intentions. She had slept particularly soundly, free of chaotic dreams. Jiang Ciyuan beamed. That's splendid. Xu Qiuwu, observing his joyous demeanor, found her gaze softening as she said, I made rice rolls and wontons today. Hurry and wash up to try some. Jiang Ciyuan, sure. Watching him turn to wash up, Xu Qiuwu couldn't help but smile as she prepared a bowl of wontons and rice rolls for him. As Jiang Ciyuan emerged, he noticed his senior sister's eyelashes quiver slightly, as if she were somewhat guilty while holding something to dispose of. What is that? He inquired. The senior sister turned her head. It's nothing. It's a failure, inedible. I'm just throwing it away. You enjoy your wontons and rice rolls. That's not true. It smells delightful, Jiang Ciyuan replied, leaning closer to catch a whiff. What is it? Let me see. The senior sister, flustered, instinctively concealed it further. It's nothing. Really, you shouldn't look. It's not meant to be eaten. With pleading eyes, Jiang Ciyuan persisted. I want to see. Seizing upon her momentary hesitation, he mischievously moved closer, snatching the discarded item from her grasp. Only to be taken aback. Isn't this a Jianbing Guozi from Arjin City? Her face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered. I haven't made it before. I'm not very familiar with it. It's my first attempt, and I didn't do it well. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. Her lack of experience indicated she did not particularly enjoy it, yet she had made it for him. A warm, tender feeling swelled within him as he took a piece of what she deemed a failure and took a bite. It's delicious, he proclaimed, grinning at her. Xu Qiuwu's ears turned slightly pink, and she awkwardly replied, It's burnt. I know it doesn't taste good. Believe me, it truly is delicious, Jiang Ciyuan insisted, taking another bite and offering her a piece. Try it. The senior sister hesitated, staring at the Jianbing Guozi he held out. Her cheeks rosy as she lowered her head to take a bite. In a moment of distraction, she not only bit into the Jianbing Guozi, but also inadvertently nibbled on Jiang Ciyuan's finger. His fingertip brushed against her soft, moist tongue, and he froze momentarily. While Xu Qiuwu, overwhelmed with embarrassment, quickly released her mouth and turned away. That was an accident. Jiang Ciyuan's face heated up as well, his fingertip still tingling with the warmth of her lips. He chuckled awkwardly. See? I wasn't lying, was I? She chewed slowly, commenting, The skin is burnt. Burnt skin is even more fragrant, he countered. Her voice was slightly husky as she said, Let me try again. Huh. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan nodded, tearing off another piece of Jianbing Guozi and offering it to her again. Here. Her lips, soft and rosy, approached the morsel, and as she bit down, it seemed her gentle lips brushed against his finger ever so lightly. Senior sister, Jiang Ciyuan thought, was it merely an illusion? Did it feel as though she was kissing his finger? She released her soft, rosy lips, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, yet her eyes held a hint of innocence. What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan laughed awkwardly. Nothing. It must be my imagination. He quietly withdrew his finger, squeezing it gently, still feeling the lingering softness of her lips. The Jianbing Guozi is truly delightful. For a first attempt, it's quite impressive. There's no need to discard it. It's delicious. Xu Qiuwu chewed slowly, swallowing the morsel, and brushing her hair behind her ear, she affirmed, All right. Bai Yu, curious, popped her head around. Meow, meow, meow. Jiang Ciyuan smiled and bent down. You're here too? Xu Qiuwu's face turned a deeper shade of red as her gaze discreetly lingered on his moist finger, adding a tinge of shyness to the atmosphere. I just fed her. It seemed Bai Yu was in the midst of a growth spurt. Jiang Ciyuan crouched down to feed it some food. Fortunately, it was not picky. When the weekend arrived, we would buy some cat food for it. Senior sister smiled. Indeed, I was thinking the same. The pancake that the senior sister nearly discarded was returned to the table, and Jiang Ciyuan took a photo of it with a smile. Senior sister remarked, This pancake is rather honorable. The two sat at the dining table, and before long, he finished the pancake that the senior sister deemed a failure. Then, with a triumphant smile, he held up the empty plate to boast. See, I cleaned it up completely. Isn't that impressive? Senior sister watched the boy's antics, finding them quite childish, yet her gaze softened. Yes, quite impressive. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. It's you who is impressive. Senior sister, your culinary skills are remarkable, and you learn so quickly, truly wonderful. Xu Qiuwu playfully pouted. I knew you would flatter me. Her gaze fell on his lips as he spoke, noticing the corners of his mouth lift. Not at all. I'm merely stating the truth. Senior sister's eyes flickered over his lips. Such sweet words. I wonder if a kiss would be just as sweet? It should be. Noticing her distraction, Jiang Ciyuan called out, Senior sister? Xu Qiuwu's face flushed, an inexplicable tingling sensation stirring within her. She picked up a piece of rice roll and brought it to his lips, open wide. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan blinked, lowering his head to eat the rice roll she offered. Thank you, senior sister. Xu Qiuwu glanced at the chopsticks that had just fed him. The thought of his lips having touched them made her face burn. To prevent Jiang Ciyuan from noticing, she forced herself to maintain a facade of indifference, and, using the same chopsticks, picked up food to slowly place in her own mouth. What to do, so shy? Seeing her bow her head in silence, Jiang Ciyuan quickly pushed a glass of water towards her. Did you choke? Drink some water, senior sister. Senior sister, blushing, took the glass and sipped a few times. Delicious. Jiang Ciyuan nodded in agreement, smiling broadly. After all, your culinary skills are excellent. I'm truly fortunate to enjoy such a feast. His words were heartfelt, Given how wonderful senior sister was, he naturally wished to do something in return to express his gratitude. Before the school term began, he contemplated inviting her to nearby Ling City to admire the lanterns together and pray for blessings, wondering if she would be willing. After finishing their meal, the two moved on to the cleaning phase, which Jiang Ciyuan rather enjoyed, as it brought about a sense of shared life. He took the dishes away. "I'll wash the dishes," senior sister gently said. "Thank you for your hard work." "What is this?" "Senior sister, you've worked harder." At that moment, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly remembered that he had yet to showcase his culinary skills by cooking for her. After washing the dishes, he returned to the sofa and took out his phone to consider what dish to prepare for her. A meow echoed from senior sister's room. "Meow, meow." Jiang Ciyuan looked over. The door was slightly ajar, probably nudged open by Belle, and he heard senior sister's voice. "Be good, don't make a fuss." Such a gentle tone, laced with a hint of laughter. The next moment, she exclaimed, "Ah?" Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "What happened?" Senior sister, slightly embarrassed and indignant, replied, "It's tugging at my clothes." Jiang Ciyuan asked, "So naughty, what did it grab?" In the next instant, Belle emerged, proudly carrying a pink, patterned piece of underwear. Scampering out with a bounce. Jiang Ciyuan, "No, August, what have you brought out?" Jiang Ciyuan's pupils trembled, and to make matters worse, August strutted up to him with that pink little garment in its mouth. Subsequently, the fragrant lingerie was placed into his palm. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, "Wait, what are you doing?" Stunned, he was blushing as the senior rushed out. Before being labeled a pervert, he hurriedly clarified, "No, it just put it in my hand by itself." This cat was trying to sabotage him. The true instigator, August, continued to nuzzle his hand, casting a glance towards its nest nearby. Meow. Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced as he deciphered the cat's intention. "Fool, that's not the fabric meant for your nest." Silly cat, how could it misinterpret everything? He awkwardly lifted his head, senior. The senior remained silent, her face flushed, ears reddening as she silently approached, reclaimed the lingerie from his hand, and, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, hurried back into the house without looking back. Jiang Ciyuan bashfully rubbed his nose, then paused, bewildered, as he caught a whiff of his own hand. "Why does it smell so good?" Suddenly, the senior opened the door again. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, "No. Why have you opened the door again?" The memory of what he had just held flashed through his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. "No, senior. How is this any different from being a lecher?" The senior's fair face turned crimson. "Pervert." Jiang Ciyuan, I have no way to refute that. The door closed once more, and Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly glanced at the cat beside him. "It's all your fault, August. This is your doing." August gazed at him innocently. "Meow. Meow, meow." Jiang Ciyuan scooped it up, scolding it. "How dare you meow? If you meow again, I'll be labeled a pervert." Yet, it truly did smell delightful. Jiang Ciyuan felt a warmth spreading across his face. It was his first encounter with a girl's intimate garments, and he discovered they were indeed fragrant. He hurriedly reprimanded himself. "Enough, stop overthinking." Inside, the senior pressed against the door, her face flushed as she gazed at the lingerie in her hands, covering her burning cheeks with a smile. When she finally emerged, Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head, looking at her with a blend of obedience and guilt. "Senior." The senior maintained a cool demeanor. Humph. Recalling his earlier actions of sniffing his hand, a faint blush crept onto her otherwise composed face. Her tone tinged with playful reproach. "You deal with it for me." Jiang Ciyuan readily agreed. "All right." After his affirmation, he silently admired the breathtaking beauty of the senior, tentatively asking, "So, are you not angry with me anymore?" "Fool." The senior gazed at his expression, her eyes curving into a gentle smile as she reached out to tousle his hair lightly. "I'm heading out." How could she possibly be angry with him? Chapter 58. Clearly, it was she who was being inappropriate with him. The senior's gesture of tousling his hair was instinctive. Once completed, she quickly withdrew her hand. Jiang Ciyuan stood momentarily dazed, his hair slightly disheveled, but somehow he smiled. "Safe travels, senior." Xu Qiuwu dared not look back at him. Turning her head, she smirked, delighting in the softness of her fingers as she thought to herself, "His hair is so soft. I should have played with it a bit longer." Xu Qiuwu, feeling a bit dazed, pushed open the door, only to be met by a large bag thrust towards her, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Surprised? Unexpected? She paused for a moment, and as she recognized the grinning man before her, her mind went blank. Uncle? Indeed, it was her uncle. Zhou Yang, muscular and beaming. I brought a bag of treats. Your uncle brought you some food. Inside, Jiang Ciyuan overheard the commotion. The senior's uncle? He's here. Xu Qiuwu quickly blocked the door. Uncle, why did you come over so suddenly? I'm about to head to work. Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, no rush. I heard you were confessed to a few days ago. That brat didn't do anything to you, did he? Nothing happened. Xu Qiuwu shook her head, having yet to mention to her uncle that Jiang Ciyuan lived there. If he found out. Zhou Yang laughed heartily and pushed against the door. Good to hear. Come on, let us bring the food inside. You're not in a hurry for work. No need. Xu Qiuwu firmly resisted. I really have things to do today and need to leave early. Don't delay me. Why the urgency? Her uncle teased, if I didn't know better. I think you had a man hiding in your room. Ha, of course, I know that's impossible. Inside, Jiang Ciyuan felt a wave of embarrassment. As soon as the door opens, it's a scandal. What nonsense are you talking about? Xu Qiuwu, slightly flustered, accepted the items and placed them on the cabinet by the entrance. All right, the food is set down. Uncle, let's go to the store. All right. Zhou Yang, seemingly noticing something, suddenly said, Are there men's shoes at your entrance? Xu Qiuwu's heart raced, her ears flushed with the anxiousness of a young love being discovered. She replied with a hint of unease, How could that be? You must be mistaken. Those are my slippers. Zhou Yang chuckled. I see, let us go. Once they left, Jiang Ciyuan messaged the senior. Senior, are you all right? After a moment, she replied, I'm fine. It's all settled. I didn't mention you were living here. Jiang Ciyuan, did it cause you any trouble? Should I explain to your uncle? Senior, not yet. It would be too complicated. She then asked, Did it scare you? Jiang Ciyuan, I was just worried it would cause you trouble. Senior, don't worry, it's fine. Feel free to eat whatever from the food uncle just brought. Jiang Ciyuan smiled helplessly. Okay. Upon arriving at the store, Zhou Yang observed his niece, who was chatting and laughing with someone, and felt increasingly suspicious. He quietly approached Jia, who was busy, and asked, Has Wu been getting close to any boys lately? Jia recalled Jiang Ciyuan's visit to the store and, under the keen gaze of her manager, chuckled awkwardly. No. Why do you ask, manager? Zhou Yang trusted her enough. Just curious. Having a daughter makes one anxious. It's the same with my niece. Always worried about being swept away by some scoundrel. Not a scoundrel. Xu Qiuwu overheard their hushed conversation, smiling to herself. I wonder if I startled him today. She had yet to determine what gift to present him. Unwilling to let his kindness go unreciprocated, she yearned to offer something in return. Xu Qiuwu found herself somewhat at a loss in this regard, resorting to an online search where a netizen suggested. You could gift him a game skin if he enjoys gaming. It's a surefire choice. Game skins. She noted that down and then inquired, Are there any other practical options? The netizen replied, You could gift him yourself. Xu Qiuwu retorted, That's quite improper. The irreverent netizen continued, Why not adorn yourself beautifully, don some stockings, tie a bow, and present yourself as a gift at his door? When he unties the bow, you could wrap your arms around his neck and ask, Do you like the gift? Merely reading those words caused Xu Qiuwu's cheeks to flush, and she found it impossible to suppress the imagery in her mind. When Jiang Ciyuan untied the bow, she imagined herself entwining her arms around his neck. With a sudden clatter, her phone slipped from her grasp and fell onto the table as she covered her crimson face, exclaiming, No, he is a serious person. He wouldn't appreciate such antics. Xu Qiuwu contemplated gifting him a game skin, yet desired to include something more, ideally something he could utilize in his daily life, so that whenever he encountered it, she would spring to his mind. The mere thought of it filled her with a sense of satisfaction, prompting her to text her good friend, the student council president, Are you awake? A friend has asked me to inquire about something. Primarily, she sought advice, feeling that online recommendations were rather unreliable. Bai Shi responded, What friend? Just ask. After a moment of consideration, she typed, This friend wishes to give a gift to a boy, but she is uncertain what to choose. It should ideally be something meaningful that he would use in his daily life, something that would remind him of her. Upon sending the message, Xu Qiuwu felt a wave of warmth rise to her face, her embarrassment intensifying. Bai Shi replied, Oh, I thought it was something significant. This is simple. Just gift him underwear. It covers his essentials, and every time he puts it on or takes it off, he will think of you, perhaps even more. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed deeply. That's inappropriate. More so than the netizen. She voiced her protest. Please be serious. Speak properly. Bai Shi, still groggy from sleep, responded with a playful tone, What's so improper about it? Boys are like that. Xu Qiuwu firmly disagreed. That's not true. Oh really? Bai Shi chuckled. Then, pray tell, what do you think they are like? My dear Wu Wu, boys are not as innocent as you imagine. They can be quite dangerous, you know. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily speechless. Her interactions with boys had indeed been limited, and she was aware that some could be quite perilous. Yet, with Jiang Ciyuan, she felt no such apprehension. Just like that rainy night, she had unhesitatingly brought him home, trusting him completely because he was Jiang Ciyuan. Thinking of the boy brought a sweet smile to her face, and she mused with a hint of teasing, that fool wouldn't he? And even if he did. Xu Qiuwu felt a light blush spread across her face as she mischievously thought, it's clearly me who is harboring inappropriate thoughts about him. Thank you all for your support in reading this, and I humbly request a 5-star review. 5 stars, please. In the afternoon, Xu Qiuwu called Bai Shi outside. Upon arriving at the store, Bai Shi greeted Zhou Yang with a radiant smile. Hello, uncle, good afternoon. Zhou Yang responded with a smile, glancing subtly behind her. Good afternoon. Have you come to play with Wu Wu? Indeed, Bai Shi replied, her face aglow. Don't worry, uncle, there's no strange person around, just the two of us. Zhou Yang chuckled. Ah, I didn't think much of it. Bai Shi, with a mischievous grin, added, but Wu Wu is growing up. She will surely date someone in the future. This remark caused Zhou Yang to falter. You mentioned that in the future. It's too early now. She is still a child. Bai Shi laughed slyly. That is not necessarily true, uncle. Don't speak carelessly, Xu Qiuwu said with a hint of exasperation. I'm heading out with her to buy something. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Go on, go on. As the two young girls strolled through the streets. He felt it inappropriate to pry further. Shopping with a girlfriend was certainly preferable to being out with boys. Bai Shi, smiling as she linked arms with her, inquired with curiosity, what exactly are you planning to buy, dear Wu Wu? Xu Qiuwu, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, just browsing. She certainly couldn't confess that she intended to purchase something for Jiang Ciyuan. You seem a bit off lately, Bai Shi remarked, sensing the whiff of gossip. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Are you hiding something from me? Xu Qiuwu retorted, no, don't overthink it. Bai Shi remained unconvinced. You better not. As they arrived at the mall and passed by a clothing store, Xu Qiuwu was captivated by a pure white wedding dress displayed inside, and couldn't help but stop. The exquisite white gown draped gracefully on the model, creating a breathtaking and dreamlike scene. Bai Shi, momentarily stunned, rushed over. Do you have a boyfriend? Already eyeing wedding dresses? Who do you want to marry? Xu Qiuwu quickly denied, no? Bai Shi teased. You say that, but your face is all red. Xu Qiuwu blushed. I just think it looks beautiful. Didn't I mention before that I'm against marriage? Oh, I see, Bai Shi responded, feeling a pang of guilt. She considered Xu Qiuwu's family situation, which was far from perfect, and realized she likely had no romantic illusions about marriage. Bai Shi smiled and said, but who says you must be married to appreciate a wedding dress? We can like it even while single. Xu Qiuwu recognized her intent to comfort and smiled back. I think it's lovely. I want to take a photo. Go ahead, you can try it on if you wish. Bai Shi encouraged. Xu Qiuwu decided against trying it on. She felt a fleeting stir of emotions upon seeing the beautiful gown and simply took a photo. Let us move on. Bai Shi pointed out, there is someone trying on a wedding dress inside. Through the glass, a youthful couple, seemingly in their 20s, appeared blissful as they explored the wedding gown together. Xu Qiuwu chuckled softly. I hope they find happiness. Bai Shi, holding her hand with anticipation, said, Wu Wu will look stunning in a wedding dress. Whenever you decide to wear one, I'll accompany you. We can take a best friend's wedding dress photo. Xu Qiuwu envisioned herself in a wedding dress, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as thoughts of Jiang Ciyuan crossed her mind. She murmured softly, let us talk about it later. As the two were about to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Jiang Ciyuan? Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. She turned in the direction of the voice and saw Tang Yueran and her group at the street corner, accompanied by several boys, including Li Hao. Tang Yueran wore a disdainful expression, scoffing. How ridiculous. Who would care for him? He is merely a sycophant. The boys, including Li Hao, chimed in exactly. Our Yueran is the new campus belle. There are plenty who pursue her. Tang Yueran laughed slightly, adopting an air of superiority. I merely offered him a little kindness before. Did he think I liked him? How absurd. I can't even be bothered to toy with him. Xu Qiuwu's expression turned cold. Yang Qingqing awkwardly tugged at her sleeve, saying, Renyan, There's no need to be so harsh. Anyway, he has given up now. Discussing this is pointless. Yet her words only served to provoke Tang Yueran further, who sneered. Whose side are you on, his or mine? Why do you need to speak up for him? Everyone knows he is my sycophant. He chased after me for years. It's I, Tang Yueran, who finds him unworthy. It's I who rejected him. The more Tang Yueran spoke, the more agitated she became, practically gritting her teeth. I don't even want to play with him. Does he really think he is something special? How laughable. What audacity. At that moment, Zhao Zhouhe, who was in the mall and had captured the scene on camera, was so incensed that he was about to charge out when a figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by a chilling voice. Shut your mouth. Tang Yueran jumped in surprise, and the others turned to see a senior from their school, known for her aloof demeanor. Stride forward with an icy expression. What right do you have to speak of him like that? You accepted his gifts, his flowers, gave him hope, led him on. And now you pretend to be innocent? Tang Yueran was momentarily stunned. Senior, Xu Qiuwu coldly interjected. You are unworthy. Tang Yueran felt somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean, senior? I never demanded anything from him. He willingly pursued me before, didn't he? Why do you speak as if I owe him something? The others were taken aback at the sudden appearance of the campus belle. Xu Qiuwu continued coldly. Since you had no intentions, you shouldn't have accepted his gifts or led him on, treating him as a backup while belittling him behind his back. It's truly shameless of you. Tang Yueran's face turned pale, her pride wounded, and she stammered. I didn't make him. Xu Qiuwu interrupted her with a frosty expression. You accepted his gifts, played coy with him, induced him to confess atop the mountain, and then rejected him, leaving him humiliated. You merely succumbed to vanity, wanting his affection, his sacrifices, while ultimately devaluing him. Do you deserve this? Tang Yueran's complexion fluctuated between green and white, further unsettled by Xu Qiuwu's cold gaze. How strange. Why is Xu Qiuwu speaking up for Jiang Ciyuan? It wasn't he just her who was taken aback. The other boys were equally astonished to witness their unattainable, aloof senior defending a boy who had been spurned by Tang Yueran. Xu Qiuwu, initially reluctant to express her anger, could no longer hold back. Tang Yueran, on what grounds do you trample on his feelings? Just because he once liked you. Does that give you the audacity to treat him so? Tang Yueran was taken aback by her imposing presence. Xu Qiuwu stepped forward, her tone icy. If you do not harbor any affection for him, then keep your distance. Jiang Ciyuan is cherished by many. He is not lacking in admirers. Tang Yueran's face turned pale at her words, mortified to be publicly reprimanded by a senior in front of so many people, nearly brought to tears by anger. Li Hao, one of Tang Yueran's suitors, awkwardly interjected. Senior, please don't say that. Yueran hasn't done anything wrong. It was Jiang Ciyuan's one-sided affection. Xu Qiuwu shot him a cold glare. Silence. This is none of your concern. Li Hao, feeling embarrassed, fell silent, internally seething. How dare he? Why is that aloof school beauty defending Jiang Ciyuan? What gives her the right? Xu Qiuwu fixed her gaze on the somewhat shrinking Tang Yueran. You do not deserve his affection, nor his sincerity. Tang Yueran bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Bai Shi stood by, dumbfounded, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Oh my, is this really our aloof school beauty? When has she ever defended a boy like this? Not far away, Zhao Zhouhe was also taken aback. I can't believe my eyes. He hastily sent the footage he had just captured to Jiang Ciyuan, exclaiming in shock. Dude, you won't believe this. The school beauty is fiercely standing up for you against Tang Yueran. My goodness, what incredible luck you have. Jiang Ciyuan, who had planned to showcase his culinary skills for the senior, was currently out and about. When he heard Zhao Zhouhe's words, he initially thought it was a prank. However, upon watching the video and hearing Tang Yueran's mocking remarks, he froze momentarily, for she was someone he once sincerely cared for, and some wounds were unavoidable. As Xu Qiuwu's face suddenly appeared in the video, Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. The bitterness within him quivered slightly. The senior is defending me. At that moment, the gloom and frost within his heart seemed to dissipate, and he found himself staring at the senior's face in the video for quite some time. His heart felt as though a piece had been embedded within it, resonating with an intense rhythm, louder than it had been in the past 20 years. Until Zhao Zhouhe's voice broke the silence. You really were blind before. Why would you like someone like Tang Yueran? Jiang Ciyuan's gaze reluctantly shifted from the senior's fierce countenance back to Zhao Zhouhe, offering a faint smile. What can be done? It's all in the past. One cannot remain blind forever. Zhao Zhouhe continued to grumble bitterly. This is so unfair. Why doesn't T, the aloof school beauty, defend me like that? This is unbearable. My youth narrative truly has its issues. Jiang Ciyuan refrained from sparring with him for the moment, rewatching the video. It felt as if someone had carved a wound in his heart, yet someone else had silently soothed it, careful not to inflict pain. Jiang Ciyuan inhaled deeply. She must be nearby. However, when he sought her out, the senior was nowhere to be found. Only Tang Yueran and her dazed companions remained. Tang Yueran's face turned pale as she was startled upon seeing Jiang Ciyuan. Jiang Ciyuan, when did you arrive? She stammered. Did he overhear her earlier remarks? Although she had spoken that way in front of other boys and girls at school to elevate her own status, she had no desire for Jiang Ciyuan to know. Jiang Ciyuan regarded the person he once admired with a neutral expression, feeling only a sense of regret for his former self. His gaze, devoid of warmth, swept past her as he inquired about someone else. Where's the senior? Tang Yueran felt a pang in her heart from his indifferent demeanor, but managed to maintain her composure. Who? She replied. Jiang Ciyuan's tone was cool as he answered. Senior Su. Wang. She pointed in the direction where the school bell had just departed with the student council president. She went that way. Thank you, Jiang Ciyuan said, making his way toward the senior. The others were left in shock, recalling the recent scene with Xu Qiuwu. What is happening? What is going on? Jiang Ciyuan and the school bell, do they know each other? Oh my, they can't possibly be together, right? How is that even possible? Tang Yueran felt her face flush with anger. Although she didn't understand why Xu Qiuwu had spoken on Jiang Ciyuan's behalf, the idea of them being together seemed utterly implausible. Wang Shi was astonished, but they seemed quite familiar with each other. I've never seen Xu so approachable. The male students were equally stunned. The usually aloof school belle was someone they wouldn't dare approach, let alone speak to. Yet, she had defended Jiang Ciyuan by attacking Tang Yueran. Li Hao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, questioned Tang Yueran. But what is up with Jiang Ciyuan? Didn't he like you? He didn't even glance at you before chasing after the senior. Tang Yueran was nearly beside herself with rage. Shut up. After Bai Shiyi and Xu Qiuwu left, Bai Shiyi's astonishment had not waned. Xu Qiuwu spoke softly, don't be so surprised. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Bai Shiyi still found it hard to believe. What on earth happened? Xu Qiuwu's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as she spoke of Tang Yueran. I don't think I said anything wrong. Bai Shiyi widened her eyes in disbelief. What surprises me is that you would go to such lengths for a boy. You rushed in to defend him. I've never seen that before. And you said, Jiang Ciyuan has plenty of admirers. My goodness. Hearing that made it seem as if Xu Qiuwu's ears tinged with red. She quickly pulled Bai Shiyi into a store. Let us go. We need to buy something. Inside the shop, surrounded by numerous items, she contemplated what to gift Jiang Ciyuan, finally settling on a newly released pair of Bluetooth headphones. Bai Shiyi assumed they were for Xu Qiuwu herself and didn't inquire further. Just as she was about to speak, she received a phone call. Ooh, darling. I'm sorry, but I have to leave urgently. Xu Qiuwu replied. Go ahead. Bai Shiyi expressed her regret. Next time. I must ask you about your relationship with Jiang Ciyuan. You two are definitely hiding something from me. She hurried away, oblivious to Jiang Ciyuan approaching from a distance. Otherwise, she would have certainly stopped to indulge in the unfolding drama. Jiang Ciyuan watched Bai Shiyi leave, his gaze lingering on Xu Qiuwu, who was at the checkout counter, momentarily lost in thought. In the course of his relationship with Tang Yueran, Jiang Ciyuan has always been the subject of ridicule, even when he laid aside his feelings. Others merely perceived it as a display of feigned indifference. This was the first time a girl had risen to his defense, expressing her discontent on his behalf. He found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment, feeling a peculiar blend of sourness and sweetness, tinged with a fluttering excitement. As Xu Qiuwu exited the store with her purchases, she was taken aback to see Jiang Ciyuan waiting outside. What are you doing here? Jiang Ciyuan swallowed hard, his throat dry, inexplicably nervous. Senior, may I hug you? Xu Qiuwu's face flushed instantly. What? Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced as he observed her rosy cheeks, summoning his courage. Senior, I really want to hug you. Chapter 61. You must like me. I will not let you lose. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily stunned, her face nearly ablaze. A hug? Before she could process her thoughts, the atmosphere around them erupted with excitement. Wow, look at these young couples, boldly declaring their affection. How unashamed they are in public. The girl was undeniably stunning, fair and radiant. Jiang Ciyuan was indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend. It was no wonder he disregarded the gazes of onlookers. yearning to embrace her amidst the crowd. Jiang Ciyuan's face turned crimson. Oh no, I completely forgot about my surroundings. In the bustling mall, numerous passers-by halted to watch them. Chuckling. Go on, look how shy your girlfriend is. Not just a hug, you should steal a kiss too. No, that's not. Jiang Ciyuan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Feeling guilty as he glanced at his senior, worried he might have caused her discomfort. Though Xu Qiuwu was flustered and her cheeks aflame. She did not wish to embarrass him in front of so many people. Let us move over here. Jiang Ciyuan followed her to a less crowded area, sheepishly scratching his head and chuckling nervously. Behind them, amused spectators commented, "Why go over there? You can hug her right here." Jiang Ciyuan wished he could hide his face. Help. Didn't they say life isn't meant for an audience? Wait, that girl looks familiar. Isn't she the campus belle from Yin University? Some onlookers craned their necks for a better view. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Jiang Ciyuan blushed deeply, eager to quicken his pace. He felt like a tail following closely behind his senior until she paused at a corner, and he came to a halt. Feeling somewhat dejected, "I'm sorry, senior." Xu Qiuwu took a deep breath to compose herself, glancing at the boy whose face was still flushed. "Why are you apologizing?" Jiang Ciyuan admitted his fault. "I didn't realize I said that in front of so many people. I've caused you trouble." Xu Qiuwu's heart softened. It was all right. She felt a surge of joy, her heart racing, yet she feigned a nonchalant demeanor. "Why did you say that?" Jiang Ciyuan stole a glance at her, embarrassed by his earlier impulsiveness. "I just wanted to thank you. I suddenly felt the urge to hug you. May I?" Xu Qiuwu blinked, her blood nearly boiling, and before her face could redden further, she hurriedly turned away. As Jiang Ciyuan gazed at her turned back, he momentarily froze. His heart gradually sank, and fixating on his senior's silhouette, he spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Is it not allowed?" Xu Qiuwu, listening to the boy's despondent tone, suppressed the urge to rush forward and embrace him, shyly retorting, "You silly." Jiang Ciyuan, feeling dejected, stood behind his senior, somewhat at a loss. Her disapproval left him unable to force an embrace. Noticing his silence, Xu Qiuwu felt a surge of longing, turning back to him and hesitantly asking, "But, is it okay?" The flush of crimson spread across the senior's ears as she nervously fiddled with her fingers, a glimmer of mirth dancing in her cool eyes. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, his heart leaping with joy as he lunged forward. He wrapped his arms around the girl's delicate waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. Exclaiming with excitement, "Senior!" Xu Qiuwu's face flushed deeply, her heart racing, although she was unsure of the sudden burst of emotion that led him to hold her. When his warmth enveloped her, she found herself lost in the moment, abandoning all thoughts. Her cheeks aflame, she shyly nestled against the boy's chest, hearing him say, "Senior." "Thank you, mm." The senior, feeling bashful, shrank slightly. His face buried in her shoulder, his warm breath tickled her ear, causing her to tilt her head slightly. Jiang Ciyuan noticed her reaction, momentarily stunned as he observed the blush on her ears. "Senior." At this proximity, it felt as though he might almost kiss her ear. Startled by his own thoughts, he realized the intimacy of the moment was perhaps too suggestive. "I'm sorry." He chuckled, his face reddening as he awkwardly attempted to release her when his phone rang, a call from an unknown number. Relieved, he answered, only to hear Tang Yueran's voice. "Jiang Ciyuan, where are you now?" Jiang Ciyuan frowned. "What is it to you?" Tang Yueran, using someone else's phone, spoke with a tinge of anxiety. "You heard those words, didn't you? I was just joking with friends. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you?" Jiang Ciyuan scoffed. "Are you out of your mind?" Tang Yueran replied coldly. "Can you speak properly?" He retorted sarcastically. "I was joking. Why would you take it to heart?" Tang Yueran softened her tone. "If you're upset, I apologize. I didn't mean it like that." "Can you?" Jiang Ciyuan, uninterested, interrupted. "I'm hanging up. Don't call me from someone else's phone again. Just pretend we never met." Tang Yueran, taken aback, gritted her teeth. "I've apologized. What more do you want?" Jiang Ciyuan. "Don't go too far." The line went dead. Tang Yueran, pale, glared at her hung-up phone, infuriated enough to nearly hurl it to the ground. But Wang Shi swiftly stopped her. "Hey, don't throw it. That's my phone, my phone." Jiang Ciyuan, with a solemn expression, returned his phone to his pocket. Xu Qiuwu, observing his furrowed brow and troubled demeanor, began to grasp the reason behind his sudden desire to embrace her and express gratitude. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she sensed that he must be feeling quite miserable, having been spoken to in such a manner by someone he liked. Wanting to console him, She found herself at a loss for words, only able to softly inquire, "Are you feeling down?" Jiang Ciyuan did not deny it. Indeed, it was true. Upon hearing Tang Yueran's remarks about him, he gazed earnestly at his senior, a smile gracing his lips. Later, everything improved. "It was astonishing when you stood up for me. It felt as though you, like a goddess, had descended from above." "Thank you." The senior froze momentarily, her face flushing under the intensity of his smiling gaze, as she turned her head away, stammering, "You silly, no need for that." She disliked discussing others behind their backs, but added nonetheless, "Jiang Ciyuan, your judgment in the past was truly lacking." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled helplessly. "Yes, I am aware." Xu Qiuwu glanced at his face, momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of selfishness whispered, "Please do not harbor feelings for her any longer." Jiang Ciyuan sighed, "I won't. When I decide to let go, it is truly over." The setting sun cast a warm glow over the boy's clean features, causing Xu Qiuwu's heart to race. "Then, find someone else to like." Jiang Ciyuan turned to her, inquiring, "Such as?" Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed, "Like me." "Jiang Ciyuan, I will not allow you to lose." Chapter 62. Senior, my heart races so fast. After their eyes locked, both their faces flushed as though scorched by the other's gaze, and they quickly turned away. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling the rapid beating of his heart, cleared his throat. "I apologize for suddenly asking such a question. It must seem strange to you." The senior, blushing and silent, took a few deep breaths before changing the subject. "What brings you around here?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, "I wanted to buy groceries and cook." Xu Qiuwu expressed her surprise. "You cook?" "Yes, I mentioned it to you before, didn't I? I can manage a bit, and today, I can showcase my culinary skills to you." Jiang Ciyuan smiled at her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for her praise. Just then, Xu Qiuwu's phone rang, and Bai Shu Yi's voice came through. "Hi, Wu Wu. I have something to take care of, but I'm on my way to find you. Let us continue shopping." Xu Qiuwu instinctively replied, "No, don't come over. I'm not in the same place anymore, so head back for now." Bai Shu Yi inquired with a laugh, "Oh, where are you then?" "It's fine. I can come to your dorm." Xu Qiuwu, startled, felt a pang of guilt and fibbed, "No need. I have a few things to attend to for now." Bai Shu Yi responded, "All right then, that can't be helped." After calming Bai Shu Yi, Xu Qiuwu barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before Jiang Ciyuan remarked with a smile, "Senior, you are lying." Her face flushed even more. "Is that so?" "Of course it is." Jiang Ciyuan shook his head. "Did you come to the mall to shop? Have you finished?" The senior nodded, "Yes." Jiang Ciyuan suggested with a smile, "Shall we visit the supermarket?" The senior curved her lips into a smile, "Sure." As they walked back, passing the bridal shop they had seen earlier, Xu Qiuwu discreetly glanced inside. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ciyuan caught sight of her gaze and followed suit, asking, "Senior, do you like wedding dresses?" Xu Qiuwu replied softly, "I once told my friends that I am against marriage. I will not wed a man in the future." Jiang Ciyuan stood in a daze, responding with a soft, "Oh, I see." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing his senior speak, his heart felt a little heavier, a sense of gloom enveloping him. The senior continued, "But that was something said in the past." As she walked in front of Jiang Ciyuan, a flush crept onto her cheeks. "I think if one day I encounter a boy I truly adore, and he looks at me with such affection, I would undoubtedly be willing to step into the solemnity of marriage with him for a lifetime." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon her face, and his previously heavy heart felt much lighter. He smiled and replied, "Yes, you will find him." The senior turned her head with a smile, "Silly boy." As Jiang Ciyuan walked alongside her, he glanced back at the wedding dress they had just seen. "You would look absolutely stunning in a wedding gown." The image of his senior in such attire filled his mind, captivatingly beautiful. Merely envisioning it made his cheeks flush. Just then, the senior looked his way, causing him to shyly turn his head. Ahem. Tang Yueran, feeling rather disheartened, was about to head home when she noticed a figure across the street. Jiang Ciyuan. Beside him stood the senior, Xu Qiuwu. Tang Yueran felt as if struck by lightning, muttering in disbelief, "How do they know each other?" Her astonishment grew when a breeze tousled Xu Qiuwu's hair, and Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly before gently brushing a fallen leaf from her head. Was there a hint of intimacy there? Tang Yueran clenched her cup of milk tea tightly, and as she intended to look again, she saw them turn a corner and instinctively wanted to follow. "Ran, come this way," called Yang Qingqing, diverting her into a bustling street. Jiang Ciyuan suddenly spotted numerous couples with milk tea entering a nearby cinema. Wow, there's a cinema here, he remarked. Xu Qiuwu's interest peaked. An idea blossomed in her mind as she halted. Shall we watch a movie before heading back? Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Huh, right now? Aren't we supposed to shop for groceries? Xu Qiuwu's heart raced, her face flushed with embarrassment as she feigned a calm demeanor. There's a new film that just premiered, and I happen to be free today. This was a fib. Oh, okay. Jiang Ciyuan nodded, feeling an inexplicable nervousness. Shall we go see it then? Yes, let us, she replied, her cool exterior betraying the flurry of emotions within. Together, they entered the cinema. And Jiang Ciyuan anxiously rubbed his hands against his trousers. Should I go buy the tickets? Xu Qiuwu, feeling a bit dazed, nodded. Yes, please. As Jiang Ciyuan turned to purchase the tickets, his gaze fell upon couples around him, his ears burning with embarrassment. He sighed silently, chiding himself, don't overthink it. She just wants to watch a movie. He acquired 2 tickets for the film she wished to see and, noticing others buying popcorn, clumsily decided to buy a bucket for himself. When he returned, balancing the popcorn and 2 drinks, he found Xu Qiuwu staring at him, lost in thought. His face reddened instantly, uncertain if his actions were appropriate, given his lack of experience. Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly smiled, his voice slightly strained. Senior, would you like some? I noticed others were getting it. Seeing his somewhat clumsy demeanor, Xu Qiuwu found him unexpectedly amusing and charming, turning her head to stifle a laugh. Jiang Ciyuan suddenly tensed. Is something wrong? Xu Qiuwu pressed down the corners of her upturned lips, her ears slightly flushed, and looked at him with crescent-shaped eyes, saying, no, thank you. Jiang Ciyuan stared at her fleeting smile, momentarily lost in thought, as he lowered his head to hand her the milk tea. Senior, please take it. As he bowed his head, he overheard an ant behind him murmur, why are that boy's ears so red? Jiang Ciyuan replied, is that a problem? After Xu Qiuwu accepted the milk tea, she cast her eyes downward, unable to suppress a secret smile, and nervously said, let's go. He followed his senior into the queue, and as they entered, he began to search for seats. It was perhaps his first time watching a movie with a girl, and Jiang Ciyuan could not help but hear the incessant thumping of his own heart. In a moment of distraction, he almost walked to the wrong seat. But his senior gently laughed and pulled him back. This way. Ah, I wasn't paying attention. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit flustered, and discreetly pinched his own fingers. He thought to himself, how pathetic, it's just a movie, not a kiss. Why am I so nervous? Wait, a kiss? No, what is my mind wandering to again? Once they settled into their seats, Jiang Ciyuan placed the milk tea in the cup holder. When he turned back, he found Xu Qiuwu sitting close beside him, sipping her drink. In the dim light, her ethereal beauty softened, and Jiang Ciyuan felt his heart melt. Senior. She turned back to him, quietly inquiring him. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ciyuan felt the rapid beating of his heart once more, gazing at her face so near. He smiled absent-mindedly. My heart is racing so fast today. Xu Qiuwu appeared momentarily stunned. Huh? The sight of her expression, coupled with her action of biting the straw, was irresistibly adorable, causing Jiang Ciyuan's heart to soften further. Before he could speak, a nosy onlooker chimed in. Really? How fast is it? Let us feel. Jiang Ciyuan blushed. Ah, pesky bystanders. He felt his face heat up. Don't cause a ruckus. How are we causing a ruckus? I'm just sitting behind you. And I heard you say your heart is racing. The onlooker laughed, glancing at Xu Qiuwu. Come on, young lady, let your boyfriend feel it. Jiang Ciyuan thought. These meddling ants, as one suddenly took Xu Qiuwu's hand and pressed it against his chest, chanting, well, young lady, is your boyfriend fast? Is he fast? Xu Qiuwu appeared bewildered for a moment, her beautiful face turning a rosy hue under the dim light. It's, all right. Someone nearby teased, oh dear, don't bully these youngsters. Their faces are so flushed, so innocent. Jiang Ciyuan wished he could bury his face underground. Please stop talking, the movie is about to start. Can we just watch the film? When Xu Qiuwu awkwardly withdrew her hand, Jiang Ciyuan rubbed his flushed face. Just ignore them. She nodded stiffly. Okay. As the movie was about to begin, Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly forced a smile, unable to look at her directly, instead resting his face in his hands. As the cinema settled into silence, Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief, taking a few sips of milk tea to quell his nerves, only to discover that his senior was gazing at him. What's wrong? He pondered, perplexed as the movie was about to commence. Why was she looking at him? Was there something on his face? Xu Qiuwu's eyes darted around, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she turned away. Nothing, just watching the movie. It wasn't until he had consumed half of his drink that Jiang Ciyuan realized the unusualness of her earlier stare. He was drinking his senior's milk tea. Jiang Ciyuan was stunned, glancing down at the cup in his hand, nearly choking on his drink. I'm sorry. Noticing his realization, Xu Qiuwu's lips curled slightly. Her tone cool yet gentle. It's fine, just drink. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Oh, is that okay? You don't mind? Having bought popcorn and milk tea to enjoy the film, he hesitated. I've drunk half of yours. How about I give you my milk tea? Xu Qiuwu blinked. Suppressing a smile, I'm all right. Jiang Ciyuan turned to hand her his drink, watching as she accepted it and bit into the straw. But wait. He had already sipped from it. Jiang Ciyuan felt a surge of guilt as he observed her rosy lips wrapped around the straw he had used. Hey, senior, she looked up at him, appearing somewhat innocent. What's the matter? Jiang Ciyuan turned his flushed face away. Nothing. Uncomfortably averting his gaze. He remained unaware of the mischievous glint in her eyes as she happily took a few sips from the straw he had used. A smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Delicious. Jiang Ciyuan was uncertain whether it was his guilt or something else that prevented him from looking at her directly. Haha, really? I think so too. Xu Qiuwu lowered her eyelids, cradling the cup he had sipped from, her heart racing as her gaze fell upon the straw. She gently lowered her head, her soft lips encasing it as she took a sip. It felt as if they were kissing. Xu Qiuwu was overwhelmed by embarrassment at her own thought, her face turning crimson, nearly toppling into her milk tea. What's wrong, senior? Jiang Ciyuan asked. Xu Qiuwu nearly choked. And no, it's nothing. Worried, he glanced at her again. Unable to bear it any longer, Xu Qiuwu pushed his face away playfully. Watch the movie. He sheepishly replied, oh, okay. Did she perhaps find it uncomfortable to watch a film with someone else? The notion made Jiang Ciyuan's heart skip a beat. After all, it was her suggestion to see the movie together. If he had proposed it, it might have been a bit abrupt. And it was understandable if she felt uneasy or unhappy. Yet, with this thought, Jiang Ciyuan anxiously turned back to her. Senior, are you not used to watching movies with me? Xu Qiuwu, unsure of his thoughts, intended to grab some popcorn, but instead ended up feeding him. A hint of a resigned smile crossing her face. Don't overthink it. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. All right then. So it's nothing? He bit into the popcorn she offered, brushing against her hand with his lips, causing her to flinch and retract suddenly. Jiang Ciyuan gasped, sorry. It's fine. Xu Qiuwu shook her head. The film intricately weaves elements of suspense and romance, oscillating between moments of terror and sweetness, while the senior student appears to be engrossed in the experience. In contrast, Jiang Ciyuan seems more preoccupied with munching on popcorn, sipping milk tea, and glancing at the senior beside him. He notices that during the slightly frightening scenes, she often displays a fleeting pallor, particularly towards the latter part of the film, when she suddenly grips her seat tightly. In a soft voice, Jiang Ciyuan remarks, Senior, you seem to be trembling. The senior, maintaining her aloof demeanor, retorts, that's not true. Yet, it is evident to Jiang Ciyuan, observing her fingers clutching the seat in a way that seems painful, that she is indeed frightened. Are you scared? He inquires gently. Xu Qiuwu takes a deep breath. Her tone icy. How could I possibly be afraid of this? It's nothing. The film's elaborate, eerie visuals startled her, causing her to shudder and lean slightly towards Jiang Ciyuan. Noticing her pale countenance, a reflexive need for security compelled her to seek something to grasp. Jiang Ciyuan instinctively took her hand, gently massaging it while softly assuring her. Don't be afraid. Xu Qiuwu froze, her face flushing crimson, and she stubbornly declared, I'll say it again, I am not afraid. Jiang Ciyuan, suppressing a laugh at her insistence, replied, I know you aren't afraid. However, this only served to increase Xu Qiuwu's embarrassment and indignation. For it was she who chose the film, and now she found herself needing comfort from her junior. Her voice turned frosty. I am not. Jiang Ciyuan could no longer contain his laughter. Well, I am, so I will hold on to you for comfort, if that's all right. Xu Qiuwu blushed deeply, stammering, You. That's too much, completely unfair. In the realm of her fears, Xu Qiuwu had many, various insects, mollusks, and even the slightest rustle in the dark could trigger her imagination. Yet, she paradoxically relished the thrill of trembling while watching horror films. At this moment, her hand was enveloped in the warmth of the boy's grasp, providing her comfort while simultaneously sending her heart into disarray. Jiang Ciyuan could sense her taut body leaning slightly towards him, and he caught a whiff of her faint fragrance. He whispered, "Senior, there's no need to fear. If it's too much, we can leave right now." With resolute determination, the senior rejected his offer. "No, I want to watch." What a curious situation, craving both the thrill and the fear. A glimmer of amusement danced in Jiang Ciyuan's eyes, which Xu Qiuwu noticed, igniting a flare of embarrassment and indignation. "Are you laughing at me?" "Not at all." He quickly shook his head. Yet, observing her mix of fear and bravado, he couldn't resist teasing her further by deliberately exclaiming in her ear, "Ah." True to form, Xu Qiuwu jumped in surprise, nearly lunging towards him. Upon realizing he was merely teasing, she raised her hand in playful irritation, delivering a few light taps on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" This seemed to be the first time the senior had playfully struck him, and Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but laugh, neither flinching nor escaping her reach. He gazed at her flushed face, saying, "I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore. Just watch." Xu Qiuwu gave him another playful punch. "Don't scare me." "All right, I won't scare you," Jiang Ciyuan replied, his gaze lingering on her hand that had struck him, inexplicably inducing a sense that she was playfully seeking his affection. The senior, who was both inexperienced and indulgent, continued to watch, startled and surprised. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but chuckle as he picked up the popcorn. He had intended to tease her, yet she truly opened her mouth. With a smile, Jiang Ciyuan fed her, saying, "Well done." The popcorn-obsessed senior seemed oblivious to the moment, and Jiang Ciyuan, unable to contain his laughter, held her hand with one hand while feeding her with the other, repeatedly offering her popcorn. "The movie is too cruel. It should end soon." She frowned, opening her mouth to receive the popcorn he offered. Inadvertently, her soft, rosy lips brushed against his fingers. Jiang Ciyuan felt a gentle tug at his throat. Her lips were so tender, so inviting. Startled, he abruptly turned his head, hastily grabbing more popcorn. "Here, eat the popcorn, there's plenty." After a few more offerings, the senior turned her strikingly clear eyes towards him, and Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat. "Is it tasty?" She blinked. "Delicious." Turning away, her ears flushed with crimson. Her gaze secretly fell upon their entwined hands, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she thought to herself, "It's wonderful to watch a movie together." Upon exiting the cinema, Jiang Ciyuan looked at her with a smile. "You were scared. Why did you still watch?" The senior, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied, "It was thrilling." Jiang Ciyuan raised an eyebrow. "Ah, I see. Akin to hiding under the covers while watching horror films as a child?" Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed slightly as she perceived his teasing gaze. "I'll just step into the restroom." "Go ahead. I'll wait for you," Jiang Ciyuan replied. After waiting for a while outside, a girl in a dress approached him, smiling. "Hello, handsome." Jiang Ciyuan politely responded, "Hello, is there something you need?" When Xu Qiuwu emerged from the restroom, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan was now conversing with a girl in a dress, who was laughing and chatting with him. "Handsome. Which school are you from?" "Yin University," Jiang Ciyuan replied. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Wow, what a coincidence. That's not far from us. Let us add each other on WeChat and hang out sometime." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback for a moment. "Add WeChat?" "Indeed." The girl, with a hint of shyness, took out her phone. "Here, you open the QR code, and I'll scan it." Before Jiang Ciyuan could respond, a cold and decisive voice came from behind. "No." Surprised, the girl hesitated as a stunning beauty approached, her demeanor frosty. "Excuse me, that's not very convenient." The girl's face flushed instantly. "Oh, I see. I'm so sorry for the interruption." She turned and dashed away, clutching her friend's arm beside her, unable to suppress her exclamation, "Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. If I had known, I wouldn't have approached. I thought he was single, but his girlfriend is stunning, just like a star." Her friend echoed the sentiment. "Let us go. This is not allowed. You're merely a pawn in their game." Jiang Ciyuan observed the senior before him, her expression cold, seemingly filled with an inexplicable sense of possessiveness. "Senior, you just..." Xu Qiuwu interjected. "Oh no, I rushed out too quickly." Xu Qiuwu regained her composure, her cheeks flushing momentarily. Yet she endeavored to maintain her demeanor, replying without a hint of emotion, "You are still a student. Your primary focus during this phase should be your studies." Unperturbed by external distractions, Jiang Ciyuan blinked in surprise. "What kind of reasoning is that?" He elaborated. "She approached me for a chat, and I assumed she had an inquiry. But it turned out she merely wanted to exchange WeChat information." Before Xu Qiuwu could exhale in relief, her heart sank again as she coldly remarked, So you didn't stop her from adding you? No, I don't have that intention, he replied. What intention? The intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Jiang Ciyuan instinctively added, I have no intention of dating her. Xu Qiuwu stared blankly for a moment before turning her head. Oh. Jiang Ciyuan stole a furtive glance at her, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched the back of his head, his ears now tinged with red. Originally, he had planned to cook for his senior today, but after the movie, it had grown too late, and he would have to postpone it. Sensing that she might be hungry, they strolled for a while before he inquired, There is a night market ahead. Shall we take a look? She smiled slightly, sure. The night market, being in a bustling area, was crowded. As they navigated through the throngs of people, Jiang Ciyuan gently guided her. Be careful, walk this way. Xu Qiuwu frowned slightly. There are too many people. Sensing her discomfort, Jiang Ciyuan suggested, if it's too overwhelming, we can go somewhere less crowded. Before he could finish his sentence, her hand reached out, her voice carried by the wind. Hold my hand. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Huh? The dim yellow lights of the night market illuminated her stunning face, which seemed to blush, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Otherwise, with so many people, we might get separated. Oh, okay, he stammered, his heart racing as he grasped her delicate fingers. Their hands intertwined. Amidst the bustling night market, with people jostling about, Jiang Ciyuan felt his face heat up, unable to steal a glance at Xu Qiuwu beside him, merely clutching her fingers tightly as they wove through the crowd. It was indeed noisy and chaotic, yet, at that moment, all he could hear was the tumultuous beating of his own heart. Akin to the relentless chirping of cicadas in summer, unsettling yet enchanting. Chapter 65. Is romance so overly sentimental nowadays? It felt as if he had not experienced such feelings in ages. The warmth radiating from their intertwined hands made Jiang Ciyuan lament internally. Is this the sorrow of a lifelong singleton? Why am I so nervous just holding hands? Suddenly, a sound broke the moment. Jiang Ciyuan turned around. Senior? Xu Qiuwu exclaimed. This wretched phone, why does it keep buzzing? The screen displayed the boy's face she had just surreptitiously captured, causing her cheeks to redden slightly as she bit her lip. The night market is quite lively. Let me take a picture. Indeed, the bustling city center was filled with people. Jiang Ciyuan forced a dry smile, adjusting his nose, his eyes avoiding hers. Senior, could you see if there are any snacks you'd like to try? Noticing the crimson hue of his ears, Xu Qiuwu smirked slightly. Spotting a vendor ahead, spicy potato. Sounds good, Jiang Ciyuan replied, leading her toward the stall, feeling the warmth of her palm as if it were about to perspire. One order, please, he requested from the vendor. Do you want it spicy? The vendor asked. Xu Qiuwu, a medium level of spiciness will suffice. Very well. The proprietor worked swiftly, soon mixing the steaming potatoes with the dipping sauce and extending it towards her. Xu Qiuwu hesitated briefly before reaching out, expressing her gratitude. Regret washed over her for purchasing food. They were holding hands, and she had only one free hand. How could she possibly eat while managing that? Jiang Ciyuan, realizing the predicament, sighed in relief and discreetly released her hand. No worries, senior. You eat first. To his surprise, she grasped his hand again. No need. Huh. Jiang Ciyuan felt a wave of nervousness. He chuckled awkwardly. Didn't you want to eat the spicy potatoes? What if my hands sweat from anxiety? That would be embarrassing. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed slightly, unwilling to release the boy's hand. I have one hand free, and so do you. Jiang Ciyuan blinked in confusion. Huh? Xu Qiuwu's face turned a deeper shade of red. You silly, can't you see that? Just as he was taken aback. A couple nearby who had purchased spicy potatoes caught his attention. The boy playfully poked a piece with a skewer and cheerfully offered it to the girl. Come on, sweetheart. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. The girl bit into it. Thank you, darling. The boy beamed with joy, gazing at his adorable girlfriend, and planted a hearty kiss on her. You're so good. Give me a kiss. Jiang Ciyuan's eyelids twitched. Is this how couples behave nowadays? Public displays of affection like this? He felt outdated, unable to keep up with the trends. Curiosity compelled him to steal a few more glances, and the boy, slightly annoyed, shot him a look. What are you staring at? Feed yourself. Jiang Ciyuan felt embarrassed, thinking, as if I need your guidance. When he turned back, he noticed that the potato held by Xu Qiuwu had been raised slightly. Hesitating, he asked, Senior, would you like to try? She nodded, her ears tinged with a hint of pink. Jiang Ciyuan inhaled deeply, feeling his hand tremble slightly as he brought a piece to her lips. How does it taste? Not bad. Xu Qiuwu thought her head was spinning a bit, nodding dazedly. You should try some too. Jiang Ciyuan took a bite. The flavor was rather ordinary. But since it was chosen by her, he complimented it. It's quite good. However, Xu Qiuwu noticed that he wasn't too fond of it. When he enjoyed something, his eyes would naturally soften. Yet if he found it average or unappealing, a slight frown would crease his forehead, so subtle he might not even realize it. Xu Qiuwu felt less inclined to eat, but she relished him feeding her, and after a few bites, she declared, "I'm done. It's not that tasty." She desired to hold hands and stroll leisurely with him. All right then, no more eating. Jiang Ciyuan glanced at the corner of her mouth where a bit of crispy residue lingered. Let us continue our walk. Upon noticing his gaze, Xu Qiuwu's face flushed. In a moment of fluster, she delicately licked her lips with her bright red tongue. Jiang Ciyuan's eyelids flickered, his ears turning crimson as he averted his gaze and retrieved a tissue, offering it to her. You missed a spot. Xu Qiuwu, blushing, quickly took it to wipe away the remnants. The entire night market was alive with an array of delectable aromas. Xu Qiuwu noticed his gaze drifting towards a nearby squid stall and inquired, "Would you like some squid?" "Sounds good," he admitted, feeling a pang of hunger. "Then let us buy some." With a gentle smile, she led him by the hand to the squid stall. "I'll have a skewer of that squid, please." "Very well." As the boss lifted his head, his eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "My dear, you are truly stunning." The squid, seasoned with chili and cumin, wafted an enticing aroma as the senior, her eyes twinkling with mirth, handed it to Jiang Ciyuan. A warm blush spread across his face as he accepted it with a gentle smile, saying, "Thank you." The squid was delectable, albeit overly greasy. Jiang Ciyuan sighed, remarking, "It's quite oily. I nearly got it on my clothes." After finishing the squid and tossing the skewer into the trash, he noticed his fingers felt slightly sticky, seemingly coated with oil. Suddenly, warm, delicate fingers approached him, and Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, looking up to see the senior offering him a tissue to wipe his hands. Stammering, he managed to say, "Thank you." Xu Qiuwu turned her slightly flushed face away, gesturing for him to look ahead, where it appeared there were some anime merchandise. In reality, it was merely a collection of dolls, keychain trinkets, and poorly crafted figurines of rather low quality. However, there was no harm in browsing, so they strolled over. Jiang Ciyuan's gaze fell upon a distorted figurine wearing a straw hat. "Who is this?" he inquired. The boss replied, "It's Luffy. How could you not recognize him?" Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "Pray tell, aside from the straw hat, what on earth does this crooked mouth, misshapen creature have to do with Luffy?" I vehemently protest. The boss, flustered, insisted, "This is an abstract version of Luffy. Do you even know what abstract art is? Perhaps you should learn to appreciate it." Jiang Ciyuan found himself laughing in exasperation at the absurdity of the situation. Just as he was about to continue his banter with the boss, a melodious, soft laughter floated over from the side, delightfully enchanting. The boss chimed in, "Look, even your girlfriend is laughing at you." Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "She is clearly laughing at you." Upon glancing up, he saw the senior with the corners of her mouth curled in a gentle, engaging smile, her eyes radiating warmth, as if she found their exchange to be quite amusing. The boss continued, "Your girlfriend must think you are quite childish." To which Xu Qiuwu, her smile dimming slightly, lifted her head and remarked, "What you've made indeed bears no resemblance to Luffy." The boss teased, "Oh, look who's defending her boyfriend." Jiang Ciyuan grinned, feeling bolstered by the senior's support, standing a little taller. "I knew it. Any discerning eye could see that." Xu Qiuwu stifled a laugh, finding his spirited argument with the boss to be rather entertaining, exuding a youthful charm. After exchanging a few more playful jabs with the boss, Jiang Ciyuan felt an insatiable urge to lean closer to her, whispering softly in her ear, "This is clearly a result of incompetence. How can they dare to sell something so poorly made and not even admit it, claiming it's abstract? How shameless." Xu Qiuwu shivered slightly at his words. His sudden closeness enveloped her, his warm breath tickling her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively turned away. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ciyuan, unable to retreat in time, brushed his lips against her ear. Both were momentarily stunned, blinking in surprise. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, while the boss interrupted, Hey, no public displays of affection at the stall, whispering sweet nothings, or stealing kisses on your girlfriend's ear." Jiang Ciyuan felt his head spin, his face ablaze, his breath quickening as he hurriedly distanced himself, exclaiming, "Don't speak nonsense." The boss glanced at the two, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and said, Don't be shy. If you find something you like, take it home. Given how lovely your girlfriend is, I'll offer you a discount. Jiang Ciyuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Stop talking nonsense. Xu Qiuwu's face was pale, as if the sensation of Jiang Ciyuan's lips still lingered on her ears. She lowered her head, distractedly rummaging through the unattractive items, taking a deep breath and asking, what discount are we talking about? Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Wait. Is she really considering purchasing these unsightly things? The shopkeeper smiled warmly. A 30% discount. How does that sound? In truth, Xu Qiuwu had no intention of buying. She was simply overwhelmed and needed something to divert her attention. Let me take another look, she replied. Jiang Ciyuan scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, he commented, these crafts aren't particularly impressive. The shopkeeper responded, you get what you pay for, my friend. Jiang Ciyuan observed his senior as she picked through the items, intrigued, and initiated a conversation. Senior, do you watch Naruto as well? It wasn't too surprising. Most people had seen it. Xu Qiuwu nodded, the color draining from her face a little, and she replied calmly, yes, I watched it as a child. Jiang Ciyuan inquired, which character do you like the most? Sasuke perhaps? I feel like many girls are fond of him. As she selected items, Xu Qiuwu answered, Kushina and the fourth Hokage. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, the fourth. I like him too. His popularity is undeniable. He noticed Xu Qiuwu handling a few more unattractive Naruto figurines and asked, so, do you enjoy watching Boruto? Xu Qiuwu's expression immediately soured. She lifted her head, almost grinding her teeth, and stated emphatically, Boruto does not exist in Naruto. All right, understood. Jiang Ciyuan replied, refraining from mentioning Boruto again. He found her sudden annoyance amusing and suppressed a smile, shifting to a less contentious topic. So, do you ship any official pairings? Xu Qiuwu nodded, I do. Jiang Ciyuan, intrigued, asked, which pairing? She responded, Minato and Kushina. Jiang Ciyuan noted that she was not shipping Naruto and Sakura or Sasuke and Sakura, which implied a certain allegiance. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Ciyuan. Recalling something Song Yu had said, and he blurted out, what about Naruto and Sasuke? Xu Qiuwu froze, her ears reddening as she silently turned her head away. Appearing somewhat bashful, Jiang Ciyuan mused, no way, could Song Yu actually be right? Observing her expression closely, he cautiously asked, do you think their relationship is one of friendship or? Before he could finish, Xu Qiuwu interjected without hesitation, it's love. Jiang Ciyuan fell silent for a few seconds, and Xu Qiuwu seemed to realize her slip, raising her flushed face to clarify, I read it online. No further explanation was needed. After choosing a few more unattractive items, Xu Qiuwu suddenly asked, which pairing do you like? Jiang Ciyuan felt the weight of the question and hesitated, realizing the topic could easily spark debate among factions. For the sake of safety, he chuckled nervously, I think they're all fine, especially the fourth S pairing. Success. He had navigated the conversation safely. Though Xu Qiuwu initially had no intention of buying anything, after some deliberation, she chose two unattractive items to purchase. One was a hideous figurine of a character, and the other was equally unappealing. Jiang Ciyuan winced at the sight and remarked, I know a few shops in Yanqing. If you want to buy something, I can take you there another day. They should have plenty of beautiful merchandise. Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with delight. Good. Jiang Ciyuan noticed the joy radiating from her. Her brows and eyes brightened as she suddenly pressed a rather unattractive little figurine into his hand as they departed from the stall. Here, this is for you. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the rough little trinket in his palm. A smile broke across his face. Thank you. It didn't seem so ugly after all. It was somewhat endearing. The two meandered through the night market, and Jiang Ciyuan engaged her in light conversation. My roommate is in the anime club, and our school's anime society is quite lively. I imagine many new members will join this year. Xu Qiuwu looked up. Why don't you join? Coughing slightly, Jiang Ciyuan replied. I suppose I have a bit of social anxiety. He felt a tad embarrassed, thinking he might have outgrown his youthful enthusiasm. The thought of gathering with a large group felt awkward and peculiar. Then came the mention of Forjai's steamed goose heart. Xu Qiuwu frowned. I heard you still play. She had never witnessed it herself. Jiang Ciyuan's expression shifted, anxiety washing over him. Who let that slip out? Was it Zhu Zai or Zhao Zhouha? Under her scrutiny, he felt inexplicably embarrassed. I only dabble in it privately, nothing you would find at conventions. His scalp prickled, and he quickly turned his head. Yet, Xu Qiuwu smiled, her cold eyes sparkling as her lips curved softly. Show it to me next time. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. Sure, it wasn't like Tang Yueran, who would quip about Forjai steamed goose heart or make some sarcastic remark about his interests. It was amusing how different people could be. Jiang Ciyuan found himself lost in thought, captivated by Xu Qiuwu's beautiful visage, his smile softening. Who do you like, senior? She turned to him, her gaze steady. You. Jiang Ciyuan froze, bewildered. Huh? Xu Qiuwu inquired. Will you show it to me? He was taken aback. You startled me. Don't break your sentences like that. His face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly turned away. Let me get a better grasp of it first. Haha. My skills aren't quite up to par yet. But I'll give it a go when I'm better. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks turned crimson as she quickly averted her gaze, her mind buzzing, her heart racing. The two fell into a sudden silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Be careful. Don't run around. A child's mother exclaimed as a little one collided into them. Xu Qiuwu, lost in thought, nearly stumbled aside, but Jiang Ciyuan swiftly caught her. Senior. Xu Qiuwu was pulled back, tumbling into his embrace. Her soft lips unexpectedly pressing a resounding kiss against his cheek. Caught in the moment, they exchanged bewildered looks, the scene frozen in time. It wasn't until Xu Qiuwu's face flushed a deep red that Jiang Ciyuan snapped back to reality, his cheeks ablaze as he hastily released her, stammering, that was unexpected. I just wanted to pull you back. Xu Qiuwu suddenly turned away, silent. The child's mother stood nearby, mortified. I apologize, I'm so sorry. This little rascal is too mischievous. I truly didn't mean to cause trouble. Jiang Ciyuan, equally embarrassed, replied, please be more careful next time. Running around in crowded places can lead to accidents, you know? Yes, I'm sorry, she responded, flustered. The mother of the child, while apologizing, admonished her rambunctious offspring, saying, look at you. I told you not to run around, yet you refuse to listen. That sister is so beautiful. The child exclaimed, glancing back with a silly grin. I just helped them, and the young lady kissed the big brother on the cheek. Jiang Ciyuan felt his face grow warmer, inexplicably guilty, and covertly glanced at the senior. Are you all right? He wondered. The senior, with her back turned, concealed her expression, and after a moment, she calmly replied, I'm fine, let us go. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. All right, truly, she was composed, a true senior. However, after walking a few paces, the expressionless senior let out a soft sound, her lips quivering. And suddenly she covered her face with her hands. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Senior, what's wrong? Xu Qiuwu felt mortified, her face flushed as she confessed. I might be a bit dizzy from walking too long. She had just kissed his cheek again. Jiang Ciyuan frowned. Do you need to rest for a moment? The senior shook her head. Just support me for a bit. Of course, he replied, noticing her discomfort. Are you hungry? Is your blood sugar low? Xu Qiuwu paused, quickly adopting a feeble demeanor. It might be low blood sugar. Then let us not wander anymore. Let us eat first, Jiang Ciyuan suggested, concern etched on his face. What would you like today? Xu Qiuwu wanted to continue exploring with him. Let us take it slow, no rush, she replied. That won't do. You should sit for a moment. He guided her to a bench. Senior, please wait here for a moment. Xu Qiuwu blinked in surprise. Huh? Did she turn her head? Though she felt a bit lightheaded, it wasn't an immediate issue. She watched Jiang Ciyuan weave through the bustling crowd towards various stalls. After a while, he returned, holding a square paper bowl, and hurriedly approached, nearly colliding with a passerby. The person he almost bumped into clutched their chest, exclaiming, Why are you running? Can't you watch where you're going? I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry, Jiang Ciyuan apologized. Xu Qiuwu, somewhat bewildered, watched him as he approached, handing her the bowl. Senior, please drink this. Inside was a delicious concoction of rock sugar and stewed pear. The pear beautifully peeled, and the syrup a tempting amber hue, leaving her momentarily speechless. Thankfully, I found it ahead. You should drink some, Jiang Ciyuan urged. It's very effective for low blood sugar and works quickly. Xu Qiuwu gazed into his bright, sincere eyes, her heart softening as she stared at him in a daze. All right. A wave of guilt washed over her, along with a feeling that her heart might melt. What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan noticed her silence and bowed head. Is it not tasty? Even if it's not, you should still eat some. Xu Qiuwu shook her head. No, that's not it. I just really want to kiss you. But how could she achieve that? Her gaze lingered on Jiang Ciyuan's lips for several seconds, her entire face flushing crimson. A bit shyly, she raised the bowl higher to shield her blushing face. It's really delicious. Jiang Ciyuan, concerned, replied, If you're feeling unwell, we can go to the hospital or eat. Either is fine. No need, she said, cradling the rock sugar pear. Having consumed half the bowl, her cheeks rosy. Feeling much better. Jiang Ciyuan was skeptical. Is that true? The senior sister's voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Indeed. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. That's good then. Xu Qiuwu held her bowl, gazing at him for a while, before curving her lips into a smile, gently ruffling his hair. Thank you. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, obediently allowing her to tousle his hair for a moment before turning his head away. It's nothing, as long as it works. Xu Qiuwu's heart screamed with delight. Retracting her slightly trembling and warm fingers, her gaze shifting to the boy who had turned away, suddenly noticing his slightly flushed ears. She froze, curiously reaching out to pinch his ear. Jiang Ciyuan was caught off guard, turning back. Huh? The senior sister, pinching his ear, blinked. Wait. How did I end up pinching your ear? Yet, gazing at the rosy hue, she found it exceedingly adorable. Xu Qiuwu's face reddened, her fingers trembling slightly as she swiftly withdrew her hand. Teasing, just playing with you. She hurriedly stood up. I'm off. Embarrassed and flustered, she escaped with quick steps. Jiang Ciyuan watched her retreating figure with a smile, following closely behind. Senior sister, you walk so fast. One in front, the other behind. Xu Qiuwu's face remained flushed as she stubbornly retorted, I always walk like this. Jiang Ciyuan found her demeanor inexplicably charming. The summer night's breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing coolness as they strolled along the street. Jiang Ciyuan suddenly took a few steps forward, grasping her hand. The cool sensation enveloped her palm, and Xu Qiuwu momentarily lost her focus, turning her head to look at him. Huh? Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly scratched his head, concealing his reddened ears. Turning away, I was afraid of getting lost too. Xu Qiuwu bit her lower lip, gazing at the boy who averted his eyes, unable to restrain her emotions. Longing to, Jiang Ciyuan didn't catch her words. What are you thinking? I want to kiss you. Kiss you. Xu Qiuwu's heart screamed in a frenzy. Overwhelmed with an uncontrollable impulse, wishing to push him against a tree and kiss him fiercely. She felt as though she were ailing, her inner yearning unfulfilled. Biting down on her palm. Huh? Jiang Ciyuan was startled. Senior sister, are you okay? Xu Qiuwu's face flushed crimson, her gaze dropping to his lips, swallowing hard. Indignantly saying, don't speak. Jiang Ciyuan, perplexed. What s with the sudden hostility? Chapter 68. Carrying the senior sister. Softly pressed against his back, Xu Qiuwu observed the boy's somewhat bewildered and wilted expression, seemingly unaware of his misstep, and her heart ached instantly. Hastily explaining, I'm not angry with you. She was merely too enamored with him. Jiang Ciyuan sighed in relief. As long as you're not upset. Xu Qiuwu endeavored to remain composed, yet she could not suppress the urge to steal glances at Jiang Ciyuan's lips. Jiang Ciyuan remained silent, discreetly opening his phone's camera to check his own face and lips. He felt like a thief, silently relieved. Thank goodness. I was worried I hadn't wiped my mouth clean after eating. Otherwise, why would senior sister keep staring at his mouth? That gaze seemed pitiable. Was it discomfort from low blood sugar? Feeling a bit disoriented, Jiang Ciyuan found himself perplexed, and just then, he caught sight of the succulent plants nearby. Reminded of the ones nurtured by his senior, he inquired, there are so many succulents here. Don't you like them, senior? Would you like to buy some? Sure. Xu Qiuwu replied, her eyes sparkling as she had been so focused on Jiang Ciyuan that she had overlooked the succulents until now. With a smile, Jiang Ciyuan took her hand and crouched down, looking up to ask, how much do you sell these succulents for, sir? The shopkeeper, leisurely seated on a stool, lifted his eyelids and said, it depends on which ones you fancy. The prices vary. Which ones are easier to care for? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled as he glanced at his senior. My mother used to keep them, but when she went on a business trip and left me in charge, I ended up killing them. Senior, could you help me pick some that are easy to keep alive? Are you going to keep them as well? Xu Qiuwu's eyes glimmered as she selected a vibrant green succulent for him, stating, this one is quite hardy. Sounds good. Jiang Ciyuan laughed. His primary motivation was to engage in something his senior enjoyed, finding it amusing. I'll give it a try, and you can witness how many days I can keep it alive. Her ears perked up at his words, creating a vivid imagery of their lives intertwined. She cherished it, her gaze softening instantly. I'll teach you how to take care of it. You'll definitely be able to keep it alive. She aimed to gradually permeate his life, ensuring her presence lingered everywhere he turned. She picked a succulent identical to Jiang Ciyuan's. At the checkout, the shopkeeper whistled cheerfully, remarking, oh look, these are couple succulents. Take good care of them. Jiang Ciyuan raised an eyebrow. Can succulents even be classified as couples? The shopkeeper, seemingly possessing the ability to read minds, responded, why not? There are even husband and wife trees for those traveling. Why shouldn't succulents have their pairings? Jiang Ciyuan smirked. All right then. He brushed it off, dismissing it as mere sales talk. However, as he gazed at his round, adorable succulent, which matched his senior's, he couldn't help but chuckle. Let us see whose succulent grows faster. His senior laughed lightly. It will definitely be mine. Not necessarily, Jiang Ciyuan replied with a gentle laugh. As they left with their succulents, having nearly finished their outing, they were about to head for dinner when Xu Qiuwu suddenly sensed someone brushing past her, almost skimming her bag. Something felt amiss. Being quite perceptive, she quickly covered her bag, only to find it had been unzipped. Upon opening it, her expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Ciyuan became alert. What's wrong? Xu Qiuwu touched her empty bag, her demeanor cooling as she quickly scanned the surroundings. My phone is missing. Not far away, a boy wearing a baseball cap hastened his pace, darting away swiftly. Jiang Ciyuan's expression hardened. Don't run. The boy cursed under his breath and took off. Damn it. With a burst of speed, Jiang Ciyuan leaped over the railing and pursued him, shouting, stop right there. Jiang Ciyuan. Xu Qiuwu called out, worried for his safety. Fearing for his well-being, she called the police before chasing after him, but the two thieves sprinted away with astonishing speed. The boy in the cap, panting heavily as he was pursued, glanced back in shock, realizing Jiang Ciyuan was closing in on him. Frantic, he yelled, what the hell, playing the hero? Don't chase me. I just snagged a phone today. Back off. Jiang Ciyuan refrained from engaging in idle chatter, swiftly catching up and seizing the fabric of the man's clothing from behind, delivering a forceful kick that sent the assailant stumbling forward, cursing vehemently. The man in the duckbill cap, furious, nearly hurled his phone away, but thanks to Jiang Ciyuan's quick reflexes, he managed to snatch the device from the air. Seizing the moment, the man scrambled away, crawling and rolling to escape. At this juncture, Xu Qiuwu rushed over, breathless and pale. Jiang Ciyuan, she exclaimed. Startled, he turned to face his anxious senior, a smile breaking across his face. Senior, your phone. He lifted it triumphantly, only for her to leap forward, inspecting him for injuries. Are you hurt? Jiang Ciyuan blinked in surprise at her worried gaze, a smile playing on his lips. No, but he got away. Xu Qiuwu's voice trembled as she replied, desperate criminals can resort to anything. Just recently, a thief on this street stabbed someone with a knife. You mustn't confront them directly. With a gentle demeanor, Jiang Ciyuan handed the phone back, reassuring her, yes, I will not jeopardize my life. The image of her frantic rush to his side softened his heart, and he added quietly, don't worry. Nodding, Xu Qiuwu reached for him to lead the way back. But Jiang Ciyuan suddenly noticed something and lowered his gaze. Senior, your foot. She wore a pair of slightly high-heeled shoes, and her delicate ankle showed signs of swelling. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed as she instinctively tried to hide her foot, embarrassed by her recent misstep. Jiang Ciyuan furrowed his brows. Concern etched on his face as he observed her ankle. Does it hurt? He asked softly. Hearing the tenderness in his voice felt like a soothing balm to her. And she replied, it's not too bad. I'll carry you back, he said, half squatting in front of her. Come on, senior. Taken aback, Xu Qiuwu stammered. Huh? No need to put on a brave front. I insist. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, wanting to refuse, yet his gentle coaxing wore her down. With her heart racing, she found herself pressed against his back, unsure of where to place her hands. Jiang Ciyuan, noticing her awkwardness, chuckled softly. Wrap your arms around my neck, otherwise, you might fall. Obediently, Xu Qiuwu clutched his neck, her soft form melding against his back, her face aflame with embarrassment. As he lifted her, he froze momentarily. Am I heavy? She asked, her face even redder now. No, he shook his head, cradling her legs, a dazed smile forming. Senior, you're so light. You should eat more. I can carry you just fine. Xu Qiuwu, still holding onto his neck, felt her face warm further, burying her head into his shoulder. Really not heavy? In the dim light of the night, Jiang Ciyuan's ears flushed with warmth as he lowered his head, whispering, not heavy at all. Beyond the sensation of her soft presence against him, an undeniable clarity of feeling enveloped the moment, her lips almost brushing against his neck, igniting a fire within him that he dared not confront. Softness pressed against his back, and as the senior girl wrapped her arms around his neck, she nestled into his shoulder and gently rubbed against him. Jiang Ciyuan felt a shiver run through him. Senior. Xu Qiuwu, oblivious to the situation, blushed deeply. Nervous from being carried like this by a boy for the first time. What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan replied, please don't lean down any further. It's fine. He took a deep breath, turning his flushed face away. I'll go to the pharmacy to buy you some medicine to apply later. Xu Qiuwu, feeling dazed and blushing, buried her face in his back, unable to resist the urge to get closer. Okay. Jiang Ciyuan coughed lightly. The senior was too close. He felt as if her lips were nearly brushing against his neck. Xu Qiuwu, unable to see his face, gazed at the back of his head, slightly intoxicated by the scent, and bashfully brushed her fingers through his hair. Let us eat first, then head back. She thought, in embarrassment, how much she liked this moment, wishing the journey would last a little longer. Jiang Ciyuan felt an itch at the back of his head, swallowed hard, and continued walking with the senior girl on his back. All right. There were many restaurants nearby, and Jiang Ciyuan chose one to take her to. Gently setting her down outside, Wei arrived. Xu Qiuwu's face burned as she silently loosened her grip from around his neck, not wanting to part from him. They didn't have to wait for a table and quickly found a seat inside. The senior girl smiled and said, you paid last time, so I'll pay today. Jiang Ciyuan, flipping through the menu, chuckled. Sounds good. Since it was her treat, he didn't order much, opting for a few cost-effective dishes. During the meal, he received a phone call from his mother, who had been particularly attentive to him lately. What are you doing? Eating with friends. Why all the questions? I have money. No need to transfer me any. You said I should be self-sufficient. Ever since his mother discovered 2 or 3 years ago that he could earn money from writing novels, she had told him, son, you've grown up. From now on, you should support yourself. I won't be giving you pocket money anymore. Since then, he had been somewhat self-reliant. Why are you speaking like that? Can't a mother care about her son? Guanqian said. It's just that I worry if you happen to be dating and don't have money to take your girlfriend out. Although it wasn't he on speakerphone. Jiang Ciyuan felt inexplicably guilty. I'm not. I have money. Don't say such things. Guanqian laughed teasingly. Look, you're getting anxious. Jiang Ciyuan retorted. Who is anxious? After hanging up, he noticed the senior girl quietly staring at him, and he smiled helplessly. That was my mom. She used to want me to be independent, but now she is particularly concerned about me. Xu Qiuwu smiled. Your mom is worried about you. She knew Jiang Ciyuan was from Jincheng, but when she heard the lady on the other end speaking in a distinct Beijing accent, it felt as if she had been steeped in the alleys of old Beijing. Jiang Ciyuan shrugged and joked, while others are being urged by their parents to marry after graduation. My mother is pushing for me to get a girlfriend before I even graduate. The other day, one of the neighbor's kids brought home a girlfriend, and she was so envious. Xu Qiuwu blinked. Oh. She quietly turned her face away, her ears flushed. Jiang Ciyuan rubbed his nose. Ahem. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate as he conversed with his senior. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes, and Jiang Ciyuan let out a sigh of relief, turning to exclaim, wow, it smells delightful. However, when the waiter placed a large shrimp dish on the table, Jiang Ciyuan froze. Senior, how come? It was precisely the dish he had longed to indulge in, having lingered on it for a few extra seconds. Yet, at 78 yuan a serving, he hesitated, knowing she would be paying. Thus, he turned to order something else, only to find that this dish had still been brought to the table. He hesitantly raised his gaze, only to catch a glint of mischievous triumph in his senior's eyes. Didn't you want to eat it? Jiang Ciyuan felt a twinge of guilt. I didn't. She countered. You clearly did. Why didn't you order it? Jiang Ciyuan shook his head, insisting, I didn't. I really didn't. Xu Qiuwu, observing his demeanor, smiled even more brightly. Is it because I'm paying that you don't want to order the expensive one? Jiang Ciyuan felt as though she had seen right through him, chuckling softly. I only glanced at it for a few seconds before looking away. How did you notice, senior? You truly have sharp eyes. Of course, Xu Qiuwu smiled back, her tone gentle. Silly, you don't need to be so polite with me. That tender voice, coupled with her enchanting smile, made Jiang Ciyuan feel a delightful shiver run down his spine. Once all the dishes were served, Xu Qiuwu suddenly declared with pride. By the way, my mom has praised me for my shrimp peeling skills. Is that so? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled at her proud expression. Then you should eat more. To gain some weight. She was slender and graceful, her waist delicate and light. Yet, she lifted her head, questioning, am I lacking in substance? Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, where it should have substance, it certainly does. Recalling the soft yet heavy sensation he had felt not long ago, his face flushed, That's not what I meant. If Xu Qiuwu were to retort with a question about where she might be more substantial, he imagined he would be blushing so fiercely he'd want to hide. Fortunately, this topic did not continue. As they chatted and dined, Jiang Ciyuan watched her deftly peel shrimp while the succulent meat was placed into his bowl. His smile faltered as he realized what was happening, his ears turning crimson. Senior, you really don't need to peel shrimp for me. What merit did he possess to warrant such treatment? But she paid him no heed, her gaze intense and eager. Try it. She seemed to anticipate his reaction, which made Jiang Ciyuan feel somewhat uneasy. I can peel it myself. He preferred to simply take a large shrimp, eat what was edible, and discard the inedible parts. Xu Qiuwu looked at him with a fervent desire. You must try the shrimp I've peeled. Jiang Ciyuan found himself at a loss. Such treatment he had never received at home. If he were to dare ask for help with peeling shrimp, his mother would undoubtedly respond without looking up, the door is right there. Eat what you can, and leave what you cannot. Feeling suddenly anxious, he clumsily picked up the shrimp she had peeled and placed it in his mouth, noticing her anticipation. How is it? Faced with her expectant gaze, Jiang Ciyuan's heart softened, and he smiled. Delicious. You're incredible, senior. The shrimp she peeled tasted even better. Thus, amidst her feeding him, they finished their meal, and she coyly inquired, Are you full? Jiang Ciyuan patted his stomach and laughed, very full. He resolved that next time, he would order the large shrimp again, and it would be his turn to peel and feed her. Chapter 70. Assisting the senior sister with medicine. Stepped on by her feet, Xu Qiuwu felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, especially when she watched him eat the shrimp she had peeled for him. A wave of blissful sweetness surged within her. Jiang Ciyuan smiled and remarked, Next time, let me peel the shrimp. After settling the bill, Jiang Ciyuan once again crouched before the senior sister, saying, Senior, hop on, I'll carry you to the car. This time, she did not awkwardly refuse as she had at first. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though she eagerly wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him to lift her effortlessly. As they departed from the establishment, the senior sister's soft form pressed against his back. Do I feel a bit heavier? She inquired. You barely ate. How could you be heavy? Jiang Ciyuan teased her. A few steps, and you'll digest it all. The senior sister pouted. Does that mean I'm not meaty enough? Jiang Ciyuan replied. Not at all. You have plenty of meat. Wait, stop talking. She interjected. Although he promptly ceased speaking, Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback. Her face suddenly flushed. Instinctively, she glanced down at her chest, which rested against his back. Yet, she did not move away. Instead, she savored the boy's scent, her cheeks crimson, tightening her embrace around his neck and shyly whispering in her heart, Rogue. Nearby, a pharmacy beckoned, and Jiang Ciyuan carried her inside. The shopkeeper, with a mischievous whistle, remarked, Ah, you young couples are truly sweet, out in public like this. Don't say nonsense. She twisted her ankle. Jiang Ciyuan interrupted. Do you have any ointment? We need to apply it when we get back. The shopkeeper chuckled. Sure thing, just a moment. As the shopkeeper retrieved the medicine, Xu Qiuwu clung to Jiang Ciyuan's neck with one arm, while reaching out for the ointment with the other. The shopkeeper teased. Your girlfriend is quite clingy, isn't she? Jiang Ciyuan quickly retorted. Stop joking around. Xu Qiuwu, her face flushed, buried her head against his back. On their return, it was Jiang Ciyuan who drove the car. Upon arriving at the residential complex and parking, he got out, carrying the items. When he approached her side of the vehicle, he noticed the senior sister with her eyes narrowed in a smile, waving both hands at him, resembling someone yearning for a hug or a piggyback ride. Her adorable gesture left Jiang Ciyuan momentarily stunned. He blinked and playfully teased. What are you doing? Xu Qiuwu responded, somewhat taken aback. Carry me. Isn't that unreasonable? Seeing him remain motionless and somewhat perplexed, her face reddened, filled with disappointment. She lowered her head, murmuring, I can walk myself. Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Ciyuan watched her close the car door, and indeed, she began to walk away on her own. At last, he stopped teasing her, exclaiming, Hey, I was just kidding. I'll carry you. Realizing he had merely been jesting, Xu Qiuwu's ears flushed with embarrassment as she softly protested, No, I can walk. Her tone was almost playful, and Jiang Ciyuan smiled, insisting, But I want to. The senior sister huffed lightly, No? Despite her words, she did not attempt to evade him. When Jiang Ciyuan wrapped his arms around her legs, she found herself nestled against his back. Looking back at her, he wore a teasing smile. Too late. You're already on my back. Xu Qiuwu, blushing, tightened her delicate hands around his neck and playfully chided him. The grip is neither painful nor soothing, especially with such soft hands. Jiang Ciyuan instantly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, save me." The senior tightened her hold. "It's so late now. Everyone is asleep. No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you shout." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "Oh, then what should I do?" Unable to contain herself, Xu Qiuwu smiled and nestled against his back, affectionately rubbing against him. "It's simple." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "I don't eat simple." Just moments ago, she had him in a playful chokehold, but now, the senior, led astray, spoke softly. "What do you love to eat?" Jiang Ciyuan teasingly replied, "I love carrying my senior." Realizing she had been playfully teased, Xu Qiuwu's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Why, you're talking nonsense." She always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor in front of others, yet found herself flustered and bashful before the boy. Jiang Ciyuan felt the heat rise to his ears as he blurted out, "Just kidding," with her face still flushed. Xu Qiuwu leaned against his back and stealthily brushed her fingers through his hair, inhaling the pleasant scent of his shampoo. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she lightly kissed the back of his neck. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyuan halted his steps. Xu Qiuwu, startled and blushing, asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat. "Nothing. Was it merely an illusion?" It felt as if the senior had kissed him. This thought sent warmth flooding to Jiang Ciyuan's face as he walked towards the elevator, internally berating himself. "Oh, how self-absorbed you are. How shameless." Upon entering the room and switching on the light, Bayu's eyes sparkled as it trotted over with its tail held high, meowing. Jiang Ciyuan laughed, thinking it resembled a pet welcoming its owner home, and said, "I bought you some cat food. I'll feed you in a bit." He set the senior down on the sofa and fed Bayu a bit of food to prevent it from wandering around and meowing incessantly. After feeding Bayu, he turned back to find the senior had already taken out her medicine. Jiang Ciyuan approached and sat down on the sofa. "Senior, let me help you. It's inconvenient for you to do it yourself." Xu Qiuwu was startled and, blushing, retracted her foot. "No, it's fine. I can do it myself." She had merely intended to glance at the medicine and planned to return to her room to apply it. How could she possibly let him assist her with her foot? Jiang Ciyuan, oblivious to her hesitations, took the medicine from her and smiled. "I'll help you. After all, you assisted me with my dressing before." As he lifted her fair, even foot into his hands, she instinctively recoiled. "Ah?" Jiang Ciyuan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Xu Qiuwu bit her lip. Feeling embarrassed as she watched him hold her foot, her toes curling in shame, "It tickles." Jiang Ciyuan held her delicate foot, admiring its beauty, but noticed her ankle was red and swollen. "I'll be gentle. If it hurts, just let me know." Xu Qiuwu thought, that doesn't sound quite right. She dared not let her thoughts wander, allowing him to apply the medicine and massage her foot. Then, she softly inquired, "Senior, does it hurt?" Xu Qiuwu's ears burned. No. It was her first time having someone so tenderly hold and massage her foot, making her feel awkward and bashful while her heart raced at his gentle touch. She was lost in thought on the other side of the sofa when suddenly, the foot that Jiang Ciyuan had placed in her hand slipped and landed on something. Jiang Ciyuan inhaled sharply, nearly springing up, his face flushing crimson. "Senior." The senior, momentarily bewildered, replied, Did my foot just step on something?" Chapter 71. How I longed to kiss his lips, how I yearned to embrace him. Xu Qiuwu, caught off guard, took a few steps. Jiang Ciyuan gasped inwardly. This feels as if it's costing him his life. Xu Qiuwu sensed a peculiar sensation and, turning her head, noticed her junior's face flushed with embarrassment, his gaze cast downward. Jiang Ciyuan's neck burned with heat, his countenance awash with a mix of shame and innocence. As he trembled slightly while clutching a cushion onto his lap, Xu Qiuwu, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan shook his head, wishing for a pit to bury himself. "It's nothing, senior, don't mind me." Seeing his hand trembling while clutching his foot, Xu Qiuwu leaned in slightly. Concerned, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Ciyuan stiffened. "No." "Then why is your face so flushed?" Xu Qiuwu, sensing something amiss, reached to touch his forehead. "Are you running a fever?" The soft touch on his forehead caused Jiang Ciyuan to freeze momentarily, his eyes filled with shame and innocence. Not exactly. That inadvertent gaze softened Xu Qiuwu's heart, and she suppressed the urge to draw closer to him. "Then why are you?" "I'm fine, just lost in thought. My mind is a bit muddled, it's nothing." Jiang Ciyuan felt he could no longer bear it, and hurriedly stood up. Senior, my foot is fine now. I'm going to take a shower. His face was flushed beyond measure. Avoiding eye contact with his senior, he quickly turned away and dashed into the bathroom. Xu Qiuwu stood there momentarily stunned. Huh? Why the rush? With a loud bang, Jiang Ciyuan slammed the door shut. His face flushed, he leaned against the wall. Cursing softly, newbie. Surely, didn't he notice anything unusual? Jiang Ciyuan dared not dwell on the thought, quickly turned on the faucet, letting the cold water pour over him. Desperately taking a cold shower. The sound of rushing water echoed from within, and Xu Qiuwu suddenly remembered something. Did you forget to bring your clothes? I forgot. Jiang Ciyuan coughed lightly. They're on the balcony. Senior, could you please bring them to me? Xu Qiuwu paused. I'm okay. As she silently retrieved the boy's clothes from the balcony, a fleeting thought crossed her mind to embrace his garments, to inhale his lingering scent. The notion instantly flushed her cheeks, her mind swirling. No, I can't do that. Yes, right here. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously approached the bathroom door. Her breath quickening. I've brought your clothes. The cold shower helped Jiang Ciyuan regain some composure, yet he still felt awkward. The door cracked open slightly. Thank you, Senior. He peeked out to grab his clothes. The bathroom door was small, yet Xu Qiuwu's eyes immediately caught sight of his wet hair and flushed cheeks, along with a glimpse of his exposed skin. The sight sent her thoughts racing, causing her hand to tremble, nearly dropping the clothes. Hey! Jiang Ciyuan reacted swiftly, leaning forward to catch the clothes, narrowly saving them from falling to the floor. With that gesture, his bare torso emerged, causing Xu Qiuwu's eyes to heat up and her cheeks to flush. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and slender muscles. How she longed to touch him. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Ciyuan inquired, Senior, do you have any other business? For a fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to push the door open. It was unfair, she mused. He had seen her before, yet she had yet to behold him. This thought rendered her face crimson, her nails digging into her palms as she quickly turned her face away to take a deep breath. Call me when you're done. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. All right. When he emerged after his shower, hair dripping, Xu Qiuwu was absorbed in a game with Belle, appearing both obedient and earnest. He chuckled. Senior. All done. You can wash up now. Xu Qiuwu's eyes wandered to his damp hair, water trickling down his chest, her ears turning red. Aren't you going to dry your hair? Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a bit guilty over her accidentally stepping on his foot earlier, replied, It's fine. Unlike you girls with long hair. Mine is short and will dry quickly. Yet, he noticed the slight furrow of her brow, prompting her to retrieve the hairdryer. Come here, she beckoned, patting the sofa. Jiang Ciyuan, puzzled, approached hesitantly, only to be gently pressed down by her. I'll dry your hair. You might catch a cold otherwise. He was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until the sound of the hairdryer filled the air and her delicate hands began to work through his hair that he slowly came to realize the intimacy of the moment, sensation prickling at his scalp. Thank you, Senior, he stammered. How could she be so tender? Xu Qiuwu knelt on the sofa, watching him sit still as she tended to his hair, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Her gaze softened as she stroked his hair, an involuntary thought crossing her mind. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Her eyes drifted down to his lips, lost in reverie, wondering what it would be like to kiss him. Jiang Ciyuan dared not move, afraid even to breathe heavily. His gaze was fixed on her chest, oblivious to her proximity until she leaned closer, startling him. Senior. She replied. He held his breath. You're too close. It's almost touching my face. He wished to shut his eyes, unable to look away, and turned his head. Do you treat others this way too? Xu Qiuwu lowered her gaze. What? The moment their eyes met, Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced. I mean, you're just too kind, Senior. Xu Qiuwu blinked in confusion. Is that a compliment? After finishing his hair, she headed off to shower, leaving Jiang Ciyuan on the sofa, feeling the warmth of her touch lingering in his hair. He glanced down at Belle and whispered, Do you see my hair? Belle, perplexed, meowed in response. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but smirk, feeling somewhat childish, and quietly chuckled. It was dried by my senior. As night deepened, when Xu Qiuwu emerged from her shower, Jiang Ciyuan smiled at her. Good night, Senior. If your foot still hurts tomorrow, I can give you a ride to work. Xu Qiuwu experienced a fleeting illusion, as if he were destined to sit there, awaiting her emergence to utter a simple goodnight before retreating indoors. In that moment, her heart softened, and gazing at the refreshing boy before her, she curved her lips into a smile, responding, All right, good night. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head, preparing to turn and head inside when the senior suddenly grasped the hem of his shirt. Jiang Ciyuan. He turned back. He noticed the usually cool and fair face of the senior tinted with a delicate blush. Her eyelashes fluttered under his gaze as she bit her lower lip, murmuring, "I don't treat others this way." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. Huh? Until the senior, with her cheeks flushed, turned and dashed into the house. Jiang Ciyuan remained somewhat bewildered. What does that mean? He stood outside for a while, lost in thought, before his entire face suddenly flushed crimson. One hand covering his face. How cunning. Don't say such heart-fluttering things out of the blue. Jiang Ciyuan returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. Tossing and turning, his heart continued to race, and an involuntary smile tugged at his lips. Eventually, he picked up his phone and began to pester the dormitory group chat. "Boys, wake up. I feel quite strange today." At this hour, all of them were online. And Zhao Zhouhe was the first to inquire, "What's the matter? Hurry and tell us. Dad wants to know." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "My heart is pounding." Zhu Zai exclaimed, "How disgusting." Song Yu added, "Keep your distance. Thankfully school hasn't started yet." The three of them exchanged banter, unable to suppress their laughter at Jiang Ciyuan. "Get lost, you don't understand." Although he dared not speculate on the deeper meaning behind the senior's words, he was nonetheless elated to realize that he held a special significance in her eyes. Suddenly, while lying on his bed, Jiang Ciyuan jolted upright. "Oh right. I bought succulents with the senior." He took out the small, adorable plants, placing them on the balcony. While watering them, he noticed the senior next door doing the same and called out, "Senior." Xu Qiuwu, upon seeing his smile, felt a slight warmth in her ears. "I was just about to tell you to water the succulents." "All right, I'm on it," Jiang Ciyuan quipped, mimicking her. And after watering the plants, he looked up and remarked, "You have so many." Xu Qiuwu lowered her head, still blushing from their earlier exchange, quietly poking at the succulents. "Taking care of these is quite interesting." Indeed, Jiang Ciyuan smiled, observing her, feeling as though he were witnessing a beautiful painting. Capturing it would still render it exquisite. The moonlight illuminated the balcony as the wind tousled the senior's hair. She brushed it aside and glanced over. Jiang Ciyuan, leaning against the railing, he gazed at her. The senior smiled, her lips curving upward. "The night is truly beautiful." Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, that phrase." He inhaled sharply, turning away, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head and chuckling dryly. "Yes, it is quite beautiful." Under the moonlight, Xu Qiuwu noticed the boy's ears turning red, her eyes alight with a playful glimmer. "Good night, sweet dreams." Jiang Ciyuan touched his nose. Good night." Only after the senior's balcony door was closed did Jiang Ciyuan dare to steal a glance, covering his face and sighing. "Is it just an illusion? Isn't she the aloof senior?" The moonlight cascaded down like water, and Jiang Ciyuan had been lingering on the balcony for quite some time, his heart in turmoil. "Why do I feel she is quite adept at fishing?" Upon entering the room, Xu Qiuwu opened her computer and immediately searched, "How can I win over the boy I like?" The online community responded with fervor. She delicately conveyed her situation, hoping for some guidance. The netizens replied, "You live together, why ponder these matters? Seize the cover of night, sneak into his room, touch him, kiss him, sleep with him. Let nature take its course, as raw rice turns into cooked." Xu Qiuwu blushed deeply. How could one act so recklessly towards her junior? Influenced by the netizens, peculiar images danced in her mind, and she covered her face. That junior would be so pitiful. The netizens chimed in, "Stop overthinking. Surely there was a fleeting moment when you entertained similar thoughts." Xu Qiuwu's face burned. "I did not." After shutting her computer, she went to bed. Around 2 in the morning, she arose to use the restroom. Upon exiting, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan's door ajar, not completely shut. Xu Qiuwu froze. Why is the door not closed? Assuming he might have forgotten, she intended to help him close it. However, as she grasped the doorknob, the netizen's words echoed in her mind. Seize the cover of night, sneak into his room, touch him, kiss him, sleep with him, let nature take its course, as raw rice turns into cooked. So, inexplicably, she pushed open his door. She reassured herself, "I do not intend to do anything. I merely wish to see him. Nothing more." She approached the bedside and beheld the boy sleeping soundly. Xu Qiuwu exhaled in relief, enchanted by the moonlight as it illuminated Jiang Ciyuan's face, smiling tenderly. Her gaze somewhat infatuated. Thankfully, he sleeps so peacefully. Listening to his steady breathing, She cautiously reached out, lightly brushing his face. Seeing he remained undisturbed, she secretly curved her lips. So, can I touch a bit more? After all, he is sleeping so soundly. Xu Qiuwu caressed his face, his brow, and nose. Finally brushing against his lips, her face flushed. I wonder what it feels like to kiss him. However, that seems inappropriate. She felt a pang of sadness. Yet as her face drew closer to his, her gaze became dazed, as if she were on the verge of kissing him when suddenly a sound came from outside. Meow. Startled, Xu Qiuwu lost her footing and fell onto the bed, landing directly in Jiang Ciyuan's embrace, planting a firm kiss on his cheek, producing a soft sound. Xu Qiuwu was momentarily dazed, fearing she had awakened him. Just as she contemplated escaping, Jiang Ciyuan abruptly opened his eyes. Xu Qiuwu froze. The moment hung suspended. After a few seconds, Jiang Ciyuan's mind buzzed. What is happening? Why is the senior in his room? How did she end up in his arms? This must be a dream, right? Surely a dream? The two stared wide-eyed at each other. Jiang Ciyuan, still disoriented from waking in the middle of the night, focused on the senior's face so close to his throat bobbed. Surely, it would be harmless to embrace her, right? In those fleeting seconds of eye contact, Xu Qiuwu felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment and anger, wishing for a pit to swallow her whole. Otherwise, how could she face her junior, Jiang Ciyuan, if he were to inquire further? Yet, in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in the strength of his arm, which encircled her waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. Xu Qiuwu's pupils dilated in shock. What is happening? The warmth and softness of his presence left Jiang Ciyuan momentarily dazed, almost in disbelief. He could even catch a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from her, exquisite and reminiscent of her natural scent. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Nestled in his arms, Jiang Ciyuan buried his face in the crook of her neck, nuzzling gently. A blissful smile spreading across his face. Senior, you feel so wonderful. Holding her close, he reveled in her softness, warmth, and delightful scent. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed crimson as she remained frozen in his embrace, her heart racing and screaming internally. What should I do? I might just faint. Jiang Ciyuan found this moment reminiscent of his past fantasies. If he were to fall in love, perhaps he and his girlfriend would share such intimate moments, nestled against one another, breathing in each other's fragrant presence. How delightful! Immersed in this blissful reverie, Jiang Ciyuan, with his consciousness swirling, smiled and closed his eyes, whispering, "Good night." It was only after he drifted back to sleep that Xu Qiuwu felt her anxious heart finally ease, though she was reluctant to extricate herself from his embrace. Dizzily, she murmured, "Jiang Ciyuan." Cautiously, she wrapped her arms around his waist, her heart racing yet filled with satisfaction as she nestled closer, whispering, "What should I do? I really like you." Unfortunately, the sleeping boy could not respond, and she dared only to steal a few more moments of closeness, enchanted. She pressed a soft kiss upon him. "I will surely pursue you." Chapter 73. A bold kiss. Such an opportunity was rare, igniting Xu Qiuwu's desire to remain in his arms, sleeping until dawn. Yet, she knew it was not permissible. With great reluctance, she rose from his embrace, but not before succumbing to the urge to lean down and steal another kiss from his cheek. She longed for a kiss, yet felt it was too audacious. If only circumstances allowed, she would prefer to kiss him when they were both awake, as that would hold far more significance. As she gazed at Jiang Ciyuan's lips, her cheeks flushed even deeper, and she whispered softly, "In the future, I will kiss you openly." The following day, Jiang Ciyuan groggily awoke, instinctively clutching the blanket in his arms, mindlessly rubbing against it. But his senior was not in his embrace. After a few seconds of confusion, reality struck, and he became fully alert, staring at the blanket in his arms as memories of last night flooded back, igniting a blush upon his face. An indescribable sense of shame overwhelmed him, causing him to bury his face in the pillow with a long sigh. How am I to face my senior now? He murmured to himself. Dimensions, you are vile. Yet, surely a mere embrace in a dream should not be too problematic? Just as he finally managed to adjust his mindset and stepped outside, he was met with the sight of his senior, half asleep, just as she opened the door. Jiang Ciyuan froze. "Senior, you're up early?" The senior's sister donned a loose white nightgown, appearing as though she had just awakened, a sight that struck as both novel and endearing. Jiang Ciyuan could not resist stealing glances. Perplexed, he inquired, "Senior sister, do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night?" Xu Qiuwu's muddled mind suddenly cleared. Not at all. I had a splendid night's rest. I am merely a bit fatigued. She stammered, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Memories of the previous night surged back, causing her internal turmoil. How could she have sneaked into his room while he was asleep and engaged in such activities? Ah, I see. Then you should rest for a while. I will freshen up and head downstairs to buy breakfast. Jiang Ciyuan contemplated, prioritizing her well-being. If she was too exhausted from work, she certainly deserved a moment to rejuvenate. Xu Qiuwu felt a wave of shame, too embarrassed to respond. Noticing her silence and her turned back, Jiang Ciyuan assumed she was indeed tired and could only smile before proceeding to freshen up. However, as soon as he approached the sink, Xu Qiuwu followed close behind, her eyes darting around, deliberately avoiding him. Jiang Ciyuan stepped slightly closer, both standing at the sink in silence. Senior sister, are you going to freshen up? Yes, she murmured, lowering her head to splash some water on her face, seemingly attempting to awaken herself, before reaching for her toothbrush and squeezing toothpaste. Yet, she still averted her eyes from him. Before she could even dispense the toothpaste, a hand intercepted her progress. She looked up at him in confusion. What are you doing? Oh, finally, she met his gaze. As their eyes locked, a smile crept onto Jiang Ciyuan's lips. That is your facial cleanser. Xu Qiuwu froze momentarily, her mind buzzing, her face suddenly flushed with crimson. I mistook it. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, taking her toothbrush, applying toothpaste, and handing it back to her. Here you go. Xu Qiuwu blinked. Thank you. Today, she appeared somewhat dazed, yet still charming. They stood side by side at the sink, brushing their teeth, with Jiang Ciyuan unable to resist glancing at her. The foam smeared across her cheek went unnoticed by her. Senior sister, you have some on your face. After seeing her wash it off, he could not help but laugh, playfully rubbing his cheek against hers. Suddenly, she lifted her head to gaze at him. Jiang Ciyuan, startled by his own action, quickly turned away. No. You didn't wash it off completely. You need not be so hands-on if it's not clean. Jiang Ciyuan felt a pang of guilt. After finishing up, he hurriedly said, Senior sister, wait for a moment. I'll go buy breakfast. As he descended the stairs, he encountered a child from upstairs. Big brother, did you do something naughty? Your face is all red. Jiang Ciyuan retorted, don't speak nonsense. Upon returning with breakfast, both had composed themselves. Xu Qiuwu appeared significantly more alert. After their meal, Jiang Ciyuan's gaze fell upon her fair ankle. Senior sister, does your foot still hurt? Although she felt it was largely fine, she secretly wished to linger with him a little longer. It's a bit sore. Can you escort me there? Of course, he replied. It was Jiang Ciyuan's first time accompanying Xu Qiuwu to work, a refreshing experience. However, throughout the journey, she covertly glanced at her phone, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, seemingly lost in thought. Xu Qiuwu gazed at her phone, stealing another glance at him, and resolutely decided, you should stop for a moment. Jiang Ciyuan replied, We still have a bit of distance to cover. Senior, I need to buy something. All right. Jiang Ciyuan pulled the car over. Go ahead. After a while, he saw the senior returning, cradling a beautiful bouquet. How lovely. Is someone celebrating a birthday? Xu Qiuwu felt somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head and settled into the car with the flowers. It's not a birthday. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Then are you giving them to someone? Xu Qiuwu's face burned as she lowered her gaze, clutching the flowers. Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Casting a sidelong glance at her, noticing that half of her face was hidden behind the blossoms, he pondered, if it's not for someone's birthday, then who is she gifting the flowers to? Did she buy them for someone else, or were they for herself? Jiang Ciyuan felt as if his once jubilant heart was being squeezed by an unseen hand, and even as he parked, he had already resolved to quietly follow her and uncover the truth. However, after she stepped out of the car with her usual aloofness, she suddenly turned back and thrust the bouquet into his arms. Jiang Ciyuan, this is for you. Caught off guard in his daydreaming, Jiang Ciyuan stared blankly at the flowers in his embrace, stammering, What? What is this? Xu Qiuwu, nearly too shy to meet his gaze, responded, Flowers. Jiang Ciyuan was bewildered. Wait, what? His once despondent heart now surged with excitement, and he struggled to suppress a smile. Why are you giving me flowers all of a sudden? Xu Qiuwu fiddled with her curled fingers, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you for taking me to work today. These are for you. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. Thank you. Yes, Xu Qiuwu said, looking at him for a few seconds, her face practically ablaze, and added, "Come pick me up again this afternoon." "Sure," Jiang Ciyuan nodded, coming to his senses only after she had walked away. The flowers were indeed for him. This was the first time he had received flowers from a girl. Embracing the fresh blooms, he brought them to his nose and felt his ears heat up, laughing softly. "They smell wonderful." Flowers. How astonishing that Xu Qiuwu had given him flowers. Chapter 74. I like it too. Flowers seem to always be a gift from boys to girls. Even during the years Jiang Ciyuan pursued Tang Yueran, it was never the other way around. This was the first time someone had given him flowers. And the sensation was peculiar, yet delightful. Jiang Ciyuan sat in the car, smiling at the flowers for quite some time, until a voice broke the silence. "Mom, is that big brother silly? He has been sitting in the car, grinning like a fool." Jiang Ciyuan retorted. The child's mother quickly ushered the child into the car, scolding, "Shoo, that's impolite. Don't stare at people like that. It makes them uncomfortable." Jiang Ciyuan replied, "I appreciate your concern." He quickly composed himself, suppressing his smile, and took a flawless close-up photo of the flowers, sharing it in the dormitory group chat. Zhao Zhouhe responded swiftly, "What the hell? Wake up. Don't you see the true nature of that woman, Tang Yueran? How can you turn around and buy her flowers again?" Jiang Ciyuan exploded with anger. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? This has nothing to do with her. These flowers are from my senior. He would not allow anyone to speak of them in such a manner." Zhao Zhouhe was jolted back to reality by his scolding. "Oh, what a surprise. Isn't it enough to give it to her? Then, who do you intend to give it to?" Zhu Zai replied. "I was startled too." Jiang Ciyuan teased, "Oh, someone else gave it to me." The trio was left perplexed, their expressions laden with question marks, while Jiang Ciyuan departed, satisfied. He turned around and posted on his social media, "Such beautiful flowers." It was 2 hours later when Xu Qiuwu finally saw the post. Initially anxious and uncertain whether her spontaneous gesture of gifting him flowers would unsettle him, her worries dissipated the instant she glimpsed his post, leaving only a flurry of excitement. She covered her flushed cheeks and chuckled softly to herself. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to like and comment on his post. "Do you like them?" Jiang Ciyuan replied in an instant, "I do." Xu Qiuwu felt her cheeks heat up even more. "I like them too." Upon reading her response, Jiang Ciyuan covered his face with his hands, chuckling softly for a while. He rubbed his face, pondering, "Am I really this elated upon receiving flowers for the first time?" The trio in the group chat, having received no further updates from him, began to express their opinions. "To be honest, the flowers aren't that pretty." Jiang Ciyuan retorted, "Get lost. You have no taste and cannot appreciate beauty." He carefully placed the flowers in his room, glancing at them occasionally while typing. And he couldn't help but touch them. They are truly lovely. In the afternoon, Jiang Ciyuan went to the store to pick up his senior. He spotted her emerging with a bag, peering around, and immediately waved. "Senior, over here." Xu Qiuwu's eyes brightened as she hurried toward him. However, construction nearby had left the path riddled with potholes and puddles. When she reached the waterlogged area, she hesitated for a moment, reluctant to soil her newly purchased, pristine shoes. After a brief pause, Jiang Ciyuan, perceiving her dilemma, stood before her. "Senior, step on me." Confused, she replied, "Huh?" He quickly clarified, "Just step on my shoes to get across. It won't dirty yours." Xu Qiuwu's ears reddened as she extended her hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary. A little support would suffice. She had no intention of dirtying his shoes. Jiang Ciyuan extended his hand, allowing her to leap over. She landed directly into his embrace, which he caught with both hands. "Be careful." Xu Qiuwu lowered her head, a smile creeping onto her lips as she steadied herself by gripping his shoulder. "Here," she said, handing him a drink and dessert from the store. Jiang Ciyuan grinned as he accepted it. "Wow, thank you, senior." Once they were back in the car, Jiang Ciyuan noticed her fastening her seatbelt and remarked, "By the way, senior, I'm cooking for you today." Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Jiang Ciyuan, though modest about his culinary skills, wanted to treat her since she usually cooked for him. After returning from the supermarket with groceries, Jiang Ciyuan prevented her from entering the kitchen. "You don't need to come in. Today, I'm the one cooking." Xu Qiuwu, eager yet slightly concerned, insisted on helping. "I'll lend a hand." "No, today it's all on me," he assured her, playfully pushing her back into the living room. "Senior, why don't you watch a drama or an anime? I've turned it on for you. Enjoy." "Xu Qiuwu, are you trying to entertain the little ones?" She blushed slightly, huffing as she nestled on the sofa with a pillow, watching anime. Glancing at the figure in the kitchen, she murmured to Bayue, "Do you think he is quite mischievous?" "Not letting me help." Bayue merely flicked its tail in response, meow. Xu Qiuwu continued, "Could he possibly blow up the kitchen?" After a while, she was taken aback. It smells rather delightful." Stealthily, she tiptoed back to the kitchen, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Ciyuan remained oblivious, capturing a candid shot of him immersed in his tasks. Upon hearing a sound, Jiang Ciyuan turned and found the diligent senior peeking cautiously from the kitchen doorway, akin to a thief. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. "What are you doing?" Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed instantly, her expression shifting to one of aloofness. Yet her tone betrayed a hint of grievance. "You wouldn't let me come in." His heart fluttered at her words. "Come in quickly." Delighted, she dashed to his side. And Jiang Ciyuan, with a smile, offered her a piece of meat. "Try it. Tell me how it tastes." Xu Qiuwu hesitated, then opened her rosy lips to take a bite, her smile widening in approval. Jiang Ciyuan, half in disbelief, asked, "Really?" She nodded eagerly for another bite, her gaze sincere and fervent, devoid of pretense. Feeling a rush of warmth, Jiang Ciyuan retrieved another piece from the pot, blowing on it gently before offering it to her once more, open wide. Xu Qiuwu felt her face flush at his tender gesture, lowering her gaze as she took the morsel silently. Realizing the intimate nature of the moment, Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced, feeling it might be somewhat inappropriate. Flustered, he turned away. "It'll take a while. Why don't you wait in the living room for a bit?" Unfazed, she finished the morsel in her mouth and fixated on his back. "I want to stand here and watch you cook." Jiang Ciyuan felt his ears grow warm at her words, exasperated. What is so interesting about cooking? It's all the same. Not the same. Xu Qiuwu noted his slight discomfort, her heart softening. "I want to see you cook." Jiang Ciyuan contemplated ushering her out, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Yet, she remained by his side, gazing at him for a moment before softly asking, "Did you like the flowers I sent you today?" The thought of the morning's flowers made Jiang Ciyuan's heart race. He avoided meeting her eyes and cleared his throat. "I liked them. I posted about it online, and many people complimented them." Though Xu Qiuwu had already seen his acknowledgement on social media, hearing it directly felt entirely different. Leaving her elated, "I'll send you more tomorrow, all right?" Chapter 75. Is he planning to take revenge by kissing her until she cries? Jiang Ciyuan felt his ears burn. Did the senior not realize how intimate the gesture of gifting flowers to a boy truly was? He hesitated, glancing at her. She looked back. "What's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, he replied, No, you don't need to spend money on that. Just one bouquet is enough." Xu Qiuwu appeared puzzled. "Oh, can I keep sending flowers?" Yet, she had researched online. Isn't pursuing someone all about gifting flowers and presents? "If you don't like flowers, what do you like?" she inquired, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she stood beside him. Jiang Ciyuan thought, such words were undeniably provocative. There is no need for Jiang Ciyuan to push the senior out. The dishes are nearly ready. You can wait outside for a while. This prompted a displeased huff from the senior. Humph. Let her huff. Her presence was far too distracting. Xu Qiuwu returned to the living room and noticed a cat pawing at something. She approached and unearthed a gift box. Oh, red wine. It was a present from a recent Chinese forum she attended, which she had set aside since bringing it home. Should she indulge in red wine tonight? Xu Qiuwu furrowed her brows, contemplating, and shook her head, blushing. What if she got drunk? She was uncertain how she would behave in such a state. After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Jiang Ciyuan gazed at his culinary creation with satisfaction. "Senior, it's ready." Upon arriving at the dining table, Xu Qiuwu beheld a feast: pineapple ribs, pan-fried beef with potatoes, egg yolk chicken wings, a vegetable dish, and a soup. It was a lavish display, appealing to the senses. Jiang Ciyuan, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What do you think?" He referred to the dish's appearance, for a successful meal should entice the appetite visually. The senior frowned. "Not good." Jiang Ciyuan blinked, his once bright eyes dimming with disappointment. Is that so? He had felt rather proud of his efforts. Observing his dejected demeanor, Xu Qiuwu's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. "Silly, I was just teasing you." After a moment of surprise, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "Senior, you're quite mischievous. How could you scare me?" She smirked playfully. "You wouldn't understand." Curious, Jiang Ciyuan asked, "Understand what?" Xu Qiuwu's ears turned crimson. I can be even worse at night." She recalled the secretive actions she had taken with the junior during the night. her ears burning with embarrassment as she lowered her head to pick up her chopsticks and sample the dishes. The senioress lips were rosy and white-toothed. Her cheeks puffed as she savored the food. Jiang Ciyuan felt an urge to pinch her cheeks and noticed that with every bite she took, her eyes sparkled with delight. "How is it?" "Not bad. Quite delicious," she replied, lifting her head to feed him a piece. "You should try it." The warmth of the morsel, touched by her lips, lingered on the chopsticks as Jiang Ciyuan feigned nonchalance and took a bite. At that moment, he noticed a triumphant glimmer flitting across the corners of her mouth as she fed him. "Is it tasty?" she asked, her lips curving into a smile. Jiang Ciyuan nodded. It's all right." Was it merely an illusion, or did he feel he had been outmaneuvered? Xu Qiuwu, observing his moving lips, suddenly reached out and brushed a spot at the corner of his mouth. "You have something on your lips." Jiang Ciyuan could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he turned away to cough. "Are you getting back at me?" "Oh, dear senior, what could I possibly be avenging?" Jiang Ciyuan's heart raced with guilt. "Is this retaliation for the toothpaste bubbles on your face this morning? I might have done the same." Xu Qiuwu paused. Reflecting, he remembered that. What would he think if he realized she had sneaked into his room at night, embraced him, and stolen a few kisses? Would he retaliate by kissing her until she cried? A hint of anticipation flickered within her. Her face was aflame, nearly smoldering as she bashfully lowered her head. "Stop talking and sit down to eat." Jiang Ciyuan served her a bowl of rice and noticed that the senior was holding her phone, meticulously adjusting the angle to capture the dishes on the table. Curiously, he inquired, "Are you taking pictures?" Xu Qiuwu's face flushed. "Yes, just a few snaps." This marked the first time he had cooked for her, a moment of significant sentimental value for her. She wished to immortalize it through photographs. A girl in love often cannot resist the urge to showcase her joy, even if she is an aloof beauty. As she gazed at the array of dishes, she not only focused on the food but also subtly included the young man's hand in the frame, feeling satisfied with the result. Typically reticent about sharing her daily life, she pondered briefly before posting on her social media. Dinner tonight was delightful. Among the sumptuous feast displayed in the photo, the young man's fingers appeared, long and elegantly defined. Jiang Ciyuan had yet to check his social media and remained oblivious to these details. He simply found her act of photographing endearing, warming his heart, for it was a testament to the value placed on his culinary efforts. They both relished the meal, particularly the pineapple ribs, with Jiang Ciyuan playfully urging, "You should try this." However, the previously cheerful senior hesitated at the sight of the pineapple he offered. Jiang Ciyuan recalled that she had not touched the pineapple during the meal. "Don't you like it? If you don't, you needn't tea." But before he could retract his hand, she opened her mouth and took a bite, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It's delicious." Relieved, he replied, "I thought you didn't like it." Yet, as they prepared to clear the table after their satisfying meal, he noticed her complexion had turned pale, her body taut with tension. Despite her efforts to conceal it, he observed her fingers subtly scratching her skin and the emergence of red spots on her fair complexion, clearly indicating something was amiss. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan grasped her hand, attempting to uncover her hidden discomfort. "Are you allergic?" Flustered, she insisted, "I'm fine, really." Jiang Ciyuan, quick to react, asked, "Is it because of the pineapple?" Xu Qiuwu averted her gaze, her silence betraying the truth. Jiang Ciyuan's heart sank. "Why didn't you say anything?" Xu Qiuwu bit her lip. "I'm sorry." This was his inaugural attempt at cooking for her, and she didn't want to dampen the occasion. She thought it would be a minor issue. The agony of her allergy was hers alone to bear. So why should she apologize? Jiang Ciyuan, filled with concern, leaned closer, his heart aching. "It's my fault for not asking you beforehand." Particularly distressing was the sight of her fair skin marred by the spreading rashes, rendering her pale and unable to resist scratching. Without a second thought, he scooped her up in his arms, declaring, "We are going to the hospital." Chapter 76. The senior held him tight, crying in his embrace as Xu Qiuwu was lifted. Her head spun, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling guilty for causing him trouble. The person in his arms felt light and soft, remaining silent as he anxiously asked, "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" She shook her head. "It's tolerable." "Are you not aware of your allergy?" Jiang Ciyuan placed her gently in the car, perplexed at why she had eaten after he fed her. The senior lowered her head in silence, appearing somewhat pitiable. "I am not trying to reprimand you." Jiang Ciyuan stammered upon observing her demeanor, "but this is very dangerous. You should not joke with your life." The senior obediently nodded. "All right." Upon arriving at the hospital, as Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly attempted to lift her, she quickly interjected, "I can walk." "Oh, okay," he replied, nodding and linking his arm with hers to assist her. "Then I will help you over." After the examination at the hospital, the doctor could not help but admonish them. "Both of you are allergic to pineapple. Yet you prepared pineapple ribs? Look at the state you're in." Jiang Ciyuan felt ashamed. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Isn't she your girlfriend? How could you not know?" After scolding him, the doctor turned to the senior, "And don't eat just because your boyfriend offers it," trying to avoid upsetting him. "I truly cannot stand the love-struck minds of you young people." Both of them, thoroughly chastised, dared not utter a word. Once the doctor left, Jiang Ciyuan looked at the pale-faced senior, receiving intravenous fluids, and sighed helplessly, "Senior." Just as he began to speak, the previously docile senior's expression shifted dramatically as she looked at him pleadingly. "Are you going to scold me too?" Jiang Ciyuan felt a pang in his heart and shook his head vehemently. No, I am just worried you might be in too much pain." How could he ever scold her? She would need several bottles of saline, which would be rather arduous. In the meantime, Xu Qiuwu carried her 4-bag to the restroom. Brushing past a man in a white coat in the corridor, the man paused, turning his head, only to see a slender, frail figure, frowning slightly. Was that an illusion? Emerging from the restroom, Xu Qiuwu, upon reaching the corner, encountered the man with a stern countenance, his gaze complex as it rested upon her. She froze momentarily, her face pale as she turned away. Shen Yinxing, clad in a white coat, appeared severe, his brow furrowing. "You don't call out to your father when you see him?" Xu Qiuwu halted abruptly, retorting coldly, "Have you forgotten? I have no father. The night he abandoned my mother and me many years ago, he was already dead." Xu Qiuwu. Shen Yinxing's expression turned frigid. "Is this how your mother taught you to speak to your biological father? You are unworthy." With a cold visage, Xu Qiuwu replied, "You had already died the moment you chose your career over your sick mother and me, abandoning us for another woman. You perished that night when you forsook us." As she passed by earlier, she had noticed the name tag on the man's chest. He had ascended to a higher position. A glint of hatred flickered in her distant, detached eyes. "But, Shen Yinxing, are you truly secure in your current position? Are you not afraid that one day you might fall and fatally injure yourself? Such a scoundrel, who abandoned his wife and child, whose actions had caused her mother's severe illness, had no right to live so well." As Xu Qiuwu turned coldly, she caught sight of Jiang Ciyuan, who appeared somewhat taken aback. "Senior." She, cloaked in icy resentment, froze, lowering her head to avoid his gaze, not wishing him to witness her disheveled state. Seeing the senior's silence as she retreated back to the ward, Jiang Ciyuan turned to glance at the somber man ahead. In the early 40s of a man, his appearance was handsome and somewhat refined. He scrutinized the situation and inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" Jiang Ciyuan, with a detached gaze aimed at this man, who shared a bloodline with his senior, coldly replied, "What business is it of yours?" Upon returning to the hospital room, he found his senior lost in thought by the window. Approaching her cautiously, he was taken aback when he saw her tear-streaked face. The once aloof senior now had red-rimmed eyes, with large tears dampening her lashes, cascading down her cheeks. This was the first time Jiang Ciyuan had witnessed her cry. Aside from her sleepwalking episodes, she looked both stubborn and fragile, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. Panicking, he hurriedly offered her a tissue, but she did not accept it. Instead, she bit her lip, her shoulders trembling slightly as she lowered her head and whispered, "I'm only crying because of an allergy." Jiang Ciyuan felt a pang of pain in his heart, mirroring the tears that fell from her eyes. "Yes, I understand," he murmured softly, unsure of how to console her. He rasped, "Would you like to lean on my shoulder? Or perhaps a hug?" Before he could finish his sentence, she turned and enveloped him in an embrace, burying her face in his chest. "I hate him. He has no heart," she sobbed, trembling as if releasing the grievances and resentments of her childhood. Her tears soaked through his shirt. Jiang Ciyuan bent down, wrapping his arms around her, gently patting her back, and offering her a tissue to wipe her tears. "Don't cry," he soothed. Xu Qiuwu gasped for breath, feeling both embarrassed and comforted in his warm embrace. Her tears continued to flow, and she nestled deeper into him. "You're going to get snot on me," Jiang Ciyuan remarked lightly. Startled, she quickly lifted her head. Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but chuckle and wiped her tears away with a tissue. "Just kidding." Flushed with embarrassment and indignation, Xu Qiuwu playfully hit him on the arm before burying her face back into his chest. He consoled her, and after sensing her emotions stabilizing, he gently suggested, "By the way, I saw that there will be a lantern festival in Lingcheng at the end of this month. It would be fun, especially before school starts. Would you like to join me? We can pray for blessings. I've heard it's quite effective, and your wishes will surely come true." He hoped this would lift her spirits. Xu Qiuwu paused for a few seconds, then nuzzled further into his chest, murmuring, "Okay." Her tone was almost playful. Relieved by her response, Jiang Ciyuan smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, wiping her tears away gently. "You must stop crying. Otherwise, your eyes will swell, and by August, I won't even recognize you." Seeing the tenderness in his eyes and the warmth of his smile made Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flush. She playfully retorted, "If you keep laughing at me, I won't go." "Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to laugh at you," Jiang Ciyuan replied earnestly, his expression earnest. "Please, let us go together, all right?" He looked up at her with eager eyes. Unable to hold back, Xu Qiuwu burst into laughter, her tear-stained eyes sparkling with affection. Resembling a lovesick girl nestled in the embrace of her beloved. "All right," she agreed softly. Chapter 77. Am I the first girl you've been like this with? Jiang Ciyuan remained embraced by his senior for quite some time, until his cheeks began to redden, while she remained nestled against him. The senior sister must indeed be feeling quite despondent. It was not until the nurse entered that they quietly released their grip and awkwardly suggested, "Sister, you should rest. Try not to move your hand." Her eyes remained red, exuding an air of vulnerability. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently inquired, "Would you like some oranges?" These were freshly purchased, primarily to alleviate her discomfort. She nodded in agreement, indicating he should peel them for her. With a smile, Jiang Ciyuan pulled a chair closer to her bedside and began to peel the oranges, asking, "Are they sweet?" They were indeed sweet. Xu Qiuwu sat on the bed, allowing him to feed her as if she were a child, but after consuming a couple, her eyes again glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Ciyuan paused, bewildered. "Do you not like them?" Xu Qiuwu shook her head, her eyes still shimmering. Realizing she was likely lost in past sorrows, he comforted her, saying, "Try not to dwell on sad things. They will pass." She nodded, though she was reluctant to reveal such vulnerability to anyone, yet before this junior, she couldn't help but expose her fragile side. "Shall I tell you a story?" Jiang Ciyuan proposed. Xu Qiuwu, with tear-stained eyes, nodded affirmatively. He began recounting a dark version of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, then transitioned to Sleeping Beauty, asking, "Can you guess what happened to Sleeping Beauty in the end?" "The princess turned into bubbles," she replied. "Not quite." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, suppressing a smile that threatened to break free. "She is watching me, listening to the story." Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "How childish." "Childish. Not at all," Jiang Ciyuan replied, gazing at her smiling eyes. "This is simply a reflection of our youthful spirit, a reminder that we are still children at heart. It is perfectly acceptable to cry or make a fuss occasionally. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Xu Qiuwu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was comforting her out of concern for her feelings, and her heart softened once more. Ultimately, the doctor arrived, stating, "You will need to stay overnight for observation." "All right, I shall return tomorrow," Jiang Ciyuan responded without objection, helping her adjust the blanket. As her safety was paramount, Xu Qiuwu hesitated, questioning, "What about you?" "I will stay in the hospital as well," Jiang Ciyuan replied, noticing the nearby resting bench, which would suffice for a night's stay. Observing Xu Qiuwu's gaze upon him, as if contemplating something, Jiang Ciyuan assumed she was unaccustomed to the hospital bed. "Are you uncomfortable?" Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. "No." The foredrip had a sedative effect, and soon night enveloped them. Xu Qiuwu lay silent beneath the covers, and Jiang Ciyuan guessed she was troubled and unable to sleep. "If you can't sleep, I can continue telling you stories," he offered. "Please don't. Your stories are too childish," she retorted. Jiang Ciyuan feigned indignation. "Are you questioning my profession?" "Huh, your profession?" Xu Qiuwu asked with curiosity. Though she often witnessed him typing away on his computer, being a computer science major, she assumed he merely wrote code or perhaps took on freelance projects online. Feeling somewhat guilty, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled nervously. "Well, I have a slight hobby for writing novels." Revealing his pen name among acquaintances felt akin to social suicide. Xu Qiuwu fell into a brief silence, her gaze fixed upon him for a considerable time, lost in thought, finally responding with an, "Oh." Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief, grateful she did not inquire further about his pen name. As the night deepened, The senior had succumbed to slumber, while Jiang Ciyuan tossed restlessly on his reclining chair, incessantly adjusting his position, yet finding no comfort, nearly toppling off multiple times. Suddenly, he thought the sleeping senior had awakened, as she lifted the covers beside her. Jiang Ciyuan, come over. Where to? He inquired, bewildered. Xu Qiuwu, striving to maintain her composure, replied, you can sleep beside me. Jiang Ciyuan blinked in astonishment. Is that what she means? No need. I'll stay in the chair, he insisted. The senior added, if you don't sleep, we'll leave the hospital together. Please, senior. Don't joke about such things. He implored, his face reflecting panic. Observing his flustered expression, she frowned and clarified, we are still in the hospital. I wouldn't joke about that. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed pink as she urged, stop hesitating. Come over, lie down for a bit. And before you know it, it will be dawn. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. All right. He recognized that soothing the senior's emotions was paramount. He feared that if he provoked her, she might recall something distressing and shed tears once more. The bed was rather cramped. The senior had cleared a small space, barely sufficient for him to lie down. Yet Jiang Ciyuan felt awkward and self-conscious. He had never shared a bed with a girl before, even a hospital bed. Senior, is it all right? The senior blushed. Yes. It's fine. This exchange felt peculiarly awkward to Jiang Ciyuan, and in fear, he hastily shifted his gaze away from her. Resembling a mummy as he stiffly lay by the edge of the bed, he dared not glance in her direction, fixating instead on the ceiling. That was until he felt her soft form pressing against him, her arm draped across his waist, startling him. Senior? Her rosy face was now close to his, as if she might fall asleep in his embrace. I'll cover you with a blanket. Jiang Ciyuan remained frozen, barely managing an oh, startled by her proximity. The senior observed him. What did you think I was going to do? Jiang Ciyuan fervently shook his head. No, nothing. He was not so egotistical as to believe she intended anything untoward. He merely thought she might be feeling low and seeking comfort, nothing more. He dared not look around, allowing her gentle presence to help him with the blanket, the scent of her fragrance wafting around him. After a while staring at the ceiling, he suddenly heard her ask, have you ever slept like this with her? Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. Who? Her voice was muffled. Tang Yueran. No, he stammered, his face flushing as he turned to see the sulking expression of the senior beside him. We haven't even held hands. Where are you getting this from? It's not true. Oh, Xu Qiuwu paused. Then you're quite unfortunate. Jiang Ciyuan shot her a sidelong glance. You find my misfortune amusing? The senior's eyes crinkled in a smile. Did I laugh? Isn't that laughter? He retorted, exasperated yet unable to suppress a smile as he lay on his side, gazing at her. Look at your eyes and the corners of your mouth. They all reveal joy. As Xu Qiuwu laughed about the matter concerning Tang Yueran, he surprisingly felt no trace of unhappiness, merely a hint of resignation. Xu Qiuwu's heart blossomed with an indescribable joy. Then, am I the first girl to sleep with you? Chapter 78. Today's senior sister, endearingly innocent, a single remark left Jiang Ciyuan momentarily stunned. He gazed at his senior for several seconds before helplessly burying his face into the pillow. Senior sister. Xu Qiuwu fixed her gaze upon him. Is that not so? Jiang Ciyuan, unable to meet her eyes, inhaled deeply. Please do not say such things that can lead to misunderstandings. The senior's expression turned slightly frosty. Just tell me, is it or isn't it? With a resigned sigh, Jiang Ciyuan replied, it is. The senior was taken aback, blinking in surprise. Oh. Xu Qiuwu subtly tugged at the blanket, concealing half of her flushed face, leaving only her smiling eyes peeking at him. I feel the same. Coughing. Jiang Ciyuan felt his face heat up again. Senior sister, you must be exhausted from the four-drip. You should get some rest. Xu Qiuwu noticed her junior's red ears and felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, he is rather innocent. Teasing him is quite amusing. In a soft tone, the senior asked, have you ever kissed someone? Jiang Ciyuan turned crimson. No. Xu Qiuwu beamed with delight. So your first kiss is still intact? Yes, it is, Jiang Ciyuan replied. Rubbing his nose, the senior's eye sparkled. Then you. Jiang Ciyuan quickly covered his face, laughing helplessly as he sighed. Senior sister. Please spare me and just go to sleep. Good night. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed as she smiled secretly, fearing that if she pressed further, her junior would truly combust with embarrassment. Logically, after encountering her despicable father that day, her mood should have been severely affected. Yet, with him by her side, She felt much better. In fact, there was an indescribable tranquility and beauty in her heart as she quietly gazed at the boy beside her and whispered, "Thank you." Jiang Ciyuan paused, chuckling lightly. "No need for thanks. I did nothing. You should rest now." A dreamless night passed. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to squint uncomfortably. So bright. As he attempted to stretch, he felt a slight numbness in his arm, realizing he was cradling something soft and comfortable in his embrace. Looking down, he saw his senior's head resting on his arm, sleeping in his embrace. Observing her gently furrowed brow, he chuckled sleepily. "You find it bright, too, don't you?" Xu Qiuwu mumbled drowsily, not yet opening her eyes. Nuzzling closer to him, Jiang Ciyuan smiled and held her tighter, ready to drift back to sleep when suddenly a thought struck him. He jolted awake. Wait, no help. How had they ended up tangled together after a night of sleep? At that moment, Xu Qiuwu awakened as well, blinking at him in confusion for a few seconds before her face turned crimson. Jiang Ciyuan panicked and embarrassedly exclaimed, "I'm sorry. I don't know how we ended up like this. It wasn't intentional." In his flurry, he hastily released his grip, almost tumbling off the bed. Feeling quite ashamed. "Senior sister, I'm sorry. No need," Xu Qiuwu replied, her face flushed as she gazed at him, quickly striving to regain her composure. "We didn't do anything. Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Ciyuan paused, contemplating her words, realizing she had a point. Yet, recalling the image of them entwined until dawn, his face remained flushed. Seeing his guilty expression as he turned his head, Xu Qiuwu secretly sighed in relief, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She thought to herself, thankfully, he did not realize that it was she who had stealthily embraced him last night. After the two had freshened up, the doctor arrived for an examination. There were no significant issues, and they were cleared for discharge. The doctor advised her, next time, refrain from eating anything your boyfriend offers if you have an allergy, even if he feeds you with his mouth. Xu Qiuwu felt her face heat up, understanding the implication. As they left the hospital, they encountered the stern-faced Sun Yanqing, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ciyuan before settling flatly on the indifferent Xu Qiuwu. "We need to talk." Jiang Ciyuan, irritated by the sight of this man, murmured, "Senior, if you do not wish to speak with him, we can leave." Xu Qiuwu felt warmth in her heart. "You wait for me outside." "All right," Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile. Sun Yanqing watched Jiang Ciyuan's retreating figure, then turned his attention to her. "Is that your boyfriend? You two are not suited for each other." Although the young man was quite handsome, in Sun Yanqing's eyes, what was most alluring was often power and influence. Xu Qiuwu retorted coldly, "What gives you the right to say that?" Sun Yanqing replied in a deep voice, "Do not take your anger out on me. With your qualifications, you could find someone better, even transcend social classes. These trivial romances are merely games." Xu Qiuwu, expecting him to say something of substance, found his words laughable. "Is that how you view relationships? Then I truly find that unappealing." Sun Yanqing's expression stiffened, taking a deep breath. "Speaking of which, your birthday is approaching, I assent it? I suggest you refrain from putting on a show. There are no reporters here." Xu Qiuwu scoffed with a cold face. "Who are you trying to impress?" Sun Yanqing's countenance darkened. She coolly bypassed this man who shared her bloodline and spotted her junior leaning against the wall, waiting. His eyes brightened upon seeing her. "Senior." He smiled as she approached, secretly stealing a few extra glances at her eyes, relieved that she hadn't cried. Xu Qiuwu noticed what he held. "What is that?" "Roasted sweet potato, just bought. Try it while it's hot," Jiang Ciyuan said, pulling out a warm sweet potato. As Xu Qiuwu reached out with her delicate hand, it burned her fingers, causing her to laugh. "It's so hot." Seeing her smile, Jiang Ciyuan's heart softened, and he chuckled, "It's just out of the oven. Let me cool it for you." Behind them, Sun Yanqing's face remained stoic. He observed her gentle demeanor as she looked at the boy beside her, who was smiling and blowing on the sweet potato for her, making her, usually so aloof, laugh. Jiang Ciyuan teased her the entire way, feeding her half of the sweet potato and buying her a drink. Along the way, he spotted some adorable balloons for sale and bought her a bunch. "Senior, here you go." As Xu Qiuwu accepted the balloons, gazing into the boy's eyes, her heart felt both tender and bittersweet. "Are you trying to make me happy? Did you notice?" Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, uncertain. "So, Senior, are you happy?" Xu Qiuwu smiled gently. "Yes, I am happy. I feel happy with you around." The two individuals ventured out together for breakfast, where complimentary fruits were available. Upon spotting a pineapple, Jiang Ciyuan instinctively urged, "Take it away. Do not approach." "What are you doing?" Xu Qiuwu chuckled at his reaction, her eyes curving in amusement. "I want to eat recklessly." Jiang Ciyuan mimicked her playful huff, saying, "You can't be too sure." Just as he finished his sentence, the senior girl lightly kicked him with her foot, a gentle nudge reminiscent of a playful scratch. Jiang Ciyuan grinned and tapped her shoe in return. "You kicked me." She pouted, her slightly puffed cheeks giving her an adorable demeanor akin to that of a child. Jiang Ciyuan's heart softened, and he laughed. "I didn't tee. I merely tapped your shoe. Wasn't it you who kicked me first?" Unfortunately, the senior girl was unyielding and nudged him again with her foot. Jiang Ciyuan laughed, allowing her to continue her playful antics, sipping his drink and finding her childish charm particularly endearing that day, unaware of how delightful her actions were. The senior girl huffed in dissatisfaction. "Why are you ignoring me?" Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile. "I'm not ignoring you." As she continued to nudge his shoe, she responded with a playful, "Humph." Jiang Ciyuan mimicked her, "Humph. Oh dear, look at this flirtatious couple, how sweet." The proprietress, bringing their meal, wore a knowing smile. "How long have you two been together?" Xu Qiuwu's face flushed suddenly. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ciyuan strategically redirected the conversation. "The business here seems to be thriving." "Indeed." The proprietress beamed. "Take your time eating, and if it's delicious, remember to leave Annie a good review." Before their dishes arrived, Xu Qiuwu, with her head slightly lowered, quietly fiddled with a string of balloons, resembling a child lost in thought. Jiang Ciyuan stole a glance at her while scrolling through his phone, unexpectedly stumbling upon a post she had shared yesterday. "You posted on Moments?" he queried, taken aback. She rolled her eyes playfully. "Just a casual post. I shared it yesterday. And you're just now seeing it." "Humph." Jiang Ciyuan's surprise deepened as he recognized the dish he had prepared in the photo, noting his own finger in the frame. He mused, noticing a small mole on his pinky, inadvertently captured in her shot. A subtle joy washed over him at this unexpected revelation. Noticing the smile on his face, Xu Qiuwu inquired, "What's up?" "Nothing," Jiang Ciyuan replied, suppressing his grin. He liked her post, and, upon looking up, noticed the balloons she was playfully tugging at. "You should tie your balloons first." "Oh right," she exclaimed, wrapping the string of balloons around her chair a few times, causing them to float above her head, making her look even cuter. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly. With a blush, Xu Qiuwu nudged him with her foot. When he ignored her, she huffed and pressed her knee against his leg, playfully poking at him with her hand. "Still not enough fun?" Jiang Ciyuan laughed, instinctively grasping her fingers as she continued to poke him. Xu Qiuwu froze, staring at him wide-eyed. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, realizing how naturally he had held her hand. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, flustered, quickly retracting his grip. "Let us eat." How could it be so easy to hold her hand? When he felt a twinge of guilt, he failed to notice the rosy hue on his senior's cheeks, nor the subtle upwards curve of her lips. Joyous. For they had once again held hands today. Once their meal was served, Jiang Ciyuan casually snapped a photograph with his phone, inadvertently capturing the senior's hand within the frame. He couldn't suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, oblivious to the source of his happiness, and later joyfully shared on social media. Breakfast time. After the two departed from the restaurant, Xu Qiuwu stumbled upon his post. Upon seeing her fingers slightly revealed in the image, she paused momentarily, her face gradually flushing. Dazed, she covertly glanced at the junior beside her, secretly delighted, pondering. Surely, it must have been an unintentional capture, right? The junior, unlike her, was devoid of such trivial thoughts. She curved her lips into a smile, liking the post, and nonchalantly remarking, "It seems you captured my fingers." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Ciyuan replied, surprised, his ears warming slightly, feigning ignorance. "Is that not permissible?" Xu Qiuwu turned her blushing face away. "It is. It's just a hand, after all. Why not capture someone else?" Their unintentional capture brought them joy, but when Tang Yueran came across the senior's social media post, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. She intended to join the student council this new semester and hoped to cultivate a better relationship with Xu Qiuwu. Upon seeing her post, she thought to give her a like to ease the previous awkwardness, only to be struck dumb by the image of the revealed fingers. The small mole on the pinky was unmistakably Jiang Ciyuan's hand. Tang Yueran turned pale. How could this be possible? How could they possibly have dined together? Could it be a coincidence? Her lips trembled in disbelief. What was transpiring between the two? Unable to contain herself, She messaged Xu Qiuwu. Senior, your dinner last night looked delicious. Who did you dine with? Was it a friend? Did a friend cook? Upon receiving this message, Xu Qiuwu instantly surmised that Tang Yueran had recognized Jiang Ciyuan's hand by the mole. Annoyed, she recalled how she had held on to him for so long. Feeling irked, whoever you think it is, it is. She would never allow anyone to snatch him away from her. Xu Qiuwu then looked at the junior beside her. Did you not mention that the flowers in the park have bloomed beautifully? Take me there. Jiang Ciyuan's eyes brightened. Sure. It's the weekend, and the park is bustling with people admiring the flowers. As they ambled through the sea of blossoms, Jiang Ciyuan observed the senior's dazed yet enchanting gaze and chuckled. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, she replied, her eyes curving in delight. It truly is lovely. The wind tousled her long hair, and Jiang Ciyuan found himself entranced, believing that the senior, smiling amidst the floral splendor, surpassed the beauty of the flowers themselves. After gazing at her for a few moments, he extended his hand. Give me your hand. Xu Qiuwu blinked in surprise. Huh? What do you mean? Do you want to hold hands? Her ears flushed red, confusion washing over her as her heart raced, yet she dreamily placed her hand into his palm. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback. Hey. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed further. Is this not right? Startled, Jiang Ciyuan stammered. Weren't you going to take a picture with your phone? Allow me to assist you with a photograph, said Xu Qiuwu, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily withdrew her fingers, awkwardly placing the phone down. How could she have placed her hand there? Jiang Ciyuan lowered his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Did the senior seem slightly discontent? He activated the camera and adjusted the angle, recalling a saying, capturing pictures for one's girlfriend is a fundamental lesson for men throughout their lives. Although they were not a couple, he often encountered online complaints from women lamenting their partner's poor photographic skills, which could dampen a good mood and, in severe cases, even lead to breakups. What if he failed to take a good photo? Jiang Ciyuan felt a pang of insecurity. Despite believing that the senior's beauty would shine through in any shot, he recognized the differing aesthetic standards between genders. After taking the photo, he hesitantly asked, Please let me know if you don't like it. I can retake it. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed slightly. Posing for various shots made her feel shy. Yet upon seeing the picture, she was momentarily taken aback. It's beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan was stunned. Really? You're not upset about my photography skills? No. Xu Qiuwu nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. I'll take a picture of you as well. Sure, I'll get my phone, he began, but she quickly interjected. No need for that hassle. Just use mine. I'll send it to you later. This way, she could save it on her phone and glance at it secretly. Chapter 80. He didn't want anyone else to see this side of the senior. As Xu Qiuwu pointed her phone camera at him, Jiang Ciyuan felt a bit awkward, unsure where to direct his gaze. Xu Qiuwu observed the shy junior in the lens, a smile curving her lips. Focus on me. Don't look elsewhere. Clearing his throat, he replied, Okay. After blinking a few times and taking a deep breath, he faced the camera. Is this right? The more she saw him fidget and tense, the more she enjoyed teasing him. Just focus on me. Jiang Ciyuan stiffly responded, All right. The senior smiled. You need to look at me and smile. His eyes flickered, and he awkwardly managed to smile at the senior capturing his image, his ears slightly reddening. Xu Qiuwu felt her heart melt as she rapidly pressed the shutter, unable to restrain her admiration. So adorable. Oh, I want to pinch his cheeks. Jiang Ciyuan didn't catch her words. What? Nothing, she replied, her face turning crimson as she shielded her face with the phone. I've got your photo. Jiang Ciyuan sighed in relief. How did it turn out? Not bad. Xu Qiuwu said, I'll send it to you later. Jiang Ciyuan smiled. Sounds good. He sensed that the senior appeared quite pleased. Indeed, Xu Qiuwu was very happy, her lips curling into a smile as she thought to herself, I've captured so many lovely shots. I'm satisfied. Just as she was about to show Jiang Ciyuan a picture, a passerby, who was also taking photos, called out with a grin, Oh, you two together look like a painting. Would you like me to take a picture for you? Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated this. As she envisioned capturing a joyful moment with her junior, she inadvertently overlooked the group photo opportunity. Without hesitation, she passed her phone over. All right. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Huh? With the senior? They had yet to take a picture together. Inside, Xu Qiuwu was bubbling with excitement, yet outwardly she feigned calmness, explaining. It's just a quick shot. There's no need to be nervous. In truth, it was she who felt the tension. Okay. Jiang Ciyuan scratched the back of his head. However, The two of them seemed to freeze, awkwardly inching closer, hesitating to bridge the gap, leaving a slight distance between their shoulders as they stiffly gazed at the camera. A passerby chuckled, "Why so far apart? Get closer, get closer. No need to be so tense, just smile." Gradually, they drew nearer, their shoulders touching, gazing into the lens. Their faces tinged with a rosy hue. The passerby, satisfied, exclaimed, "All right." Jiang Ciyuan exhaled, and for some inexplicable reason, a song titled "The Two of Us" sprang to mind. The senior noticed his sudden flush. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ciyuan turned his head. "Cough, nothing." Yet, just as he insisted all was well, the photographer began to play music. "You on the left, I snugly on the right." The first photo, timidly intimate, our innocent faces sweetly blushing like apples. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned, his entire face turning beet red, as if his toes were gripping the ground. "Don't play that." The passerby chuckled. "Oh dear, my apologies. I thought it was too fitting after seeing that moment, so I played it." Jiang Ciyuan's cheeks flared, and Xu Qiuwu, too, was now thoroughly flushed. After the photographer finished, he ran off with a smile, leaving the two of them bashfully blushing. After a while, Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly cleared his throat. "Let's go. We should explore other places." Xu Qiuwu nodded, her face still rosy. The park was abundant with flowers and bustling with people. At its center lay a large lake adorned with various small boats. Xu Qiuwu glanced at the boats, observing many couples at play. She found it delightful and felt a flutter in her heart. She too wished to enjoy such moments with her junior, but felt too shy to voice it. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ciyuan, she feigned casualness, saying, "I wonder what they are playing." "Boats?" Jiang Ciyuan inquired, smiling. "I've heard that taking a boat on the lake offers a more beautiful view. Shall we give it a try?" The senior's eyes sparkled. "Yes, that sounds great." Jiang Ciyuan noted the glint of mischief in her smile, uncertainly asking, "Senior, am I being schemed against?" "Not at all," she retorted, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, hurriedly moving towards the boats, her ears slightly reddened. They paid the fare, and the boatman reminded them, "These are the oars. You must row like this. Put some strength into it." "All right," Jiang Ciyuan replied. They chose a small boat meant for two, sitting opposite each other, oars in hand. With a gentle stroke, the boat glided away. "Hey, we're off." Before long, they reached the center of the lake, swaying gently. The senior took out her phone to snap a photo, glancing at him with a playful look before lowering her head. Smiling, Jiang Ciyuan, curious, asked, "What is it?" "Show me." The senior, her face aglow, hid her phone behind her. "No." The more she acted this way, the more restless Jiang Ciyuan became. With a playful smile, he leaned closer, saying, "Senior, just show me." However, due to this very movement, the boat lost its balance, and another vessel collided with theirs. Make way, quickly." But it was too late. The boats crashed together, and Jiang Ciyuan, along with two individuals from the opposing boat, fell into the lake with a splash. "What on earth? This is ridiculous," he exclaimed in disbelief. The two individuals, clad in life jackets, surfaced almost immediately, while Jiang Ciyuan, unprotected, realized with a mix of amusement and panic, "Senior, I can't swim." Xu Qiuwu was taken aback. After all, the young men of Jincheng often leaped off the bridge in various poses, yet he could not swim? Without a second thought, she plunged into the water, wrapping her arms around Jiang Ciyuan's waist, leaving him bewildered as she splashed water off her face. "Why did you jump in too?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "I came to save you." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled at their drenched appearance. "You could have just tossed me a life ring." Xu Qiuwu blinked, realizing her oversight. She had merely reacted instinctively upon hearing he couldn't swim, fearing for his safety, and had jumped in without thought. Her cheeks flushed as they climbed back onto the boat. Leaning against the side, she teased him, "Do you need me to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Jiang Ciyuan's face turned crimson. "No, absolutely not." He noticed the playful smirk at the corner of her mouth and sighed in exasperation. "Are you teasing me, senior?" She turned to him. "Would you like that?" Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Ciyuan shielded his face with his hands. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had collided with their boat clambered aboard, jesting, "Haha, handsome, you've got quite the physique." At that, the atmosphere grew tense. Xu Qiuwu's expression hardened as she glanced at Jiang Ciyuan, whose wet clothes clung to his form, revealing his abdominal muscles. The teasing voices of others echoed in her mind, and her demeanor grew even colder as she tugged at his soaked shirt. "Pull it down." Jiang Ciyuan, bewildered, responded. "Huh, Don't let anyone else see, she retorted coolly. Realizing the implication, he nodded sheepishly, noticing that her clothing was also drenched from her dive. Frowning, he grabbed his dry jacket that had been left on the boat and, blushing, draped it over her shoulders. Put this on. He too wished to shield her from the prying eyes of others. His jacket seemed to carry his warmth, and as it enveloped her, Xu Qiuwu caught a whiff of his scent, causing her cheeks to flush deeply as she silently lowered her head to put it on. A nearby girl teased, "Wow, such boyfriend energy." Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat, stopped joking. Yet, as he watched Xu Qiuwu don his jacket, an inexplicable sense of delight filled him, prompting an unbidden smile. Xu Qiuwu caught his gaze. "What are you smiling about?" He rubbed his nose. "Nothing. Just that it feels a bit like a boyfriend's shirt." As they disembarked from the boat, they passed a small booth that sold photographs of tourists, capturing moments for all who had taken the boat ride. Jiang Ciyuan flicked the water from his hair, expressing disdain for the tourist photographs, remarking on the subpar photography skills. He fell silent. Observing his senior without hesitation paying at the small booth, her cheeks flushed with a hint of delight as she collected several pictures. Jiang Ciyuan hesitated. "Senior?" She appeared genuinely pleased, her eyes sparkling as she held the photographs, clearing her throat. "It doesn't cost much anyway." Indeed, as long as the senior was happy. That sufficed. Intrigued, he leaned closer. "Let me see." The images captured moments of them on the boat, him gently paddling, while the senior smiled, seemingly directing her camera at him. Another photo depicted him curiously leaning in to see what she was capturing, making her blush and retreat behind him, refusing to show him. There was also one of him falling into the water, with her unhesitatingly diving in to save him, their soaked forms sharing a joyful gaze beneath the surface. "Wow, these turned out quite well," he exclaimed, suddenly wishing to possess them too. "Right?" Xu Qiuwu seemed quite pleased, her face slightly flushed as she gazed at their group photo, proclaiming it was also very affordable. Cherishing it like a treasure, this expenditure was truly worthwhile. After walking for a while, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, senior, wait a moment. I seem to have left something behind." He discreetly turned back to the small booth while she was distracted. "Boss, could I have a copy of the photos we just took?" The attendant, an elderly gentleman, chuckled as he glanced at him. TSK, you young man. When you both fell into the water, it appeared as if you were filming a commercial, flirting playfully." He leaned in conspiratorially. "Several people have already inquired if I knew that girl, wanting to add her on WeChat." Jiang Ciyuan frowned. "Don't even think about it." When he returned to his original spot, he found his senior had vanished. Just as he was about to search for her, he felt a cool sensation against the back of his neck. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, retracting his neck slightly. "Whoa." The senior stood behind him playfully, holding a freshly purchased fruit juice, teasingly asking, "Is it cold?" This gesture felt rather childish, especially coming from her. Jiang Ciyuan turned around with a smile. "It is indeed." With a hint of mischief gracing her expression after successfully teasing him, she handed him the fruit juice. "You must be thirsty here." Jiang Ciyuan happily accepted it. "Thank you, senior." As they strolled toward the park exit, he glanced at her. "I apologize for dragging you into the water." She replied, biting the straw. "You fool." She should be the one thanking him for accompanying her today. As they passed by, a girl taking photographs paused, then turned her gaze to his retreating figure. Her friend leaned in. "What are you looking at?" The girl, momentarily mesmerized, replied, "That seems to be Jiang Ciyuan." "What?" Her friend's eyes lit up. Turning to see the silhouette, "Isn't that the desk mate you secretly admired in high school?" Xiao Yi quickly covered her mouth. Shuh. All right. I'm quiet now." Her friend blinked in confusion. "Then why don't you go say hello? Chat a bit. Who knows what might happen?" Xiao Yi fell silent. Was the person beside him his girlfriend? Xu Qiuwu, with keen ears, seemed to have caught wind of the junior's name. "I think I heard someone call your name." Surely she must have misheard? Jiang Ciyuan chuckled lightly. Upon returning to the apartment, the senior first headed to the shower while Jiang Ciyuan lingered on the balcony. As his clothes were excessively damp, it was not until he heard the senior call out his name from the bathroom, hesitantly admitting that she had forgotten her clothes, that he looked up to see the garments hanging on the balcony. "Oh, I'll fetch them for you." "Are they the ones on the balcony?" he inquired. "Yes, those," she confirmed. As Jiang Ciyuan retrieved her clothes, including pants and intimate wear, he momentarily froze, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He turned away, holding the garments as he approached the bathroom door. "Senior, I've brought them for you," he announced. Xu Qiuwu, revealing a rosy cheek. accepted the clothing and stole a few glances at him, murmuring a soft thank you. Sometimes, she pondered the idea of teasing him, yet each time he looked at her, she felt an overwhelming rush of shyness, her cheeks heating up and a desire to retreat. There's no need. You should wash first, Jiang Ciyuan said, his gaze unintentionally meeting hers, causing her to hastily retreat into the bathroom, her face ablaze. It seemed the senior was rather easily embarrassed, albeit endearingly so. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, Xu Qiuwu planned to accompany him for a hospital visit in August for vaccinations. Jiang Ciyuan had no objections. While he tidied up and awaited her in the living room, her voice floated from within the room. Wait for me a moment. I'll be quick. All right, no rush. He replied with a smile. We have all the time in the world. Senior, take your time. It appeared that when going out, females typically required a little more time. A brief moment could easily stretch to 10 minutes or beyond, as he had experienced before. Once, during his pursuit of Tang Yueran, she had asked him if he wanted to go out for a stroll over the weekend. Upon his arrival, she had said to wait a moment. However, after 2 hours, she casually remarked, "Oh, guest came over, I forgot." Just as Jiang Ciyuan was about to lower his head to play a game, the door to the senior's bedroom opened, startling him as he looked up. Huh, you're ready? Xu Qiuwu blinked. Is that so surprising? What's the matter? No, it's just quicker than I expected. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. I thought you meant a while longer. Oh, she replied. I didn't want to keep you waiting. With a smile curving her red lips, she suggested. Shall we go? Sure, he replied, grinning as he picked up August, while his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at the senior beside him. Today, she wore a light purple dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her long black hair cascading elegantly. It seemed she had applied a bit of makeup, even adding a touch of lipstick. Jiang Ciyuan dared not stare for long, feeling a warmth creeping to his ears as he turned away, unable to suppress the thought, what a beautiful senior she is. As they donned their shoes and stepped outside, Jiang Ciyuan noticed the senior's subtle gaze sweeping over him before she quickly averted her eyes. He instinctively felt a jolt, coming to the realization, is my attire inappropriate? If so, I could change. The senior turned her head. No need. This is perfectly fine. What would she think if he changed? He glanced down at his black casual pants and outer jacket, hearing her walk ahead and remark, you look quite handsome. Huh. He was taken aback. Oh. He inexplicably blushed, lifting August high and chuckling softly. Did you hear that? Senior praised me, not you. August responded with a playful meow, unbeknownst to Jiang Ciyuan. The senior ahead had also flushed and stole glances at him, a smile curving her lips. She found the junior's attire quite appealing. The senior inquired, have you ever kept a pet? Jiang Ciyuan shook his head with a smile. I've never had one, but my mother has, so I have a bit of understanding. They arrived at the veterinary clinic, relieved to find it not too crowded, and were quickly attended to. Jiang Ciyuan took charge of carrying August around, undergoing various examinations and vaccinations. After a flurry of activity, 2 hours had swiftly elapsed. Xu Qiuwu observed his earnest and patient demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she snapped a few candid photos, thinking to herself, so handsome. While awaiting the results, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly heard a girl's voice filled with delight. Jiang Ciyuan? Is that really you? He turned around, momentarily stunned. It was a girl with a delicate appearance. Xiaoyi, long time no see. How can you say long time no see? It's only been a little over a year since we graduated high school. Xiaoyi felt a surge of joy, nervously playful, wondering if he would still recognize her. He did, and upon seeing his former classmate, he remarked, Are you here to check on your pet too? Yes, what a coincidence. You have a cat? Xiaoyi looked at the boy she had secretly admired throughout high school, her heart racing. I'm actually raising a dog. Your cat is adorable. During their high school years, she had indeed harbored feelings for him, but back then, he seemed so detached, his eyes only for Tang Yueran. She had refrained from getting too close, fearing the gossip that might ensue. Noticing that he was alone, Xiaoyi mustered the courage to ask, by the way, how are things between you and Tang Yueran now? She had heard some rumors. Not much, it ended. Jiang Ciyuan replied, gently ruffling August's fur, his expression neutral. We never actually got together. Xiaoyi observed his face, failing to detect any sorrow or reluctance, her heart swelling with delight. Oh, I see. Does this mean I still have a chance? Jiang Ciyuan, do you have time someday? Xiaoyi ventured, slightly anxious. I would like to treat you to a meal. It's been so long since we last met, after all. However, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan suddenly smiling at someone off to the side. there stood a stunningly beautiful girl, her demeanor cold. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, and before she could react, Jiang Ciyuan gently called out, "Senior." Xiao Yi froze. Was this the girl from the park? Is she his girlfriend? A wave of anxiety washed over her as she glanced at the girl, who merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before walking over to take the cat away. Jiang Ciyuan instinctively reached out to take the water from the senior's hand, but she simply cradled the cat and walked to another chair with the water. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, "Wasn't that for me?" The senior turned her back to him, saying, "No, it's for me." But, he protested. The senior sulkily embraced August, turning away from him, muttering, "You let her treat you instead." Jiang Ciyuan blinked in confusion. Why? The senior, looking displeased, poked at August in her arms. "Weren't you two chatting quite well? She still wants to invite you for a meal." Jiang Ciyuan. He belatedly realized that the senior's reaction resembled jealousy. Jealousy? The senior? This novel awareness caused a smile to involuntarily grace Jiang Ciyuan's lips. Xu Qiuwu, flustered and indignant, exclaimed, You dare to laugh." Observing her growing anger, Jiang Ciyuan hurried to clarify, "She is a high school classmate of mine. We merely exchanged greetings and chatted briefly. Nothing more." He suppressed his smile and, noticing Xiao Yi still watching them, politely approached to say goodbye. "Apologies, we've completed our inspection and must take our leave." Xiao Yi stiffened, recognizing his gentle refusal. "By the way, I heard there will be lanterns in Ling City. Would you like to?" Jiang Ciyuan interjected. "I'm sorry, I have plans that day." Xiao Yi's expression faltered slightly, her awkward smile betraying her discomfort. "Are you going with her?" "Yes," Jiang Ciyuan replied, his gaze softening as he watched the senior's silhouette. "I heard that making wishes there is particularly effective." As a perceptive young woman, Xiao Yi immediately discerned that the depths of his eyes were filled with thoughts of that aloof senior. Tang Yueran had exited his heart, yet it seemed another had taken her place, and now he could see only that person. She appeared to be a step behind, just as she had once avoided him. Forcing a smile as she said, "I wish you success." Huh. Jiang Ciyuan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. The senior really believes in these things. I hope she finds joy in it. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Yi suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, let me share a secret. I heard that on the night of the Lantern Festival, when thousands of lanterns rise into the sky, if two people tie a red thread taken from the temple around their fingers and confess their feelings under the lanterns, they will love each other forever." Jiang Ciyuan paused. Astonished, "Is that so? Such a rumor exists?" Xiao Yi observed the momentary daze on his face and grinned. "Are you feeling a flutter in your heart? Thinking of something?" Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat, rubbed his nose, and turned away, his ears betraying a flush. Who would believe in such tales? The senior had collected her report and was crouched on the grass with Bayue. Stealing a glance back, she saw her junior chatting and laughing with his high school classmate, provoking an instant irritation within her. Fuming, she scratched Bayue and furtively glanced a few more times, muttering under her breath, "Do you think he is being very mischievous? I'm truly angry now. I don't want to talk to him, humph." Just as she sulked, a beautiful hairpin descended from above, catching her attention. Her eyes lit up at the sight. The hairpin was exquisite, just as she liked. Upon raising her head to meet Jiang Ciyuan's smiling face, she huffed. "What is this about?" That hairpin was something Jiang Ciyuan had purchased on his way, believing it would suit the senior perfectly, yet he had hesitated to present it. To his surprise, it had now become useful. Observing the senior's pouting face, he smiled sweetly. "Senior, please don't be angry with me, and don't ignore me." The senior remained silent, prompting him to squat beside her, tilting his head with a grin. "Is that all right?" Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly igniting under his warm, gentle gaze. "You're so infuriating. You're breaking all the rules." Was he some sort of male fox spirit? How could he be so adept at enchanting her? Chapter 83. The senior is so sensitive. Just a touch, and she turns red. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed with embarrassment as her heart raced. She played with the hydrangea hairpin in her palm, her eyes darting around. "I don't know how to use it." Jiang Ciyuan, intrigued, responded. "You don't know how to use a hairpin? Is it truly beyond your skill?" Upon noticing the subtle heat radiating from her cheeks, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Then, "Senior, may I assist you?" She nodded softly. "Yes, please." Jiang Ciyuan took a deep breath, cautiously lifting her lustrous black hair to reveal her delicate, fair neck. As he attempted to secure her hair with the pin, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her elegant swan-like neck. Xu Qiuwu blushed profusely, her eyelashes fluttering as she trembled slightly, her gaze fixed on him. A sensation of ticklishness overwhelming her. Jiang Ciyuan quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The senior was indeed quite sensitive. A mere touch to her neck had rendered her crimson. With a gentle release of his hand, he secured the blue hydrangea hairpin in her hair, enhancing her gentle demeanor. Xu Qiuwu blinked. Is it beautiful? Jiang Ciyuan smiled warmly. Absolutely. She seemed to relish the compliment, her eyes sparkling with delight as she played with the hairpin, occasionally poking at it and biting her lip, stifling a giggle. Jiang Ciyuan found himself lost in admiration, murmuring softly, "How adorable." The senior turned her head. "What did you say?" Coughing slightly. Jiang Ciyuan felt a rush of warmth to his ears, sheepishly averting his gaze. Nothing at all. He scratched the back of his neck, taken aback by her exuberance. Suddenly feeling a bit bashful. This hairpin isn't worth much. If it were for Tang Yueran, she would likely scoff. Where did you scavenge this piece of junk? Suddenly, the senior, joyfully clad in her dress, halted and turned back to him, her eyes crinkling with a smile. You fool. It's a gift from you. And that makes it priceless. That evening, Xu Qiuwu presented him with the Bluetooth earphones she had purchased earlier but had not yet given. Here, for you, the earphones. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Huh? For me? Yes, Xu Qiuwu explained. I noticed you were using one earbud while the other was likely broken. Jiang Ciyuan, pleasantly surprised, chuckled. Thank you, senior. You're so observant. Relieved, Xu Qiuwu felt a wave of happiness. He liked her gift. It was her first time giving a present to a boy, and she had worried he might not appreciate it. By the way, are you free? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could you teach me how to play games? Of course. Jiang Ciyuan replied readily. With nothing else to do, he settled on the sofa with her, guiding her through the game. Xu Qiuwu suggested playing together as a means to draw closer to him, yet she was apprehensive. She had heard that if a boy found his partner lacking in skill, he might be harshly critical. Thus, she endeavored to avoid mistakes, occasionally glancing at his face to gauge his mood. Surprisingly, he exhibited remarkable patience, playing alongside her repeatedly until he couldn't help but laugh. Senior, you're truly terrible at this. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed. Can I manage it? Don't worry, you can learn. Jiang Ciyuan found her lack of gaming skills oddly charming, watching her with a fondness that made the experience all the more delightful. However, the individuals in his dormitory group were not pleased. Zhu Zai was the first to pose a soul-searching question. What is up with you? You're as quiet as a chicken today, and you're not even cursing anyone. Jiang Ciyuan choked slightly, feeling somewhat guilty. Don't speak nonsense. When have I ever randomly cursed at people? The senior is sitting right next to me. Song Yu chuckled. What about that one you're bringing along? Jiang Ciyuan replied. You don't need to concern yourselves with it. Zhao Zhouha, feeling indignant, started to curse. Damn it. Dimensional. If you keep this up, we'll shoot you down. With a beep, Jiang Ciyuan hurriedly turned off his microphone and coughed lightly. Let us continue playing. Ignore them. He sat on the sofa next to the senior. And without realizing it, their proximity had diminished, allowing him to catch a whiff of her post-bath fragrance. After some time spent playing, the senior became engrossed as well, until she was exasperatedly exclaiming, Not again. I'm out. The defeated senior, cheeks puffed in frustration, leaned against him in a moment of vulnerability. Jiang Ciyuan froze, hesitant to move. He noted that recently, the senior had exhibited many unintentional intimate gestures, akin to the times she would act coyly towards him. Resting her head on his shoulder, she remained oblivious, furiously poking her phone. I refuse to believe this. Observing her spirited demeanor, Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but smile. It's all right. You've done remarkably well. The senior's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Really? As she tilted her head to gaze at him, their faces drew even nearer, causing Jiang Ciyuan to tense up. Absolutely. The senior pressed on with curiosity. Aren't you angry? He shook his head. Not at all. The senior scrutinized him, then praised me once more. How childish she was. It seemed she was entirely unaware of her position against his shoulder. Jiang Ciyuan opened his mouth to compliment her. Senior, you're amazing. You're fantastic. After a brief silence, she burst into laughter. So childish. Jiang Ciyuan, captivated by her smiling eyes, couldn't help but laugh along. After all that praise. You're still not happy? As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against her face. And Xu Qiuwu suddenly realized that she had naturally rested her head on the shoulder of her junior. Flustered, her face turned crimson as she instinctively shifted away. Jiang Ciyuan, tell me about your high school days. She wished to learn more about him, so as not to feel envy or jealousy should any high school classmates appear. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback, scratching his face thoughtfully. I don't think there's much to say about my high school. I want to hear it. The senior insisted earnestly, her cool gaze fixed upon him. For instance, your relationship with Tang Yueran. Coughing, Jiang Ciyuan turned his head away. Yet he realized that it wasn't difficult to recount. When he first entered high school, he felt somewhat out of place, rather self-reliant. One day, while dining in the cafeteria, he forgot his meal card, and Tang Yueran helped him by swiping it, cheerfully saying, "Hi, classmate, what's your name? Come sit and eat with us." At that time, he communicated little with other classmates, and Tang Yueran became his friend. For someone who felt isolated, the sudden appearance of a vivacious girl was undeniably captivating. In his youthful naivety regarding emotions, he found himself drawn to this friend. Pondering with a hint of confusion, "Do I like you?" Tang Yueran was momentarily taken aback before laughing. "If you can hold on a little longer, perhaps one day I might just agree to you." In a single sentence, Jiang Ciyuan had persevered for 3 years, only to witness a parade of boys around her, as she gradually selected one after another, while he remained her standby. It was a situation devoid of any pretense. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly, questioning if it was somewhat amusing. Xu Qiuwu gazed at him in silence for a while. "If you feel like crying, my shoulder is available for you to lean on." Jiang Ciyuan's face flushed. "I certainly will not." Xu Qiuwu replied, "Do not put on a brave front." Jiang Ciyuan sighed. "I truly am not." He rubbed his face, unable to suppress a laugh. While reflecting, in the end, I can scarcely differentiate whether my affection for her back then was truly romantic love. Chapter 84. A boyfriend's affection, easily severed. However, discussing this now holds little significance. Whether it is friendship, fondness, or love, it has all become a relic of the past. Xu Qiuwu listened intently, her heart racing. Gazing at him tenderly, "What about that girl from the pet hospital?" "Oh, she was once my desk mate, but we weren't very close," Jiang Ciyuan replied awkwardly. "In high school, due to Tang Yueran, I was provoked into a fight, leading to some unfavorable rumors circulating in school, causing many to avoid me." Although he spoke with a smile, Xu Qiuwu felt a pang in her heart, including the girl from the pet store. Jiang Ciyuan dismissed it lightly. "Well, there is nothing strange about it. No one wants to attract unwelcome gossip." He spoke with ease, a smile adorning his face. But suddenly, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace from his senior. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily stunned. "Senior? Just a hug," she said softly, resting her head on his shoulder, gently patting his back. "Do not be sad." Jiang Ciyuan gazed at her in a daze, feeling her warmth and heartbeat against him. After a moment of shock, he smiled dreamily. "I am not sad. But thank you nonetheless, super gentle senior." As night deepened, before heading inside to sleep, the senior looked at him, a smile playing on her lips. "Let us continue playing games tomorrow." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. "Sure, no problem." Xu Qiuwu, captivated by his obedient demeanor, couldn't help but reach out, ruffling his hair. "Good night." "Good night," Jiang Ciyuan murmured, lowering his eyelids and scratching the back of his head. As he turned to enter his room, his ears were still flushed. Returning to his room, he lay on his bed, donning the headphones gifted by his senior to listen to music. However, as the song "We Two" played, Jiang Ciyuan felt his cheeks grow warm, and he helplessly buried his face in his hands, sighing, "Sleep, sleep." The Lantern Festival in Lingcheng seemed to be quite the spectacle over the past few days. Jiang Ciyuan had seen numerous posts on social media from friends expressing their intent to go, inquiring if anyone wanted to join for a more lively experience. Even Yang Qingqing messaged him on WeChat. "By the way, Jiang Ciyuan, are you going to see the lanterns at the Lingcheng Festival? Several classmates from our side are going together, both boys and girls. Would you like to join us? It would be more fun to have company." "No. You all enjoy yourselves," he replied. Jiang Ciyuan firmly declined the invitation, expressing that he would have a delightful time with his senior. However, the day before their trip to Lingcheng, Zhao Zhouhe stealthily summoned him, leading Jiang to speculate on his intentions. To his surprise, Zhao merely wished to articulate a few rather inappropriate desires and sought Jiang's assistance in granting them. Jiang swiftly retorted, "Get lost." Zhao, feigning indignation, pleaded, "Aren't we brothers? You can't even help with this little favor? If I weren't preoccupied, I would have done it myself." Jiang, with an air of indifference, replied, "Then go ahead and do it yourself." After a fruitless appeal, Zhao reluctantly modified his wishes to a few that were relatively acceptable. Is this acceptable? As the school year approached, the number of students in Yinqing surged. Xu Qiuwu, working in her shop, found herself inundated with requests for her WeChat from numerous individuals throughout the day. She remained unfazed, her expression notably aloof, casually gesturing towards the table. It's in the store. Scan the code yourself. Others, accustomed to her icy demeanor, dared not speak. Yet, in the next moment, as she glanced at her phone, her previously frigid expression melted away, revealing a radiant smile. The onlookers were astounded. What just happened? What caused this ice queen to smile so warmly? She even appears a tad bashful. Sister Jia noticed her hairpin and remarked with a smile. Hey, Qiuwu, is that hydrangea hairpin new? Xu Qiuwu, brushing her hair back, touched the blue hydrangea hairpin and inquired. Is it pretty? Sister Jia furrowed her brow, replying, not really. Xu Qiuwu's expression turned frosty in an instant. Say it again. The hairpin was a gift from a junior, and she would not tolerate disparagement of it. Sister Jia, chuckling in resignation, said, Haha, I was just teasing you. It's beautiful, truly exquisite. You have excellent taste. Satisfied. Xu Qiuwu, as if receiving a compliment, touched her hairpin and smiled. Indeed, the junior has remarkable taste. Just then, a voice called from outside, Su, classmate. She glanced over. Her demeanor indifferent. What is it? Zhao Zhouyi, slightly awkward and blushing, approached her with hesitant courage. It's about the Lantern Festival in Lingqing. Xu Qiuwu promptly declined. No need. That afternoon, she finished work early and discreetly purchased 2 new dresses, as their trip to Lingqiang would extend overnight, possibly lasting 2 days. She aimed to cherish the occasion, wishing to present herself beautifully. After acquiring the dresses, she hesitated outside a lingerie store, but eventually entered, intending to buy a couple of new sets. The sales clerk, noticing her flushed cheeks as she browsed, smiled knowingly and suggested a particularly alluring lace set. How about this? Your boyfriend will love it. It comes off easily. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks deepened in color. How absurd. Gazing at the scanty fabric, she stammered, do boys really like this? The clerk confidently assured her, of course. Once your boyfriend sees you in it, he won't be able to move. Xu Qiuwu, skeptical of such claims, turned her head coldly. I'll take a set. She purchased a seductive lace piece along with a more innocent style. As she exited the store, an overwhelming sense of shyness washed over her, prompting her to cover her face with her hands. Aw, what if the junior were to discover her hidden sentiments? How embarrassing. Upon returning to her apartment, she received a message from Jiang Ciyuan. Senior, I'll be back later. Aware that he was out enjoying time with friends, she refrained from further inquiries and simply responded, all right, have fun. As Xu Qiuwu entered her room, her cheeks flushed, she hurriedly washed her newly purchased lingerie and after drying it, quickly tucked it away in her suitcase. It was already past 8 in the evening, and gazing at the empty space around her, she couldn't help but text him. Aren't you back yet? Jiang Ciyuan responded promptly. Zhao Zhouha has gone wild. He.s. insisting on drinking, and a few classmates have joined us. It might be quite late before I return. Senior, you should sleep first. I'll be quiet when I get back, and I'll try not to wake you. Strangely enough, although she had previously lived alone, now, waiting for the junior to return and knowing he was in the same room made her feel a sense of security. Xu Qiuwu spent a considerable amount of time in the living room watching anime, planning to sleep only after he returned. Cocooned on the sofa, she waited for him while occasionally checking her phone, and eventually, she received his message. Senior, what should I do? I think I'm drunk. She quickly inquired, drunk? Where are you right now? Jiang Ciyuan sent her an address, mumbling a few words amidst the sounds of wind and other voices in the background. Xu Qiuwu's heart raced. She sprang up from the sofa and slipped on her coat. Wait for me. I'm coming to get you. Wishing everyone a happy new year filled with prosperity and wealth. By the way, I would appreciate a 5-star review for the new year. Thank you. Chapter 85. The Inebriated Junior. Overwhelming her, Jiang Ciyuan had initially been out with Zhao Zhouha, indulging in barbecue when they encountered several classmates from school. Zhao Zhouha, ever the extrovert, led them into a gathering filled with food and drink, and soon they found themselves a little tipsy. As the alcohol flowed, the men began to boast. A third-year senior, with his pompadour hairstyle and flushed face, waved his phone around, bragging, "This is my girl. Isn't she stunning?" The screen revealed a voluptuous young woman. The other boys gasped in awe. Wow. The senior, nicknamed Tiger, exuded confidence as he displayed more pictures of his girlfriend. Look at this. Isn't she amazing? My girl. Jiang Ciyuan lounged lazily in his chair, his voice hoarse from drinking, muttering, A girlfriend is just a girlfriend. What else with all this girl nonsense? Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities, Tiger continued. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't her figure incredible? The others chimed in. Tiger, you're quite lucky. Tiger beamed, throwing his head back in laughter. Of course. She'll be coming to pick me up soon. Make sure to address her as sister-in-law. The boys responded in unison. No problem. Frustrated, Zhao Zhouhe grumbled. Is having a girlfriend really that impressive? He filled Jiang Ciyuan's glass, urging him to drink. Jiang Ciyuan clinked his glass with Zhao Zhouhe's, taking a sip. The boasting session continued, with other boys joining in. Here, let me show you my girlfriend. Isn't she the quintessential innocent junior type? Absolutely enchanting. Some individuals refused to yield. Come, let me show you my girlfriend, he chuckled. We just got together this summer. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. Did everyone have a partner? Zhao Zhouhe, unable to contain himself, slammed the table. Damn it. We came here to eat barbecue and drink. If you can't handle your liquor, just leave. Who wants to witness your flaunting of girlfriends? As the topic arose, the others silently regarded Jiang Ciyuan. Everyone knew he had pursued Tang Yueran for years, only to be rejected. Their gazes bore a hint of sympathy. Jiang Ciyuan sighed. There's no need for this. He felt a chill run down his spine. Someone clinked their glass against his, offering consolation. It's just a breakup. It's normal. Don't be sad. Being dumped by the campus belle is nothing to be ashamed of. Just lower your expectations next time. Who knows, you might succeed. Jiang Ciyuan replied, not at all. Yet. This group insisted he was indeed affected. Under the guise of comforting the heartbroken, they relentlessly toasted him. When Xu Qiuwu arrived, enveloped in the night, she was met with the sight of her drunken junior being coaxed into more drinks by others. A pang of anguish struck her heart, and her gaze turned icy. Stop it. What are you doing? The others froze momentarily, turning to see the aloof campus beauty, nearly jumping in surprise. What is going on? The boys were bewildered. The previously chaotic group of boys suddenly snapped to attention, hastily adjusting their personas. Senior, what brings you here? However, Xu Qiuwu's cold gaze swept over them like a sharpened blade, eventually settling on the inebriated Jiang Ciyuan. His face flushed from drink, he coughed a few times. But upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled. Senior. Xu Qiuwu's heart felt as if it had been harshly scratched, softening in an instant. Her voice, however, remained frigid. Step aside. Recognizing the campus beauty's displeasure, the others, confused, silently created space, exchanging glances. Ignoring the rest, Xu Qiuwu swiftly approached Jiang Ciyuan, took a tissue from the table, and knelt beside him to wipe the liquor from his face. How could you drink so much? Jiang Ciyuan, tipsy, shook his head and smiled at the gentle senior. You really came. Didn't I say I would come to get you? Why did you let them pour so much down your throat? Xu Qiuwu knelt beside him, frowning with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ciyuan gazed at her hand as she dabbed his face, feeling warmth radiate from it, and smiled drunkenly, a bit. Xu Qiuwu shot a cold glance at the nearby boys, who were uncharacteristically silent and wide-eyed, displaying a hint of naive foolishness. Her displeasure was evident. The others shrank back, sensing the tension. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After scanning the group with her icy demeanor, Xu Qiuwu gently assisted Jiang Ciyuan to his feet. Let us go back. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall and heavily intoxicated, he leaned against her shoulder, a bit heavy, prompting her to instinctively support his waist. Jiang Ciyuan waved at the others. We're leaving. The others were taken aback. Huh? You're leaving just like that? Until he was supported by the campus belle as they walked away, the others finally regained their senses, gritting their teeth in furious exclamations. Come back, damn it. Jiang Ciyuan. Bring the campus belle back to me. What the hell is happening? The others, who had originally been drunkenly oblivious, suddenly awoke to the realization. No wonder he wasn't upset about being dumped by Tang Yueran. It turns out he had latched onto the campus belle. Why would he be sad about that? The crowd turned their attention to Zhao Zhouhe. Speak. Zhao Zhouhe, bewildered, shook his head. What the heck? The others snapped back in anger. Useless. How can you not know this? You don't know the most basic things. Zhao Zhouhe exploded. Get lost. Xu Qiuwu escorted Jiang Ciyuan back to the apartment building. When she helped him out of the car, he was so heavy that he nearly fell into her arms. Oh. Xu Qiuwu managed to catch him, staggering a few steps as she felt his slightly hoarse laughter after drinking, resting against her shoulder. He nuzzled against her gently, still inebriated. Mumbling her name, Senior. Xu Qiuwu's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "I'll go upstairs first and make you some hangover tea." He rubbed against her neck. Okay. Xu Qiuwu bit her lip. Don't be so clingy. I can't take it." She truly couldn't withstand his affection. Her entire body trembled, her cheeks reddening as she shakily supported his waist. The two of them stumbled their way back into the house, and the moment she pushed the door open, Xu Qiuwu let out a sigh of relief. "We're here." She turned on the room light, changed her shoes, and helped Jiang Ciyuan, who nearly toppled over, into his room. "You rest for a moment. I'll go make you some hangover tea," Xu Qiuwu panted, guiding him to the edge of the bed. Just as she was about to lay him down, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh." She accidentally tripped, stumbling onto the bed. Xu Qiuwu let out a muffled sound, and Jiang Ciyuan, pulled down by her, fell onto the bed, landing on top of her. This was the first kiss for both the junior and the senior. Jiang Ciyuan's solid body pressed down on her, feeling rather heavy. Xu Qiuwu let out a soft sound as Jiang Ciyuan inadvertently bumped his forehead against her chin, gasping, "Ouch." Jiang Ciyuan frowned, burying his face in her chest, and dazedly lifted his flushed face. "Senior." Xu Qiuwu stared at his face, so close to hers, feeling his racing heartbeat, and suddenly held her breath. "Oh my, we're so close." Both fell silent, with Jiang Ciyuan maintaining his position atop her, his gaze a mixture of confusion and awe. The summer night breeze wafted in through the window, filling the quiet room with the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats. Jiang Ciyuan, eyes glazed and fixated on the increasingly flushed face of his senior, remarked, "Wow, it's so fast, senior." Xu Qiuwu stuttered, what? The distance between their faces was merely a fingertip apart as he murmured, "Is that your heartbeat?" His warm breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, brushed against her face, tickling her as she bit her lip in embarrassment. "It's not." With a hint of confusion, he asked, "Then is it mine?" Xu Qiuwu could hardly tolerate his actions. Her entire body flushed like a boiled crab. "I don't know." Jiang Ciyuan, with eyes tinged with inebriation, gazed at her hand tightly gripping the bedsheet and suddenly grasped it. "So, do you want to touch?" Xu Qiuwu exclaimed, I feel faint." Embarrassment coiled her fingers, feeling the warmth of his hand as it pressed against his heated, thumping chest. She wished to cover her face, pleading for him to let go. Jiang Ciyuan released her hand, staring at her in a daze, his gaze shifting from her averted, bashful eyes to her lightly bitten, crimson lips. After a few seconds of stupor, his eyes deepened, and with a swallowed gulp, he lowered his head inch by inch. "Senior." Their foreheads touched, and Xu Qiuwu felt her heart almost cease, dazedly looking at him. What are you going to do?" Yet Jiang Ciyuan remained still, merely resting his forehead against hers, staring intently until he murmured, "May I kiss you?" Xu Qiuwu's pupils dilated. "Huh? What did he just say? Kiss? Kiss her?" With a thunderous jolt, her mind felt as if it might explode. Jiang Ciyuan, parched under her gaze, especially when it landed on her enticingly red lips, found himself uncontrollably leaning down, only to abruptly halt as he neared her lips, stiffening in confusion as if his mind cautioned, "No." He blinked in bewilderment, his mind sluggishly processing the urge to pull away when a hand clasped around his neck. Jiang Ciyuan lowered his head. Xu Qiuwu trembled as she spoke. "It's too late." With a firm grip, she pressed his head down, her cool lips meeting his soft ones in a sudden kiss. Jiang Ciyuan froze, his mind blank for a moment as he beheld the flustered visage of his senior, awkwardly kissing him. It felt tingling and soft. After a brief pause, his breath quickened, and he clumsily grasped her chin, returning the kiss with fervor. Xu Qiuwu, cheeks aflame, felt her entire being soften. Outside the living room, the cat, August, grew bored waiting for company, and after a long while with no one to entertain it, it peeked in to investigate. To its surprise, it spotted the two entwined in a kiss, causing it to leap back in shock. "Meow." The commotion startled Jiang Ciyuan awake. Panting, he glanced at August, but his face was quickly turned back by his senior. Their lips, now a shade of crimson, were still intertwined as Xu Qiuwu wrapped her arms around his neck. Breathless with longing, just a little longer, Jiang Ciyuan, in a tipsy haze, planted a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth before leaning down again to press his lips against hers. However, in an inadvertent moment of pressure, he bit her, prompting a muffled whimper from her. "Are you not very good at kissing?" Jiang Ciyuan breathed heavily. "I've never kissed anyone else." When Xu Qiuwu finally fled from his room, her complexion was flushed, dizzy as she leaned against the wall, sliding down to cover her face. Ah, 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 we kissed. They actually kissed. Did she take advantage of it? Grasping her hair in utter embarrassment, Xu Qiuwu concealed her reddened lips, overwhelmed with confusion. What to do? She hurried into the bathroom and caught a glimpse of her lips in the mirror, already flushed from the kisses they had shared, almost appearing swollen. He, despite his apparent lack of experience in kissing, had approached it with a certain naive clumsiness, driven solely by instinct. Pressing his lips against hers in a flurry of fervent pecks. Yet, she found herself utterly enchanted. This was the first kiss for both the junior and her. After a prolonged moment of dazed reflection, she struggled to regain her composure, her mind buzzing in a chaotic whirl. When the hangover remedy was finally ready, she hesitated, uncertain whether he had succumbed to sleep, and uneasily carried the tea into the room. Upon hearing her, Jiang Ciyuan opened his eyes, still bearing the signs of intoxication, and stared at her blankly. Senior, shall we kiss again? No, we shall not. Xu Qiuwu nearly bit her tongue in her flustered indignation. Drink this tea and then sleep. Reluctantly, Jiang Ciyuan accepted the bitter concoction, grimacing at the taste. It's so bitter, I don't want to drink it. He attempted to push the remedy away. But Xu Qiuwu, with unwavering determination, brought the cup back to his lips. No way, you must drink it, no matter how bitter it is. Jiang Ciyuan shook his head. But upon meeting her resolute gaze, he wilted. Will there be a reward if I finish it? Xu Qiuwu stammered. What reward? Jiang Ciyuan held the bowl, casting a lingering glance at her lips before hastily averting his gaze, falling silent. Xu Qiuwu bit down on her lower lip. Ah, so drinking makes you bold, does it? Her cheeks flushed, she urged him. Hurry and drink. We have plans for tomorrow. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ciyuan resigned himself to the bitter tea, sighing at its unpleasant taste. Xu Qiuwu then offered him a couple sips of water, her expression mirroring his bitterness. Suddenly, she addressed him, Jiang Ciyuan. He looked up, bleary-eyed. Without warning, Xu Qiuwu leaned down and pressed her lips against his, kissing him for a moment before pulling away, her face ablaze, whispering, good night. Jiang Ciyuan sat there, dazed, his mind a blank slate as he watched her flustered retreat, closing the door behind her. In a haze, he lingered on the bed for a while, absent-mindedly touching his lips, still infused with her essence. The warm summer night breeze swept in, enveloping him, causing his face to flush deeper as he pulled the blanket over his head. The following morning, Xu Qiuwu brought cat food to deliver to Bai Shui, soothing the feline as she stroked its head. Be good and don't cause any trouble. We'll come to fetch you soon. The cat, tail held high, responded with soft meows. Bai Shui, still in her pajamas and barely awake, was taken aback upon seeing her. Goodness, did you sneak off last night? You look utterly exhausted with those dark circles. Xu Qiuwu averted her gaze, her ears turning crimson. No, I just need you to take care of it for a day or two. That's no problem, Bai Shui said, scratching the cat's ears. But do you have something to share? You seem hesitant. Xu Qiuwu sighed. Let me tell you a story. Oh, go on, Bai Shui leaned in, intrigued. Xu Qiuwu had pondered all night about how to face Jiang Ciyuan when he awakened. She feared that he might resent her for taking advantage of his drunkenness, leading him to avoid her and maintain distance. No, that cannot happen. She delicately framed her encounter with the junior as a tale for Bai Shui, seeking her counsel on what to do in such a situation. Bai Shui, curious, asked, did he fall asleep? Xu Qiuwu, filled with embarrassment and indignation, exclaimed, you kissed while not even asleep. Bai Shui shrugged nonchalantly, responding, oh, why be so agitated? The other party was intoxicated. It was merely a kiss. He'll likely wake up with no memory of it. What is there to be concerned about? Xu Qiuwu pondered, is that truly the case? A tinge of disappointment washed over her. She continued, but now they are to travel together to other cities, just the two of them. What will they do? Bai Shui, indifferent to her image, reclined on the sofa, saying, a man and a woman traveling together to another city? What else could they do but freshen up, or something alluring, and await an inquiry into their academic backgrounds? Why investigate academic backgrounds? Xu Qiuwu asked, perplexed. Bai Shui clarified, they attend the same school. Feeling a bit guilty, Bai Shui added, oh, my dear Wu Wu, you make me feel rather ashamed, as if I were the one lacking decorum. Xu Qiuwu stared at her, inquiring him. Bai Shui explained, it was a pun of a risque nature. Xu Qiuwu confessed her lack of understanding. Bai Shui blushed and coughed, no need to comprehend. She continued, regardless. They have already spent the night together, shared an intoxicated kiss, and are now off to explore new cities. What distinguishes this from a romantic relationship? It seems only natural that the next step would be to share a bed. Xu Qiuwu exclaimed in embarrassment. Do not speak so recklessly. Bai Shi teased. All right. Just a jest. However, if they remain in this ambiguous stage, who would believe that there is no underlying attraction? There must be some feelings involved. Who knows? Perhaps this will lead to an uncontrollable confession of love. Xu Qiuwu listened to her rambling, her head buzzing, and glanced at her lips, asking, Have you ever kissed anyone? Bai Shi blinked. What, do you wish to kiss me? Xu Qiuwu replied, No. Bai Shi burst into laughter, playfully touching her own lips. But honestly, kissing probably isn't that significant. It's likely akin to placing one's mouth on one's hand and nibbling a bit. Xu Qiuwu turned back, insisting, No? The student council president suddenly felt like a lonely old person. Was kissing not just a form of nibbling? Xu Qiuwu's face flushed. Kissing is quite delightful. The lips tingle, the tongue feels heated, and it sends electric sensations coursing through the body. At that moment, I felt utterly weak. Upon returning to her apartment with a whirlwind of mixed emotions, she opened the door and heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Has he awakened? Is he showering? After quietly changing her shoes at the entrance, she carried the meal she had just purchased for him and stepped inside, only for the bathroom door to swing open unexpectedly. Jiang Ciyuan emerged, his hair damp, towel in hand, his upper body bare, revealing his muscular chest and abdomen, while his lower half was clad in nothing but a pair of boxers. Xu Qiuwu's gaze landed on him, and her entire face flushed crimson, causing the meal in her hands to clatter onto the table. Jiang Ciyuan, startled, lifted his head, and, upon seeing his senior, nearly panicked, stammering, Senior? I am so sorry. I didn't know you had returned so suddenly. I just finished showering. Xu Qiuwu, engulfed in embarrassment, dared not look around, bashfully urging you. You should go change into some clothes. He lacks decorum. I am sorry. Jiang Ciyuan's face turned beet red, akin to a gust of wind, as he quickly dashed into his room. Upon awakening today, he was overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol clinging to him. Noticing that his senior was absent from home, he dismissed the thought. However, as he recalled her flushed visage from earlier, he felt a wave of embarrassment and frustration, tugging at his hair in exasperation. How is this any different from being lewd? After changing into fresh attire and stepping outside, he felt a twinge of guilt as he approached her, nervously touching his nose. I'm sorry. It's nothing, Xu Qiuwu replied, as she unveiled the meal laid out on the table and pushed it toward him. Have you washed up? You should eat. Jiang Ciyuan, relieved by her lack of anger, obediently took a seat. Thank you for picking me up yesterday. No need for thanks, she replied. Jiang Ciyuan, with trepidation, asked, I didn't say anything foolish while intoxicated, did I? I didn't cause any ruckus, right? Xu Qiuwu mused to herself. He did not misbehave, but she certainly did. Jiang Ciyuan blinked in confusion. Did I? Xu Qiuwu's gaze flickered to his lips, and she swallowed hard, turning her head away in embarrassment. No. After waking, Jiang Ciyuan sat in a daze, a vague feeling gnawing at him that he had forgotten something of great importance. Yet, having drunk to excess the night prior, he could not recall what it was. He continued to ponder while eating, glancing at his senior seated across from him. Why aren't you eating? Xu Qiuwu fixed her gaze on him. No need. I'm content just watching you. Or rather, she was fixated on his lips. Coughing, Jiang Ciyuan choked slightly, feeling a rush of heat to his face. Did you send August to the president's house? Xu Qiuwu replied. Yes, I will retrieve it when we return. Jiang Ciyuan remarked. The start of the semester is approaching swiftly. Xu Qiuwu paused momentarily, feeling a pang of anxiety. After the semester begins, will you still be living here? The two had booked high-speed train tickets for the afternoon, and after finishing their meal, Jiang Ciyuan slung his backpack over his shoulder, packing lightly. Xu Qiuwu carried a smaller suitcase, and Jiang Ciyuan cheerfully reached out to help her. Let me assist you. Noticing her standing at the door in a daze, lost in thought, he suppressed the urge to pinch her cheek, playfully waving in front of her. What is the matter? Are we leaving? This quiet, contemplative side of her was undeniably endearing. Chapter 88. The two received the room key, a cozy double bedroom, perhaps wary of the strong winds and lynching. Today Xu Qiuwu donned a soft orange-red hat that complemented her petite face, making her appear utterly adorable, akin to a little fox. Her fair complexion, kissed with a touch of rosy lipstick, looked plump and inviting. Xu Qiuwu noticed her junior discreetly eyeing her lips, causing her to nervously press her own together. Jiang Ciyuan, feeling the heat rise in his face, quickly averted his gaze. Senior, wait a moment, I'll go buy some things. Before long, he returned with a bag, smiling. Drinks, water, snacks, suitable for the journey. Xu Qiuwu's lips curled into a smile as she noticed something hidden behind him. Her curiosity piqued. What else do you have there? Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly grinned, hesitating before revealing. I just bought these from over there. The aunties were pushing their sales hard, so I ended up getting them. It was a pair of delicate, pink fox-ear headbands. Xu Qiuwu blushed under Jiang Ciyuan's gaze and hurriedly explained, It's perfectly fine if you don't like them. I just bought them on a whim. I truly mean no other intention. It was certainly not because he thought they would suit her, nor that she would resemble a charming little fox while wearing them. The senior reached out, saying, Give them to me. He watched as she lowered her head, bashfully squeezing the little fox ears. Just put them in your backpack for now. Jiang Ciyuan nodded obediently. All right. Upon entering the high-speed train station, they found it bustling with people, especially for the trains heading towards Ling City, seemingly all eager to witness the Lantern Festival. While waiting for their train, a few boys excitedly cheered, Go for it. This time, make sure to confess successfully, so we can start dating once school begins. A companion chimed in. I've got your back, buddy. The other replied with determination, Yes. Numerous couples, caught in the throes of budding romance, exchanged furtive glances, as if waiting for the final barrier to be broken. Jiang Ciyuan silently surveyed the scene before stealing a glance at the senior beside him, only to find that she was also surreptitiously observing him. They froze momentarily, their faces flushing, and instinctively turned their heads away like guilty parties. Jiang Ciyuan scratched his head. The train is coming. Xu Qiuwu, having suffered from insomnia the previous night, felt drowsy once aboard the train. She intended to find her headphones to listen to music and doze off, but realized she had forgotten them. No worries, I can share mine with you. Jiang Ciyuan offered with a smile, producing the pair of headphones she had gifted him. Let us listen together. Sure, Xu Qiuwu nodded, watching as he placed the headphones over her ears, still warm from his touch. As the music began to play, a love song titled The Two of Us filled the air. They paused for a moment, and Jiang Ciyuan awkwardly remarked, It just so happens this song came on yesterday. What would you like to listen to? Sitting side by side on the high-speed train, the scenery outside rushed by while the romantic melody echoed in their ears. She closed her eyes, blushing, and said, It's fine, it's nice. Let us just listen. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan felt warmth creeping to his cheeks, clearing his throat awkwardly. I think I'll take a nap too. The few minutes of the love song swiftly passed as they both turned a deeper shade of crimson, transitioning to the next tune, Heavenly Fragrance. The familiar melody resonated in their minds. The rain pours all night. My love spills like the rainwater. Butterflies on the windowsill flutter like beautiful chapters in a poem. I continue to write, inscribing my everlasting love for you into the poem's conclusion. You are the only one I wish to understand. Both were thoroughly flustered by the lyrics. Jiang Ciyuan covered his burning face with one hand, discreetly peeking at Xu Qiuwu with one eye, only to unintentionally meet her gaze. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Ahem, you're still awake, senior? Xu Qiuwu stammered, flustered, I am sleeping. Having not rested well the previous night, she soon succumbed to slumber, her head uncontrollably leaning against his shoulder. The train was crowded, and the summer air conditioning was set low. Noticing the senior shiver slightly, he realized she seemed cold. With a flushed face, Jiang Ciyuan draped his jacket over her shoulders. Glancing at her peaceful sleeping face, feeling a wave of unease as he averted his gaze. In this slumber, the senior slept soundly, only to groggily open her eyes upon arriving in Ling City. Is your shoulder numb? Jiang Ciyuan glanced at her dazed and apologetic expression, chuckling. Not too bad. It's fine. Did you sleep well? Xu Qiuwu's face flushed, and in a dazed state, she gently rubbed his shoulder, noticing the rain outside. Her touch was delicate, causing Jiang Ciyuan to feel a tingling sensation, and he turned his head, blushing. It's just a light rain. It should stop soon. The senior appeared still half asleep, a bit disoriented as they exited the station, nearly colliding with others. Jiang Ciyuan, smiling, quickly took her hand. Be careful, let's walk this way. Outside, a fine drizzle fell as they took a taxi to the foot of the hill where the temple fair was held. The driver remarked cheerfully, This rain comes and goes. A sun shower indeed, but it won't affect the lanterns and blessings. That's good to hear, Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile. Master, are there any delightful foods or attractions in Ling City? The driver became animated, Oh, there's plenty. Xu Qiuwu listened to their banter without interjecting. Unwrapping a piece of candy and offering him one as well. Open your mouth. Jiang Ciyuan complied. The still somewhat dazed senior resembled a child, her eyes sparkling with joy as she fed him the candy. Sweetness enveloped them, and Jiang Ciyuan grinned. Thank you, senior. They chose a hotel to stay, only to find it fully booked. When they inquired at the next establishment, the front desk attendant apologized. I'm sorry, but during the Lantern Festival, we are fully booked. We only have one room left. Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. What? Is this your first time visiting for blessings and lanterns? Unfortunately, our hotels are always in high demand during this period, especially at the foot of the hill. Most people book their rooms a month in advance. This last room became available only because someone canceled. If you hesitate, it will be gone. Jiang Ciyuan felt embarrassed, realizing his planning was inadequate. In this moment of indecision, the senior declared, All right, we'll take the room. He turned back, surprised. The senior, who had been slightly dazed in the car, was now fully alert, coolly presenting her ID. Get your ID out. If we hesitate any longer, we want to have a place to stay tonight. Yet, her fingers trembled significantly. Oh, Jiang Ciyuan handed over the ID. A twin room would suffice for one night, though it might be a slight inconvenience for the senior. The front desk attendant took their IDs, processing them with a flurry of motions before cheerfully handing back the room card and IDs. Here you go. A big bedroom for you too. Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed. A big bedroom? His embarrassment was evident. While the senior calmly extended her hand to take the room card. Stop standing around. Let us go. Jiang Ciyuan dared not speak, silently following her. He repeatedly reassured himself. It's all right. I can sleep on the sofa or even on the floor. This way, it won't be too awkward for the senior. The senior swiped the room card to open the door, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Inside was a round large bed adorned with a large red heart-shaped pillow and several pink balloons. The bathroom was a few meters away from the circular bed, featuring a bathtub with all-glass walls, allowing a clear view from the bed. Jiang Ciyuan's pupils trembled as he beheld the transparent glass surroundings. What is this? Is it a romantic suite? Embarrassed, he hesitated to set down his bag. His cheeks flushed as he dared not glance at his senior. This must be a mistake, he stammered. The senior replied calmly, There are no other rooms available. We must make do. Jiang Ciyuan felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. How could they possibly manage this situation? Xu Qiuwu, her expression taut, gestured towards the glass bathroom. The bathroom is misted. You can adjust it inside. Oh, I see. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at the nearby sofa. Well, this place is quite spacious, and there's a sofa. I suppose I'll just sleep there tonight. That would be his makeshift nest for the evening. He placed his bag on the sofa, only to notice a conspicuous pack of condoms beside the nightstand, accompanied by a message, wishing you a pleasant night. Jiang Ciyuan's face turned crimson. There was no need for such meticulous arrangements. Noticing where he was looking, Xu Qiuwu's heart raced, nearly causing her to faint from embarrassment. All of this was due to Bai Shuyi's careless remarks, leading her to indulge in fanciful thoughts. This room was positively intoxicating. Jiang Ciyuan dared not linger. It's still early. Let's head out for a stroll. Haha, it's my first time in Lingqing, and there should be plenty to enjoy. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed as she replied, All right. After stowing their luggage, they exited the room, their faces still flushed. Jiang Ciyuan suggested, Shall we explore the ancient city? Lingqing is rich in historical heritage, home to many ancient ruins and shaded by lush greenery at the foot of the mountains, dotted with quaint old towns. As they made their way to the ancient city, a light drizzle began to fall once more. Xu Qiuwu raised her hand to shield herself. It's raining again. Wearing her bright orange hat, she resembled a wistful little fox, causing Jiang Ciyuan's heart to soften as he couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a light rain. I have an umbrella. He had brought it as a precaution, never expecting to actually use it. Opening the umbrella, he first shielded his senior. Come a bit closer. We mustn't let our senior's hat get wet. Xu Qiuwu's face turned red as she edged closer, saying, I'm wearing a hat. You don't need to lean this way. I know, Jiang Ciyuan replied with a smile, and their shoulders brushed against each other as they walked side by side. Sheltered from the rain, the two of them glided through the misty rain like a scene from a painting. By the lakeside of the old town, there were lotus flowers, boats, and arched bridges. Crossing one of the bridges, Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but exclaim, It's breathtaking. It truly resembles a painting. He noticed the smile lingering at the corners of Xu Qiuwu's lips. She seemed to revel in this ambience, snapping photos with her phone as they strolled. Raindrops fell onto her long hair, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to lower the umbrella slightly, teasing her. "Look over there, Lingqing's local specialty." Curious, she asked where. Seeing her intrigued expression, Jiang Ciyuan couldn't suppress a laugh. Under the eaves, those art students still setting up their easels, diligently painting. Aren't they the true specialties of Lingqing? Xu Qiuwu glanced towards the eaves, where rows of art students were capturing the misty beauty of Jiangnan, their previously stoic faces now adorned with smiles. She nudged him playfully with her elbow. "How childish." "It hurts," Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly. "By the way, senior, you've studied fine arts, haven't you? I've heard others praise your work." Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled as she replied. "The paintings you admired on the first day I took you back were all my creations." "Oh," Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed in surprise. "That's amazing." Xu Qiuwu had long been accustomed to receiving compliments, especially regarding her artwork, yet witnessing the admiration in the junior's eyes filled her with delight, causing her spirit to soar. She smiled coyly, saying, "I'll draw you next time." Jiang Ciyuan responded, "Are you teasing me?" The senior's eyes brightened. "I'm serious." Jiang Ciyuan felt a warm flush at her gaze, exclaiming, "Wow, thank you, senior. I'll look forward to it." Regardless of whether she was merely jesting or genuinely intended to create a portrait for him, he would cherish it as long as it was a gift from her. As they strolled through the throngs of artists, they entered the ancient town where a vendor called out, "Rent Hanfu. Rent Hanfu." The proprietor approached to entice customers. "Miss, would you like to rent a Hanfu? You're so beautiful. You would look stunning in it." Xu Qiuwu glanced inside the shop, captivated by the exquisite Hanfu on display. Yet she shook her head, saying, "No, it's too troublesome to wear, especially with the rain." Just as she was about to step away, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan gazing intently at several beautiful Hanfu for women. He seems quite eager?" Xu Qiuwu inquired. "Which one do you think looks good?" Jiang Ciyuan paused. Surprised, "Do you want to wear one?" Let us give it a try," Xu Qiuwu replied coolly, turning to enter the shop. Though her ears betrayed her with a flush of crimson, "Come help me choose." "Absolutely." Jiang Ciyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. He selected a striking red Hanfu. Exquisite and splendid, it would undoubtedly look breathtaking on the senior. Xu Qiuwu noticed the anticipation in his eyes, feeling a blush rise within her as she accepted the garment from his hands. "All right, just wait." Since he wished to see it, she would wear it for him. The vendor chuckled. "Miss, come this way for makeup. Although you're already stunning, your look leans a bit towards modernity." She was undeniably beautiful, requiring only a slight touch-up. And as the shop owner adjusted her makeup, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you are truly lovely." The shopkeeper brought the Hanfu into the changing room with her. But Xu Qiuwu, unaccustomed to physical contact, asked the owner to leave, opting to change alone. However, the process of donning the Hanfu proved far more complicated than she had anticipated, leaving her flustered as she struggled to manage the layers. Xu Qiuwu sighed in frustration. "Why is this so troublesome? I can't manage it." Just then, as she had dismissed the staff, Jiang Ciyuan, waiting outside, suddenly heard her softly call, "Jiang Ciyuan." He turned around eagerly, only to see the senior peeking out from the changing room, her ears tinged with pink. Jiang Ciyuan blinked. "Is everything ready, senior? Is she playing hide and seek with him?" Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed faintly as she shyly bit her lip, murmuring, "Come here." In a blink, it felt as though their lives had intertwined until old age. Although he didn't fully grasp why she beckoned him, he obediently stepped closer, asking, "What's the matter, senior?" As they stood in closer proximity, the senior's face seemed to redden even more, half hidden as she murmured, "Could you assist me?" "Assist?" Jiang Ciyuan asked, intrigued. "Assist with what?" The senior bit her lower lip. "I'm not very adept at dressing." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "Me? Am I really the one to help?" Other patrons in the store were casting curious glances their way, and Xu Qiuwu, her face flushed, pulled the junior into the changing room. Jiang Ciyuan, entirely unprepared, was suddenly thrust into the confines of the changing room, his face colliding with something soft, prompting an exclamation of surprise. "Ah!" The senior quickly shut the door, admonishing, "Don't shout." "I wasn't shouting," Jiang Ciyuan retorted, though his vision was engulfed in darkness. He let out a soft hum, momentarily dazed by the softness enveloping him. Wait a moment. His face appeared to be nestled against the senior's chest. It was fragrant and soft. Jiang Ciyuan's cheeks flared with heat as he awkwardly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Senior Xu Qiuwu's face was taut as she inquired, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Ciyuan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, feeling increasingly embarrassed, and he quickly shifted away from her. And nothing. Xu Qiuwu's hands trembled slightly as she maintained an air of aloof composure. "Help me put on this hanfu." Jiang Ciyuan cleared his throat. Okay. He thought to himself, treating this like a desperate gamble. His eyes discreetly observed the senior as she struggled with the garment, fabric being tugged in various directions, failing to find the proper way to wear it. The delicate material slipped off her shoulders, revealing a hint of her porcelain skin. His ears burned red. Being taller than her, he had an unintentional view of much more than he intended. He dared to glance once before averting his gaze. Lowering his head to adjust the garment, "This part needs to be pulled like this." Xu Qiuwu, blushing, allowed him to manipulate the fabric, suddenly tightening it around her waist. "Ah," she let out a soft protest, her body quivering against the wall, "not too tight." Jiang Ciyuan jumped in surprise, quickly loosening the grip. "Relax. How about this?" Xu Qiuwu, still flushed, leaned against the wall, nodding slightly as she surveyed her slender waist. "Why yes, that's fine." Dressing in a hanfu seemed to be exhausting her. The changing room was cramped, with Xu Qiuwu pressed against the wall, allowing Jiang Ciyuan to fasten the waist tie from behind, almost as if embracing her. When his fingers brushed against her waist, she shivered, turning to him with a pitiful gaze. "It tickles." Jiang Ciyuan's hand trembled, feeling inexplicably flustered. "I am just tying it for you. It'll be quick." "Oh no," explaining only made it more awkward. The senior turned her blushing face towards him. Finally, after much effort, they succeeded in getting her dressed, both releasing a sigh of relief. However, when Xu Qiuwu straightened up, the overly loose upper part of the hanfu revealed a rounded silhouette, startling them both. Jiang Ciyuan wished he could close his eyes, hurriedly adjusting the garment. "This part is too loose. We need to pull it down." Xu Qiuwu pressed her lips together, watching his flustered demeanor, her ears and neck noticeably flushed. Is he shy? Taking a deep breath, Xu Qiuwu glanced down at her partially exposed chest, thinking to herself, "Just a glance, and he becomes this bashful." Stepping out of the changing room, Jiang Ciyuan's face still burned with embarrassment. Xu Qiuwu, adorned in her exquisite hanfu, twirled in front of the mirror and turned back to ask, "Does it look good?" As she turned to glance at him, a line suddenly surfaced in Jiang Ciyuan's mind. A glance back, a smile, 100 charms are born. Moments earlier, in the dressing room, he had been far too nervous, but now, witnessing his senior clad in a beautiful hanfu standing before him, he found himself entranced. Lost in thought as he smiled dreamily, "Senior, you look exquisite." His voice carried a sense of awe, causing Xu Qiuwu's heart to flutter as she blushed and turned away. Murmuring, "Oh," she bit her lip, stifling her excitement. Upon exiting the shop, Jiang Ciyuan glanced at the stunning senior in her splendid attire and quickly opened an umbrella to shield her. "Take your time. Such a beautiful senior must not be drenched by the rain." With a playful huff, she retorted, "You're a liar." Confused, Jiang Ciyuan asked, "How am I a liar?" Xu Qiuwu frowned, glancing at his shoulder. "Your shirt is a bit damp. I told you not to angle the umbrella this way." Jiang Ciyuan blinked innocently. "The wind is strong. It can't be helped." Xu Qiuwu scoffed, "I can't believe you." She retrieved a tissue from her bag and dabbed his shoulder, her expression darkening as she noticed his hair dampened by the rain. An idea struck her, and she removed her soft, orange-red hat, placing it on Jiang Ciyuan's head, a satisfied smile forming on her lips. "You must keep my hat safe for me." The soft hat, imbued with her fragrance, startled Jiang Ciyuan. No, I can't wear your hat." How could he dare to wear his senior's hat? Yet, before he could remove it, she insistently pressed it back down. "I'm not dressed for it now. Wear it for me." Reluctantly, he acquiesced, glancing at his reflection in a nearby window. He noted how the feminine hat clearly did not belong to him, yet it appeared rather charming, like wearing a girlfriend's hat. Xu Qiuwu was utterly pleased, adjusting the brim of the hat before taking the umbrella from him. "All right, I'll hold the umbrella." Jiang Ciyuan wished to protest, but she had already raised the umbrella, leading him back into the gentle, persistent rain of Jiangnan. The streets were bustling with open shops and many people. And the duo, a breathtaking girl in hanfu holding an umbrella and a boy in modern attire donning a cute hat, undoubtedly drew the attention of passers-by. "Look over there. That couple." Amidst the misty rain, It feels like a fusion of ancient and modern. Wow, they're quite the match. As they meandered through the quaint streets, Jiang Ciyuan sighed in mild exasperation. Senior, if you keep this up, I might get upset. Xu Qiuwu turned to face him. What are you upset about? He cleared his throat. Well, actually, I can't really be upset. However, he knew he couldn't allow his senior to fall ill from the rain. Taking the umbrella back, he instructed, just don't tilt it towards me. I don't want to get wet. I promise to hold it properly. Xu Qiuwu scoffed. You better. I will. Jiang Ciyuan smiled obediently, and only then did Xu Qiuwu relinquish the umbrella into his hands. As they walked under the umbrella through the misty rain of Jiangnan, Xu Qiuwu turned to him and suddenly mused, it would be lovely if it were snowing. Jiang Ciyuan, caught off guard, turned to look at the beautiful senior with a smile. Senior, do you perhaps enjoy snowy days? With a playful smile gracing her lips, Xu Qiuwu adjusted the orange-red hat adorned with two little tassels atop his head, teasingly tugging at it. Silly. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though they had aged together, sharing the weight of time. Chapter 91. You are quite mischievous, wanting to stick my teeth along with yours. The ancient city was filled with exquisite trinkets, and the senior resembled a curious child, her interest piqued by everything she encountered. She picked up a delicately carved rattle, shook it playfully, and winked at him. Look here, isn't it beautiful? Indeed. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled as he watched her delight in her play. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she reached for other lanterns, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance. Puffed up cheeks, what? She turned back, her expression adorably defiant. Nothing. Jiang Ciyuan suppressed his laughter, deciding to purchase an antique folding fan from the shop for her amusement. The senior, momentarily taken aback, blinked before accepting the fan from his hands. Thank you. Thus, the young lady donned in traditional Han attire found herself with a new toy, fanning herself with glee. Alternating between fanning herself and playfully directing the fan towards him, Jiang Ciyuan could not contain his laughter, prompting a blush to bloom on her cheeks. No laughing. She playfully poked his face with the fan, and he stifled his mirth. All right, I won't laugh. Do you enjoy exploring ancient cities, senior? He noticed her evident joy today. She regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, then prodded the fan. I seldom venture to other cities with anyone, especially not with my junior. Is that so? Jiang Ciyuan replied. Surprised. If you don't mind, we could explore many places together in the future. Her eyes lit up, yes. The ancient city boasted an array of local delicacies, vibrant in color and artfully prepared, enticing to the appetite. The inquisitive senior leaned in, eager to inspect the offerings, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to inquire, Auntie, is this Qing Tuan? Oh heavens, no, the auntie responded. Did you see the lake outside when you arrived? This dessert is made from lotus flowers harvested from the lake. Sweet and glutinous, absolutely delightful. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. Do not be absurd. That is a scenic lake, and one cannot simply harvest lotus flowers for culinary delights. Well, young man, I was merely making a comparison. We have our own lotus flowers at home, just a little local specialty. Jiang Ciyuan purchased a portion and handed it to the senior, watching her smile widen as she took a photo with the ancient city in the background before indulging. However, after a few bites, she frowned. What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan inquired. She covered her mouth, looking pitiful. It stuck to my teeth. The proprietress chimed in. My dear, our pastries are meant to be sweet and sticky. That's the charm of it. It shouldn't just stick to my teeth. The senior pouted, mischievously offering him a piece, open wide. You are quite unfair. Jiang Ciyuan remarked as he bit into it. Did it stick? She asked eagerly. Jiang Ciyuan grinned, revealing his teeth. Indeed, it did. Her satisfaction was evident in her smile. You are quite naughty, he teased. I bought it for you, she retorted. Really? Was it merely an illusion? Or did it seem as though her words carried a playful lilt? The two individuals finished sharing a sticky snack, and the senior sister ventured down another street to procure an exquisite dessert. With a gentle smile, she handed it to him, saying, Here you go. This one is not sticky and looks quite adorable. It should be delicious. Wow, Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed as he accepted the treat and snapped a photograph. He picked up a piece and declared, You bought this, so you should have the first bite. All right. Xu Qiuwu blinked, her ears flushing a delicate shade of crimson as she lowered her head obediently, feeding the boy a piece. The sweet flavor enveloped her lips and teeth, and she couldn't suppress the smile that blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Her steps felt lighter as she remarked, Since it's inconvenient for you to hold the umbrella, I'll feed you. Jiang Ciyuan replied, It's fine. The rain has stopped, No need for the umbrella. Unfazed, the senior sister insisted, feeding him while gazing intently at him. Asking, is it sweet? With the sweetness lingering in his mouth, he looked back at her and responded, very sweet. The moment seemed to freeze for a few seconds, until both of their faces gradually turned a shade of pink, prompting them to shyly turn their heads away. Jiang Ciyuan, savoring the sugary taste, scratched his nose and suggested, ahead lies the city wall. Let us go explore. Sounds good. Xu Qiuwu, still blushing, took a bite of a glutinous rice cake. Suddenly recalling that she had bought it for the junior, she absent-mindedly brought the half-eaten cake to his mouth. Jiang Ciyuan realized she hadn't noticed, and, blushing, feigned ignorance as he took a bite of the rice cake she had started. Very sweet. Upon reaching the city wall, the wind picked up, offering a broader view. They leisurely admired the ancient city, with Jiang Ciyuan capturing several photographs. Just as he turned to help the senior sister take a picture, he heard her call out, Jiang Ciyuan, let us take a photo. He grinned and turned back. Sure, I'll help you. However, she focused on him, insisting, let us take one together. Jiang Ciyuan stammered, while Xu Qiuwu's ears turned red. Together. Oh, he stuttered, feeling slightly awkward before breaking into a stiff smile as he leaned in. Why? Let us take a picture together. Thus, during their first journey together, they captured numerous innocent photographs on the city wall. Leaning against the ancient structure, they gazed at their youthful faces in the lens, chronicling their inaugural adventure. Jiang Ciyuan, lost in thought, smiled and remarked, these photographs are truly wonderful. The senior sister smiled back. They hold significant commemorative value. As the gentle drizzle ceased, they descended from the city wall, where a rental shop for motorcycles beckoned, inviting them to explore the surrounding scenery. They had heard that during August, the nearby ancient towns were breathtakingly beautiful, with the rapeseed flowers blooming in full splendor. As they circled the motorcycle, Jiang Ciyuan hesitated, wanting to say something. Xu Qiuwu interjected, now that we are here, let us rent one, he exclaimed. The senior sister laughed. Yes. Excitement surged within Jiang Ciyuan. He had yet to ride a motorcycle with her. Senior sister, make sure to wear your helmet. Once he donned his helmet and mounted the chosen motorcycle, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her, dressed in traditional attire and wearing a helmet. What a striking visual clash between the motorcycle and the Hanfu. She struggled a bit to get on the bike, adjusting her attire, exclaiming, this bike seems a bit high. Not to worry, I'll help you up. Jiang Ciyuan extended his hand to assist, effortlessly lifting the senior dressed in traditional Han attire onto the motorcycle. Xu Qiuwu blinked, momentarily taken aback, dazedly using her folding fan to shield her flushed face. Immersed in the exhilaration of riding a motorcycle, Jiang Ciyuan playfully adjusted his helmet and smiled. Hold on tight, we are about to set off. All right, Xu Qiuwu replied, her cheeks blooming with color. It was her first experience riding behind a boy on a motorcycle, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. Aware that motorcycles typically travel at considerable speeds, she understood that stability and safety were paramount. However, she pondered where her hands should rest. In Chapter 92, Is the Senior Afraid? Xu Qiuwu found herself clinging to him tightly. The limited space on the motorcycle brought them uncomfortably close together, and as she gazed at the boy's back from such proximity, her face flushed even deeper. Her eyes drifted to his waist, her hands momentarily frozen in uncertainty. Biting her lip in embarrassment, she let out a soft, Jiang Ciyuan, mistaking her reaction for fear, reassured her, Senior, there's no need to be afraid. I won't do anything reckless or show off. It's just a normal ride to enjoy the scenery around us. She bit her lip, that's not the reason. Turning his head, Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, not scared then? The proximity made Xu Qiuwu's face feel like it was ablaze, and she nearly brushed against his face. Taking a few deep breaths, she declared, I trust you. Jiang Ciyuan was momentarily taken aback, smiling gratefully, thank you. Xu Qiuwu lowered her gaze to his waist, ultimately grasping the handle of the motorcycle's rear seat. I'm ready, let us go. All right. Before the motorcycle roared to life, Jiang Ciyuan instinctively glanced at his empty waist. The senior hadn't embraced him. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him. Ahem. What was he thinking? It felt as though he were scheming against her, but that was not the case. The two of them set off against the backdrop of the post-rain breeze. In the height of summer, everything was lush and green, with the croaking of frogs resonating from the fields. Sparrows chattered atop the utility poles. As the motorcycle sped along, Jiang Ciyuan playfully hummed a line. The sparrows outside chatter on the utility poles. The wind tousled their hair, and Xu Qiuwu's hanfu fluttered behind him. A smile gracing her lips. You just said that. An unexpected harmony blossomed between them, prompting Jiang Ciyuan to laugh heartily, responding to the wind. It truly evokes the essence of summer. Their laughter was carried far by the summer breeze. As they approached a downhill slope, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly braked hard, causing Xu Qiuwu to collide with him, letting out a muffled mmm. Before them lay a puddle, the depth unknown. Jiang Ciyuan swerved to avoid it. Sorry, senior. Are you all right? Xu Qiuwu, her body pressed against his rigid back, shook her head, her face still flushed. I'm fine. Just a bit of a bump on my chest. Jiang Ciyuan felt the soft pressure against his back, and, only then realizing what it was, his face turned crimson. He tensed slightly as Xu Qiuwu murmured, riding motorcycles is quite dangerous for boys. The sensation from behind was still vivid, and Jiang Ciyuan chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, it is perilous. Which is why we must wear helmets and be cautious. Xu Qiuwu replied softly, If you're not careful, it could lead to a mishap. With that thought, her cheeks reddened further as she discreetly tugged at his clothing. Please be careful while riding. Of course, I will, Jiang Ciyuan assured her. At the foot of the mountain, numerous rugged paths jostled beneath them, causing the senior behind to be jolted several times. Perceiving the increasing peril, Jiang Ciyuan took a deep breath and whispered, Senior, this could lead to a fall. She replied, her attention piqued. Jiang Ciyuan hesitated, his face flushing, as the wind carried his tentative voice, Hold me tightly. Xu Qiuwu paused for a moment, her face igniting with warmth as her gaze fell on the boy's waist. Trembling, she wrapped her hands around him, her flushed cheeks burying themselves against his back, murmuring, I'm holding on tight. Jiang Ciyuan inhaled deeply, feeling the proximity of the senior and the hands that encircled his waist. Seeking to divert the conversation, he remarked, We're nearing the canola flowers. I've heard they're extraordinarily beautiful. Lost in the scent that was uniquely his, Xu Qiuwu couldn't help but cling tighter, her face aflame as she nuzzled against him, replying, All right. The allure of the scenery faded into insignificance, as long as she could enjoy it with him. It was inherently beautiful. Senior, Jiang Ciyuan stammered, Are you frightened? Her grip around his waist suddenly tightened. Her face, flushed and pressed against his shoulder, appeared innocent as she inquired, What's wrong? Jiang Ciyuan's face burned, and he shook his head. In the next instant, he exclaimed with delight, Senior, look, a rainbow. Not far ahead, a resplendent rainbow cascaded down from the mountain foot, strikingly magnificent against the vast sky. Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled, So beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan grinned. Let us take a picture. He slowed the vehicle, allowing her to capture the moment. One hand secured around his waist. She leaned against him while the other retrieved her phone, snapping photos and recording videos of the rainbow. Jiang Ciyuan remained still, his gaze lowered to her hand still resting on his waist, which seemed oblivious to her actions as it playfully squeezed a few times. How naturally she embraced him. Once satisfied, Xu Qiuwu eagerly presented her phone. Look at the photos I took. Aren't they lovely? Jiang Ciyuan complimented. They're beautiful, right? She beamed, leaning against his shoulder once more, her arms encircling his waist again. I think they're stunning too. She continued to hold him, playfully nudging against him, as if affectionately teasing. Are we approaching the canola flowers? Jiang Ciyuan nodded. Yes, indeed. Shortly after encountering the rainbow, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the horizon. Senior, look. It's the sunset. Xu Qiuwu chuckled softly. I see it. It's so beautiful. Beneath the romantic sunset lay an endless expanse of canola flowers. Jiang Ciyuan halted the vehicle, turning to smile at her, noticing she remained still, arms wrapped around him. What's the matter? She blinked, curious. Jiang Ciyuan, flustered by her embrace, averted his gaze. Let us get out to take pictures and enjoy the flowers. Oh, all right. Xu Qiuwu's cheeks flushed as she reluctantly loosened her grip around him, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she wished to hold him a little longer. In that breathtaking sunset amidst the canola fields, they were alone, and even the breeze seemed to carry a sweetness. Senior, look over here, Jiang Ciyuan called. With a smile dancing in her eyes, Xu Qiuwu replied, She turned her head, and Jiang Ciyuan pressed the shutter. Click. In the boundless canola flower fields beneath the sunset, the young girl, clad in traditional Han attire, had her skirt and long hair billowing in the wind. She smiled and glanced back, resembling a breathtakingly exquisite oil painting. Jiang Ciyuan gazed at the photograph on his phone, then at the senior before him. a dreamy smile gracing his face as he marveled. Senior, you are truly beautiful. If only I could paint, I would capture this moment. The senior's cheeks flushed as she leaned closer, eager to see. Let me have a look. She peered at her reflection on his screen, satisfaction evident as her lips curled into a playful smirk. I shall take one of you. Sounds good, Jiang Ciyuan replied. They embraced the sunset, laughing and frolicking in the canola fields, capturing precious moments of one another. Eventually, after enough playful antics, they collapsed onto the green grass, their heads touching as they shared the photographs they had taken of each other. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled. Who captured the better shot? The grass was slightly damp, and the senior rested her head beside him, teasingly replying, Undoubtedly, I took the better one. Clearly, it was my shot, Jiang Ciyuan retorted playfully, feeling a mischievous urge to poke her cheek. My model is remarkable, so any picture will be stunning. I win. Xu Qiuwu bit her lip, her face aflame, yet defiantly countered, No way, I took the best one. Clearly, my model is superior. The best in the world. Like two playful children, they lay on the grass, bickering over whose photograph was more enchanting, though the argument was a mere reflection of something deeper. The sunset enveloped them, casting a golden glow. As Jiang Ciyuan turned back to her, he found the senior lying close beside him, her raven hair cascading like ink. Captivated by her crescent smile and bright eyes, he plucked a cluster of vibrant yellow canola flowers and tucked them behind her ear. Xu Qiuwu gazed at him in a daze. How did you? Jiang Ciyuan snapped back to reality, his finger retracting as his cheeks instantly flushed. I didn't pick it. It was just blown away by the wind. The senior blinked. Oh, it's beautiful. Jiang Ciyuan dared not linger his gaze, his eyes briefly landing on her luscious, rosy lips before he quickly turned away, his ears burning, and sat up. Behind him, Xu Qiuwu covered her flushed face with her hands, secretly laughing as she touched the flower in her hair. In the tranquil canola fields, the young couple resembled a picturesque scene, one seated and the other reclining, until a sudden croak broke the silence. Ribbit! Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed. What was that noise? A frog, Xu Qiuwu giggled, her cheeks still flushed as she took a photo of his silhouette. She knew she would never forget this beautiful day. As they rose to leave the canola fields, the senior called to him leisurely as she walked with her hands behind her back. Jiang Ciyuan. He turned back. A vibrant cluster of blooming canola flowers was gently tucked behind his ear as Xu Qiuwu smiled at him. Now you have flowers too. Jiang Ciyuan stared at her graceful figure, and after a moment, with a flushed face, he covered his cheeks with his hands and hurried to catch up. The young man's face was as crimson as the distant, blazing sunset. They rode their motorcycle through winding mountain paths and fields, basking in the post-rain sunset at the foot of Ling City. As the sun dipped below the mountains, the senior sister opened her arms and sat upon his motorcycle, exclaiming, It's grown dark. Jiang Ciyuan replied, Indeed, it has. The senior sister murmured, I cannot see the stars. Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly. It rained today. The clouds must be obscuring them. However, tomorrow promises to be clear, and we shall surely see them. As they passed through a quaint village, the sound of barking dogs echoed around them. Suddenly, something streaked across the sky above. Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she abruptly tapped his shoulder. Quickly, Jiang Ciyuan. Look up. There are stars. No, a shooting star. I see it. Jiang Ciyuan slightly raised his gaze, the twinkling meteor appearing so close, it felt almost tangible. They halted the motorcycle, and in an instant, the senior sister covered his eyes from behind. Quick, close your eyes and make a wish. Jiang Ciyuan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. After a moment of compliance, he opened his eyes with a smile, saying, I've made my wish. The senior sister, curious, inquired, What did you wish for? It was her discovery of the shooting star that urged her to prompt him to wish, yearning for his wish to manifest. Thus, in that fleeting moment of closure, he silently wished for all of the senior sister's desires to come to fruition. Xu Qiuwu blushed, momentarily flustered, and exclaimed, You silly fool, I wanted you to wish for yourself. Jiang Ciyuan, amused, asked, What did you wish for, senior sister? She stammered, I wished for to be with you, year after year, in this present moment. Under the gaze of his youthful, bright eyes, she struggled to voice her wish, ultimately concealing her face against his back. But I won't tell you just yet. Jiang Ciyuan responded, Very well. There will be more days to come. We can discuss it later. Upon their return to the hotel entrance, noticing the senior sister twisting her shoulders, Jiang Ciyuan asked with a smile, Are you feeling tired? Senior sister? After all, they had traveled by high-speed train, explored the ancient city, and ridden around on the motorcycle. Merely sitting could leave one feeling sore. His words reminded Xu Qiuwu of her own fatigue, and she gazed at him with warmth, saying, I'm all right. You've been riding. You must be more tired. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they encountered a group of girls tugging at each other. Come play mahjong with us. It will be lively. Tang Yueran sat on the sofa, wearing a sour expression as she dealt with debts owed to her. No, you all play without me. Wang Shi, perplexed, remarked. Why are you so glum when you came to have fun? What are you staring at on your phone? Both Jiang Ciyuan and Xu Qiuwu overheard their conversation. Jiang Ciyuan cast a brief glance before averting his gaze, pretending not to notice. However, Yang Qingqing spotted him. Jiang Ciyuan? The group on the sofa turned their attention towards him, especially when they noticed Xu Qiuwu beside him, their eyes widening in disbelief. Senior sister, what are you doing here? Wang Shi stared at the pair, her expression shifting between shock and scrutiny. You two didn't come here together, did you? Tang Yueran's demeanor instantly soured. Prior to their arrival, she had asked Yang Qingqing to extend an invitation to Jiang Ciyuan, who had declined. Yet now, here he was, appearing alongside Xu Qiuwu. Recalling how the senior sister had defended him earlier, along with the photos they had shared on social media, Tang Yueran felt a rush of anxiety. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she suddenly rose from the sofa, her face taut. Jiang Xin, we need to talk. I have something to say to you. Beside her, Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Yueran, what do you have to say to him now? He doesn't Tang Yueran interrupted coldly. Be quiet. A sudden fear gripped her that Jiang Ciyuan might misunderstand her relationship with Li Hao. However, Jiang Ciyuan's expression remained indifferent, as if he were addressing a stranger. We've already spoken. There is nothing more to discuss. As they began to walk away, Tang Yueran, in a flurry, exclaimed, It's about something at school. Jiang Ciyuan frowned slightly. Senior, you should leave first. Xu Qiuwu nodded, her gaze briefly sweeping over Tang Yueran, who shivered at the chilling look in her eyes. In the garden beside the hotel, seeing his cold demeanor made Tang Yueran's heart ache. You came with Senior? But when Qing asked you, you clearly said you wouldn't come. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Ciyuan sneered. Did you summon me just to say this? He had every intention of departing. Realizing he was losing patience to even listen to her, Tang Yueran became agitated. You don't actually think Senior likes you, do you? Jiang Ciyuan halted in his tracks. The thought of their shared moments sent a sharp pain through her heart, causing her words to become increasingly cutting. Jiang Ciyuan, I don't know how you came to know Senior, but someone like her wouldn't be swayed by mere courtesy. Do you really believe that being polite means you have developed a closer relationship? Dreaming that your school crush harbors feelings for you? He remained silent, prompting Tang Yueran to scoff. Jiang Ciyuan, have you lost your mind? If Tang Yueran, wouldn't even look at someone, what makes you think Senior would have any interest in you? How absurd. The atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. And from the shadows, Xu Qiuwu observed with a cold detachment. As her gaze swept over Jiang Ciyuan's face, her heart ached at the sight of Tang Yueran's harshness towards him. Xu Qiuwu's eyes turned icy. What a foolish girl, bullying her junior. Who does she think she is? A mocking smile curled her lips. Not only did she intend to confess to the junior, but she also aimed to captivate him. Jiang Ciyuan remained silent, studying Tang Yueran. He felt as if this girl had become a stranger. Perhaps this was her true nature. Previously, his naive youth had merely cast a flattering filter over her. With a nonchalant smile, he stated, I was merely feeding a dog. Tang Yueran was taken aback. What? What did you say? Jiang Ciyuan regarded her with a calm and indifferent gaze. It's nothing. I meant that I spent the last 3 years feeding a dog. Tang Yueran's face paled. What do you mean? Jiang Ciyuan's tone was flat, tinged with mockery. Tang Yueran, you simply refuse to accept that the devoted admirer who followed you for 3 years has finally departed, and you feel a sense of loss, don't you? Tang Yueran, her face ashen, protested. That's not what I meant. I just want you to understand that Senior doesn't like you. She has countless other options. Do you truly believe she would be interested in you? So your affection is merely a strategic choice, selecting someone you deem most advantageous for yourself? Jiang Ciyuan scoffed. Then your affection holds little value. With that, Jiang Ciyuan turned to leave. Tang Yueran felt her world spinning. Jiang Ciyuan. He did not stop. Anger flooded her eyes as she furiously kicked at the grass beside her. Damn it, why is this happening? When she rushed back to the hotel lobby, Jiang Ciyuan was nowhere to be seen, nor was Xu Qiuwu. Suddenly recalling something, she hurried to the front desk, anxious to inquire, which room is Jiang Ciyuan staying in? The receptionist hesitated. I'm sorry, but that is a guest's privacy. Tang Yueran, feeling increasingly uneasy, pressed on. What about Xu Qiuwu? Where is she staying tonight? Are they together? The receptionist maintained a professional demeanor, smiling politely. I'm sorry, ma'am, but that information is confidential. Tang Yueran struggled to remain calm. I am his girlfriend, and I need to know his room number. Desperation clawed at her as she wondered if they were together, perhaps even sharing a room. Was that possible? The more she thought, the more frantic she became. I suspect my boyfriend is cheating on me. I need to find him. Just tell me which room he is in. The receptionist urged. Please, madam, stay calm. When Jiang Ciyuan returned to his hotel room, he received a call from the front desk, informing him that a girl was inquiring about their room number. Jiang Ciyuan replied coldly, I don't know her. Ignore it. The receptionist responded politely, Understood, sir. After hanging up, he noticed his senior staring at him with a peculiar expression. Curiously, he touched his face, asking, What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at my face? Xu Qiuwu replied, I'm worried you might be hurt by her, that it would upset you. After a few moments of earnest concern, she suddenly leaned in and pinched his cheek playfully. Smile for me. Jiang Ciyuan paused, unable to resist a smile at her earnestness. His lips curving upward, I'm smiling. It seemed he was not troubled by that bothersome person after all. How delightful. Xu Qiuwu felt satisfied, a smile gracing her lips as she offered him a sweet candy as a reward. Thank you, senior, Jiang Ciyuan exclaimed, his demeanor endearing. Xu Qiuwu felt a flutter in her heart, reaching out to ruffle his hair. I'm going to take a shower now. All right, Jiang Ciyuan replied, discreetly glancing at the fully transparent glass bathroom before hastily averting his gaze. He turned to his computer. I'm going to type. As Xu Qiuwu rummaged through her luggage for clothes, her face flushed, and she stole another glance at her junior, feeling a rush of warmth. She reminded herself. No backing. Jiang Ciyuan, startled, quickly turned his head, burying his face into the keyboard, his heart racing wildly. At that moment, a voice called from the bathroom. Jiang Ciyuan. He exclaimed, I am here. The senior replied, Please bring me a towel. Jiang Ciyuan asked, Isn't there one inside? The senior responded, No, I left it outside. Jiang Ciyuan thought to himself, This truly is a romantic suite. Why is the towel not kept in the bathroom? Reluctantly, he replied, All right, I will get it for you. His heart pounded like a drum. His face flushed as he stood up, avoiding all eye contact, awkwardly holding the towel as he approached. In the hazy bathroom, the senior's figure was vaguely visible, and Jiang Ciyuan's face turned crimson, wishing he could lower his head to the ground. The warm, fragrant steam enveloped him as he dared not lift his gaze, focusing solely on his toes. Extending the towel towards her, Senior, here it is. The steam had rendered Xu Qiuwu's cheeks a delicate shade of pink as she gazed at the junior, asking, Why are you looking down? He stammered, Haha, senior, call me when you're done. Jiang Ciyuan shoved the towel into her hands, his face ablaze as he turned away. Xu Qiuwu thought it peculiar, wondering if the bathroom was indeed semi-transparent. This thought made her cheeks flush even more, but uncertain, she continued washing her hair and bathing, even soaking in the tub for a while, her long legs stretching out. She emerged from the bathtub, her skin smooth and fragrant, and as she donned her nightgown, she stood before the mirror, covering her face in embarrassment. Ah, how shameful. Can I really wear this? Although it concealed everything, the fabric was so thin, and with its spaghetti straps, a slight mishap could reveal too much. The sound of running water ceased, and the door swung open, with the senior's somewhat awkward voice calling, I'm done, it's your turn. Jiang Ciyuan exhaled in relief, saving his work, shutting down his computer, and cheerfully turning around. Oh, all right. Then suddenly, he was met with the sight of her elegant neck, alabaster shoulders, and long, bare legs, all clad in a lace spaghetti-strap dress. Jiang Ciyuan's breath hitched, his face burning as he hastily turned away, unable to bear another second of the view. Xu Qiuwu, her entire being blushing, observed his reaction, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. Is this too much for him? What will he do tonight? Apologetically, she thought. I have something to attend to today. I will update tomorrow. Chapter 95. Such a wonderful junior. She would officially confess to him. Jiang Ciyuan's heart thundered. What was happening? Why was the senior dressed so provocatively all of a sudden? Xu Qiuwu, her cheeks aflame, bit her lip as she noticed his crimson ears. Aren't you going to take a shower? Yes, yes, Jiang Ciyuan stammered, not daring to look back, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. I'll look for some clothes. As Xu Qiuwu watched him turn beet red, she hurriedly returned to the sofa to rummage through her bag for clothes, feeling even more embarrassed. The thin dress clung to her, sending shivers down her spine. And nervously she said, Jiang Ciyuan, look at me. After all, she had mustered great courage to dress this way, and if he continued to avoid eye contact, it would be such a pity. Jiang Ciyuan's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing him to break into a sweat. Senior, your hair is too wet. You should dry it first. Alas, his tongue felt as if it were tied in knots. He hastily picked up a garment and was about to dash towards the bathroom when suddenly he paused, exclaiming, Senior. Xu Qiuwu shivered at the sound. What is it? She inquired, hoping Jiang Ciyuan would look at her. Instead, he blushed furiously as he draped a blanket over her shoulders. Put this on. Xu Qiuwu blinked in surprise. Huh. The warmth of the young man's fingers trembled as he wrapped her securely in the soft fabric. It's going to rain tonight, and the temperature is dropping. With the air conditioning running, you'll catch a cold dressed like that. Xu Qiuwu remained silent. Jiang Ciyuan tightened the blanket around her, his ears aflame. No, please don't dress like that. She watched him, his face flushed, as he rushed into the bathroom. The balcony was left ajar, and after the rain, the cool summer breeze flowed into the room. Wrapped in the warm blanket, she felt a sudden wave of shame wash over her, covering her face with her hands. Oh. In that moment of embarrassment, tears threatened to spill. She had never been in love before. Suitors had always pursued her, and she was uncertain how to pursue someone herself, unsure if she could succeed. Now, having finally encountered someone she admired, she clumsily sought to attract him by dressing in a more revealing manner, hoping to entice him before confessing her feelings. Yet the innocent, earnest boy before her blushed and averted his gaze, covering her body, an object of desire for many, with the blanket, insisting, don't dress like this. In the past, many had jokingly told her, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure. Which man could resist temptation? Just wear less, and you can easily entice him. But was that truly love, or merely a manifestation of pure desire? As Xu Qiuwu stood by the balcony, enveloped in the blanket, the cool breeze cleared her mind. When she turned to head back to the bathroom to change, she suddenly gasped. Ah? Through the haze, she caught a glimpse of the junior swiftly showering under the spray. Though her view was obscured, she could almost discern the powerful musculature of his arms, the tapering of his shoulders, and the long, well-defined legs. Water cascaded down from his neck. She felt like a rogue. Although her attempts to seduce him had failed, if he were to pursue her with similar intentions, she might very well succumb. Covering her face in embarrassment, she thought, I cannot be this way. Such a sincere and admirable junior deserved her earnest efforts. She resolved to confess to him in a proper and solemn manner. When Jiang Ciyuan emerged from the bathroom, the room was empty. Bewildered, he glanced around. Senior? There was no response. It was late at night. Where could she have gone? He wandered through the hotel lobby in search of her and heard lively music emanating from the lawn outside, where someone was singing. As he opened the door leading to the lawn, he nearly collided with someone approaching. Senior, you're here. She had changed out of her spaghetti-strap nightgown and now wore a t-shirt paired with knee-length shorts, her long, silky hair cascading down like water. Upon the moment she beheld him, her eyes flickered, and her ears betrayed a hint of unnatural crimson. Awkwardly, she remarked, there's no drinking water in the room. So I intended to go downstairs to fetch some mineral water. Upon hearing the singing, I decided to take a look. Jiang Ciyuan touched the bridge of his nose and chuckled lightly. If you're not heading to sleep too soon, shall we sit and listen to the music? Her face flushed, she nodded in agreement. All right. The lawn was populated with numerous individuals, each finding a spot to settle down. It was then that Jiang Ciyuan noticed she was holding something in her hand, which she promptly offered to him. Here, an ice pop. Jiang Ciyuan smiled. Wow, thank you. Senior. He accepted the treat, which was flavored like watermelon. Xu Qiuwu observed his naturally cheerful demeanor, and the previous awkwardness began to dissipate. Unable to restrain herself, she gazed at him and smiled. You really know how to appreciate the moment. Jiang Ciyuan broke the ice pop in half and cheerfully extended one half towards her. Here you go. She blinked. I have my own. Jiang Ciyuan laughed, but yours isn't watermelon flavored. Watermelon seems to embody the refreshing essence of summer more. Xu Qiuwu chuckled along, noting how he brightened at the simplest of gestures. Is that a lesson from Ms. Guan? She teased. Xu Qiuwu nibbled on her ice pop and blinked. My mother, she can be quite domineering and unreasonable most of the time, only hearing what she wishes to hear. Jiang Ciyuan laughed as he recalled Ms. Guan's antics. Whenever she buys me something or offers me a gift, she insists, quickly say you like it. I can only respond with, all right. I like it. Imagining the scene, Xu Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with laughter. Your mother sounds adorable, just like you. Where is the adorableness in that? She's a formidable tyrant. Jiang Ciyuan observed her joyous expression, and his previous worries eased a little. He laughed, but I was joking earlier. When you give me things, my happiness is genuine. They sat upon the lawn, embraced by the gentle summer night breeze, listening to the soft, lingering melodies while sharing the watermelon-flavored ice pop. The earlier awkward and delicate moments in the room gradually dissolved into the warmth of the summer night. Surrounded by many, Xu Qiuwu bit into her ice pop, burying her face in her knees as she whispered, "Will you laugh at me?" Jiang Ciyuan turned his head. What? Her face suddenly flushed crimson, and she turned away. Rising from the lawn, "It's nothing. I'm heading back to rest." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled, "All right." When Xu Qiuwu returned to her room, her cheeks were still tinged with pink. Exhausted from the evening, she washed up and quietly slipped beneath the covers. After waiting a moment, she noticed Jiang Ciyuan had finished washing up and intended to sleep on the sofa, which made her feel a tad aggrieved. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qiuwu flung back the covers and patted her face, calling out, "Jiang Ciyuan, come over here and sleep on this side." Jiang Ciyuan was taken aback. "Senior, I'm on the sofa." She flared up, "Sleep over here." Jiang Ciyuan chuckled softly. "The sofa is quite spacious. It's no trouble at all. You don't need to worry about me. Just go to sleep. Then come over." Seeing his hesitant expression, she thought for a moment and sighed. "Well, if you prefer the sofa, then sleep there." Jiang Ciyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. That night was not. Wait. He looked up. "Senior, what are you doing?" The flustered senior, clutching her blanket, approached him. "I'm going to sleep on the floor beside your sofa." The childish yet somewhat absurd behavior made Jiang Ciyuan chuckle. Then what was the point of spending money on a hotel? The senior, unfazed, buried half her face in the blanket and huffed in displeasure. "Well, who told you not to sleep in bed?" After several rounds of tugging, it seemed that their esteemed school beauty was indeed going to make a bed on the floor beside him. "Fine, I'll sleep." His reluctance to sleep in bed was merely due to his bashfulness. Although the bed was spacious, when Jiang Ciyuan lay down, the thought of the senior sleeping next to him made him tense. He could only feign calmness and cleared his throat. "So good night then." Both of them were exhausted. After turning off the lights, the room was enveloped in darkness. Xu Qiuwu buried half her face in the blanket, secretly watching him. After a while, under the moonlight, she blushed and gazed at his face. "Jiang Ciyuan, are you asleep?" "Not yet. What is up?" he replied. Xu Qiuwu whispered, "Nothing. I just wanted to call you." Unable to sleep, she closed her eyes for a moment, then sneaked a peek at the boy lying beside her. The desire to embrace him while they slept together made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Quietly, she pulled the blanket over her head, waiting for a moment. Thinking he must be asleep, she couldn't resist reaching out and giving his arm a gentle poke. Jiang Ciyuan suppressed a smile. What a childish senior. After Xu Qiuwu poked him and received no response, she confirmed he was asleep. The blanket was filled with the scent of the two of them, and she felt a pang of longing to snuggle up to him, to nuzzle against him, yet she hesitated. Instead, she cautiously extended her toes and playfully rubbed against his calf, unable to suppress a giggle. Stealing moments like a thief, she playfully nudged his feet a few times, until suddenly, his previously motionless foot lightly brushed against hers in response. "Ah!" Xu Qiuwu exclaimed, snapping back to reality, her face flushed with indignation. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Jiang Ciyuan found it amusing to feign sleep to tease the senior. Rubbing his warm face, he replied, "I'm really going to sleep now. Good night, senior." "Oh." After a moment, Xu Qiuwu turned over, stealthily took out her phone. Recalling she hadn't T-posted to her moments yet. Hidden under the blanket, she carefully selected photos from the day, pictures of the ancient city, her in traditional Han attire, them on the city wall, riding a motorcycle, as well as images of rainbows, sunsets, rapeseed flowers, and the boy whose face was tinged with the hues of sunset. However, Xu Qiuwu dared not post these blatantly. She chose only scenic photos and one of the sunset with the rapeseed flowers, subtly revealing half of the boy's shirt billowing in the wind. With satisfaction, she smiled as she wrote her caption. Initially, she wanted to use a cheerful emoji, but upon reflection, it felt insufficient. Ultimately, she opted for a red heart instead. Mere seconds after posting, Someone liked her photo. Curious. She clicked to see who it was and instantly felt her cheeks heat up, abruptly turning to the bedside where another screen glowed. Embarrassment laced her voice. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiang Ciyuan buried half of his face in the pillow, gazing at her flustered visage, and let out a triumphant chuckle. Were you startled? The senior glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, giving him a light kick, akin to a playful tickle. Jiang Ciyuan feigned a cry of protest, unable to suppress his laughter. I saw you with your phone and guessed you might be posting on Moments, so I wanted to see what you were sharing. The senior huffed in indignation. Humph. Mimicking her, Jiang Ciyuan let out a couple of playful huffs, only to receive another couple of light kicks from the flustered senior, prompting him to behave and chuckle quietly at her. You captured some great shots, senior. Xu Qiuwu could no longer endure the way he stared at her with that amused glint in his eyes, sending her heart racing. They continued to gaze at each other until their faces flushed, both turning away simultaneously. Time to sleep. Xu Qiuwu tucked herself back under the covers. Good night. The hotel provided a wake-up service, and when the phone rang the next morning, Xu Qiuwu groggily turned to answer it before hanging up. As she turned back to resume her slumber, her gaze fell upon Jiang Ciyuan's face, so close beside her. She had fallen asleep in his embrace. Startled, Xu Qiuwu released her hold, her face ablaze. Just as she intended to return to her own spot, she froze, her pupils dilating. Ah! With a sharp scream, Jiang Ciyuan awoke, squinting at her with bleary eyes, mumbling. What's wrong? Why is the senior hiding over there with her face covered? Why is her neck, ears, and face so red? After a few seconds of dazed silence, Jiang Ciyuan suddenly realized that the blanket covering him had been kicked off, leaving him feeling a bit chilly. Coupled with the senior's blushing reaction upon waking, Jiang Ciyuan's pupils contracted in shock. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. Fully awake, Jiang Ciyuan wished he could crawl under the bed, his face burning as he glanced down, hastily pulling the blanket over himself. Burying his face in the pillow, I'm sorry. Such bodily responses in the early morning were common, yet he could not bring himself to explain this to the senior. The senior, her face flushed, hurried to get ready, her voice trembling slightly. I'll wash up first and head downstairs for breakfast. Jiang Ciyuan, too embarrassed to meet her gaze, only covered his reddened face with his hands in utter mortification as she swiftly finished washing up and left the room. He sighed deeply, lamenting, am I really losing my dignity? As Xu Qiuwu dashed out of the hotel, her heart continued to flutter erratically. Though she understood that most boys experience such occurrences in the morning, she couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. Would he remain in the room for a while? Xu Qiuwu, her face concealed by her hands, exclaimed, Ah? This bizarre imagery, please leave my mind. Apologies to my friends for being too busy to write during the first wedding. I'll do my best to catch up tomorrow. I'm sorry. This chapter combines two chapters into one.